Oh, heck yes.
Jung-Hoo Lee trying to keep the Giants alive and get Chapman a shot. Jung-Hoo, big chopper to second, and that is going to do it. Tommy Kahnle, the hero for the Tigers today. And the final score, Tigers finish off a 3-game sweep of the Giants, 4-3.
Our 95.7 The Game Giants insider, Dave Fleming, on the call there for NBC Sports Bay Area. 5 runs. 5 runs is all the Giants could muster in this 3-game series in Detroit. As you heard there, they get swept against not just the American League best, baseball's best. 37-20, the Detroit Tigers improved to. Giants fall to 31-25 on the season. 14-16 on the road now, Joe. As I say good morning to you and all those lovely people just getting off work and ready for work. Getting ready for finals. If you're done with finals, if you're done with school, congratulations. If you're celebrating summer vacation now, shouts out to you. You can hit us up at 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. And as always, you can find us on the free Odyssey app as well. We got a lot to get into with the Giants. We have one team that has advanced to the NBA Finals, that being the Oklahoma City Thunder, as they take out the Minnesota Timberwolves yesterday in 5 games. It wasn't even a game. It was over after the first quarter, where the T-Wolves couldn't even score 10 points. But sticking with the orange and black, Joe, what we've been talking about, the bats, situational hitting, executing, errors, just the little things that end up biting you that you can't do against, obviously, the best in the American League. You just can't do that against a team like the Tigers and expect to get away with it. You can't. Well, look, this team desperately needs to find a way to get a big hit, and Ramos came through yesterday with a big hit early in the game. 3 of them. And you get the big fly from him, and you're feeling great. And then Randy Rodriguez has to put out a giant, firestorm, and ends up being basically a couple of pitches short in that inning. And within that inning, you obviously had the Matt Chapman error, which was huge. Now, Matt finally getting the bat going, but there is a conversation about a guy who's as elite as he is defensively. He's got 7 errors already this year. And that's a play, although a tougher one, is a routine play for a guy of his stature. And not only did you have that play, you had a catcher running first to third, and Yaz misplaying a ball and then not being able to throw that guy out. And Yaz is usually a very sure-handed outfielder with, I believe, a pretty solid arm. And for them to not have that moment right there, they just couldn't get out of that inning. And, I do want to start here. I listened to Mark Willard yesterday kind of explain that he was very frustrated with why they were bunting in that situation in the 8th inning. And let me paint the picture for you. It's the 8th inning. Willie Adames gets on, and then a little flare by Lamont Wade Jr., and Adames goes first to third very aggressively on this kind of like fly ball that just drops in, a Texas leaguer, if you will. And it was a smart, aggressive play by Adames to read that ball was dropping and be able to go first to third on that play and put pressure on the team with no outs. They throw to third. Lamont Wade Jr. smartly takes second base on like a runner indifference, if you will. And now you got second and third with no outs. And you got Sam Huff, who had been in the game at catcher, coming up. Huff Daddy. So you're down 1, 4-3, 8th inning. You've got some options here. Do I pinch hit the catcher with another catcher and then just plug that guy in Patrick Bailey? Do I pitch hit Tyler Fitzgerald in that situation, knowing my second baseman is coming up next in Christian Koss after the catcher? Do I go Casey Schmidt, who recently got called up and has had a hit in just about every game but the one that he played in the other day? Or do I go to Luis Matos, who is mired in an 0 for 18 and is 3 for 21 as a pinch hitter this year with an 0.91 at-bat batting average with runners in scoring position? So let's just cross Luis Matos right off. They go to Bailey in that situation. Now, Bailey's scuffling himself. Huff had a hit in this game. Little surprising. They bring in a new pitcher, their closer. He's a changeup guy. First pitch, Bailey flies one out. Not deep enough. He doesn't drive it. It's a low pitch. I don't even know if he's trying to pull it. I don't know what he's doing, but he flares one out to left field, and they don't get it out deep enough. First pitch. Couldn't see just one. First pitch. 3. Right. Now, look, we could argue about who was the guy he should have gone to right there, Bob Melvin.
which I'm here for that baseball conversation. But Patrick Bailey, new pitcher. What do you tell any age kid? Any age kid. Now, I'm not sure what the scouting report said for them. Like, you jump on this guy early in the count. It's situational baseball. Second and third, new pitcher late in the game. Take a pitch, or at least get one that's up that you can drive, not one that's low that you're flailing at outside the zone. So I put that one on Bailey.
He's batting 174. 174. So, like, there's part of me that understands, as you alluded to, the aggressive mindset of a guy like Patrick Bailey. You're in a huge slump. You've been slumping all season. You've been awful offensively. So you're trying to muster up anything. But in that scenario, runners on second and third, and you just need to look to tie the game with either fly. Look for your pitch. Look for your pitch. Be
could
patient.
Not have been away in the dirt outside the zone flailing at it like it's a tennis racket.
And I always think of catchers as they should be anyways, considering this is part of their whole process defensively. Like, they should be more patient at the plate. They should know and understand what it takes to go through the motions there, especially with a new pitcher. And you gave him an out right there. And then you shifted him to, I don't know what his confidence was going to be. Maybe he was going to miss the play. I don't know. But then Canley, he just keeps going. 2 innings pitched, 0 runs, 0 hits, 2 Ks, night, see you later.
So the next at-bat, now you got one out, okay, second and third. Baseball is very situational, right? It's all about executing in the situations. It's second and third. Christian Koss is coming up, all right? Christian Koss is your backup second baseman, if you will, in this particular one. Now, he's coming into this at-bat 0 for 3.
With 3 strikeouts.
With 3 strikeouts, which I think matters in the situation. Now, you're giving Fitz a day off, right? And Fitz has been a pretty good player. He's done a good job with bat to ball. Now, the whole lineup strikes out more than I want, just in general. But maybe you go to Fitz in that situation. Maybe you go to Casey Schmidt in that situation. You know, Casey, again, if you look at his game logs, he's had a hit in 2 of the last 3 games that he's played in since coming back to the big league club.
He's made contact, which is more than I could say for Koss, who was, again, 0 for 3 prior to that at-bat with 3 strikeouts.
And so on the first pitch, Christian Koss squares up, and not like a suicide, meaning a suicide is where the runner's already breaking, right, and he's just assuming that you're going to get that bunt down. Adames is kind of like taking a secondary lead, and he's ready to go once the ball is on the ground. So we deem that a safety squeeze. Now I'm getting into the minutia of what the different situations are. The first baseman is late to crash, but then comes flying in. The third baseman is in on the grass, but not as deep. It looked like Koss is trying to bunt down the first baseline. Now, is that a sound strategy? Do you like that? Do you love it? What did you think when you saw that first pitch?
Well, I thought it was a desperate move for a desperate team right now. Offensively, that's what they are. Like, you can say like that's little league stuff. That's just, it was like, yeah, well, offensively, the Giants kind of are little league right now. Actually, I'd trust a little league World Series team more than the Giants bats right now. Where's my Hawaii team at? They're always hitting.
I know.
Maybe they can learn a thing or two. And like that, yes, that was a desperate move because it's a desperate offense right now.
And look, the one pitch in, I'm thinking to myself, well, this is kind of what they've been doing all year. They've played small ball all year long, and I'm going to be the first to admit it. I've loved it, and I think it's worked more times than it hasn't.
I think they've needed to.
I agree. Now, let me peel it back before I get to the end of this at-bat. The inning prior, Ramos got on. He was doing a hit and run when Wilmer Flores grounded out into a double play. So in this own game, they were doing situational, what I call small ball stuff that is throwback, that I appreciate, that is old school ball. So they were already trying to get guys in motion and get them moving. And, you know, Adames going first to third, how many times have we been screaming about this team over the last 4 years and their inability to take the extra bag?
Yeah,
so
I love the aggressive mindset there.
Me too. So now it's the second pitch of the Christian Koss at-bat, and he goes to bunt it down the third baseline, I believe. That's what it looked like to me. Again, more of a safety squeeze. Now, the reason why I like that one, situationally going down the third baseline, the first baseman and now is way up. Yeah. I mean, we're talking way up, and it's an easier throw for him to go from that little like slot in between the pitcher's mound, first base, and home, throw home and get that tag on Adames. Again, it's not a suicide. It's a safety squeeze. Now, people can say, no, it's the modern era. You swing away in that. I mean, once you got Christian Koss one pitch in, you're sticking with him as the at-bat there.
Right.
And this is a guy who, like you said, how many strikeouts up into this point?
3.
Okay. So they go to bunt down the left field line, down the third base line. It goes foul. Now it's 2 strikes. They go to a zoomed wide angle to show you where the first baseman is in relation to the plate and how tight he is. And Christian Koss strikes out on 3 pitches, a ball in the dirt, not even close. They throw to first. The pitcher smartly is backing up home in case Adames takes off. Detroit played perfect defensive baseball within that inning after it was second and third.
Right.
In between pitches, little subtleties. That's what a playoff team looks like. And then you get Yaz up there, who's scuffling right now, and Yaz grounds one out to the first baseman, and you're out of the inning. And I'm listening to Mark Wood, and look, I'm giving him credit on this. Like, Mark has stayed pretty consistent in his beliefs.
I actually have the cut. Shout out Sam Lubman for finding it. This was Mark Willard on with Willard and Dibs yesterday, and you can find that on the Odyssey app or on YouTube, which we are streaming on right now, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Mark Willard, Mrs. Farhan?
Today was the first day I wanted Farhan back.
Whoa.
But crying out loud, give me some analytics around here. We're bunting. We're bunting. With runners at second and third in the 8th, down by 1. We're bunting. Yeah, a fly ball ties the game.
Right.
I can't. And that was that. They told on themselves. They held a sign up and said, we have multiple non-major leaguers in our dugout right now.
Yes.
No, that I agree with. He's right.
Yes.
He's right. Like, Luis Matos right now, we had this conversation yesterday.
Yeah.
What did I tell you? I said, you know what? He's probably not a big leaguer. I would probably bring up Marco Luciano, who, again, I'm admitting, I'm not sure he's a big leaguer either.
Who started first base, I want to say, yesterday, Marco, for the first time at AAA.
You doing the Brian Windhorse with the fingers out?
What does that mean?
Yeah. No, but like, Luis Matos, again, I want to let everyone know. So, like, if you're saying, why weren't they pinch hitting Luis Matos? He was 0 for 18. Had they gone to him, he would have been heading into that bat, 0 for 18. Now, with runners in scoring position this year, Luis Matos, 091. LJ has a better batting average than this guy in the bigs.
Listen, if we're going to do a comp, it's like going from like Kevin Knox to Braxton Key. All right? Like, come on, guys. Like, what are we doing here? Why didn't you go to Kevin Knox? Why didn't you go to Pat Spencer when you could have gone there?
I'm not mad at God. I'm not mad at Mark here. Like, I'm not mad at him in terms of you're telling on yourself that you have multiple non-big leaguers. He is correct. He is correct in that sense. Now, where I would differ with him, I actually didn't mind the bunt. Now, I would love to hear people on both sides of this. Did you think bunting in that situation was the right situation, the decision from Bob Melvin? Should they have pinch hit a different guy? I would have said, look, I'm open to seeing Casey Schmidt, who could play second base the next inning. Well, what about Tyler Fitzgerald? Did anyone ask Bob Melvin in postgame? I know Tyler didn't play today. Was there a reason why he didn't? Do you know more about his health or his status? Why did he have the full day off? Why did you go with Christian Koss in that situation?
It's a great question.
I don't have the answer.
I don't have the answer either. I'm looking to see if he talked about it post game. I'm not seeing it anywhere. But we'll effort that.
But I'm not mad at them bunting because you know why, Joe? I want to stay consistent here. Bunting has been a sound strategy via the sacrifice to advance a runner for them and then asking the next guy to come through and execute and do their job. It has worked time and time. Just the other day, they took the lead in a game where Ramos got a base hit. They bunted him over to second. And then Bailey, who failed originally, was second and third in this situation. Bailey got a base hit that drove in that run. That was small ball, situational baseball, which I appreciated. In this one, yes, you're right, Mark. They have multiple guys who aren't big leaguers. Christian Koss is probably not a big leaguer. And I like the guy. He's a great story. Probably not a big leaguer. You know who also is probably not a big leaguer? Probably Brett Wisely, who's in the minor leagues, who you would bring up for him. You know who else is probably not a big leaguer right now? Luis Matos. Again, mired in an 0 for 18 slump right now. Okay? Can't play defense. That's the other thing. Like, Matos cannot play defense in left field. Now, Fitz, Casey Schmidt, I agree with him. I would have pinch hit in that situation for one of those two guys. I get why Giants fans are losing their minds. And we've got some conversation that we're going to get to in about 30 minutes regarding the Giants. They need something, a shakeup. They need a shakeup. You know, Chapman had a big day at the plate, but he had a big error. You know, Adames had a bigger day at the plate. But situationally, this team right now is not good enough to overcome multiple gaffes defensively. That's why they have to play a Bailey behind the plate. That's why they have to play, Mike Yastrzemski in right field 9 times out of 10. They can ill afford defensive mistakes. And Detroit in the 3-game sweep played flawless defense.
888-957-9570 is the number. We can talk some Giants baseball. We'll get to some basketball. Maybe even get to some football at some point. OTAs are today down in Santa Clara. We'll see Christian McCaffrey. At least the media will see him for the first time in person, see him practice, see what his status is like, how he looks. By the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk righteously brewed in San Francisco. Giants get swept in Detroit. All they can muster up in 3 games is 5 runs. That's not good enough.
That's incredible.
Well, by the way, you were mentioning Matt Chapman and Willie Adames. It's great. Matt had a good day at the plate, but again, the error cost them the game, basically.
It did.
He has 7 errors. Willie Adames has 8.
I know.
They've combined for 15 errors, Joe. That's 2 players that you should be able to rely on defensively that are in the top 10 in errors this season.
And although Ramos has made plays and left, he's been an adventure.
Yes.
And then Matos, watch the game the other day. Matos cost them a run in that game for Hayden Birdsong. Like, Matos is an adventure, doesn't even begin to describe him defensively.
No, it's not fun right now for the San Francisco Giants. It's just to watch him because, listen, we were gassing up this team last couple days that people should be getting excited about them. Now, it's a long season. We're going to live and die from every single game, but it just goes to show in a series like this, the best potentially against maybe just solid or average. And the Giants might just be a solid to average team. And when you go up against the best, that's what the best looks like in Detroit. And they might do that. Like, hell, Detroit might do that to a lot of teams. We had Chris Rose on yesterday.
I'm a believer in Detroit.
Yes. Chris Rose yesterday at John Boy Media, obviously NFL Network, knows his stuff with baseball and football. But talking about baseball yesterday, he's like, yeah, the Tigers might win 100 games. They're that good.
It's crazy,
They got the best pitcher easily in baseball.
Yeah. Who you didn't even see in this series.
No, you didn't even see him. And he was coming off like a 10 strikeout, 9-inning game. Like, he was incredible.
He threw the fastest ball in the 9th inning since Verlander, however many years ago.
He threw a Maddox, right? That's what they call it. Whatever, it's under a certain amount of pitches, 85 pitches, something like
incredible.
that. He was incredible. You didn't even see that guy.
I mean, the bucket, John Brebbia, came into that game late.
Well, we didn't even get into the best part of that game yesterday, by the way.
Oh, my God.
We didn't even get to the best part.
I've never seen that. Have you ever seen
the groundskeeper like tearing an ACL or what?
All of a sudden, the groundskeeper's on the ground. The camera goes to him, and I'm like, did this guy just suffer a Willis McGahee injury raking? Well, and then the next thing you know, he's flipping the camera off.
He's flipping the bird.
And I don't know if he's flipping off someone who's beyond the camera, not in focus, not in the shot. It was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen.
And then you got like the Giants or Tigers employee. I don't know which one, because it was wearing orange and both teams were orange. He just grabs his hand and he's flipping the bird and puts it down. Like, dude, what are you doing? You're going to get fired.
He was holding it up for like a couple seconds.
I've never seen
It was out there for a while before he put that finger down, too.
On the program for NBC Sports Bay Area, was like, well, can't do that. As they pan away, it was only Dave can say it like
that. The series started with a squirrel running out onto the field and them following the squirrel, and it ended with the grounds crew keeper on the ground flipping off the camera and Mark Willard opining for Farhan Zaidi era back.
There you go.
But look, I get Mark's
So it was an exciting game is what you're telling me.
It was. Like, you know why? Because it's a good litmus test. It's you don't get many of these in a baseball season. Like, I'm not saying that this was the end all be all, and I'm not losing my mind over it, but Detroit is a very good team. Now, I don't think many people around the country are like, the Detroit Tigers are going to win the World Series. They can barely name a player. No. Okay? Scooble is slowly becoming a household name.
He's still, like you say, Scooble, huh? Scooby Snacks?
A lot of people don't know.
About.
And he, by the way, he has ties to Fairfield. But long story short, that was a good litmus test for the Giants. And they came up short. And I think a lot of their flaws are now being highlighted when you lose tight ball games like this, and it feels like you just can't get the big hit.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk righteously brewed here in San Francisco. Nick and Berkeley, I'll see you. We'll get to the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Giants now heading to Miami to take on the Marlins, who are not very good. I think they're like 10 games under 500. So talking about must-win series in May, feels like this is as close as it could be to a must-win series. Because you know who you got after that? The Padres.
Well, you know what this is?
Oh, what is it?
It's a Gabe Kapler revenge series.
Can we get Cap on, Sam? One of these next 2 days? Thumbs down. Damn, he's probably enjoying those Cubanos and talking about it. I love the ham.
Dude, they need this day off so bad.
They
just
do.
as a team to kind of wash away. Everyone go to the beach. I want everyone to go to the beach.
Last time a Bay Area franchise had a day off in Miami, they got absolutely destroyed in the game after.
Don't play
The
dominoes.
Giants can play some dominoes.
There you go.
Beat me to the joke.
The guests are you, the people today, as all guests on 95.7
I'm defending
The Game.
Bob Melvin
Appear
on
the
the
River Lions
bunt.
guest line.
Sorry, I'm
That's
going to
fine.
defend Bob Melvin on the bunt, all right? But I would have pinch hit someone else in that situation at second base, knowing that they could have gone in and played second base.
Well,
who's with me?
We'll pick this up on the other side. You're defending Bob Melvin. I got someone else I'm going to defend at some point today. Anthony Edwards, I'm going to defend because he's getting ripped for some of the comments he made as the Timberwolves bowed out. We'll get to that at some point. And that's what's coming up next, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Ramos cranks one out. A 2-run homer, and he crushed it. It's 3-0 Giants.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Joey,
hey,
Elliot Ramos has been a stud for this team. I think he's there. Like, Wilmer has a case for team MVP, but I also think Ramos, because of what he represents, is probably one of the most important 2025 Giants, because it's the sustainability of a young player that came through your system and is leading the charge at the top of the order. Again, the inning before the whole bunt thing in the 8th, he got a hit, his 3rd knock of the day, and then Wilmer's up, and to me, it was a hit and run. It looked like a hit and run. He's moving on the play late, and Wilmer just grounded it right to the second baseman, who's playing up the middle in that situation, and it was a bang-bang double play. And that is the brand of ball that Bob Melvin wants to play, and I've been loving it this year. So, look, there's going to be games where it giveth, and there's going to be games where it taketh away, and I think in the game, in the 8th inning, it took away because Bailey didn't execute. He didn't hit a fly ball deep enough. He didn't take a pitch. He didn't drive anything. And then Christian Koss, now, I'm here for I would have pinch hit him. I'm here for that discussion, but I'm okay with, if you're going to stick with Christian Koss, bunting him there. So I will defend Bob Melvin. I think he's been really good this year.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. Giants muster up just 5 runs in a sweep in Detroit as the Tigers continue their onslaught here. Best record in baseball currently as the Giants now head to South Beach to take on a poor Marlins squad. I think they've been poor for most of my life, basically since they've won a World Series 2
One of the few
ago.
sellers.
Yeah, right.
It might be a seller. So this is a team, like if you're a Giants fan, you're watching this weekend, you know, a Sandy Alcantara, I've heard it pronounced so many different ways, but he's kind of their prized piece pitcher.
I think that was a good pronunciation.
Yeah, I've heard it pronounced like 2 or 3 different ways, but he's probably the guy that's going to get dealt. He's got another year of team control. I don't think they need a pitcher.
No,
though,
I don't think pitching is the problem. Right now for them. It's not. It's offense, which again, we talked to Chris Rose yesterday. It's a down market for that. And there's going to be a lot of people, and I referenced that to you, both of you guys yesterday. I was like, yeah, because of that 3rd wild card spot, if you're just a couple games out of 500 one way or the other, you're going to be in on a lot of these guys. Yeah. And I'm sure a lot of these other teams might have better assets than you. Not to say the Giants don't have any assets in the farm system. It's just going to be very difficult if you're looking for that one big bopper in the lineup. I don't know if that's going to be out there. I just don't. Nick in Berkeley wants to join the conversation, though. He's been hanging on tight. 888-957-9570. Nick, good morning. What you got on the Giants offense right now?
Man, check it out. Y'all don't even get no batting practice. So here's what we're going to do. Just since there's no batting practice, we got the day off. We're about to spend a day. We're not going to waste our energy in the sun. We're going to watch game film of other pitchers and their tendencies, since y'all don't know what the hell is going on. Secondly, if you're going to put somebody into bunt, make sure it's a speedster. Don't put no slow, lethargic cat up in there, or some cat like the buffoon that went up there and popped up on the first pitch against a pitcher that throws changeups, man. Like, I mean, you know, little kids, even on T-ball, know not to swing at the first pitch. It's ridiculous, man. Come on, man. You go swing for the downs and pop the ball straight up. That's just ridiculous mental approach at the plate. And also, what do you mean these cats can't play defense? If you can't play defense, why are you in the pros? That's part of the game. Like, it's a big part of the game. Defense wins championships, man. Great plays. Like, man, Ozzie Smith would have a comment about not being able to play defense. I'll tell you that right now. And the Giants need to get, buck up. And you don't deserve no batting practice because y'all ain't hitting anyways. Come on, Pat. Pat the cat. Make him run some poles, and get him out there and piss him off.
Are you talking about Pat Burrell?
Man, and no batting practice for y'all.
You're talking about Pat Burrell?
Or Patrick
I've seen a lot of chatter.
Patrick Bailey.
I've seen a lot of chatter about firing the hitting coach. And look, this is just my prerogative, okay?
Bobby Brown.
This is just my prerogative on this. Like, I work with a lot of kids in coaching, and I don't pretend to be Bonds. I don't pretend, and I'm talking about Bobby Bonds, who was the hitting coach of the Giants for a long time.
Or Barry.
I don't pretend to be Barry. I don't pretend to be Pat Burrell. Pat Burrell, I watched him as a Bellarmine Bell come to Reardon and when they just really designed the field and hit 3 home runs over the snack mart to right field. Okay. Pat Burrell has known how to hit since he was coming out the crib.
Yes.
All right. That being said, he can't take at bats for them. Yeah. All right. We can work on, what to look for. We can work on tweaking your stance. We can work on pitch selection. stride,
Move
how
up,
you deliver the bat.
Move up in the box, move back in the box.
Exactly.
So choke up, choke down. Yeah.
I find blaming the hitting coach to me is a wasted exercise. And okay, so you want to blame him. Okay, does he get credit for Wilmer Flores? Does he get we're having like a real conversation.
Yeah.
Does he get credit for Elliot Ramos? Right? Guys that are playing well. What about Tyler Fitzgerald?
Yeah.
Right? So, Matt Chapman's been in the bigs long enough. I don't think Pat Burrell is making or breaking Matt Chapman. Can he help and tweak and of course, can he refine? Of course, like sometimes guys are just searching. Sometimes it's mental. Sometimes it is physical and I've got an injury or whatever. Sometimes you're just streaky. That's baseball. And so I get why everyone's mad at Pat Burrell, the hitting coach. But does somebody think that a different hitting coach is going to make Luis Matos a 300 hitter?
Listen, I don't think there's a fix on this team right now that's going to make Giants fans happy. I don't think it's going to come within the organization at this point, whether it's through a firing, whether it's through a demotion, whether it's through a promotion from the minor leagues. The answer is not on this team right now or in this organization at this point.
What do you mean by answer? What's the question you're asking?
Well, the answer for me right now is clearly they need more offense.
Yes.
I need someone that an opposing pitcher fears. I love Elliot Ramos. Doesn't strike fear into the opposing pitching. I love Matt Chapman. I love Willie Adames, Jung Hoo Lee. They're fun players. They don't strike fear into opposing pitchers. I feel like there should be at least one player on any given roster that strikes fear into opposing pitching. Like even a bad team. I don't know. Let's take the A's up the street, right? At Sacramento. Brent Rooker, I know, strikes some fear into some pitchers because he could hit a tank on any given against anyone. The best of the best. He could do that. Not saying he's a household name, but that's a guy like the Giants and Elliot Ramos. He's nice. He had a big home run yesterday. Don't know if he's striking fear is what I'm saying. But again,
I do think he's a really good player.
Really good.
I like him a lot. I like Ramos a lot.
Hell, he could be another all-star again this year. We'll see how this whole thing shakes out. I know it's stacked, and we'll see. We still got a couple months ago till the all-star voting. But that's what they need right now. And is Marco Luciano going to be that guy, Joe? I don't think so.
No.
It'd be great. That'd be awesome story if he comes up and he's all of a sudden looking great, but he's not hitting that great in the minors right now. Well, like is Bryce Eldridge going to be that guy? From all accounts, I don't think they want to bring him up this soon. So
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, right.
It's too much pressure for the kid.
That's a lot of pressure.
It is. Yeah. It really is. And
so that's why I'm saying I don't think there's a fix within this current roster or organization right now in the minors that could just come in there, whether it's firing, a promotion, whatever. Listen, it comes down to the guys you paid. Can Matt Chapman be consistent at the plate?
I'm
Can
here
Willie
for this
Adames
conversation.
be at the plate? Can you just be consistent for me?
Well, I feel like Adames, again, since the double plays the other day, I think it was Sunday or Monday, he has been better. Yeah, the last couple of games have been better, and he needs a spark here, right? Obviously, needs a spark. Matt Chapman had a spark yesterday, but I need like a week or two from both of those guys of sustainability, and I needed to kind of come in some wins, right? I needed to come in some victories because there's something to be said for you have a great day, but the team falls just a little short. It feels a hell of a lot better when you succeed and the team succeeds, and then you're coming into the ballpark the next day and everyone's feeling good. And then, your point about just like the offense in general, they have a lot of guys. This is the way I would describe it. We just celebrated Val Kilmer. I think the third year that he passed away, right?
No, he just passed away.
This past year.
Yes.
He was a great supporting actor in a variety of movies.
He was.
When he was the headliner in a movie, it wasn't necessarily that he wasn't a good actor. It's that he's better in those supporting role spots. Think about it. De Niro and Pacino in Heat. Val Kilmer kind of stole the show as the supporting cast guy, even though the marquee was Pacino and De Niro.
Yeah.
I feel like this team has
Tombstone.
Tombstone. This team has a bunch of supporting actor movie stars, if you will, that aren't headlining Tom Cruise style movie stars, De Niro movie stars. They need one of those types of guys. And then I think all of these supporting guys look so much better alongside of him. And I think a lot of teams have a lot of guys like this. Like Aaron Judge is obviously a headliner, but that lineup is built with a lot of supporting guys that look a hell of a lot better when you got Aaron Judge in the lineup.
I was watching Ocean's 11 yesterday. It's one of those movies where it's on Netflix or it's on whatever streaming. So, you know what? That's perfect background. I can just chill, relax. It's one of the all-timers. Great cast in there.
Great cast.
But you need a Danny Ocean, right? You need a George Clooney at the top with a Brad Pitt. Like that's what you need, right?
Absolutely.
But, excuse me. Coming up today at 4:00, Joe. Speaking of supporting cast and taking on the big boys, the beef. So the Giants are taking on or just took on the best in baseball right now. Well, the Valkyries are taking on the best in WNBA right now. That's the defending champs, New York Liberty. So they stayed in New York. I didn't know this happened. They stayed in New York, so they played the Liberty a couple days ago. Now they're playing them today again, 4:00 local time. It's obviously 7:00 over in New York, and you can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app, search Valkyries. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones will have the call. So be locked into
defending champs, undefeated thus far.
Brianna Stewart, ballin'. Yeah, hey, be a great upset. And they do it. I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
By the way, that's another team playing in New York tonight as well. The New York Knicks, Joe. Can they stave off elimination against the Indiana Pacers? That game's going to be at 5:00 local as the Pacers look to close out that series. As the Oklahoma City Thunder have advanced to the NBA Finals, taking out the Minnesota Timberwolves. We'll touch on that game at some point today, and we'll put a bow on this Giants talk. And I do want to, talk about and compare and contrast kind of where the Giants and the Warriors are at some point today, because I do think the Giants, I think we could all agree the Giants need to make a big move. I don't know if we're all in agreement that the Warriors necessarily need to make a massive change. So we'll get into that as well. That's going to come up on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
another 30-point-plus win. As Dillingham will dribble it out. Well, the magical season continues. The Oklahoma City Thunder are going back to the NBA Finals.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Mike Breen on the call, ESPN. Oklahoma City was up 26-9 after the first quarter.
What was it, like 45-14?
It was awful.
It was so bad.
It was one of the worst no-shows I've ever seen in a conference finals. That was bad from Minnesota. That was embarrassing from what I saw from a lot of the starters yesterday. Jaden McDaniels, 2 for 13, 5 points. Anthony Edwards, just his three-point shot was non-existent throughout most of the playoffs, it felt like. 1 of 7 for him, 19 points. Julius Randle, too little, too late, 24 there. But the story is obviously it's the MVP. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander drops 34. Chet Holmgren drops 22. Jalen Williams drops 19. If those guys are going to contribute into double figures, into the 20s, into the 30s, they're going to win the whole damn thing. It's as simple as that. And you know what? Credit to Oklahoma City. I was skeptical at times because I needed to see it from a young team first. I'm always going to be skeptical with the young upstart teams. I just am.
Yeah.
But you know what? Just like the Nuggets a couple years ago shut me up, I think the Thunder are on their way for shutting up a lot of people, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to be one of them. Guy's incredible, and you just tip your cap. This is their second ever, for Oklahoma City anyways. I know the franchise, the Supersonics goes back, but for Oklahoma City, this is their second ever finals appearance. Obviously, that first one being back with the Beard, KD, Russ, when they lost to the Miami Heat.
It really is remarkable, like how Paul George is linked to the Pacers and OKC, and how much is linked to the whole thing. And it's remarkable. Like I heard last night, it was on one of the broadcasts, he was like, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is older than Luka Doncic. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
That can't be true.
He's been around a while.
And then I looked it up and he was.
26. He's going to be 27 in July.
Look, Oklahoma City's very good. I just would pause, everyone, because I'm seeing a lot of people taking these victory laps. I call them the Ryan Russillos of the world, right? I'm an NBA League Pass guy.
I like Russillo, though. From the Ringer,
gotta be on that League Pass life.
I like Russillo. I think he's funny.
Me to death.
I think he's funny.
I think that guy needs to go out and touch oxygen and put his feet on some grass.
Okay, I think he does. Well, he definitely works out. He's at the gym a lot. So shout out Russillo. Continue.
I don't think he has a life. I think he's absolutely very bizarre. He does know his basketball. I don't deny that. But the guy needs a well-rounded
You have to be a little bizarre to do what we do, though. A little bit. Like to have a podcast, like a basketball podcast, you kind of got to be a little weird. Like you do. I'm sorry. To be a sports nut, basketball, football,
to be
baseball,
us, you have to be weird. That's basically what you're saying. No, and I agree with that.
Yes. Continue, Joe.
He's weird on the weird scale, period. But I see a lot of it's OKC for the next 5 years, right? And I know that's being a little aggressive, but let me just I want to lay this out.
Wasn't it Boston the next 5 years? Then what happened?
You're taking my
I'm so sorry.
Denver too.
Denver.
No, it's not just that. When the Lakers won it all in 2020, it was like, oh, well, maybe the Lakers could reel off 2 of the next 4 or 3 or whatever. Let's call it what it is. There's Anthony Davis and LeBron James together. And then Milwaukee won. And we were like, ooh, it might be Giannis's world for the next year or 2 or 3. And the Lakers haven't been back. The Bucks haven't been back. Well, the Warriors, it felt more, I think for a lot of people around the country, it felt more like, oh, it's the bonus title. Wow, they got one at the end of the... No, I'm just being fair.
Well, that's what Nick said. Friedel, our Odyssey NBA
They got one
insider.
at the end of the run. Maybe Warrior fans felt like, oh, we could peel off another one. I certainly felt that way.
Sure.
2023, Denver wins it all. Well, they're set up for the next however many years. Boston wins it last year. Well, they're set up for the next how many years?
Right.
Right? Things happen. Winning is difficult. And the other element that no one is willing to truly comprehend or break down is the CBA and how it's going to have ramifications when Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is essentially going to be making $1 million a game at some point in the near future. Mm-hmm. So they're going to have some decisions. Now, do they have a ton of picks?
They do.
And a variety of players? Of course they do. Of course they do. I would just caution everyone, this league is a grind. The regular season, when Chet Holmgren hurt his hip against the Warriors, I felt like I scratched them off. The year is so long. think of how many things have happened since that injury in the league, okay? Kyrie went down. Anthony Davis got traded. Luka got traded. Jason Tatum went out for the year. Curry got hurt. I mean, it felt like 4 NBA seasons have happened since the Chet Holmgren injury earlier this year where he missed almost 3 months.
That feels like 2 years ago.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, yes, they are set up. They've got a beautiful present and a very bright future. I'm not denying that. They have to go out and win it. We're kind of sleeping on whoever the Knicks Pacers are. I think we've pretty much denied the Pacers every single turn. I would just caution everyone, the CBA is very intricate and difficult, and who you pay and who you don't, it does matter. And just the grind of getting through these regular seasons and these playoffs, it's a war of attrition.
Dynasties are dead. In basketball anyways, dynasties are officially dead. It's over. We're going to watch the Oklahoma City this year or the Pacers this year because I don't think the Knicks have the firepower to get back into that series. And then it's going to be, hey, can the Oklahoma City Thunder do it again? Sure, it's going to be Oklahoma City versus the field, and I'll probably bet towards the field because you know what? Someone's going to make a big move this offseason, whether it's the Houston Rockets, whether it's the Dallas Mavericks are going to draft Cooper Flag, maybe they have something else up their sleeve, whether it's the Spurs, maybe they get Giannis, maybe it's another Eastern Conference team that does something crazy.
Who knows? Who knows?
I'm watching a league now shift for the first time in my life in a direction where it's uncharted territory. I'm used to the Bulls when I was a kid. That was the end of the Bulls run with Michael Jordan. And then it was the Lakers and the Spurs. And you had the Heat for a little bit. And you had the Warriors. The Cavs were in there.
The Cavs were definitely, though not a dynasty, but they were a fixture.
Well, they were representing the East
exactly.
every single time.
They were
so I gave them that credit.
Yes, I agree.
And then it was what we're in now, which is uncharted territory for a lot of people in my generation. Hell, in your generation too, Joe, because the NBA, it's been dynasties, whether it's the Celtics,
Rockets,
Detroit,
Boston,
Detroit,
Lakers,
everything.
It's been like 7 or 8 teams going through about a 5 to 10 year run.
And now we're having teams that are not synonymous with championships for most of my life. The Denver Nuggets of the world, the Milwaukee Bucks of the world, now the Oklahoma City Thunder or the Indiana Pacers. It's going to be the first NBA Finals win in either of those cities ever. So it's definitely uncharted territory. And I guess the conversation I would like to have, if dynasties truly are dead, and that's what I'm saying, is that a good thing for this league? I'm not so sure. I know that's what a lot of us wanted. That's clearly what Adam Silver in the league wanted to do.
Did you want dynasties to die?
I didn't, but I think a lot of people said, I want parity. We like to say we like parity. I want to see the plucky underdogs. I'm tired of seeing Tom Brady and the Patriots.
Baseball has parity.
Baseball does have parity.
I think actually the parity has kind of watered down the sport. Like when you have Rangers, Diamondbacks, that's cool to say out loud, but no one was tapped in. You know what we were tapped into? Dodgers, Yankees last year.
What was cooler, Rangers, Diamondbacks, or Yankees, Diamondbacks in the early 2000s?
It was watching the Diamondbacks go after the Yankees and how prolific they were. And I rooted against the Yankees.
Everyone was rooting for the Diamondbacks if that wasn't a Yankees fan.
Because it was like I did against the Patriots.
Exactly. And that went to Game 7. And it was Mario and Rivera. Oh, my God. Yep. And the walk-off, all of that baked into it.
I like to either root for or root really hard against.
And that's what dynasties are perfect for.
Exactly. Like the Chiefs right now.
Yep.
Okay? I think that they're a dynasty. I think most people would agree with me, but maybe there are some that say, well, they've only won 3.
They're a dynasty. They've won 3 Super Bowls in the span of the last, 5 years?
Yes. I'm sick of them, but simultaneously, I will hate watch them because I want to see them go down.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes. And there's the Taylor Swift factor. There's Travis Kelce.
Absolutely.
That adds to the level of the hatred.
Andy Reid is great.
Andy Reid.
He's awesome, but I despise them. I despise Mahomes.
Yep.
But he's awesome, and I feel like I'm missing out on history if I don't watch him.
Exactly.
So I do believe there's an element of the NBA as I watch it from a whole, like I from the purity standpoint of watching the game, no one's going to deny that Oklahoma City is freaking, they defend so well.
I think it's been elite basketball to watch with Oklahoma City and the Indiana Pacers.
Pacers are fun.
I will give them credit.
Watch.
They're a very fun watch. When we say it's not going to do well potentially ratings-wise because of the markets, Indiana, Oklahoma City, that's not to say that I don't think it'll be a good series. Like, it could be a great series, the NBA Finals between those two teams, if Indiana does indeed advance over the Knicks. But I question whether that's going to be a sustainable model for the league going forward. Like, we had Nick Friedel on yesterday, And if we can get Nick Friedel on the board, he is on the board right here. Like, there is something to be said about Adam Silver in the league wanting, the Warriors, I'm sure, the Lakers, I'm sure. Like, what we were talking about before the playoffs is what would the league love? Oh, well, they would love a Lakers-Warriors matchup at some point. That's what they would love, right? But then we didn't get that. They both got bounced before the conference finals. Okay, well, we're not going to get them. The Knicks. Oh, God, the Knicks. Well, the Celtics are knocked out. Oh, but we got the huge mark in the Knicks. We would love a Knicks team. Well, they blew their opportunity in game one. We all kind of saw it on the
No question.
They blew that. All right, well, okay. Well, the Oklahoma City Thunder, yeah, they're the number 1 seed, but we really don't talk about that much in the media. The Pacers, okay. Oh, but Ant-Man. Oh, Ant-Man, that guy's box office. People love and gravitate towards him. Not a big market, Minnesota, okay. But Anthony Edwards, oh, well, they're gone. So you got no choice now if you're the league to try to go all in on this. We're talking about the whole dynasty and the dead dynasties and all of that. And I keep going back to the league telling us what they wanted with the parity. And that was getting rid of super teams with the luxury tax, with all of that.
I think super teams were way more fun. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to work, but I think there's intrigue. Like, for example, when Kawhi and Paul George paired up together, did we not lose our minds?
Oh, we love that.
Didn't we want to watch it?
Yes.
Okay.
There was a lot baked into that.
And I didn't consider them a super team, but as a pairing, right now, Luka and LeBron, even if you hate the Lakers, aren't you fascinated to see what it looks like?
Their box office. You're going to watch both of those players because they're going to do something amazing on the floor.
Jimmy Butler
Jimmy and
Steph Curry.
Yes, I'm going to watch those two guys.
And so is the rest of the league.
Exactly. Super teams might be dead now because of the luxury tax and because of all that. When you think of trios, like I don't consider Draymond Green a part of a super, like it's not a super team as far as I'm concerned. He's a Hall of Fame player. He's not that guy that he was 10 years ago.
I think his fame and his name recognition supersedes the play on the court. Well, but I'm not trying to diminish that his play on the court is an elite.
Like the last super team we truly had was those Warriors teams because it was KD, Steph, but Clay as well. Like that Clay was the third best player.
How great
Clay was the third best player on those teams. He was the best two-way player in the league. It was him and Kawhi as far as I'm concerned.
I think him and Drake, what made them so great was him and Drake would oscillate between who's the second best
Correct.
player.
But I think I would put my money on Clay being that third best player on there. But that's why it was a true super team. Oh, and by the way, I got Andre Iguodala, who's going to go to the Hall of Fame as well.
No question.
He's an incredible player defensively.
Sam sent us a nuggy nug about just the league as a whole.
Oh, did you?
Sam, would you read that stat, that nugget? Because I found this to be kind of surprising.
Go for it,
I will read that. So this is from Keith Smith at Keith Smith NBA of SpoTrack. That's the website that keeps track of everybody's contracts.
Love Keith Smith. He's really good.
Yeah, and we love SpoTrack too. We've gotten a lot of information from them. So he tweeted out last night, the Oklahoma City Thunder and Indiana Pacers will be the first NBA Finals since the luxury tax was in effect, where neither team was a taxpayer. At least one team has been a taxpayer in every Finals where the luxury tax was in effect, excluding 2002 and 2005, because that did not have the same luxury tax rules. Overall, 26 of the 44 teams in the NBA Finals during that time, since the luxury tax was in effect, have been taxpayers. 16 of the 22 champions in that time have been taxpayers.
Wait. How many of the overall finals teams you said?
Okay, so in the last 22 years, 44 teams in the finals, 26 of the 44 teams to make the NBA Finals over the last 22 years have been taxpayers. 16 of those 22 champions have been taxpayers, and this will be the first time in that span that both teams in the NBA Finals will not be taxpayers.
So that's interesting because my perception of the NBA is, yes, there are teams that dip into the luxury tax here and there, but I didn't know it correlated to winning that much.
It's pretty incredible, but yeah, it pays to play in today's league. Like we see that a lot in baseball with a lot of these things.
No question.
But for basketball, absolutely, this is the case. And I'm sure it was a lot. And no, I'm not even sure. I know the reason they have this second apron and the reason they're trying to penalize these teams that spend more is because of teams like the Indiana Pacers, the Oklahoma City Thunder, which I always find laughable because these guys are all billionaires. They could all spend. But the problem is all of these players that want to go elsewhere, they don't want to go to the Indianas of the world. They don't want to go to Minnesota. Where do they want to go? They want to go to the coast. They want to go to Miami. They want to go to Los Angeles.
It's a winter league.
Yes.
And so a lot of these guys don't want to live in snowed-in winter areas.
I wouldn't. Yes. Well, I also grew up in Northern California, so I'm a little biased. But there's a reason why we're watching this all come to fruition now. And because of teams like Indiana, they're going to benefit from this now. Like Tyrese Halliburton, I'm sure he's going to hopefully be Indiana Pacer for the rest of his life. He was a Sacramento King. By the way, if you're a Kings fan right now, how are you feeling? Like you have no direction right now in your franchise, and you're watching Tyrese Halliburton be the best player in the Eastern Conference right now.
Who's kicking themselves more, the Clippers or the Kings?
Ooh, that's a great question. I got to say the Kings, right? They're just so inept.
The Clippers trade might be the Herschel Walker version. If OKC.
But they've won series in the playoffs at least, right? They've got a new stadium. They've been like in the conversation.
Sure.
The Kings are a nothing. They're an afterthought.
And the Kings kick themselves just because they're the Kings. So add this to the reason.
Just like Draymond kicking Domantas Sabonis. Like just another kick on top of that.
If Indiana does advance, I will be rooting for them.
Indiana over it.
I will.
I really don't have a root like that. This is one of those series where
I like the Pacers.
I'll have my Rob Lowe like NBA basketball hat on and I'll be clapping. Yeah,
just want both teams to have fun.
I don't hate OKC in any way whatsoever. I just, for whatever reason, I just really like the brand of ball that Indiana plays.
I have no emotion one way or the other towards any of these players. Like usually there's one player that you can like root against. Like even when the Warriors were up there, like most people like Steph, but most people don't like Draymond. That aren't Warriors fans. Hell, like half Warriors fans probably Draymond drives them nuts. So like there's a villain on there. Like there's like Jimmy Butler, a villain for a lot of people, right? The Celtics as a brand is a villain. The Lakers, obviously, everyone hates the Lakers. The Knicks, you can love or hate the Knicks because it's New York. But Oklahoma City, like Indiana, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is Canadian for God's sakes. The only Canadian that draws any like vitriol is Dylan Brooks. But you even watched the Court of Gold and came away liking Dylan Brooks.
I did.
So like, and Tyrese Halliburton, he's a great smile, great story. He's a fun guy to root for.
But the league misses the Warrior presence.
I
guess more the Steph presence.
They do.
And Draymond. But to your point about like rooting for and against, what made the Warriors so unique as a finals team, Steph is beloved by many, and Draymond is hated by many. So you have those two elements on the exact same team. So you have one guy that everyone's child wants to look up to, and then you have another guy that I think all of America despises.
By the way, the segment is brought to you by Golden State. Surround the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. I'm asking the question, 888-957-9570. Dynasties are dead. Is that good or bad for the NBA going forward? Do you like dynasties? Or do you like this parity that we're seeing now in the NBA? 888-957-9570.
Well, it feels like the Warriors have a chance.
So from that angle,
as we settle here and like, look, do I want the Giannis trade? Of course. And I know, I understand. I'm not unrealistic. I know that would be a Hail Mary.
Sure. And again, that wouldn't be a super team. Just Steph and Giannis together is not a super team anymore. I consider trios super teams, not just duos, but it'd be very fun. It'd be really fun.
It'd be awesome. But like that's the move that I want to make. But also I sit here and I say like, wow, like all that parity talk that you brought up and all these different teams, I didn't think at the beginning of the year, at the middle of the year, and even at the end of the year, as we went down to the final couple ticks of the regular season, it would be Minnesota with a chance to knock off OKC. Now, OKC was there all year, right? They were comprehensive, and they've been there for multiple years in the sense of being a great regular season team. I didn't think the Knicks were going to be the team in the Eastern Conference Finals against the Pacers. No. I like the Knicks. I think everybody hypes them up. Like, they're good. I'm a little surprised they got this far, but also I look around and I go, wow, Cleveland really just nothing? Wow, Boston done because of the injury?
Listen, the Knicks, they're a fun story. I like Tibbs. I think he's maximized what he can bring to a team. I think this is his ceiling as a coach, is probably a conference finals. I think they may need to pivot to another direction because I do think they're very talented. I just don't think that brand of basketball translates in the playoffs anymore. And real quick on that, like when I'm talking about the Knicks and like we're giving them the credit, they're also a team they had to have 3 20-point comebacks. So yeah, they're the team that came back from 20 points down, but they're also the team that is capable of just being down by 20 like every single game. Like, so it's a double-edged sword there when we're talking about, it's a great comeback, but why the hell were you down by 20 points to begin with? Because you're just not very good offensively.
But don't you get the sense,
I want to say,
don't you get the sense that even though I don't think the Warriors are good enough to win a title, they're kind of right there.
Yeah, no.
So like you were saying that to me the last couple days, and I'm coming around on it. And so, like, I've been thinking about this long and hard, and I would like to throw this out to the audience.
Please.
Like, and I was obsessed with the big trade. I'm looking at it right now, and it's one or the other to the audience out there in the Bay Area. We talked about the Giants for like an hour, and we're frustrated, and we clearly know that they need a bat. And then we're talking about the Warriors and how close they feel in the NBA and the landscape and everything like that. I'm giving you a chance to only make one. You can only make one blockbuster move. Ooh. Blockbuster. I don't think Kuminga trade is a blockbuster. So I want to make that very clear. You get one. It's one or the other. You can make a blockbuster trade for the Warriors, or you can make a blockbuster trade for the San Francisco Giants. I want to hear from the Bay Area audience this morning. You're frustrated with the Giants offense. You probably don't view them as a contender. The Warriors, with Steph Curry, you're always going to view them as a contender. We kind of got robbed of seeing what could have, would have, should have been Jimmy and Steph Curry, okay? You get one blockbuster trade. You can't wiggle out of it and say both of them. You can't wiggle out of it and say neither of them. I'm making you make a decision between the two. I would love for someone who listens to this show, who types in on the text line, who is on our chat, our YouTube chat. You guys all have opinions on this stuff. I want to hear from you.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, and we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Milkman in Oakland wants to join the conversation. We'll get to him on the other side. 888-957.
Line him up.
9570 is the number. You just heard it from Joe right there. Blockbuster trade. If you could only have one blockbuster trade between these two teams, which one are you taking? Is it for the Giants or is it for the Warriors? Who needs the bigger trade right now? Who do you want to make the bigger trade right now? Is it between the Giants, which would be in season, or the Warriors this offseason? 888-957-9570. I know my answer. I think Joe knows his answer. We'll get to Milkman's answer on the other side, plus more of your calls, more of your texts. You are the guest today, people. We're guest-free. You, the people. Again, it's call or text the same number, 888-957-9570. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That was a short one. That's all right.
You know, Joe, I was thinking about it long and hard as OKC advances to the NBA Finals. Indiana is on the cusp of advancing to the NBA Finals.
They're on the come.
You know, the only team of the 4 that were remaining that had a championship was the Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking at like 100+ years of NBA existence amongst all those organizations and one title. Now, Warriors have had 4 in just the last.
Well, Knicks have won more than one title, right?
I'm talking about in like the 50 years since like the ABA and NBA merger and all that.
They have 2. That's right, 70, 73. So yeah, 52. Thank you for the delivery for the call.
I've got another little nuggy nug for you actually too. The Thunder and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander are looking to be the first team to win the NBA Finals with the MVP on the team since.
Oh, hold on. How many teams have done it?
Well, the last one was
Steph Curry. 2014, 2015.
Yeah, there you go.
Interesting. Okay.
It kind of does have a Warriors quality to them a little bit, this Thunder team.
Yes, they do. But I guess where I'm going at is that, like, I feel like maybe I get trapped sometimes in the greed of we have Steph. We a birthright is Western Conference Finals. This is good, but we need more.
Hey, to quote the great Gordon Gekko, greed is good, Joey.
No, I hear you.
You should be your sports fandom. You should be greedy. You should always want more. The moment you get complacent as a sports fan with your ownership and spending, that's the moment where your fandom dies.
No, I hear
you need to keep the pressure on these guys, and that's what Joe Lacob lives for.
Yeah, but it's not like the Warriors are currently, they're not a team that I view now. Now, middle of the season, I did. I don't view them as a lottery team.
No.
So I do think they're close. So as I ask this question, you can only trade, one of these teams can make a blockbuster trade. Only one. It's the Warriors or the Giants right now, the San Francisco Giants. Which one are you choosing? I'm making the argument on the Warriors here, and I'm thinking to myself, like, and I want the honest deal, but if you force me, said, Joe, you can only pick one. I'm like, Carter made a point about I haven't seen enough. Like, we kind of got robbed of Steph, and we haven't seen a full season of Jimmy and Dre and Steph.
How come Carter gets the credit? I've been saying that for weeks.
Well, okay, then you have also said that, and I'm coming around on that. As enticing as a Giannis trade is, I do believe that they are close. I think they're in the mix. I don't think there's some automatic lock to be in the second round next year. It would take a lot of work, but we've seen 4 titles. My cup hasn't runneth over with Warrior stuff. But I do believe, like, if they never got another one, that doesn't mean this has all been a failure.
You heard it here. Joe Shasky's championship fatigued from the Golden State Warriors. I'm kidding.
No. Now, when I look at the Giants, and look, I know my fervor for the Giants is probably higher than it is for most.
Well, I think that's respectable, though, because it's been 11 years since
they've
been to 2
playoffs
that
they've lost in the first round.
Yes.
The Giants since 2014.
Yes.
Winning it all.
And no, we're not using the Niners in this scenario.
No, I don't want to use them.
We're not using them because you know what? They actually don't really have them. They made their big moves already.
All of them.
And
they've always swung big.
Yes, they have.
And so have the Warriors. Like, the Warriors swung big with Jimmy, right? Now, like, I want to know where our audience is this morning. You can only pick one because it does feel like the Warriors have unfinished business, whether that means via trades. And you know what? I'll back off. I'll allow the Kuminga trade.
Oh.
I'll allow that to be a blockbuster for people because of the name recognition.
Well, maybe it could be a part of one, right?
Sure.
And if you have an idea, we'd love to hear it. 888-957-957.
But the Giants haven't been to the playoffs, but twice in 11 years, 12 years.
I know.
And I do think they're closer than we want to give them credit for. They got a lot of really good pieces. If I gave them one splash centerpiece guy right now, during this 12-week span before the NFL starts, couldn't they just capture your attention as a Bay Area fan? Couldn't the Giants, with no one playing games but them right now and the Valkyries, couldn't they kind of just go to the forefront of your thoughts every single day?
Yeah, they would. But what's the name?
I don't know.
The name? We don't know the name. See, I think that's part of it. Why people are most people, and again, we are the home of the Golden State Warriors. We love our Warriors here, and it's fresh in our minds that their season just ended in the playoffs, and now there's this shiny name out there, Giannis, the Greek freak. He's got the name attached, name recognition. He is a physical specimen. When you see him, he's smiling, he's funny, he's everywhere. He's on a bunch of ads. Like, Giannis. When it comes to baseball right now, the only people I know of right now, Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani. And I know I'm not getting either of those guys. But you know why? Because I tried to, and we failed. So going for a trade now, Is it Vlad Jr.? Well, he just got re-signed. Okay. Well, he's not out there. Bobby Witt? No, he's locked
Let's
up.
just call it player X.
Okay.
In both scenarios.
But I'm just going through the list of emotions. Yes.
But the Giants right now are better than where the Warriors were when they made the deal for Jimmy Butler.
Ooh.
Right? In terms of standing.
In terms of standings, yes, I would agree on that.
Now, because of Steph Curry, you're always going to go, whoa, a Steph Curry team.
Right.
You know, it's like having one in the chamber, right? As we say, it's bad analogy. I know we're not supposed to talk about guns, but
fine.
You know, one in the chamber, right? But the Giants, like Adamas, Chapman, they do have some veterans that are ready to win now.
Yes, they do. And they got some young pieces that you can be excited about right now in the pitching and in your lineup with Elliot Ramos and Jung Hooley. By the way, coming up today, 4 o'clock, Valkyries take on the New York Liberty, the defending champs. And you can hear that game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Download the app. It's free. Search Valkyries, Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones on the call. And we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewing, San Francisco. We got some calls here, Joe. Do you want to go to them?
I do want to hear from them. And if you're interested, I would love to hear from you. Like all these people that are in our YouTube chat, I appreciate you. I see, 35 votes already in the YouTube chat regarding which team would you like to see.
What's the percentage?
Right now, it looks like the Warriors are at 69% and the Giants are at 31%.
That's about right. 70-30, I think. That seems realistic.
But that surprises me.
Why?
Because the Warriors are closer. They just got Jimmy. Didn't we all love Jimmy?
Yeah. Well, I did. I loved him.
Let's hear from the audience. All these people that want to text and chat, I appreciate you. This is your chance to be a radio host. Like, come in with a take. Giants or Warriors? You get one of them to make a blockbuster deal. Who is it and why?
J-Dub, Union City. Who you take? Hey, J-Dub, Warriors or Giants? Who needs to make that big deal right now?
Hey, fellas, good morning. I would say, first off, in terms of this, it's a no-brainer. It's the Warriors. And for a lot of reasons. I think, Shasky, I know you were kind of making an argument against it, but you made your argument for it. The Warriors are closer. So what do you have to do to get over that hump is you have to make that move. And also, I feel like, and obviously you know this better than I do, right? Being a big-time Giants fan as you are, it's that when the Giants, when they make things happen, they kind of make it happen on their own. Right, they grow their own. They through their farm system and their pitching and things like that. Now, easier for the Giants to make that to make that blockbuster move. But I think the Warriors need to do it more.
That's J-Dub, Union City, and let's clarify here. We're talking about blockbuster trade. Which one of these teams, the Giants or the Warriors, and you can only pick one, needs to make that blockbuster trade? Blockbuster means one thing, Carter, Sam, Joe. There's big names involved.
Yes.
There has to be big names involved in this. And yes, Kuminga could be part of it, a sign and trade to get someone else in return. I do think it would be Blockbuster would be something along the lines of a 3-team trade and you give up Kuminga and you get a player like, let's say, I would consider a Drew Holiday type. If you got Drew Holiday,
there's name recognition.
That is name recognition, and I think that would be a blockbuster type of a trade.
Would the Steven Jackson, Al Harrington trade, would that be considered
absolutely was a blockbuster?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you gave away Troy Murphy and Mike Dunleavy, and I know now it's like, well, come on, are you kidding me? Warrior fans at one point thought they were the future.
Here's Dave Fleming. I'm going to play the soundbite real quick for everyone. 888-957.
I'm really disappointed that we haven't gotten more calls from people. We all want to love the transaction, and the Giants are failing to hit with runners in scoring position right now. They're failing to execute. They clearly need a bopper in the middle of their lineup. The Warriors, like anytime we utter the name Steph Curry, the lines light up.
Yes.
And you have an opportunity to make one blockbuster move for one of the team. It's one or the other. You can't do both. And crickets?
Dave Fleming says the Giants need a foundational bat right now.
It's just really hard to find that type of player in a trade mid-year. Like you can do what the Padres did and give up your whole farm system for Juan Soto in the rare instance that somebody like that becomes available. I'm trying to think about, I guess it's possible if things really go sideways with the Red Sox that Rafi Devers, just because of, a difference of philosophy, maybe he's a guy who would become available. But other than that, I'm just thinking like, of the teams that are really struggling, that are out of it, that are going to be sellers, Miami, Colorado, Pittsburgh, is there a foundational offensive player on those rosters? I don't think so. And so but because I do agree with you, like that is the missing piece for this Giants team. They have a lot of really good, solid position players, but they do need somebody to drive the bus.
And that's Dave Fleming, voice of the San Francisco Giants, who knows his stuff. And that's a name right there. We're talking about name recognition. That would be one I'd be very excited.
He's 28 years old, and he's got 212 home runs.
Won a World Series.
I mean, he's a stud.
He's batting .287, 12 jacks, 50 RBI, 62 hits.
And he's the left-handed power bat that you've been, like, dying for. Now, here's the problem. He's frustrated because he wants to play in the field. He doesn't want to move from third base because he played third base the last couple of years. But, I mean, if you got Chapman there, I know they have Bregman in Boston right now. That's who they brought in, and it frustrated him.
Listen, you know what, Matt Chapman? I trust you anywhere on the field, and if it means I'm getting Rafael Devers and appeasing him.
For moving him for a little bit?
Moving for a little bit.
I mean, I'm
right?
open to it. If A-Rod can move from short to third.
Exactly, which was a joke, by the way.
Right?
Yeah. But he played ball, right?
And it sounds absurd because you don't want to move one of the best defensive players at the position in the game. But you do it for the bat.
Exactly. So that's making the case for the Giants to go after a big bat. That's Dave Fleming saying, one of the voices of the Giants, our Giants insider, saying they need a foundational bat in that lineup. Someone that strikes fear in the opposing lineup. I know Stephen Curry strikes fear still in the opposing teams, fan bases, and the other players. I know that. I don't think Jimmy did. I don't think Jimmy Butler still has that fear factor of playoff Jimmy after this go around. He just doesn't.
But doesn't, like right now, if I say Blockbuster trade, I think most people are putting Butler or Dre in one of those deals. So I think how you answer this question tells me how confident you are in the Steph, Dre, Butler equation.
Absolutely. KC's in San Jose, 888-957-9570. Who needs to make a bigger Blockbuster trade right now? Is it the Giants or the Warriors? Good morning, KC.
Hey, guys. Yeah, so for me, it's the Warriors simply because of the ownership group of two teams. One is always willing to go all in, explore all options. The other one couldn't give a third year to Pete Alonso this year to bring him in. So I agree with the previous caller. Giants, do it your old-fashioned way, develop some pitchers, get some defense. Because, guys, let's face it, Jung-Hoo Lee is great, but we had to pay him $113 million that a fourth round or a third round pick that you can develop should be able to do for you as a 23, 24-year-old.
Isn't that sad?
So
that
the Warriors are closer.
Yeah, but KC, isn't it sad what you're saying? Like, Giants fans, baseball made this market on sports talk, and Giants fans are already like, they're not going to deal for anybody. It's Buster. Buster's made some big moves. We really are just giving up on this team? Is that what we're doing? We can't raise the standard? We can't demand more?
Joe, I'm not giving up on the Giants. I'm giving up, my first point, it's the ownership. They drive the bus, man. Lacob, he has his faults, but I trust Lacob way more than I trust the Giants. So this is about trust.
Okay, well then what if the Giants did make the big bold trade for Bat X, player, superstar, 35 home run a night guy, you plop in the 3 or 4 hole. Like, wouldn't that change your outlook on being a Giants fan instantaneously?
Once you move off from hypotheticals, sure. But for now, they're all hypotheticals, man. Okay. And they haven't done it. Warriors just did it 2 months ago.
Well, KC and San Jose, let me clarify.
That just makes me sad.
It's who needs to make a bigger trade right now.
Not who do you trust.
Not who do you trust, who will. Who needs to. And I absolutely think it's the San Francisco Giants, as you've alluded to. Like, they have something right now going on. I'm not saying special because that's early, but something about this team has shifted.
They got a good base.
Larry Bear said it, the team president for the Giants early on in the season. Hey, don't be a stranger. Well, we haven't been a stranger to the ballpark. People have been showing up. When people are showing up on Mondays and Tuesdays against, the Colorado Rockies of the world, that tells me people are interested in this team, because that wasn't the case the last few years. So something has shifted in the fans' minds. So capturing that would be massive for me, and being able to have those fans stick with me June, July, August, getting me all the way through the dog days of August, right? Through September. And maybe if this team's hanging around, you'll start feeling that playoff atmosphere again that we so desperately miss at Oracle Park. And a Rafael Devers, if that's the name that Dave Fleming alluded to, hey, if he's out there, yeah, I do think that is a big boy in the lineup. Now, not that he's going to be, the Joe Schmoes of the world down on the street that say, hey, Rafa Devers, you do anything? There's only so many people in baseball in general. He's a guy that hits home runs and a guy that when you see him out there and he's next to Adames, Chapman, Ramos, Lee, all of a sudden it feels like that could be the missing piece for a lineup that could go deep because I got the pitching. I know I got the pitching. Robbie Ray, Cy Young winner. Logan Webb, always in the Cy Young conversation, right? We got some young guys potentially. Birdsong, we'll see. Roop, he's been pretty solid this year. We'll see as the season goes on. He's been pretty solid. Verlander, he's older, dealing with the pec injury. I don't know what I'm going to get, but he's been pretty good, pretty solid, good to solid this season. And the bullpen's been great. I have a lot of faith in the bullpen. By the way, Camilo Duvall, now named the starter after yesterday. Ryan Walker. Closer. So what I say, starter? Closer. Ryan Walker pushed to the side. We've been talking about that. You've been talking about it.
Yeah.
Camilo Duvall now the starter going forward. So we'll see.
Closer.
God, I keep saying starters. So I don't know.
It's going to start closing games.
I'm thinking of Farhan when I go to the starters, right? I'm going back to the
opener.
The openers.
That's John Brebbia, who played yesterday and started a zillion games only to pitch one inning.
Thank you, John Brebbia. Worst rival is Gabe Kapler, as we were alluding to yesterday.
It's crazy to me because I think a lot of Warrior fans really thought, and I was one of them, that hey, that team might win a championship. Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry at one point during that run. And then if you're answering yes to the Warriors right now, what does that say about that trio? Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler.
It means you're not sold on them. That means you're not sold on them.
Is that because they're not sold on them, or is that because they don't think that age group and that team can get through this team, Oklahoma City?
Correct. That you just answered the question right there. They don't think that they could hang with the young dogs and the young pups that are in the Western Conference now. But I would argue you did in the first round. Was that not like the youngest team in the playoffs, the Houston Rockets?
Yeah. But they don't have that individual ISO scorer like Shea. I mean, he's the MVP of the league.
He is the MVP of the league. And again, I would have been very curious to see how they matched up with them. And I do think the fact that, the hope is a hell of a drug, right? And it could be the worst thing ever for a fan base because you lost Steph in game one, and then you'll always have that what if scenario. Well, we had the BPA yesterday. Ryan Palo Alto seems to think, hey, we would have beaten the T-Wolves. I don't know. You might have been able to beat. Maybe you beat the T-Wolves.
I mean, Julius Randle only looked like Charles Barkley against, prime Charles against Draymond Green. But other than that,
but I'll say that he did look like that against the Lakers too. Against LeBron, Luke, Austin Reeves, all that. Not to say that they're like a stalwart defensively.
Well, then he turned into the pumpkin.
He did, but that's what happens in the playoffs. Fred VanVleet turned into a god against the Warriors from the three-point line at one point. He couldn't hit anything prior to those first couple games. So, things could be different. But I say all that to say, had Steph not gotten hurt and maybe they just lose to the T-Wolves, just straight up with everyone healthy, quote unquote, maybe I'd believe you more to say, maybe you go after a Giannis because clearly it didn't work against the T-Wolves, and then the T-Wolves were a step below the Thunder if you're just using that equation. But we don't know how it looks. So I'm willing to roll the dice and kind of see where this team goes from the start of a regular season with a full offseason program, with all these guys being together. I'm very curious to see how this unfolds. 888-957-9570. Here's someone that's going to pick the Giants.
About time.
Richie in Queens.
What's up, Richie?
Join the conversation. We're talking about which team, if you got to pick one between the Warriors or the Giants, needs a blockbuster trade this summer. Richie, good morning.
What's up, Richie?
Yeah, how are you? I'm going to go with the Giants. I mean, look, I follow the Warriors being over in New York, but, I'm a diehard for 70 years with this team. I still can't get over the cost play yesterday.
Oh.
I don't know if you guys discussed it. I just jumped on. That was the most horrific, and I can't believe that Melvin, the first bunt maybe, but the guy's playing 30 feet from there. You can't even have a guy or have faith in a guy that he can get the ball to the outfield. Cost, he's a young kid. They are the most frustrating team. I agree. We need a bopper. I thought McMahon for the Rockies would be a good. I thought that Rooker is, and I know as an outfielder because Jazz is really going bad. But it's amazing, guys. If Adames and Chapman just did what they've done in the past, we got 5 more wins.
I agree.
I mean, so Devis would, the thing I like about the team, I just like, they look really tight. They look like they're good. They play well, and they really enjoy being each other. But when you look at our catcher and our first baseman, we got 3 home runs from first base.
It's unreal.
And at first base and catcher. So, and Bailey's at bat, that was the weakest swing. There's just no. And Fitzgerald, I loved him initially too. I thought he can come around. But Adames and Chapman, to me, have been really, Adames especially. I know they're talking he's the richest cheerleader there is, $180 million. It's great that he's up there in the front step. But I don't know. I think we need somebody, a blockbuster. Do we give up a Bird song? Do we give up, Harrison and bring a big stud in here, a hitter? That's a dilemma. But if these guys can just come up to their averages, especially Adames and Chapman, Chapman had 3 hits yesterday, they're going to win some games. But, yeah, one big bopper in the middle of that lineup can be contagious. Do you guys like Rooker? Do you think that's an issue?
I would love Brett Rooker. Why would the A's do that?
Yeah, they just signed him to a deal. I don't think they're I don't think they're going to do that, Richie. And I appreciate the call, by the way.
I love that call.
Him calling Willie Adames the best cheerleader, highest paid cheerleader.
That's off the top rope, Richie.
By the way, he mentioned it. Giants ranked 30th in first base production, just going by average. They're batting a meager 190. Pirates are right above them at 191.
It's almost back to 200. Let's go.
Yeah, it's straight up not having a good time when I'm watching the first baseman of the San Francisco Giants right now. And I don't think the Marco Luciano experiment is going to translate well right now, or the Bryce Eldridge. I don't want to ruin that guy's confidence this early into his young career. So yeah, there's not a lot of answers right there for that, but all the more reason why you make a trade to try to do something. Again, this is a hypothetical. Is it going to happen? I don't know. I can't guarantee any of us are going to be alive on Sunday, to quote Kyle Shanahan, but it would be nice. It would be fun. It'd be different, because the amount of blue balls I have from Farhan Zaidi in the summer as a Giants fan is incredible. Oh, are they going to do something? Are they going to do something? Oh, great. JD Davis.
If the Giants stand pat,
that's cool.
If the Giants stand pat, it'll be same old, and we're waiting another year, and this and that. Like, if the Warriors stand pat, I still think they can get somewhere. I don't know where, but somewhere into the West. I'm talking about the playoffs.
I agree.
Okay? If the Giants stand pat and don't do anything, I think they're going to fade come mid-August.
Yes.
And I think they're going to run out of gas and they're going to run out of pitching. Right now, just to give you an idea, okay? I know that the Dodgers are a juggernaut. This is who's on the IL for them right now. Tyler Glasnow making $33 million a year.
Made of glass now.
Blake Snell making $29 million a year. Kirby Yates making $13 million a year. Blake Trinan making $9 million a year. Evan Phillips making $6 million a year. Kopech making $5 million. Exactly, Kopech. Gratterall making $3 million. They have got so much money that might not come back this year. I know that we think that they are the juggernaut and their offense is unbelievable. They've run out of arms. It's Yamamoto and that's it. The West is up in the air.
It is.
This team could not only take this region by storm during the summer and really have a summer of love for the fans and everyone to come together and unite. Like the Niners, all quiet on the Western Front. They signed everybody. The Warriors, if they stand pat, it'll be quiet. All right, no, you've got 12 weeks to become the team that we think about and dream about every single day during the summer. So from a market share standpoint, you have an opportunity. From a playoff standpoint, it's not like the Padres are running away with the division. It's not, and their pitching staff is kind of questionable,
right.
Even though they've been a lot better than I anticipated. The Dodgers are injured, and they're kind of hanging by a thread right now. You have a chance to make a run and to make a dent in the market share of the Warriors and the Niners within this region.
Ulysses is in Napa. Great name, by the way. Ulysses. Who needs to make a bigger trade this summer? Is it the Warriors or is it the Giants?
Man, 100. What's up, boys? Sorry, in Napa, about to go golf. 100% the Giants, man. The Warriors have proven they're a good team, man. I mean, obviously, this year was bad luck, whatever you want to call it, but it's the Giants 100%, man. I don't know what hurt me more, man. the Steph injury or the second and third nobody out.
Oh, my God.
Caution. They're tied pretty high up there, man. No, but it's the Giants 100%, man. Let me just give you a few names, boys. Let me just give you a few names.
I want them.
We don't got to reach that high. All right. Don't grill me here. How about I'll take anything at this point, man. Give me a Gunnar Henderson. Why not? He could revitalize something. Give me a Ryan Mountcastle. I'll take that. I mean, I know the guy's stats aren't great, but, man, put him in that lineup. You never know, man. Some of these guys could flip it on. I love that James Woods kid in Nationals, man. That guy's a stud. I mean, obviously, what, you're going to tell me the Nationals are – I mean, actually, Nationals aren't bad, but you're going to tell me they're married to him? Come on. Give me a CJ Abrams, man. Another stud right there. I love what that guy said, Rooker. What's that other guy on the A's? Soderstrom? That guy's a beast, too, man. Man, there's guys everywhere in the league. Even, I don't know why I was watching a White Sox game the other day, but that Vargas kid, man, he's been hot for the past, 30 days, man. That guy hits for contact. I mean, there's guys everywhere, man. We don't got to reach that.
I love the way you're thinking.
Ulysses. Appreciate the call. So we got a couple now on the Giants that need to make the trade.
Well, the Orioles are the most disappointing team in baseball.
Are they in a position where there's 17 games on? Their season's over.
No,
they're done.
They're finished.
They're done.
But here's the
thing. Are they going to have a massive sell-off, though?
I do believe they're going to be selective on who they move. And I know that we assume they're going to retain everyone. I think the guy that they move is one of the other infielders not named Gunnar Henderson. I think it's Jackson Holliday.
I was going to say, yeah.
Or the other guy whose name is evading me.
Not Rushman.
No, it's the other infielder that they brought up. Anyway, but point being is I do believe they're going to sell somebody. And I do think Mountcastle could be one of the other guys that they move. They can't afford everyone. They lost all their money on their television deal, and they're in kind of like a spot here where I think that they need to kind of replenish, and they need pitching really bad. You're looking at the roster.
I am looking at the roster right now. So Holliday, Rutschman, Henderson, Mountcastle, O'Hearn,
no.
Cedric Mullins,
no.
Maverick Handley, no. Dylan Carlson. I'm looking at it right now. Sorry. So he might not be up now. Jorge Mateo, no, not him. Heston Kierstad, yeah, like Ramon Urias, no. See, none of these names are doing anything for you.
Yeah.
So I'm just telling you, those are the names. Maverick Handley's a great name, by the way.
But I guess the point is like he's right. We need to identify a team. We need to go find them. Like the Astros right now are kind of in no man's land, right? And I've said that for multiple years. They have moved off some of their guys. You know, could you go get somebody from them? You know, Yordan Alvarez, could he be available? Boy, would he be incredible.
Aren't they like first in their division though right now?
Well, they're in a financially, they've been in no man's land. They don't know what they're doing. Right. So they were a team that wanted to sell some of their pitching in the offseason. They did trade Kyle Tucker to get younger and cheaper. I think they need arms. We've got some arms. You know, I think there are teams out there that are willing to make deals.
Is it any of these names for the Orioles that you're saying? Samuel Basallo, Kobe Mayo, Enrique Bradfield, Chase McDermott. Those are their top 5 prospects. I'm just telling you, they're position players. Let's go to Lucas on 880. Wants to join the conversation. Which of these teams needs to make a blockbuster trade more this summer? Is it the Giants or is it the Warriors, Lucas? Good morning.
Good morning. As much as I want to say it's the Warriors, it is 100% the Giants.
Thank you.
And to talk about the caller that was before me, none of those guys that he mentioned are going to be on the board. It's going to have to be Brent Rooker. It's going to have to be Andrew Benintendi. You're not going to get a young guy like James Wood, a franchise player, or CJ Abrams, number 2 in the MVP voting right now. You're not going to get Gunnar Henderson, who was a rookie of the year. That's ridiculous. Just out of the realm. It's got to be Brent Rooker. It's got to be a seasoned vet. Go to the Cardinals. Go ask about Nolan Arenado. See what Matt Chapman does at shortstop. That's just the reality for the Giants.
Okay. Lucas on the 880. Brent Rooker's a name, obviously, that we know from the A's in Oakland and now in Sacramento. The guy hits bombs. He's going to do that for you. He's going to hover around 250 average, but if you need a big bopper in the lineup, that would be the guy.
No, he's a star.
He's a star. He is. He's a legit
He's
all-star.
exactly what they need to.
Yes.
Power right-handed bat.
Exactly. Well, and his contract. He signed a 5-year, $60 million extension. Are you kidding me?
I mean, it's
like one of the best bargains in the game right now, which would obviously cost you a lot, but it pays to play in any sport. So you're going to have to give up something. Yes, you might have to give up a Birdsong or a Harrison, like with some of these things.
So let's look at their 40-man, the Giants, real quick. Like, we've talked a lot about Kuminga, right? Like,
yeah.
Does he fit here? Does he fit? Let me just ask you right now. Like, Kyle Harrison, I love him, local guy.
I can move off of him.
Okay.
I'm not going to sweat it.
Okay, and I love Hayden Birdsong, but in the right deal.
You would? Yeah,
right?
If you were to get Brent Rooker, would you trade a Hayden Birdsong?
I probably would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably would, because they need an everyday player.
Yeah.
And they've proven that they can find arms.
Yes.
That's the other thing. I think that this organization has proven that. Ryan Walker right now as a reliever, I don't know how much value he has, but I wouldn't be opposed as to moving him. You have bullpen depth. As I look at the rest of the 40-man roster, we know Christian Koss, Lamont Wade, Brett Wisely, Casey Schmidt, fringe big leaguers.
Yeah.
Okay? And I think that's being generous, right? And I like it. I like Casey Schmidt.
Yeah.
He's a backup, right? At best on a big league team. Then I look at their outfield: Luis Matos, Grant McCray, Wade Meckler. Come on, these are fringe guys.
Yeah.
We're talking about fringe guys here. I'll even go a little farther. Let's go, Marco Luciano. Fringe guys right now.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I'm opining for him to come up to the big league team. He's batting 220 in the AAA. It's not like he's batting 300. The point that I'm getting at is they have an entire 40-man roster with too many non-impact players. And I would package a bunch of these guys up and try to get something of significance. And if you have to trade some future pieces, so be it.
A guy that we're bringing up the A's here because they're not a great team, but offensively they are a really good team. They're up the top with some of these other matches.
Yes.
They got a log jam there. Pitching is their problem, so that's what they're going to be using, going to want to go for, and that's what the Giants might have assets for.
Yes.
So it might not be Rooker, but a guy that I called earlier, I think it was Tyler Soderstrom's a guy that hits bombs, and that might not cost a lot because the A's have a log jam there at first base. I know Nicholas Kurtz, their guy, who's one of their top prospects, who's been balling since he got hurt. He's on the IL right now, but they have a logjam there, and that's the future for them at first base up in Sacramento / Las Vegas. So Soderstrom's a guy that's probably going to be sought after who can hit the long ball. Not great defensively, but again, you're not really getting much defensively at first base anyways in San Francisco. And if he's hitting the long ball, I could live with it, right?
Sure.
So that's a guy that I would keep my eyes on. That's maybe not a huge name, but a name that you can go after and that's reasonable, that can provide you some thump in the lineup.
They need a middle-of-the-order bat, and I do believe that they can do damage. We watched the Arizona Diamondbacks go to the World Series 2 years ago.
Yep.
Right now, I know we think that the Dodgers are
Corbin Carroll was a big part of that, though. Like, that's the emergence of him was huge.
Doubt. There's no doubt. But, like, I like the nucleus of the team. They need a centerpiece.
Yes.
And not to go too far backwards on it, it was Colton Cowser's the guy I was thinking about.
Colton Cowser, that's
the
right.
outfielder that was highly touted. Hasn't really lived up to it, but I think he's a change of scenery guy.
Right.
I'd love to see him make a move for him.
I completely forgot about him because he has been that
was that Oriole that we were talking about. Because I think
Exactly.
Jackson Holliday and Colton Cowser will be on the block because I don't think they're going to keep Rooshman. The Orioles are. They're going to keep Gunner. I think all these other guys are the guys out the door. I know I pronounced it wrong.
It's
I hate you all.
No, I do it. Honestly, I call him Audi Rooshman too
Because of
now.
the drop, I know.
No, it's infected me too.
I know. It's just
It's somewhere in there.
It's somewhere in there.
You hit it somewhere.
I did actually. Who do we got here? We got Will Marin's been hanging on tight. Will, which one of these teams needs to make a blockbuster trade this summer?
You can only pick one.
You can only pick one. Giants or Warriors? Good morning.
Giants, and it's not even close. We've been lacking that big kind of star power. Like, we've had a lot of role players that kind of come together and stuff, but we really need a foundation. And Shasky mentioned my number one. The Astros are in a major weird no man's land, and I would love me some Yordan Alvarez. He's got a 6-year, it's only $115 million. It would be $19 a year, which isn't that much. I don't think we would have to give up. I don't think we'd have to give up the ship for him. He would be that power lefty. When healthy, outside of Ohtani, for the past 5-6 years, he's been the best power left-handed hitter in the game, batting around 290, 300, 35, 40 bombs. You can DH the guy. And then my long shot would be, because I think that he's at this next guy I'm going to mention, I think, and this other team has been in no man's land for the past 20 years, it seems. I think we should try to see what's going on with Trout. Like, he's coming back. I know he's just injured, but he's running the bases.
I agree.
He's smashing the baseball. You can DH him. You want to talk about a name, a face, a guy that deserves to be surrounded by people that are confident to win. Like, let's give him a chance. So I say Jordan, or I say Trout, and then my cheap guy from the Baltimore, I would love Ryan O'Hearn. That guy is absolutely dropping bombs and has been hot for the past 3 months, and his StatCast data is insane, and I think we could get him on a cheaper value. So I'm in on Jordan, Trout, or the cheaper, some Ryan O'Hearn, because that guy's a stud, and he's finally getting his chance. Thanks, guys.
Great call, Will Marin. And I was literally, as he was saying that, looking up Mike Trout, because that's the name that we've referenced ad nauseum.
Who have I been on for multiple years? And look, it's a lot of money left on the deal.
He's missed this last month. He's been hurt. I mean, that's going to be baked into the scenario. It's going to be risk, but it's going to be very risky.
Zach Manasian, who is the GM of the Giants right now, his brother is the GM of the Angels.
So there's a relationship there.
Absolutely. And look, think about it from Trout's perspective. You could not go to a more different organization in terms of you are the centerpiece of the baseball world in this region. Are you not?
Absolutely.
When you play for the Angels, you are in the shadow of everything the Dodgers do. Yep. You might even be in the shadow of everything Cal State Fullerton's doing. No, I'm not. I'm not even joking.
No, I know.
UCLA baseball. You are not a premium player on a premium team. You're just a guy out there. Now, you're a superstar in your sport, but he would be perfect, and I would put him in right field right now. Yaz would be my defensive replacement. He'd DH multiple times a week, play the outfield, and you'd be fine with it.
By the way, it was a bone bruise in his left knee, so not any ligament damage. I know it's still very painful, and it's a bone bruise, but it's not like it's threaten the rest of the season for him. And apparently, according to Mike Trout, this was as of a week ago. There's no pain, no issues. He's taking batting practice. Looks like he's going to be back soon.
Let me give you the Mike Trout analogy. It would be equivalent to Matt Stafford going from the Detroit Lions at that time to the LA Rams.
That's interesting.
Because you would have McVay, and I'm not saying Posey is McVay, but he's got that kind of magic flute thing going where guys want to play for him. Chapman and Adames, right? Obviously. You would go from one of the worst run teams in baseball to a team that clearly is getting it together in the Giants, and it would give you a rejuvenation of your career. He's got to think about the final few years of his career. He's going to end up like so many ball players that never got a chance to do anything.
And honestly, it's a quick flight. It's San Francisco and LA. It's not like he's going halfway across the country.
No.
And I know he's a Philly guy, or South Jersey is where he grew up. So I'm sure there's always going to be the Phillies, right? Because that's the team he grew up rooting for. Bryce Harper's there. They're going to try to get those guys together. But I'm telling you, if you're the Giants, that is absolutely a guy that checks all the boxes for name recognition, hits bombs, and it's still, I know he's had a lot of injuries. That
fits.
But you're going to have to make a risky trade at some point here.
And what's the thing you have a surplus of? Money.
Yes.
Money. As you look around baseball, there's teams that don't have that expendable cash. You do. Yep. So you can take on a poor contract. And I think it's a win-win. If I told you your lineup was something like Jung-Hoo Lee, Mike Trout, Ramos, Chapman, Adames, how good does that sound?
I feel a whole hell of a lot better, I'll tell you that.
A quick point of interest, though, Mike Trout, he does have the full no-trade clause. He's a 10-5 guy, so that is some, but again, I just want to throw that out there.
No, that's a great point. I appreciate you saying that.
Quick point of interest.
No,
I would love, why would Houston trade Jordan Alvarez? Well, why'd they trade Kyle Tucker? They didn't want to pay him.
Exactly. Now, I guess you would say that they feel more confident building around Jordan than Kyle Tucker, and not both of them.
I think they're closer to a full reset than they want to admit.
They probably are, but the fact that
they're
in a division where no one can get their ass together.
I would agree.
That's why
Seattle is always, it feels like, on the steps of turning it around.
They're a 500 team.
But they can never get over the hump.
The Kings in the MLB.
That's actually a really good call.
That's a good one. Yeah.
That's a really good call.
Yeah.
Except Julio. God, I love Julio.
I know. Well, his stock was on an all-time high, and now it's kind of.
I don't see them trading him.
No, they don't. Well, they also locked him up, right?
I don't see them moving him. He's too popular with their fan base.
Nick and Novato, I promise we'll get you on the other side if you hang on. If not, you can call back 888-957-9570. Who needs to make a bigger move? And is Mike Trout a name, Giants fans, that you would be very interested in going after?
The Warriors just went old with Jimmy Butler. I know it didn't get them the ultimate prize. We would all admit it's a successful trade.
Absolutely. Injury report. The Warriors announced that Brandon Pajemski underwent left wrist debridement surgery earlier this week. It is a minimally invasive procedure used to remove damaged or abnormal tissue from within the wrist. The procedure helps to improve joint function and alleviate pain in the wrist. Pods is expected to be ready for training camp. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Halfway home here on a non-payday Thursday, because I usually get paid on Thursdays. I know it's payday Friday, like we like to say, but it's a thirsty Thursday here, and people are thirsty for the Giants, as I've seen. A lot of people saying the Giants are the ones that need to make that big blockbuster trade over the Warriors. So let's continue talking about that. Plus, you're not going to want to miss what Anthony Edwards had to say after the Minnesota Timberwolves got bounced in the Western Conference Finals. It's going to trigger a lot of people. It's going to trigger Joe Shasky, I think. It's going to trigger maybe Sam, maybe Carter. It's not going to trigger me. I actually respect the take from Anthony Edwards. And that's coming up next on 95.7 The Game. I heard him calling to Steiny and Goo, though, yesterday. And he was shouting out all the hosts. He's like, I hear all your hosts you guys getting your money, having all your different ads. My Bank of America
Possibly.
one. I sound like I'm Chris Hansen. There was I was promised music in the background of that one. It's all right.
The 8 o'clock hour, we're going to call it the aggregator hour. All right?
we?
At some point in this hour, I'm going to give you some NBA trade rumor stuff that might pertain to the Golden State Warriors. Wow. So you want to stay tuned.
Okay, all right.
Because every day I feel like online, there's something from someone somewhere that has something to do with the NBA offseason. You like that,
That's
don't
a lot
you?
of somethings right there. That was like 3 or 4 of them.
I'd rather be something than nothing.
Hey, thank you.
You like that. But at the 8 o'clock is now the aggregator hour. All right, so be ready for it.
You know what we call that? It would be an aggregation.
No, that's Dibs and Willard.
No, that's actually not them. It's Tim Roy. All right?
Okay.
And Kyle Madsen and myself, we were the ones that also contributed back on that iteration of Willard and Dibs.
I'll say
all
that.
right? No, I was a part of that.
At some point in this hour, in the 8 o'clock hour, every day, I'm going to give you something that pertains to the NBA that I think has a seismic impact on the Golden State Warriors. That being said, I can sit here and I can open up the mic every day for the next 6 weeks until free agency hits and the trade windows open up. Warriors need to trade for this guy. They need to trade for that guy. They need to get Giannis. They need to get Jakob Poeltl straight up for Jonathan Kuminga, as Carter said to me during the break. Okay? Who's going to defend Shea? That's a great question. I don't know. But
Jakob Poeltl. He's the missing one.
Warrior blockbuster trade talk is never going to go away with this fan base as long as Steph is here and Joe Lacob is here. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree. Well,
okay.
You just said it there. Joe Lacob. As long as he's here, they're going to be aggressive.
Agreed. I'm watching that Giants game last night, and in the 7th inning, Ramos gets a base hit, and Wilmer, your best hitter of the first 2 months, the best hitter, first 2 months, you're going hit and run because you're trying to drum up some offense. Boom, double play. The 8th inning, you get 2nd and 3rd. Willie Adames takes 3rd base. Lamont Wade smartly takes 2nd as the throw goes into 3rd. Smart baseball. They get rid of the force. 2nd and 3rd with no outs. Pat Bailey comes up to the plate, pinch hitting for Sam Huff, who got a hit earlier in the game. Flies out, not deep enough on the first pitch. Christian Koss, who's playing for Tyler Fitzgerald, tries to bunt down the first baseline. Tries to bunt down the third baseline. Again, 2nd and 3rd with 1 out now. And strikes out on 3 pitches. His 4th strikeout of the day. The golden sombrero. Yeah. And the Giants get swept by the Detroit Tigers. And you feel like over the last week and a half, my God, this team needs a trade. So I'm asking everybody who wakes up this morning in the Bay Area, all right? The Warriors can make a blockbuster or the Giants can make a blockbuster. You can't have both. I'm forcing you in this scenario to pick one. Who is it?
888-957-9570. You can weigh in, call or text because you are the guest today on the River Islands guest line. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. And let's go to the phones because we got the number. Let's go to them. Nick is in Novato. Nick, which team needs to make a blockbuster deal more this summer? Is it the Giants or is it the Warriors? Good morning.
Morning, guys. It's not even close. It's not even an iota close. It's got to be the Giants. What other team in the MLB is talking about their general manager more about what gives them just some pizzazz, some name recognition than the Giants? The Dodgers aren't saying, oh, Andrew Friedman, everybody wants to play for him, blah, 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 blah. No, the Giants need some juice.
Yeah, they do.
They need they need O'Neal Cruz, somebody with some excitement. The Pirates have got to start figuring out how to pay the the pitcher. Let's take on some of their bad, exactly. Take on Keller, take on some of their bad contracts, get in an O'Neal Cruz or whatever, and just take some of this market. Throw something to baseball fans in the Bay Area.
God,
for the love of God, please.
If they acquired O'Neal Cruz and put him in right field with Jung Hoo Lee in center field, instantly number one selling jersey for the Giants.
Yeah, that's a name again, we're talking about, just hypotheticals here. So all answers are welcome. We're not going to shame anyone. I heard some people banging in the back there.
Time out. Luka got traded and no one saw it coming.
It's true. Hey, I'm not going to argue that.
The Pirates have had maybe the worst 4 months anyone can ever have. A fan fell off the wall after getting underage served at the game. One of their security guards pulled out a belt and slapped someone at the game.
You're right. They're selling.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you didn't see that?
When was this?
This was like a month and a half ago.
I was locked into the Warriors.
Okay,
Sorry.
there was a Roberto Clemente mural on the wall that they moved and didn't tell the Roberto Clemente family about. They got the bricks that people paid for to put their family names on. They just demolished them without telling anyone. And then later on, I was like, wait a minute. We're actually moving them and we're redoing them and we're making it more sustainable. They have had horrific PR as of lately because they are searching for money. They're out of money.
They're cheap.
Which is why they would trade someone like O'Neal Cruz.
When the A's, who don't even have a home right now, are spending way more money than you in the offseason, that's a problem. And you got Paul Skeens, who's one of the most exciting players, young players in baseball right now, top 5 pitchers already. The moment he walked out onto a field as a rookie, he was already a top 5 pitcher in the game. He's already questioning whether he wants to stay here.
You blame him?
It's year number 2, Joe, and he's already questioning if he wants to stay a Pittsburgh Pirate. This is a franchise that fumbled away maybe the greatest player of all time in Barry Bonds. They don't know what they're doing. So, yeah, I laugh and scoff at O'Neal Cruz. Maybe I shouldn't because they're that dumb of a franchise. They may move on from him. A name that's probably more realistic. He's having a down year right now, but he's been linked to the Giants in the past. Luis Robert. White Sox. He's batting 190 right now. He's got 5 home runs.
I don't think that does it for Giants fans.
But he's 27. He's young-ish still.
No, I will take it.
And he's got power. I've seen him. He's got pop and he's got juice and he's a fun player. He's got the chains and everything.
Yeah.
He's a big boy. He's 6'2".
He hung out with Austin Slater because they're both on the White Sox.
Right. But career-wise, he's batting like 260, 265. Yeah. And thank you, Austin Slater. Yeah, I'm sure that doesn't.
That was a joke.
I know. But that's a name that's realistic is why I'm saying that. That's a name that a lot of execs feel like can be moved off. What about this guy? What about, he's not the same, it's the same position. It might feel redundant. Nolan Arenado. What about that? Is that a name that does anything for you?
I mean, he's older. I would love him. And he was rumored to go to the Yankees in the offseason last year. I do believe he will get moved at some point. I don't think we're going to go after him. Okay. I think they need something a little younger.
Okay.
Now, Mike Trout wouldn't be younger than Nolan Arenado.
Wouldn't. He'd be 33. But that's a name that's so much like his name actually holds weight.
But I also think that he also fills a position of need, meaning corner outfielder. As Yaz is starting to kind of come back down to earth, you need another like a legit everyday corner outfielder, and he can DH a little. Arenado is like his value comes from him playing third base.
Right.
And that's why like the Rafael Devers, as nice as that sounds, if Devers said I'll play first, I'm all in.
Isn't there something to be said though about like an embarrassment of riches? You mentioned it again. These are 2 of the greatest players of all time, like the Jeter and A-Rod thing. But when we're talking about Chapman and Arenado, like defensively, they are Jeter and A-Rod. Hell, like they're 2 of the greatest ever defensively at their position.
And by the way, they play together. Jeter's not considered the greatest.
No. I'm saying as just players in general.
Okay.
As overall players, yes. I was saying. I know Jeter's not. I think he's a little. Again, we've talked about this. I think he's a little overrated. But again, he's still a Hall of Famer. He was very good. A-Rod, when he was a shortstop, could have gone down as the greatest ever defensively.
I think he's the most talented baseball player ever.
Pete Rose said it. He's the greatest shortstop he's ever seen in his life.
I thought so too.
I still think so. But I'm giving that much credit to Chapman and Arenado defensively that they are at their position are going to go down as 2 of maybe the greatest.
I'll take both of them defensively over Scott Rowland.
There you go.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
And is in the Hall of Fame.
They were teammates in high school. Can you get that? They play on the same team.
Which is kind of insane.
It's insane. Steve is on the Bay Bridge. He wants to discuss. Steve, which one of these teams needs to make a blockbuster trade? You can only pick one of them. Is it the Giants or is it the Warriors? Good morning.
Morning, guys. It's definitely the Giants, and you stole a little bit of my juice right there. It's Luis Roberts Jr. and Andrew Vaughn. Bring the kid from Santa Rosa back.
Yeah, Cal.
Cal guy. Melvin's going to like that. First base. Got some pop. He's had a couple down years. That lineup has been struggling in Chicago. Same thing with Luis Roberts Jr. Bring him here. Get him some fresh start. Let's see it happen.
That would be a blockbuster. Both those guys who are batting both like 190, but again, change of scenery. The White Sox are they're just so awful. Well, there's zero protection in that lineup.
Andrew Vaughn was highly touted, and similar to Torkelson, he just hasn't lived up to the kid, the first baseman for the Tigers.
Yeah.
He hasn't lived up to the billing. I would take a swing on him. I absolutely would.
By the way, the White Sox just optioned Vaughn down to AAA just a couple days ago to, quote, regain confidence as I search his name.
No, you know where you can regain confidence? In the Giants lineup.
That's true. Well, maybe at this point, maybe
it can't be any worse.
It can't be any worse.
Just getting him out of the south side of Chicago, like that's going to boost his average by at least 100 points.
Right. The wind must be blowing in the opposite direction in the windy city there of Chicago, right? Much like in
Detroit. It's just miserable to be there.
Well, that ballpark, I heard it's soulless. That franchise is soulless right now, and the Giants they're not soulless per se, but they need the soul of a lineup.
I think they're centerpieceless.
Yes.
They miss a centerpiece.
That's a great point. Chris Rose was on with us yesterday, John Boy Media. He kind of talked about that, and he doesn't quite know where that fix is for the Giants right now.
Here's the biggest problem with the Giants. I don't know where the fix comes from. It doesn't like they've got a ton of guys knocking on the door. I think it has to come from the guys who are in the lineup. And yes, Willy Adames, you knew that possibly metrically he was going to fall off significantly when he went to San Francisco. But part of the reason you pay him $182 million is like for the guy that he is every day. That goes a long way in a long season. And the fact that, he's ticked off that he's putting up these kind of numbers, but he's still going to be the same guy every day, that sort of stuff. Well, he does have to produce. He can't be sitting at the numbers that he's sitting at right now in order for them to be as good as they are. Late Night Lamont has been a disappearing act at first base. Basically, it's been their outfield and Wilmer Flores that have pretty much carried them to this point. And, even Jung-Ho Lee has not had a good month of May.
So that all the more reason, as Chris Rose is alluding to there, John Boy, if you missed any of that interview, find on the Free Odyssey app or on YouTube. Great stuff there yesterday. That's why they need someone. They need someone in there. And Mike Trout, I keep going back to that name because he checks a lot of the boxes. Yes, it would be a risk, obviously. But you know what? I'd much rather go with the risk of a Mike Trout, who I know is going to hit some bombs for me at some point, and is going to have a stretch at some point of being really good, than even, I mentioned them already, the Luis Roberts, all those guys. If I could get a Mike Trout, not to say that he is the same as Giannis, because it's a different sport. There's different levels to it.
I think he could be a Jimmy Butler-like effect.
That's
in the
sense,
name.
Yes.
But not in the sense that like everything revolves around him like Steph. No, in that I think he enhances everyone around him in the lineup.
And he brings a sense of legitimacy back to this organization. Jimmy Butler did that. Say what you will about him as a player now. In the playoff, Jimmy is over. Like, we know that. He's an older player. He's going.
Moses Moody looked way better alongside Jimmy Butler.
Brandon Pajemski
looked way better. Steph Curry had some of his best moments alongside him.
Jonathan Kuminga. When they were both there, just those two in the playoffs, they looked good. What did Jimmy say? We could thrive together.
Well, and here's the other element about the Giants and why I think it's imperative that they make a move now for this year. I really do believe it. I'm not saying you sell everything of the future. You have to be fiscally responsible in terms of your prospects down the line. Robbie Ray is going to be a free agent, and you're getting a Cy Young-like year. Now, when you had similar production from a guy, Carlos Rodon, you kind of wasted it. When you had the same thing with Blake Snell last year, you kind of wasted it. I'm talking about organizationally, you wasted it in terms of not maximizing an excellent pitching year and propelling you into the playoffs.
Well, not flipping Snell when you have an opportunity to.
And that's why I would get out in front of this right now if I'm the Giants and make a move immediately, because then you get the extra month of production, number one, or 2 months of production. But number two, like, I want to maximize the Robbie Ray, Logan Webb combo while I have it. As we saw with Matt Cain and Tim Lincecum, these pitchers aren't elite forever. And sometimes you waste the magic years waiting for the rest of the roster to catch up to their excellence. And by the time they start to depreciate, now the roster's really good. It's like, hey, we missed the window here. Could you imagine if Matt Cain got run support in the first 3 years of his career? We would not be talking about a Matt Cain who had 118 losses and only 114 wins.
888-957-9570. Who needs to make a bigger splash this summer when it comes to either the trade deadline in the Giants case or the offseason in the free agency? Is it the Giants or is it the Warriors? 888-957-9570. Who needs to? Because I do think a lot of people want to, like, do the Warriors need to make a big splash this summer? I don't think so.
Well,
I don't think so because you know what? I saw just a couple months of this team, a couple months put together on the spot, on the fly. They went from a 10 seed all the way to the Western Conference semifinals, Joe, in a couple months' time where they didn't have any training camp, no offseason together, no preseason games, none of that. Jimmy Butler was thrust, hey, figure it out, guys. And they figured it out. They did. So I am much more bullish on this team heading in next season than I think a lot of Warriors fans. As currently constructed. Hell, if they bring Kuminga back, I'm still going to be optimistic about this team and their future in this West because you know what? I do think it's a one team versus everyone else conference. And as we saw, that doesn't mean anything because that was what it was with the Celtics in the East. What happened? One injury changed everything.
It changed the trajectory of the franchise.
Jason Tatum, torn Achilles. I don't even know if he's going to be the same player after that.
Kristaps Porzingis is now being linked to the Warriors.
There you go. Like
as an example.
So
after one injury.
Would you consider, real quick on that, would you consider that a blockbuster move?
Absolutely.
Kristaps?
He's making a lot of money.
Tingus Pingus? Yeah?
Actually, I don't think it's that awful. I am not a huge Kristaps fan. He's always hurt, but he does shoot.
He does.
And when he's in there, I think it spaces the floor. I don't love it, but I don't hate it at all.
He's 29. He's going to be 30. When is he going to be 30 this year? It doesn't even say his. August 2nd. He'll be 30. So, again, a guy that averaged last year in the regular season almost 20 points, 7 boards, 2 assists, shooting 50% from the field almost. So, yeah, I think the Warriors could use that. Now, would I say he's this quote-unquote tough player?
No.
Not really. He's more
not what he is.
He's a finesse guy.
That's what you got.
Is he a quote-unquote fake 7-footer, as Steve would say? Well, I know Steve said that about Quentin Post, and Quentin Post, he kind of looked like a fake 7-footer come playoff time. He did, Steve.
He was also a rookie.
He was. But I would trust a guy like Kristaps more so than Quentin Post at that point, who does bring everything that Quentin Post probably is, but he's just better at it.
So how do you view the Warriors right now in comparison to the rest of the West?
I think they're right there.
So,
Again,
where?
So OKC's are we all agreeing they're the top?
Yeah, so they're at the top.
They're at the top. Rockets, Warriors, Lakers, Nuggets, T-Wolves, they're all in the same bucket.
Okay, so they're in the mix in that second tier.
Grizzlies, yes. They're all right there.
Okay, the Giants right now, where are they in the National League?
Ooh.
If you got the Dodgers at the top.
Okay, hold on. Let me put my tiers right now.
Okay.
I've got, shout out Tears of the Clown. I've got Dodgers, Phillies. Those two are a tier above everyone else for me right now.
I think that's fair.
After that, I will toss in the Mets. I'll toss in the Padres. Cubs. I'm not going to put the Cubs there. I'll put
Braves.
the Mets, Padres, not the Braves yet. I'm still a little, let's see. But those two teams I'll put in that next tier. And then the third tier, I'll put the Giants in with the Cubs, with the Cardinals.
Yeah, I don't believe in the Cardinals at all.
Exactly, you don't. But the Brewers, that kind of like, and then the Braves and D-backs. I'll put all of them in a bucket right there.
So if you made a trade with the Warriors, would it infinitely rise them up to tier 1?
No. I don't think there's a move out there that puts them on the Oklahoma City Thunder level.
If the Giants make a blockbuster trade, does that move them from tier 3 to tier 2?
Yes.
I think so too.
I think they could get into the Padres, Mets kind of realm. I do believe that.
And so in terms of quantum leap within their sport, a blockbuster trade for the Giants would do more for you than a Warrior trade.
Correct. I believe that.
I wonder how many people agree with you on
But again,
I do too.
We're comparing two different sports and it's different, right? Like the Giants could get hot towards the end and go all the way to the World Series. Like baseball's weird like that. That could happen. In basketball, the cream always rises. It just does.
It's true.
Oklahoma City I think they're going to win the whole damn thing because they're just better than everyone else. They got more depth. They're young. They're talented. They got the MVP. They probably got the best coach right now. That's baked into the equation. But when it comes to baseball, things can be weird. Things can be interesting. Football, a little bit, but more so the cream always rises there when it comes to the quarterback play.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it usually comes down to. You get some Eli's here and there. You get some Nick Foles here and there, Flacco, if you will. But Oreo Cookie wants to join the conversation. It feels like it's,
let's go.
It feels like it's 80-20 right now from calls when it comes to making a big deal in favor of the Giants over the Warriors.
And what is our YouTube? Does it correlate to the callers.
What do we got, Sammy? What do we got over there?
The YouTube poll with 159 votes reporting is 70% in favor of the Warriors, 30%
So that's
Giants.
interesting. So the callers are calling to say Giants. The YouTube saying Warriors. What does Oreo Cookie think out in Oakland? Oreo, who needs to make a bigger blockbuster trade this summer? Warriors or Giants?
What up, fellas? Good morning. Thanks for taking my phone call. Just, you guys aren't mentioning one name and one name only that I believe is most important here. The name Steph Curry, top 5 point guard of all time, top 5 talent of all time in the NBA. We don't have him for that much longer, so we have to emphasize his time while he is here. Let's take a look at the few remaining teams that are left. They're young, they're athletic, they're hungry. We're too old, bro. We got to blow this thing up, and I'm talking about get rid of the older guys, and that's really what we got to do. We got to emphasize what we have in Steph Curry, man. He's brought a whole bunch of joy to this area, and we owe it to him to go out and try to go for it. As far as trades go, hey, what do we get for Steve Kerr? I'm out.
Can you trade a head coach in NBA? Has that ever happened in the history of it? I know we've traded John
Carlisle
Gruden.
get traded to the Pacers, or
Doc Rivers got traded to the Clippers.
That's what it was.
there
Okay,
you go.
I knew it was somebody.
It doesn't happen very often, though. It's trading Steve Kerr. I mean, I understood what Oreo was getting at a little bit. It's just like, you got to go younger. You got to go younger. Okay, well, you're going to be trading for a lot of unproven guys then, and you're going to put that around Steph and say, here you go, Steph. You got younger.
Because this coach loves playing young
That
guys.
would drive Steph nuts. I'm just going to
Steph
be
or
honest, right?
Steve?
Both of them would go insane.
Or Draymond.
He might have to be part of the package to go get said young players, right? And
I
then
mean,
again,
at which point does Draymond become Pete Rose and just becomes player coach and GM? Judge Dredd.
Oh
We're going to call him
my
Judge
God.
Dredd.
Oh my God.
Well, I mean, he's the one who wanted to draft Wiseman.
By the way, how do you think he's been doing on the TNT broadcast?
He's been
might be the last TNT broadcast tonight, right?
It's not going away though. They're going to go to ESPN.
But they're going. But I said TNT broadcast. It's not. It's going to go to ESPN. It's going to be different.
Yeah, it will be.
A little bit. It'll be just a little bit. Although they'll still show this. I think it'll still be the same studios. The setup will probably look the same pretty much. It'll just be Ernie, Shaq, Kenny, and Charles, and we'll probably have Stephen A. fill in or something.
Oh, God.
Or Kendrick Perkins be there. Big Perk and Shaq going at it.
What is it called when your car has like a go-kart or a motorcycle has a specific thing that like restricts you from going a certain speed?
I think that's what it was. It's like a restriction.
Okay, is that what it is?
Sure. I don't know what the exact like things called.
We need one of those on Stephen A. Smith appearances. Him and Kendrick Perkins.
Okay.
The two of them.
All right.
Small doses.
Like it's the opposite where you have the cruise control where you can like hit the little button if you're like hitting like 70 on the highway and just hit the button.
It's the reverse nitrous.
I believe his new contract, the 5-year, $100 million, is taking him out of NBA Countdown.
5-year, $100 million Stephen A. deal.
Like he's Nikhil Alexander Walker, Jaden McDaniels. They signed Stephen A. to a 5-year.
And he gets to work
$100 million.
less now.
It's insane. It's absolutely crazy.
I mean, you want to talk about my cuppeth runneth over. I mean, Stephen A. Smith, I'm so exhausted by him. Oh, honestly, the more I see him, the more I think he's miserable in his real life. I think he's very miserable. And in some weird way, he is a great litmus test for be careful what you wish for. I think he made a deal with the devil and he got everything that he wanted professionally. And I think he's miserable personally.
I think you need to be careful talking about our future president of the United States like that. What's coming up at the game is brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. 888-957-9570 is the number. We can keep discussing this. Who needs to make a bigger splash this offseason through a trade? Is it Warriors or is it the Giants at the trade deadline? So this summer, who needs to make a bigger trade? Giants, Warriors. Plus, on the other side, we're going to react to what Anthony Edwards had to say yesterday. And boy, is it going to trigger one Joe Shasky. And that's brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Hey, this is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
All right. I know we've got a lot to get into, but I'm telling you, a new thing we're going to do, it's the dog days, right? The rumor mill, if you will. Every day, I'm searching, and I'm going to aggregate something that's online. It could be from a fake account. It could be from a respectable journalist.
Sure.
You know, Anthony Slater just dropped something that I'm going to read for you in a little bit here. Yeah, slates, the Warriors slates about Jonathan Kuminga. At the break, Lubman shocked me with what we chose for today.
Oh, okay. You could have stopped it right there. Lubman shocked you. Then continue.
I'll just read you the headline. The Warriors serve Draymond Green with brutal kick to the guts in a wild trade proposal. You cannot wait. The Aggregator Hour. Every day, something online. I'm going to read it. It might be a minute or two. It might be a 45-minute discussion. Wait till you see this. Go nowhere.
Wait, who did that headline real quick? Kick to the gut. Was that you, Sam? Did you do that one?
Nope, that was the source of this aggregation.
Blue Man Hoop?
Not Blue Man Group.
That's pretty
Hoops Hype, I think.
Hoops
or no,
Hype.
sorry, let me get the right.
He said it, Blue Man Hoop. That's pretty good, actually. I like that. Those guys always creeped me out in Vegas, by the way. Okay, I'm excited for that. That's going to be fun. I'll give you 2 for the impression right there. 888-957-9570. We'll get to that. The Aggregator Dog Days segment. Is it, what do we call it?
It's the 8 o'clock Aggregator Hour.
Okay.
At some point in the 8 o'clock hour, depending on the day, I will give you something about the Warriors and the NBA that is out there in the world that I find or Sam finds fascinating. And I kind of want him to surprise me like he did today.
I just hope that the aggregation doesn't, make me irritated, if you will, because some of these things that I keep seeing aggregated.
Luka for Kuminga.
Is the agitation, or is the aggregation going to agitate me? That's the little alliteration I was looking for as we're doing Dr. Seuss here in the 8 o'clock hour. By the way, coming up today at 4, the Valkyries taking on the New York Liberty, the defending champs, and you could hear that game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones will have the call. Again, we are your home of not only Golden State Warriors, but Golden State Valkyries basketball as well. Okay, speaking of basketball though, Joe, a series ended yesterday in kind of undramatic fashion. The Thunder just absolutely dismantled the Minnesota Timberwolves. I was expecting, honestly, a better series than what took place. I was disappointed in Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle and Minnesota top to bottom. And maybe I should just be looking at the flip side and say giving credit to Oklahoma City, which I am. Looked incredible. But I think you could be both. I could be a little disappointed just as an NBA fan with how things shook out there and how things look like they're going to shake out between the Pacers and the Knicks. 124-94 the final. OKC dominates. It was 26-9 at the end of the first quarter. The game was over. The series is over at that point. They had no shot. Anthony Edwards was not very good in this series. Honestly, throughout the playoffs, a little underwhelming throughout it. I did not think Anthony Edwards had this great coming out party like he did last year in the playoffs, where he did reach the conference finals again and then obviously falling to Dallas. I thought Julius Randle was this team's best player from top to bottom more often than not. But here is Ant-Man, one of the future potential faces of the league, which he said he does not want, by the way. Charles Barkley said it. He is not part of the face of the league, but he is one of the young up-and-coming stars I think we could all agree on. Here's Ant-Man talking about getting to this point again and whether he's disappointed or mad or frustrated on how things shook out.
It's exciting. I don't know why people would think it would hurt. I mean, it's exciting for me. I'm 23. I get to do it a whole bunch of times. Like I said, we tried last year. We couldn't get it. We tried again this year. We're going to try again next year. But hurting is a terrible word to use. I'm good. Yeah.
So he's saying he's not hurting. He's excited. And you know what? I'm good. When you heard that, mind you, Anthony Edwards, what is he, 23 years old? I mean, this is a guy that's been to back-to-back Western Conference Finals now, still has a lot of basketball, we hope, ahead of him. And And that's just a guy that's confident in himself. He's a confident young lad who thinks he's going to get back there. And he's using this positive mental outlook, Joe. And how does that hit you this morning as just a basketball fan when you hear something like that?
I don't think this was his intention, but the way it lands on a fan, fair or not, it's like, I'll be back. Doesn't really matter. And I get where he's coming from because you don't want to show your vulnerability. But as a fan, I don't want to hear my star player not feel the pain that we're feeling at that exact same moment.
The fact that he said, I'm good and I'm excited about the future.
Which is true. I just don't want to hear it right then and there.
Okay.
I want to feel more anguish because the fans feel anguish, do they not?
They do. Anthony Edwards is kind of an enigma, though. The way he speaks, the way his whole pre-draft process.
I would agree.
Like, he's told us, guys, that basketball is not like his life and blood. Like, it's not what he lives and breathes for every single day. It's his job. He's really good at it. He does love it, but it's not like this thing that he's married to forever. He does have other aspirations in life, and I do think this generation, this upcoming generation, whatever this generation, Gen Z, X, Y, LMNOP, I don't know what we're at anymore, but post-millennial generation, they do look at things differently than the millennials, than the boomers, than the Gen, I don't know, X, whatever it was before you, Joe. Like, their jobs isn't the end all be all in life anymore. And I do think a lot of these young players look at basketball saying, hey, I grew up loving sports. I love it, but I'm not going to be in love with it. I'm not going to dedicate every single thing to this game like the Stephs, the Kobes, the LeBrons, that diehard nature. Not to say that other players his age don't feel that. Some of them do. I do think there is a shift in mindset overall where they're not going to live and die with all of these results like some of the players of the past, like Michael Jordan. He'd be sick to, he remembers, and Tom Brady's built like this too, they remember the losses in the big games, and the big moments, and the Super Bowls and the finals more so than they do the wins. Now, Michael never lost in the finals, but he remembers those early days against the Pistons or the Celtics and losing those ones, and that fueled him, and he took everything personally, right? That's how they're wired. Tom Brady, he's going to remember what? That he's going to get that perfect season. That's going to stick with him more so than any of those wins against the Rams or against Kansas City. Like that loss, those losses to Eli Manning and Nick Foles are going to stick with him for the rest of his life, and they're going to gnaw at him. Steph, the same way. He spoke about it. He still has nightmares about 2016. Like that's going to stick with him. LeBron, same thing. He's going to have nightmares, conversely, about Steph Curry and Kevin Durant. I don't think the next star player is going to be wired like that going forward. The majority of them are going to be more wired like Anthony Edwards. And honestly, I can't be mad at the guy. I can't be mad at that.
Name a player. I'm not. I actually kind of disagree with you on the point you made at the end. They're not going to be wired like that movement. Is Patrick Mahomes wired that way?
He is.
He's closer to Kobe and Steph.
He's also going to be 30. He's my age.
No, but I'm saying
there's a generational here that I don't think that's a different generation though. That's my generation.
You think
that's a millennial.
You think Jaden Daniels was just happy to be there last year?
Yes, I do. Probably.
I remember seeing him. He was hurt on that podium.
Of course.
And I'm not saying you have to hurt and show vulnerability at every single level.
He was a rookie, though. He was a rookie that made the NFC Championship game. Right? Like,
I don't know. I think there's a way you have to be wired to be one of the greats in sports. And I think there's a common denominator. Maniacally obsessed and everything matters. That's how I'm not saying you can't be really good at your craft. What I'm saying is if you want to be all-time legendary great, there's an obsession level in any industry that you need to have as a base requirement.
This is a good question from Sam. He posed this to us. Do you think this might be more of an NBA focused and that NFL players are wired just differently from sport to sport?
Just in the under 25
Trevor
crowd.
Lawrence got grief because he even alluded to the fact that football wasn't his number one passion.
That people
alluded to it.
We're going back to the pre-draft. That's why I mentioned Anthony Edwards. People looked at him differently. He's like, yeah, man, I like rap. I like all this other stuff. Yeah, basketball's cool. It's cool. It's not like I'm not like in love with it, but I'm really good at it, so I'm going to continue to do it. I think you'd find that more often than not in locker rooms. I do think in basketball and football and everything, There's a lot of people that are really good at their sport that do it for the paycheck.
I do believe.
I'm not saying he's just doing it for the paycheck.
No, I know what you're saying. I do think there's a culture in basketball where you never want to show any weakness.
Right.
There's this weird over the top. Like we know in football, just to play the sport,
you're tough.
You better be insane.
Yes.
Right. And extremely tough. And I do believe that there's like a I'm too cool for that attitude, just in general, that permeates the NBA. And I think that's basketball as a whole, right? And I think it's there's a lot we can dissect regarding AAU culture and the come up and all that. But the common denominator of anyone who's great in any industry is obviously a baseline of physical excellence or mental excellence in any given field, but an obsession level. You have to love the mundane. Love the mundane. You have to love practice. You do not get good by just showing up. All of these guys have patented the craft of just preparation to a degree of obsession that can't even be fathomed by the casual person.
I want to play this one more time. Again, this is Anthony Edwards as the Minnesota Timberwolves get knocked out in 5 games in the Western Conference Finals. Oklahoma City advances. Anthony Edwards on if he's hurting after back-to-back Western Conference Finals losses now in back-to-back years.
It's exciting. I don't know why people would think it would hurt. I mean, it's exciting for me. I'm 23. I get to do it a whole bunch of times. Like I said, we tried last year. We couldn't get it. We tried again this year. We're gonna try again next year. But hurting is a terrible word to use. I'm good. Yeah.
There was a host at our station that said this, Mark Willard, the Super Bowl or try again for the Niners. He uttered that last year when they were going on that Super Bowl run. Super Bowl or try again. It wasn't Super Bowl or bust. That's kind of the mindset Anthony Edwards has. Oh, well, NBA Finals, we'll try again. Western Conference Finals, we'll try again.
I get having
but that's what it is.
No, I know. But I guess what I would say to you is that for Ant Edwards to take that next leap forward, right, for him in his career, like, I hate to go to the Brady on you, but Brady has the greatest quote of all time. And I think this is how I live in my radio life. If you're going to beat me, you better dedicate your entire life to beating me. Everything I do is going to be baked into, like yesterday, I'm going to dinner with my wife. I'm taking a 25-minute call with the boss where we're just discussing certain things and obsessing about it. How many times did I call you yesterday? Yeah. How many times did I call Sam? Now, this is just a normal day for me, but my life is dedicated around being great at this.
Yeah.
And you could say, Joe, you're not even that talented. I know I'm not that talented. That's why I have to work extra hard. Tom Brady said that I am going to dedicate my life to this. So if you're going to beat me, you better dedicate every waking moment of your life to be better than me at this. Do you think Steph Curry enjoys his life?
Yes.
I do too. He's at Bottle Rock having fun. But do you also think that he has dedicated pretty much every facet of his life to being a maximum whatever he can be as a basketball player? He has tried to maximize his skills.
Yes.
I agree. And now I'm not saying that Anthony Edwards isn't maximizing himself at all, but that mindset, I think, does need a little tweaking as you get older. And look, who you are at 23 is not who you are at 27, no. 32, 38, 41. LeBron's probably calibrated and recalibrated and rechanged himself. But no, I think he's saying that out loud. I wonder what he really thinks inside.
Well, he might just have that. Like, that might be his personality. Like, that might be the real Anthony Edwards we're seeing right there. He's usually himself all the time.
He said he's going to work hard.
No, of course.
He said he's going to work hard.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, I'm excited about the future. Like, listen, everyone wants to be upset, but his whole mantra is this positive mental outlook, and I can't fault people that feel that way. I think a lot more people would feel better about themselves if they thought the way Anthony Edwards did. But I think a lot of us are wired, like you, like me sometimes. It's just like, I hate losing so much. I hate losing more than I love winning. And I do think that's something that's lost on a lot of people going forward now. And again, I'm going to be 32 years old next week. I'm not old man that's yelling at cloud. Yeah. I understand, but that's just me. And I think the Stephs, they hate losing more than they love winning. LeBron, actually at this stage, I don't know. I'm actually kind of questioning that for the first time. Just listen to his post-career. He's 40 and he's playing with his son. I think he's won at life. I think I think he might be at that chapter who says, you know what? I'm going to hand it off to Luka. He's going to be the next guy. I got to play with my son. That's awesome. Maybe I'll get to play with both of them. Who knows? Like, Kobe, towards the end there, I think he knew it was time. Towards the end where he's like, yeah, I like the moment he stopped loving like the game is when he hung it up. Not to say that again, Anthony Edwards doesn't love the game. Maybe, just maybe, he doesn't love it as much as some of these other guys. It did kind of rub me the wrong way a little bit when Jimmy Butler was like, yeah, we'll get some coffee, play some dominoes.
No doubt that bugged me.
We'll play some dominoes, get some coffee, everything's fine.
Do you think Jokic is great?
I think he's awesome. I think he's one of the greatest players in the history of the sport.
Right.
But it bothers me, Joe. I think you're going to bring this up.
Okay.
When he has this nonchalant nature about him, saying, "I don't want to be at the parade. I want to go home."
Yeah.
Well, then why? What are we doing? Like
both things can be true.
Yes.
He's amazing. He's an all-time talent. There's also a small bit of Pablo Sandoval in him where I view him and I'm like, well, if you just transformed your body a little and dedicated your nutrition and I'm dead serious on this, I think you would be even that much better.
I do think Jokic is fine though. Like again, he plays the altitude.
Exhausted down the stretch.
There is one big difference though between Jokic and these other players is look at Jokic's stats in all these series, all these games.
Incredible.
Anthony Edwards didn't show up for 2 of these games in this whole series. Like, and then to come in post game and say that, like that pisses me off as a fan.
I would agree. But I think when I watch LeBron and Steph Curry, what makes them so unique, Kobe as well, again, the lifestyle dedication to the nutrition and the body. Like that's the hallmark of Jerry Rice. Yep. That's the hallmark of Tom Brady. Just look again. We're not talking about being great. We're talking about being one of the greatest ever in your sport. Tiger Woods. Yep. He's like, look at the field. Look at me.
Yep.
You tell me who really wants to have a 30-year career. Now, Tiger did things to himself off the field, but he set the standard for the next generation. And you look at the Scotties and the Rorys. They've dedicated their life to fitness and body within that sport.
Kepka did.
So some people can get away with it. Some people can, do the, as I call it, the Pablo Sandoval and have a very great career, make a lot of money, and just kind of get by. But I think if you want to be one of the greatest ever in said sport, these are the differentiators.
Does it matter how you say and when you say something like that? Just getting eliminated the way you did and not really showing up at all in that series against probably the best team in the league and the best team going forward into next season. Does that rub you the wrong way? Just as a basketball fan, 888-957-9570 is
or
the
a
number.
Sports fan,
or
I
a
think.
sports fan,
because you want to feel that your players care as much as you. I'm not saying he doesn't, but I want them to say it.
If he's supposed to be the next face of the league, we all kind of want. I want him to be the next face of the league. I want him to hurt a little more. And I do think this is kind of a shifting in mentality with some of these players going forward, where it's just like, you know what? They may just not hate losing as much as they love winning. Just kind of that old mentality. You mentioned Tom, which was a good one, saying you better dedicate your entire life. The reason Kobe is labeled as Kobe's labeled as selfish and that he was a ball hog.
He was mad at Shaq, and I agree with him. Shaq's an all-time player.
Yes.
Shaq could have been even better.
They could have won 6 or 7 titles, it felt like.
Yeah. Shaq left a little on the chopping block.
Yep.
As great as his career was.
He'd admit it too.
Exactly.
Yep.
And there's things he admits in terms of regret and whatnot. And he had one of the greatest careers ever. And he's loved.
Yep.
Kobe is immortalized. Now, part of it is passing away.
Yes.
But Kobe was immortalized toward the end because we felt like, as a fan of the sport, he squeezed every ounce out of that body.
Yep.
Wouldn't you agree?
I would. And then also the Redeem team, all that, the way he worked, and he was pushing guys like LeBron, Dwayne Wade, Carlos Boozer, Chris Paul, all those players on that Olympic team, pushed them and made them feel bad about even how much they cared about the game.
Yes.
Right? Made them question how much they loved the game. Man, I don't love it as much as Kobe. Maybe I should be here at 5 or 6 in the morning working out with him. Now there's give and take there. Did he work out too much? Did he do too much to his body? He even admitted that after his career was over, that, you know what, I wish I rested just a little bit more when it comes to the work ethic.
Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah.
He just finished his career and he talked about and part of his was boozing, right? Like he has admitted this.
Yeah.
Right.
He had an alcohol problem. He admitted
he had one of the greatest careers, one of the great Marlin careers of all time, and Detroit Tiger careers. And they've been around for 150 years.
Triple Crown winner.
He could have been better. And he said it. He's like, I left a lot of my career and the last however many years were left on the chopping block because of things I did.
Yep.
And not dedicating my fitness, my lifestyle, and having, this issue with drinking.
Pete in San Ramon wants to join in this conversation around Anthony Edwards, saying he's excited about the future. He's not hurting after the loss.
I don't think he's a bad person, Anthony Edwards, but I also don't think he's being truthful. I think he hurts more than he's admitting.
Well, he might, but I do think there is such a thing as positive mental outlook, which we do not like as fans. After our team just got eliminated, I do think there is a message that says, wow, I care more about this player than I. That's a little interesting, and I do think we as fans need to check ourselves at times when it comes to our love for a certain team, whether it outweighs the actual players. I question that. Pete, San Ramon, what you got on Anthony Edwards? Good morning.
Hey, Pete.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think the question, how much are you hurt, or I think I got it paraphrased right.
Yeah, that was dumb. It. Yeah. You think it's dumb?
Why do you say that?
I think it's dumb. There's no coach in any sport is going to say to a player who gets knocked down or had a bad play, well, feel hurt for a minute, and then we'll get back to it. They're going to say, put some dirt on it and get up, let's go. Feeling hurt is not what it's about. He's disappointed, perhaps. He says, go and try it again. I can't get too deep into his mental attitudes, or I have no idea what he does for working out and trying to keep fit and stuff. But why be hurt? I just don't buy it.
Well, some people use it as motivation.
I do think we're talking about the workout and the nature of Anthony Edwards specifically because there was question marks about his fitness, about his dedication prior to getting drafted. And it was famous.
I haven't had them since.
No, not since. But we're talking about it when it comes to that player because he has such a nonchalant nature about him.
Yeah.
That it does make us question sometimes as fans like, man, is he as dedicated as the guy at the opposite end, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who did have to work from a role player and then move his way up to finally being the guy? Anthony Edwards has always been the guy, it feels like.
I have this impression of SGA that he is maniacally obsessed.
Yes.
Whether that's true or not, I don't even follow him on social media.
The proof's in the pudding, right? With him when it comes to his gameplay and just the level of it has to be that. He's had to work at his craft.
But Ant's also 22 or 23. Shay's 4 years older.
He is. No, and
I do think that does matter. I think how you are early on in your career can evolve. Like, I'm sure Steph had moments in his career that he wasn't as dedicated as he is today.
No, yeah. It's a great point. And Anthony Edwards came into a situation where you did have a Karl Anthony Towns, who was the top dog, or cat, I guess, in this case, on the team, right? And then you saw last year, there's clearly a changing of the guard. Last couple of years, really. He's like, oh, no, Anthony Edwards is their best player. And that came with, same with Shai. Hell, Shai was playing with, on the Clippers. Who was the best team on the Clippers back in 2018, 2019? I couldn't even tell you. Back then. And then the big trade happens. They ship him out to Oklahoma City. And they have like a bunch of different random players. And then eventually he just works his way into being that guy these last couple of years. And yeah, he worked very hard, but he is 28. Kind of like Jokic winning for the first time a couple of years ago when he was 27, 28, I want to say. So the sky's the limit still for Anthony Edwards. And the reason we're talking about this is because we as fans, it's just interesting that the right tone you have to strike to a fan base. Like, I don't know what the right answer is sometimes. What do you want to hear, Joe? Like, if
sometimes I just want to hear something as simple as this. Yeah, this one hurts, but tomorrow the sun will come up and I'm going to work my butt off and I'm going to use it as motivation in the offseason for everything to get back to where we are.
It's the fact that he refused to say it hurt. That's kind of the problem with some people.
We probably all know it does hurt.
Okay.
How can it not?
Yeah, absolutely. But again, for these guys, I know for a lot of us.
You ever play with somebody where it doesn't matter one way or the other?
Yeah.
I've played with a couple guys that are so talented and it just, they 2 seconds later, don't care at all.
And sometimes that works. Like if we're playing a scramble and we're trying to go play golf and we're just having fun, like there's nothing worse than the guy that's like pissed off the entire time.
Throwing clubs.
Dude, I'm out here playing golf. I don't need that. Like I'm really just trying to have like a beer or two and chill with the boys. That's what I'm trying. Like I might suck. And it's like, that's not fun. And last time we played together, Joe, I couldn't drive the hell for the ball.
Yeah, but you didn't ruin it for everyone else.
I didn't ruin it for everyone else. You know why? I had a couple shots and you guys picked me up and said, good day.
We're also doing it as a hobby.
Exactly that. I'm not, Freddie Couples. Okay. Yeah. I'm not Lee Trevino. I'm not those guys. Okay. Oh, it's just funny how as fans, we just freak out.
Well, I think Baker Mayfield fell victim to this as well. Like Baker Mayfield, everything was flippant. Nothing ever bothered him. And he was above, the crowd, like, oh, I'm going to be fine. And he was almost in denial. And I think that really rubbed everyone the wrong way. And I think for whatever reason in this society, we love a pound of flesh and we want the humility from you.
Yes.
And I think now that he's humble, or at least perceived as humble, now we all like Baker again.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and his play has gotten better. It's the aggregator hour, and we're running up against it. We got to do it.
What are we doing? Do we have a sound for this? I don't even know.
Here's my sound. I'm
What's
making
the
up
sound?
as we go.
What are we doing?
It is the 8 o'clock aggregator hour.
What? Whoa! What is this? 90s sitcom?
This is Timex Social Club, bro. This is Mike Marshall.
Rumors?
Look at all these rumors.
It did feel like you were going right into
bang this. Turn this up.
It sounded like you were going to like Saved by the Bell or like Full House or something.
You like that?
When you do that little
Mr. Belding?
The synthesizer? Yeah.
All right. So every day I'm going to read you something from the internet. Some of it might be unsubstantiated. It just might be a rumor. Some of it might be written by somebody who has credibility. Like let's say Anthony Slater writes something that's provocative, which he did today, and we'll get into it in a second. From Blue Man Hoop. Fan-sided.
That's such a ridiculous.
The guy's name's Peter O'Keefe. And as of the printing of this paper, it was 4 minutes prior. And I got this handed to me. When did you hand this to me, Loveman?
Right before the break. So right after the break. So 8:30.
I'll read you the headline. All right? This is an NBA trade that might pertain to the Warriors. Warriors serve Draymond Green with brutal kick to the guts in wild trade proposal. And as I flip to the next page, what if the Warriors have been urged to flip Draymond Green for Domantas Sabonis?
Oh my God. I'm so here for that. Just for the craziness.
Here's what it says in the article. I'll let you react. Acquiring Sabonis would only add to Golden State's front court spacing concerns, but perhaps less so if it's Green going back to Sacramento or a third team. The other way, which is what Schwartz presents, Sabonis would be the perfect fit, the perfect third star alongside Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry, even if it meant trading Draymond Green in order to get him. What do you think about that? What do you think about acquiring 3 years and $140 million left on his deal? Sabonis, who averaged 19, 14, and 6 this season on 60% shooting.
I'm in.
For Draymond Green.
I'm in. Why not? Now, why would Sacramento do that deal? I don't know. He's like one of the pieces you have.
Sabonis?
Yes.
For Draymond?
Come on, Joe, you do it. Come on.
No, I wouldn't.
What?
No, I wouldn't do it.
Why?
I wouldn't do it. I want no part of Sabonis.
Why?
I don't want. He has to have the ball in his hands.
He's 29. He just turned 29. He's been around a long time.
No, he's a good player.
He had a really good season.
You can make the argument he's a better overall player for 30 different teams in the league than Draymond Green. Yep. For this team and the way they want to play, I'm sticking with Draymond.
He averaged 19, 13.9 rebounds. So basically, I'm going to just say 14. So 19, 14, and 6 on 59% from the floor. That's checks. He's 6'10". Basically 7 feet tall. Like, does that check all the boxes?
888-957-9570. Aggregator 8 o'clock hour. In or out. Sabonis for Draymond.
888-957. I'm so
you're shaking your head.
I'm so
I'll tell you why. Is because Sabonis does exactly what Kuminga and what James Wiseman did, which they need the ball and they need to face the hoop, get 3 seconds, and then they can make their move. The Warriors don't need that.
No, he's a smart, cerebral player. You plug him in. You get Steve Kerr. You get Steve Kerr to talk to this guy. You got Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, full offseason of work, Carter. I think it can work.
Is this for the Golden State Warriors or Joe Spadoni's fantasy basketball team that he's running in the Guru League?
I don't do fantasy basketball. That's one of the fantasy sports I do not do. I do football, sometimes baseball. Although I got burned from a league last year that I joined randomly, and it was a league that's set on Sundays every week, and you can't adjust it. Stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Never doing that again. A set league weekly. It's awful. But
Dennis on
he
YouTube
passes the ball, Joe. Like Kuminga, I'm going to disagree with Carter here. Kuminga doesn't pass the ball. Sabonis averaged 6 assists last year. He's a willing passer, and that works in this system. He's got size, and he will get rebounds. Kuminga doesn't get rebounds. Looney, sure. But Looney doesn't pass the ball as well as Sabonis. That's why I would take it. Now, is he great defensively? No, he's not. Did I think Şengün was great defensively in that series against the Rockets? No. I think Sabonis is kind of like Şengün in that regard. Which on this team, I would take
for
that.
Sabonis would make your head explode if you're a Warrior fan. Dennis on YouTube, no, absolutely not. Austin from San Jose on YouTube, hell yeah, he'd do the deal.
Yes!
People are all over the place.
I would absolutely do that deal. I don't think the Kings do it. If any team's denying that deal, it's the Sacramento Kings.
Well, what
not
if they
the
get
Warriors.
a third team? Their favorite team, the Bulls.
Oh, God, Jesus. Good. Send data. Pistons. Why not toss the Pistons in there? Send Draymond to Detroit, right? There you go.
Sabonis and Draymond in some
it would be poetic.
Trade machination.
It would be poetic at this point.
I mean,
right?
just get Gobert involved too. While
Oh
we're at
my
it.
God!
I mean,
the Stifle Tower,
and then Steven Adams signs as a unrestricted free agent.
How are you getting Nurkic involved in this?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, God.
I feel like you can make like a starting five of like all the guys that Draymond has like beefed with over the years.
Jalen Green, Jalen Green out there too.
Bradley Beal do this deal? Would Steve Kerr do this deal?
I do think that Steve Kerr loves him some Domantas Sabonis. I do, because he can pass. He's a will. I do think we're sleeping on this, guys. He's a willing passer. He is. And I do think what you're getting offensively from Domantas Sabonis is infinitely better than whatever you're getting from Draymond Green. And defensively, sure, you're going to lose a step. Sure. But what you're gaining offensively with Sabonis outweighs what you're losing defensively.
You went from Clay, Dre, and Steph a couple years ago to Buddy and Sabonis.
I want to make
Steph.
hold on, I want to make clear too. I would do this deal.
Okay.
I don't think Steve Kerr would do this deal.
Okay,
That's what,
all right.
what I'm
Oh,
saying.
you would do the deal.
I would do it. Yeah, he's a better player, but Steve Kerr wouldn't do it.
What if
That's
you
the
had
type
to
of player
throw-
he clearly wants to avoid.
What if you had to throw in Moody,
sure,
Kuminga?
Sure, I'm doing that still.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm out on it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco Odyssey Sports Station, and home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studio. 1 hour to go here on the Morning Roast.
Bonus.
Are you doing it? It was a bleeding over from the aggregator hour here. That's a new thing we're unveiling. We're going to go to the. You're going to social and you're going to the aggregation, right? So you see it all the time, whether you're on Twitter, whether you're on Facebook, doesn't matter. What's trending, if you will. And right now it's, hey, would you do Sabonis for Draymond Green?
I would
888-957-9570.
The Steph Curry as the Godfather leaning in on Fredo, like him doing this to Draymond, because he would have to co-sign on something like this. The memes would be all time online, would they not?
To protect Steph from himself, I need to go over his head if I'm done Levy and Co. You know what? I'm protecting you from yourself, Steph. Go hang out with Aisha.
Oh, the hit comes from above?
Yes.
It comes from the old country?
It does. You know what? No, I turn my back now. Paulie. All right? Just say, hey, Steph, you know what? I love you, but I got to do things that's best for this organization. And Draymond Green, we got to move on from him. If you want to maximize you, Steph, this is the best move going forward. All right? You were out. We saw the offensive limitations from Draymond. It's just not there anymore. And if Jimmy's going to be our number two, hell, Domantas Sabonis right there with him, I feel a lot better. Don't you?
Keon Ellis and Domantas Sabonis for some combination of Kuminga, Moody.
Hey, you like Keon Ellis.
I do like Keon Ellis.
So I'm just saying.
do. I think he could fill some of the perimeter defensive woes.
Let's talk to Bobby in Los Altos. Bobby, I see here you want to talk about Anthony Edwards, but you're such a diehard and you're so tapped in. Would you trade
Sabonis?
Would you trade Draymond Green for Domantas Sabonis, Bobby?
I guess in a different related way, this is what I'd say. And I'm going to answer your question. Look, the way that the Timberwolves got eviscerated by OKC and the way the Timberwolves eviscerated us, I realize it doesn't matter. One player isn't going to do anything. This team cannot compete for championships anymore.
Whoa. Real quick, Bobby, real quick. The Timberwolves eviscerated the Steph Curry-less Golden State Warriors. That there's some nuance in there, right?
No, there's no nuance in 4-1. You know, Jimmy Butler was a kitty cat. He was not a dog. It doesn't matter if Steph comes back. What does that mean? We're going to lose 4-2, 4-3. We need to gut this whole team. It's going to be Steph and Giannis, and everyone else is gone.
Steph and Giannis and everyone else is gone.
And now Bobby's gone.
The trade was Sabonis and Draymond.
And now they're done.
That's not today's aggregator hour sensation.
They're cooked. Like, again, he's like, no, there is no nuance. I was like, oh, well, if you put it that way. But yes, there is nuance, Bobby. You lost Stephen Curry. That's why you got destroyed from the Minnesota Timberwolves. Sorry. Like that, you lose your best player, you're going to lose the series. That's what happened. That sucks. You know what? I would rather have better insurance. had Stephen Curry gone down and I had Sabonis and Jimmy, maybe you do win a game. I actually no. You do win a game.
Wait.
You do win a game with those two.
Okay. Give it to me again.
So
give it to me.
If I had Sabonis,
it's like I saw the light turn on in your head as you were going. Do it again.
If I had lost Steph, like the way you did this last series against the Minnesota
and I just
Timberwolves,
removed Draymond and I put in Sabonis,
you're winning a game.
You think one game?
Yes, absolutely you are.
Okay, you might.
And then what happens? You get Steph Curry back for game 6 and anything's possible.
But do the three of them work together better than Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph?
Well, are the three of them working well now?
Yeah, you got me kind of convinced over the last 3 days that they're closer than I wanted to admit.
See, I think that Steph and Jimmy work great together, and that's the tandem I don't want to break apart right now.
So you're more
I've
open
seen them
to Dre.
Correct. I'm not open on moving. For that trio, the one person I'm moving, because clearly you're not moving Steph. It's Draymond Green. It's the weak link.
Sacramento receiving Draymond Green?
I think the 3-team trade is where that happens. I think he goes to a team that feels like, and again, that's why I brought up a team like the Pistons. I have to look at their roster, but like the story writes itself.
Yeah, but
he rooting for the Bad Boys Pistons. He loves them and what they're a part of. He's a Michigan guy. Like, it makes sense, right? Right?
If you could get Keegan Murray in this deal somehow, I'd be willing to really think about this one.
Okay. All right. Abraham in Fremont says he has a different trade idea. Okay. Real quick, though, before you get to that, Abraham, would you trade Draymond Green for Domantas Sabonis straight up?
For sure, straight up. But I would throw in Kuminga and get Keegan Murray back. Keegan Murray will fit perfectly in a Warrior system. He's a popping three defensive kind of guy, and then you got Sabonis getting 10 rebounds a night. That's a perfect lineup right there.
I'm not mad at that. 6'8", he's 24 years old. He's
I feel
young.
like he's still scratching the surface.
He is coming off kind of a down season, right? I mean, he averaged 12, 6, and an assist. I would love that. I don't think the Kings are doing that. Again, this hypothetical, the Kings are definitely not doing that.
God, it would be so funny.
But it would be great. I'd be all in on it. It'd be fun. Be exciting. Right?
It would be a lot of excitement. Sabonis.
You're in on it. You're in. Like, I see that smirk. You're definitely in on Draymond Green going for Domantas Sabonis. You're in on it. Come on.
We could call the, Sabonis, Quentin Post front line White Castle.
That's not bad.
Come on, you like that?
That's not bad.
You like that?
The European conquest. I don't know what you want to call it because his dad Arvidas. Arvidas is he going to be courtside smoking the cigarettes like he used to do back in the 90s?
And Peyton Sr.
Oh my god.
And Del Curry.
And all the old men.
Just all the dads.
Oh, that's great. Oh, I love that. Okay, that's fun though. That was fun.
I was thinking about how I could mix in White Castle.
No, it wasn't bad. Harold and Kumar. I wish they had White Castles over there. They don't have. That's the East Coast.
The only time I've ever seen White Castle is at the frozen food section.
No, it's a thing over like in the East Coast. They don't have a lot of them. Hence why Harold and Kumar had to scour.
And they're all sliders?
I think that's what they do. They do the sliders, and how they cook it is they do the little slider burgers on top of the onions that are grilling, and they put the bun on top of the burger and onion, so it steams it. So through that, it cooks it through the steams
like
of
I
the
do
onion.
with my Hawaiian rolls.
There
when
you
I
go.
Make pulled
right,
pork.
the King's Hawaiian.
Yeah.
There you go. God, I can go.
God, I love a good Hawaiian roll.
I love that segment, the aggregator hour. Is that every day we're doing that?
Yeah, we'll do it every day. Some days it'll be a minute, and we'll laugh, and we'll keep it moving.
Okay.
Some days it'll be 45 minutes.
I'm not mad at that. 888
That way we keep you up to date on Warrior stuff.
There we go. And you know what? Let's get back into what we were talking about prior to that, Joe. Was the Giants or the Warriors? We can keep on the Warriors, but bring the Giants back into it. Who needs to make a bigger move? And we brought up a name. One Mike Trout. That the more I think about it, I do think not the Warriors, although the Warriors could trade for Mike Trout, I guess, too. The Giants need to go all in on that guy. I'm going to tell you why on the other side. Giants should be going after one Mike Trout. I'll tell you why on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. And don't forget, Carter, Sam, Joe, coming up today, 4 o'clock, Valkyries taking on the New York Liberty, and you can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones will have the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Snoop Dogg. And I'm listening to the people right now at 888-957-9570. That's
me.
the number to call or text. Hey, Joe.
I'm only listening to 95.7 The Game.
Well, are you listening to Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys as well in that podcast?
Yes.
Because you like the sound of your own voice.
No, I haven't been on an episode in a while, but it's been Risotto and Lubman.
Okay, well, you can find Joe Shasky, Sam Lubman, and Steven Risotto, who have the best Giants talk in the world with the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Make sure you are subscribed today because a special guest host joined this week. We won't tell you who it was, but oh, baby, was it a good one. That's a tease right there for you. Those that know. Those that don't. We got one more segment before handing off to Steiny and Guru, and we're going to call an audible. Omaha! We're going to call an audible, Joe. I teased Mike Trout and the Giants, but we're gonna push that aside for now because you know what? Something's going on with Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors right now and Steve Kerr and all of that, and I want to get back into it. And some of you might have just rolled your eyes in your car or wherever you're listening on the Odyssey app. Oh, Jonathan Kuminga.
95.7 The Kuminga.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know, right? No, this is different. Anthony Slater, all right? He just doesn't say something to say something, all right? He's not Skip Bayless. He's not the Colin Cowards of the world. He's not the Joe Spadonis of the world. No. Anthony Slater is very credible, okay?
Can I do my Colin Cowherd?
Please.
Jonathan Kuminga is kind of like a Toyota Tundra. It's reliable every now and then, but it's not your first choice. And when you've got the Prius in the car that gets you, I don't know, I'm trying to make some awful analogy. That's what Cowherd does. Someone writes him a script and gives him an awful analogy to start with.
That's not bad. I was hoping you say, Jonathan Kuminga, he wears his hat backwards. And for me, I don't want that in my franchise player.
He's a me guy.
He's a me guy.
Yeah.
That's not what I want. He's got a six-pack. You know
it's
what?
kind of like LeBron. He always goes back to LeBron, too.
You know, Will Levis, you know why he doesn't work? Works out too hard. He's in the gym too much. He eats mayonnaise straight from the jar. You know what?
Can I ask
I like a little meat on the bones.
When did mayonnaise become negative?
What do you mean?
I love mayonnaise.
When you put it in your coffee,
Yeah,
it's
when
negative.
you put it in your coffee and make a bit out of it.
That I agree with. But like artichoke and mayonnaise is a staple in the Shasky household.
I like spicy mayo or like a nice aioli. Like I like that.
No. I just best foods, straight up mayo, doggy.
That's fine on a sandwich or if I'm making like a tuna salad or a chicken salad. It has to be mixed or on top of something. I'm not just eating straight mayo.
Okay, no one is. That's called psycho status.
Well,
if you're going spoon in.
No, you just said you're doing that with an artichoke, though.
Will Levis is doing that.
Yeah, well, there's
He's
some
also
greens.
getting paid from whoever.
If you
paying
don't,
him.
okay, time out. You don't do artichoke and mayo?
Not just mayo. There has to be other things mixed in with it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Carter's chicken this is a Frisco thing, right? Like my dad, we would just do artichokes and artichoke hearts and mayo. Yeah, that's what we did. Yeah, fire.
No, my dad would make like a garlic mayo and mix stuff into it. We're Italian, so we like flavor. I know most of the whites don't have that,
Oh
but
my
like the
God.
Italians and the Spaniards, we actually add flavor to
I'm half
things.
Italian.
Exactly. So you should be better than just eating straight mayo, Carter. I'm actually looking at you a little different now. A little disappointed. Joe. I know, Shasky, the
I
Polish
did mayonnaise
side.
cheese sandwiches growing up for crying
That's
out loud.
fine, because that's cheese on top of it.
But
You're
there's
adding
artichoke,
something.
doggy.
Okay, we're adding Jonathan Kuminga.
Mayonnaise and turkey sandwiches.
Is JK mayo in this scenario? No, he's not.
I don't know.
He's not mayonnaise, all right? He adds a flavor, a certain je ne sais quoi to the conversation.
All right.
Okay? JK, according to Anthony Slater, all right? This is the latest piece for Anthony Slater. R95.7 The Game. Warriors Insider covers the team at a very high level. He knows everything about the Dubs, inside and out. And what I gathered from his latest article that dropped on The Athletic, the latest intel on Jonathan Kuminga, it's called, from Anthony Slater, there's a chance, a really good chance for reconciliation between Steve Kerr, Kuminga, the front office, and the team. There's a chance that that's the best course of action this summer. And it's not a sign and trade. No, you're laughing. But like, I do think a lot of people, you and Bonte included last week, or 2 weeks ago, I should say, were talking about, you think there's no chance of reconciliation, that it's a foregone conclusion he's gone.
This is like a reality dating show. Stay together or break up.
Well, in this case, maybe the best option is staying together. Is that
He
insane?
does like Love is Blind.
I do love Is Blind. The last season sucked. Minneapolis was horrible. I guess they're going to start doing it in Denver now. This next
Wait a minute.
season.
So now they're going to kiss, make up, and keep Kuminga. That's what Slater is reporting.
Yes, I'm going to have the exact quote for you in a second because there's a lot of good ones.
I mean,
right here.
I've hypothesized that his market isn't as robust as maybe him and his, whoever he's making decisions. Maybe it's just him. Maybe it's his agent. I don't know. I don't think it's as robust as he thinks it is.
This is what the article says from Anthony Slater. Quote, there isn't an irreconcilable player and coach or player and organization personality clash, league sources say. So between Kuminga and the organization, there's not some huge personality clash.
Well, that doesn't surprise me because I know Lacob likes him.
This is all about finding the contract and opportunity Kuminga craves. And right now, Kuminga just doesn't feel like there's a huge opportunity for him next season or in the near future right now. But maybe things change this summer and an opportunity presents itself.
This team needs athleticism and wing defenders.
Joe, you and I are in lockstep here. I don't think they're in a position where they could just scoff and say, oh, we don't need Kuminga. No, you need scoring and athleticism.
I would just not bring back Gary Payton II and just let JK take that role.
Okay.
And boom, instantly there becomes 18 to 22 minutes a night. Am I wrong?
No, listen, I'm there with you. I do think JK, though, he wants to be that guy. He wants to be that dude on the team. I think the way you sell it to him, and this goes back to Dunleavy, this goes back to Kerr, hey, man, this is the last 2 years of Stephen Curry. You could be that next iteration. You're never going to be Steph, JK, but you know what? Hell, can you be, I don't know, an Andrew Wiggins, who was a second best player in a championship squad? Can you take over that next mantle and be that next foundational piece to something after? Absolutely. And you know what? Steve Kerr's already mentioned, Joe, on these airwaves. Hey, I got to start looking at Jimmy, Steph, Draymond, and JK together. That's something I'm going to have to be using early on next season if he is back.
Is JK willing to accept the reality that I think a part of this, I like JK a lot. I like him as a player. I appreciate his outlook on things, but you also have to come to acceptance. I use this analogy loosely, but like my dad played shortstop forever and then he couldn't move as well. Then we had to move him over to second. Then we had to move him over to first. And then he was our pitcher. And then he was the extra hitter. And then eventually he just became coach. Is JK willing to move over from, in this analogy, him viewing himself as the leadoff hitter shortstop? Is he willing to play a different role? Is he willing to accept that?
Well, I think he's willing to accept it if he just gets consistent minutes. The moment I'm getting DNPs, like that's when it becomes really difficult to accept anything going forward, right?
Sure.
The moment you start doing that stuff, then yeah, I'm going to be questioning a lot about my future.
GP2 got more run because he was 100% bought in on what his spot was in terms of the pecking order and what they needed for him to continue to play. Now, is the skill set different between Kuminga and GP2? Absolutely. All right. I could have a long laundry list of pros and cons of both players and what they bring to the table, and they're very different skill sets. But I think Kerr and the team, Curry and whatever, they want JK to do more of the GP2 stuff. And Kuminga, I'm sure, thinks that he can do more of the Jaylen Brown stuff, right? In terms of being like an ISO top of the key scorer. And I think the reality is it's somewhere in the middle. And that's the happy medium that I think both parties need to accept.
There was an interesting little excerpt in here, Joe, in regards, and we're talking right now about Anthony Slater's latest piece in The Athletic. Anthony Slater covers the Warriors. It's called The Latest Intel on Jonathan Kuminga. There's a nice little excerpt in here from Joe Lacob. And this is what it says, quote, and this is from Lacob via The Athletic after Game 5, after they got ousted against Minnesota. Quote, I was listening to the guys behind me tonight give running commentary. Kuminga's the guy they talked about all night long. He's the only guy that could really guard Anthony Edwards out there. Did a pretty damn good job. He had a tough situation with the DMPs from last series, and to bounce back from that, I give him a lot of credit. I'm a big fan of his.
Now that's from who?
That's Lacob, talking about the fans and also kind of talking about his own sentiments towards Jonathan Kuminga.
Any trade machination regarding Kuminga or anyone else on the roster, any trade, one of the number one questions I have is who is guarding Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is guarding Anthony Edwards moving forward. Now, there are other guys in the West I would throw in there, the Lucas and, yeah, of course. It starts there. And so if you trade Kuminga, what are you getting that is going to be an upgrade defensively over JK against those guys? Because I think GP2, his time as a stopper is over. I like the guy a lot. He's a useful off-the-bench player, but I don't think he's as good as what the coach thinks in terms of stopping people on the perimeter. I think JK has barely scratched the surface on the defensive player he could become.
Does the fact that Lacob, the owner, has so much love for this guy, Jonathan Kuminga, does that do anything for you when it comes to the likelihood of him moving on or staying here in Golden State, Kuminga that is? Does the fact that the owner has so much buy-in with this young guy, like I know he's ultimately not going to step in and say, no, you can't trade this guy. He's not that guy. He's been on these airwaves. He's been right here in the studio where you're sitting right there and saying, you know what? I like to be involved. I think all good owners should be involved, but ultimately I'm going to let Mike handle the decision-making. He has my entire trust. I hired him for a reason. He's going to make those decisions. Bob Myers prior to that. But does the fact that Lacob has this kind of love for JK, does that kind of do anything for you when it comes to these negotiations, when it comes to the sign and trade?
I mean, yeah, I guess a little. Like, I believe that he held on to Wiseman because he liked them for as long as he did. So there is something there. But I also don't think that Joe Lacob is the one telling Steve Kerr who to play and who not to play. Like, because if what you're saying is 100% on the up and up, Lacob is in love with Kuminga, and well, then why wasn't Kerr playing him? You don't think the owner has conversations with the coach?
No, it's a great point. In this day and age, I question everything right now when it comes to GMs, head coaches, ownership, because honestly, we just saw a regular season with the Memphis Grizzlies. That went crazy. They fired Taylor Jenkins like a month before the season ended. It's like, what is going on? You guys are like a top 4 seed in the West. What's going on? The Denver Nuggets fired their championship head coach. Michael Malone was on ESPN.
Well,
it was craziness. And they feel like they were just a game away from beating the Thunder. Maybe they're back in the NBA Finals right now.
When you make these decisions, though, as a group, so like this is the way I view the Warriors making decisions, Joe. I want to.
I just feel like I'm not saying the Warriors. There's a disconnect between Dunleavy, Kerr, and Lacob right now. I'm saying it's at a point in the NBA as a totality where the messaging between and the butting heads between GM, ownership, or head coach is at like this weird standoff.
No, I think it's natural. So so hear me out on this. Whether it's Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, and then the scouts, whether it's Kerr, Dunleavy, Lacob, or whether it's Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni doing evaluations on the 12U All-Star team in Mill Valley, okay? When we come together, you're going to view things kind of through your prism. I'm going to view things through my prism. And we both might like a player, but have different, projections on where they fit into the equation. And I think it's natural when you're discussing any kinds of players, it's natural to have differences of opinion. You might think he's a second baseman. I think he's more of a shortstop. I might think that this guy can be our point guard and play every single minute. You might think, no, I like him off the bench, right? I think this is natural when discussing sports and the assembly of teams. And I think that to think that everyone's on the page on every decision, I just know when I'm putting together my teams and we're discussing lineups or when we're discussing who should be on what team or whatever, there's constant disagreement. That doesn't mean we all hate a player. It's just you like him a little more than I do. And you like him in this role, and I don't really love him in that role. And you know what? I'm willing to come over to your side after I see more evidence of it. Or, no, I'm really stubborn, and I don't think that guy can do any of those things. And then a year later, I look at it completely different. So I don't think any organization is kumbaya on every guy on their roster. I think there's constant give and take when doing these evaluations and the roles and the personnel and the lineups, and I think it's an ever-evolving moving target.
I'm in lockstep with you there, and I do think the split from the fan base in regards to Kuminga is not as heavy as it is in the Warriors front office. I think Steve Kerr, I think we need to be careful here because the amount of people that say Steve Kerr has something against Jonathan, he hates. I don't think there's actual true animosity between the personalities of either of those guys. I don't believe that. I do believe, and Steve Kerr's referenced this, there are things that Steve wants to see from JK on the floor that he just doesn't see enough consistently to give him enough faith and trust and rope come playoff time, to give him that playoff time, mind you, and important playoff type games to give him that runway when Steph was healthy. Right now, the moment Steph went down, he pivoted. Okay, JK, here, we need some scoring. We'll take what we can get over there. But I do think we need to be careful when we say, you're not saying this. You're not saying this, but there's a lot of people that call in and you're saying, Steve Kerr just has it out for JK. I don't believe that.
Well, if we had the same conversation about JK right now, as if we had the same kind of conversation about Camilo Doval in September of last year, I think there's a lot of similarities. Bob Melvin's not a Camilo guy. Camilo doesn't buy in on his role. He's not willing to do what the team needs him to do. He's selfish. Like, I'm talking about the way people
perceived it.
We're talking about him, okay? He went through the crucible. I was like, I think you should trade him. I mean, and I'm one of the biggest Camilo fans. I'm like, you should probably trade him because I think it's done here. And then now, 2 months into the year, he's back in the closer role.
They pivoted yesterday, yeah.
He accepted his role. He kind of took one on the chin. He worked hard. He worked himself back up. An opportunity presented itself where Ryan Walker showed a little weakness, and now Camilo is back in the closer spot. I think if I'm Jonathan Kuminga, even though I'm sure he's not the biggest baseball fan, I would look over at what happened with Camilo Doval, and I would say, sports, man, be ready for your opportunity, buy in on your role, show an ounce of like, team's gamesmanship, whatever you want to call it. Humility, it's filed under a lot of different things. Like buy-in, I guess is the way I would describe it. Just buy in and you will be better for it.
This was the quote from Kerr, by the way, when the season ended. If JK comes back, we will for sure spend the early part of the season playing here with Jimmy, Draymond, Steph. To me, that would be a no-brainer. We didn't have that luxury this past year. So that being baked into the equation makes me feel a little bit more like, you know what? I think he could be back next year. Right now, if I had to put it in a percentage, this might sound crazy. I think it's 60-40 in favor of him coming back, which I wouldn't have thought a couple weeks ago, Joe. I would have thought like 90-10 in favor of him leaving. Now, I'm leaning that he's coming back.
I still think it's 75-25. The season hasn't ended.
Okay.
I think the other way, I'm saying.
Okay.
I think the season hasn't ended, and I think the wind is blowing in multiple directions.
Okay, fair enough.
And I don't know how much value. I don't know how much value matters in all this, like trade value, like how they talk about a player. Maybe you squeeze a second rounder out of somebody. I don't know. Like maybe that's what they're trying to do.
That's why I think you just stick with Jonathan Kuminga. That's the answer. This is just sticking with JK here and bringing him back and reconciling whatever the hell went wrong between all these people. Having a full offseason of JK working with Jimmy, working with Steph, working with Draymond. Maybe there are some other trades out there that don't involve those guys that you can improve around the fringes. Maybe there's not. But you know what? Give me at least just a couple weeks of those guys together. Can I see a month of those guys playing together, consistent minutes to start the season. Let them work through those growing pains, because you know what? By the end of the year, if JK is an actual mainstay and they are a playoff team, that tells me something clicked, something worked. If he's still there at the end of the season, right? I would much rather do that than try to do this major blow up that a lot of people are thinking, or bringing in some player that's a little older and he's not going to be the athletic prowess of a Jonathan Kuminga, and he's going to be a little bit more compromised. I just think JK checks so many boxes that this team desperately needs right now. He checks so many that I don't think there's another player out there that checks them. Like Cam Johnson, I know, I get it. People are infatuated with this guy. Is Cam Johnson going to be the make or break thing?
He's a nice piece of as an addition. But Joe, I would be more surprised that Kuminga's back than I was when Jimmy Garoppolo came back in 2022.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Because the writing was on the wall there. You drafted his replacement.
I mean, yeah. So, I would be more surprised. Yeah, I would be. Which is an insane sentence, I feel like I just said.
No, that is an insane sentence. You'd be more surprised than when Jimmy Garoppolo came back to end up being the starter that season with Trey Lance. That was absolutely crazy. 888-957-9570 is the number, by the way. This one was interesting. Tim Kawakami.
Oh boy.
TK, you know him. You love him. He's our Odyssey friend here. Tim Kawakami. Check this out. What does this sound courtesy of, Sam? Say, Sam, back there. Hey, what's Tim Kawakami?
With Tom Tolbert.
That was with Tom Tolbert. Thank you.
Sorry, my bad. I was educating Carter.
No, you're good. Thank you for educating him. This is TK. This one was interesting. As we're talking about this dynamic with ownership and when players go to ownership. Draymond Green famously went to Joe Lacob during contract negotiations to get it done. Lacob referenced that right here in the studio with you and Bonte at the time. It's obviously been chronicled Klay Thompson and his relationship with the Warriors and Joe Lacob and them going golfing and kind of like, that was kind of the end of the negotiations, and they kind of just turned a page and said, you know what, there wasn't going to be an offer that was going to be presented to Klay that was going to check all of his boxes, and both parties decided to move on, right? Well, I bring up Klay because of this. Tim Kawakami brought up Klay Thompson being uncomfortable with Jordan Poole, a young guy at the time who won a championship and was a piece of a championship team, pushing him out of a starting role. Take a listen to Tim Kawakami on with Tom Tolbert this past week.
They say this, like, Steve is tough on young guys, but name me the young guy who they've gone through and has not developed and they've moved on from who's been a star elsewhere. Like Jordan Poole, maybe, but that wasn't Steve. We know that wasn't Steve. That was Draymond. Like they had to move off of Jordan for two reasons. Well, Draymond and Klay. And I've heard this more and more, that Klay was not comfortable with this guy pushing him and pushing him and pushing him. And Klay thought, I've earned this starting role. Why is this guy keeps saying that he should be the starter? And not publicly, maybe, as so much as just in the way he carried himself. And that's fine for a young player, but they couldn't keep that guy who got punched by Draymond, not his fault, and who was making things tense with Klay. And so that's Jordan, whatever we think about where his career is now, I wouldn't put that on Kerr.
Okay. So he's not putting the whole Jordan Poole situation on Steve Kerr.
He said, I'm hearing it more and more now.
That Klay Thompson was also part of the
Well, he was uncomfortable, he said.
Yes. What do you make of that?
I don't know what to make of that because
we kind of heard it at the time, some rumblings about there. Jordan Poole rubbing some of the players the wrong way.
I don't know. Like, I think it people do say things in retrospect to kind of frame the victory or loss of what ended up happening so that it puts them in a bit better light. So I don't know where he's getting this information from. I'm sure he's getting information from someone.
He's very tapped in.
Because he's clearly tapped in.
Yes,
no, he is. He's clearly tapped in. And I'm not going to say that he's wrong. I would love to, he will never tell us. We'll know where that's coming from. Just so I have a little better feel on it. It doesn't mean it's not true. I just, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that.
Okay.
Well, I suggested that Klay should come off the bench. I suggested it. And a lot of people, some with the Warriors, some not, lost their minds for me even suggesting it. So I think it's a very sensitive subject. I think it was sensitive for Klay for X, Y, and Z reasons. I think it was sensitive for a lot of people involved with the Warriors, and they let me know about it. And so I think it's a very difficult tapestry.
Well, I guess
Klay has a very decorated resume and helped really do some special things. And I think that they viewed any little whiff of criticism, which I didn't think saying come off the bench was criticism. I thought it was me saying the best way to utilize the team to win. That's just how I view it from a coaching perspective. I didn't view it as a disrespect in any way. I think some people did. And I think that it doesn't matter who starts. No, some of these guys, it dramatically matters, especially for someone like Klay Thompson, who a lot of his worth as a human is baked into basketball.
Yeah.
I think some people are a little more well-rounded. Some people have different perspectives, opinions. I think for other people, being the shortstop and the two-hitter for the Yankees and anything less than that is unacceptable.
Yeah.
That was a lot of the Derek Jeter thing.
Yeah.
And that's, people say that's ego. No, that's what mattered to him. Yeah. What matters to other people may not be exactly that. I think what mattered to Klay a lot, and I'm not faulting him on this, was being a starter on the Golden State Warriors at the two-guard spot.
And I'm playing that in regards to the Kuminga thing when it comes to young players within this organization. And whether you like it or not, it's been a bad look when it comes to the player development, when it comes to the relationships, whether it's the players, the head coach, the front office, wherever you want to point the blame at, something is wrong there. It just is. Now, not to say there hasn't been positives. I thought Moses Moody at times, this is probably the best season we've played, most consistent minutes for him at times, when they had that starting lineup of Moody, Pods, Draymond, Jimmy, and Steph. Like, yeah, there was fun. Pajemski, another guy, he took another leap. It was great to see. But when we use the term earned, and you get late into your career, Klay Thompson felt he earned that status and being that starter in those minutes every single night. If you have that sort of mentality, then I'm sorry, you're going to be going down with the ship at the end of the day. Like, you need to face reality. If you're a diminishing player and you need to have your minutes reduced, whether that's on the player to realize it, the coach to tell him that, the front office to tell him that, the owner to tell him that, one of his teammates, whether it's Draymond or Steph, to tell him that, someone's got to tell him that if he can't come to that situation. Because the last thing anyone wants is to be delusional in life. I would hope that you would tell me, Joe, if I was going down a path where you said, like, hey, man, like this, maybe you should shift and go this way.
Yeah,
and
some people don't want to hear you.
But a good friend tells you that.
Yeah, I know. But what happens is you also have to be in a position to be able to absorb it. I've had many people that I've had, again, these are just like drugs and alcohol stuff. I've had interventions with them and they're not ready. They haven't hit their rock bottom. They aren't ready to accept it. So what your, moment of inflection might be, for someone else, it might be years later. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I absolutely do. And I've actually been a part of interventions with family members in my own life. So,
and I'm using a loose analogy of drugs and alcohol for this situation. But, the professional athlete, the pride, we all see it before the mirror sees it for these guys. Peyton Manning wasn't ready to hang him up.
Nope.
The league told him to hang it up.
Yep.
Barry Bonds wasn't ready to hang it up. The league told him to hang it up.
Yep.
And I think this is my personal opinion. I think especially in basketball, it's just the whole dog eat dog world of basketball. I think it is even more the money, the status, all the other things that football looks at is like, what are you talking about? 1 year, you're bad, you're cut, you're gone. That's just the nature of that sport.
Cutthroat.
The NBA is about status.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that that's just how it is. And like I look at it being let's say you're a 95 overall. That's what Klay was at the top of his powers. And then having to be like an 83 overall. I think the drop from that to that is more difficult for a player than being an 85 overall and now you're a 75 overall. Do you get what I'm saying?
I absolutely get what you're saying. And the reason we're talking about this too is because I do think this team misses Jordan Poole. They miss his scoring. They do.
There's no doubt.
I miss the excitement of watching Jordan Poole. I do. Was he the perfect player? No, absolutely not. He made a lot of mistakes.
Brought a lot to the table.
The guy tripped all the time with his shoelace still tied. I don't know how he did it. He just tripped all the time on the court. He would do that. It would drive us nuts. But he was a key part of a championship run. And I'm going to say that. He was a key part of a championship run. And he was one of the young pieces that you could build around going forward. Was he going to be the main piece? No. Was he a Steph replacement? No, he was not. Just like Jonathan Kuminga is not a Stephen Curry replacement. But I feel a hell of a lot better if I had Jordan Poole with Jonathan Kuminga going forward in the future of this team. I absolutely feel better about that. And why don't we have that? Because of lack of leadership at times. And right now, this is a key inflection point, I feel like, with the Golden State Warriors and their leadership going forward. This is a huge summer for them in offseason. Bonte alluded to it. He thinks it's the most important offseason. I'm kind of with him too.
Did you see the Jeter doc?
I watched bits and pieces of it. I did.
So at the beginning of it, they kind of alluded to it, and I've seen a couple of different things on it. Don Mattingly was the man for the Yankees.
I did
for
watch
the
this
longest part.
Yeah.
For the longest time. Obviously, Dave Winfield was there in the 80s, and Mattingly was the best player on the team. And as his skills started to erode and he couldn't play anymore and he hurt his back and everything, he had a really hard time coming to grips with he wasn't the best player on the team. And the team was dramatically changing. Mm-hmm. And I just think that I think these guys really struggle. That Joe Montana with Steve Young. You think he was happy? He still holds a grudge to this day.
Yep.
And only one guy can play at quarterback.
Yeah. No, egos are a real thing when it comes to sports, when it comes to this. Life. It's tough. It's tough. Father time waits for no one. I know we're viewing it on this lens of Steph and LeBron. Those guys, these are one-offs.
They're unicorns.
Tom Brady playing till he's 45. Like
Jerry Rice is a unicorn.
Like, I'd be shocked if Patrick Mahomes played till he's 40. I don't think he's wired that way. I don't think he is, which is fine. These guys that are wired that way, you're not going to see that again. That's why you're kind of talking about Anthony Edwards. We're kind of bringing this whole thing full circle. Like, it's the last of a dying breed a little bit when it comes to these types of players. We're not going to see that going forward anymore. We're just not. So I would love to see them reconcile as we bring this whole thing, wrap it up before Fast Five. I would love to see them reconcile JK and try to make this thing work going forward, because I do think that would signal growth for the entire Warriors organization. Steve Kerr, Steph, Draymond, where everything went wrong a couple of years ago with Jordan Poole, I think you could be proven right with how they handled this JK situation if they were to bring him back. It might not work. But at least they tried. I'm tired of them just ripping off the Band-Aid of these young players. You got to try to make it work somewhere. Podziemski, we'll see. He was a nice player for them, but clearly he has his limitations. Moses Mooney, fun player, role player, clearly has his limitations. Can I just see what we got with Jonathan Kuminga? Please, I would love for that. Fast Five. Whew. Joe, we talked a lot today. We talked a lot of different stuff. Emotions. We talked Mike Trout. I didn't think we were talking Mike Trout today. And Giannis, and Jimmy Butler, and Jonathan Kuminga. We touched on it all, baby.
I'm going to give you the most fire take of all time.
Okay, I'm on pins and needles. What is it?
This is a must-sweep series for the Giants. Oh, my God. I can't just win the series.
It's May 29th.
I know. That's why it's a fire take.
Can we not?
This is a fire take.
No, we are, because I'm going to agree with that take.
You agree?
I'm with you.
Sam,
I mean, the Marlins. The Marlins are always must sweep.
You said this to Bonte this time last year, I want to say. This is a must-win series, guys.
No, mine was when they had the 10-game winning streak, and I said the 11th game was must-win. That was my bold one.
The 11th game was must-win.
Clearly it
And then
was.
they lost.
That was the reason the whole season tanked, right, Sam? You were right.
It's all on me.
It was all on you.
I do believe this is a must-win series.
Okay,
so you
not a
get
sweep, but you got to win the series.
But I had to go even scorching, more hot, and I went, blue flame on you, and I went all the way to the must-sweep.
Must-sweep series. Let's see.
I mean, honestly, if you want to be taken seriously, you got to handle business, and the bat's got to wake up.
Joe, I don't think that takes hot enough. It's must-sweep, but I need 3 shutouts.
Hey, we got Kyle Harrison, your boy tomorrow.
I mean, just Sam. God, you never cease to amaze me. I mean,
I am the gift that keeps on giving.
While we're at it, I want multiple no-hitters. I mean, why stop there?
A Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong no-hitter in between a Robbie Ray just complete game.
Would you?
No, Robbie needs to be perfect.
Oh, okay.
Robbie needs to be perfect.
Because his record's perfect, so,
It is.
And while we're at it, somebody needs to have 4 home runs in a game.
Sure.
2 people. Other than Wilmer Flores.
And I need them to execute a safety squeeze just to make everyone's head.
Okay, now we're doing too much here.
Patrick Bailey hitting 4 home runs in a game. That would be the funniest thing I've ever seen.
I want Patrick Bailey to hit 4 flares to right and just get some singles. Let's start there.
I swear to God, you know what my final thought is real quick? If I get another spam risk call on my phone telling me I pre-qualified for $1 million, I'm going to go insane.
Is it better than I am an Arabian prince that needs to borrow? If you put $1.25 in my account, I will give
Arabian?
you $50
What is he,
grand.
Aladdin?
I thought it was Nigerian.
Maybe it's Nigerian. I don't know.
Somewhere on the other side of the world.
So many of those emails. I'm like, how'd you find me? And yes, I do want $50 grand for free.
Oh my God. You've pre-qualified. Hey, Joe, I'm just letting you know you've pre-qualified.
My grandfather got duped. Some dude showed up
You told
to
me
the
the
house
story,
and he
yeah.
got duped. If you're one of those people that does that to old
worst.
people, no, go straight to hell.
Yeah. Taking advantage of people.
Do not pass go right to hell.
No, taking advantage of people that are older or have some sort of disability.
The scum of the earth.
Yeah, no, that makes me actually legitimately angry. Sam, what do you got? What's your final thought? Must sweep?
Yeah, you guys know how there's no good Giants talk on the radio between 9 and 12 on Saturday mornings? Well, that's going to change starting this Saturday. Yours truly and Dan Devone is debuting the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. 3 hours of legit, hardcore Giants talk all summer long. It's going to be fun.
Give me the name one more time.
Orange and Black Weekend Wrap.
Oh, okay.
We can't use Giants in the title league.
Did LaRussell make that? It's pretty sick. I like that.
No, I came up with it.
Look at that. Did you come up with garlic fries and baseball, guys, Sam?
That's
No, that was
Mark Willard.
Mark Willard.
Oh.
So, which I did. I like that name too. So
There you go. Does Mark Willard join you guys at all on Golf Across the Baseball guys throughout the season?
Schedule doesn't work out, but he might join us at some point on Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. So, again, starting this Saturday, that's 2 days from now,
really
9 to 12.
That's awesome. No,
thank you, guys.
No, seriously.
Now you can stop giving me your take.
Sam's one of the best.
I'm going to save all it takes for my show now.
Hey, Sam, we're happy for you. That's great news. Here's
I'm
Sam.
happy for Sam Love.
I'm happy for Sam.
I'd rather be Sam.
I'd rather be Dan Devone.
Hey, Dan's got a great life. I'll say that. It's very interesting.
That guy lives.
That guy definitely lives. He's a polar bear. He goes out there and swims in the bay. He's like Kramer in Seinfeld. That's East River.
Careful with the whales.
There you go.
Golf ball whales.
Yeah, you ask Dan anything, he's done it. It's nuts,
Really?
actually.
No,
You've been to the Cannes Film Festival. Yeah, of course, like multiple times. It's nuts.
I've been to New Zealand. I've walked to Mordor. Yeah, what do you got, Carter?
I'm actually enjoying some Kuminga talk as of late, actually. This whole idea of him coming back to the team has revitalized my thoughts on the whole thing. And honestly, I'm just really against sign and trades in general. I think you always get a worse player back. So if they can make this work, I'm for it. Let's give it a shot.
There you go. Why can't we be friends? Bring JK back. Let's make it. Let's right some wrongs, Joe. For all the wrongs of the Jordan Poole situation, let's do it right by JK, Steve Kerr, Draymond, Steph, Jimmy, all of it. Let's make it all work. Can we do that? I just closed all my reads and I realized I forgot to do
So
one.
Devone's done everything?
He's done everything.
He's done every show. Yeah.
Has he pulled an all-nighter hanging out at the 2-6 mix back in the 90s?
For sure.
Button-down shirt looking like Timothy Chalamet or whatever the heck that guy's name is. By the way, his outfits look like he's been doing blow with a bunch of my buddies from the 2000s, dude.
And that is how we'll end the show.
Him and Stephon Diggs.
Him and Diggs. There you go.
Well, Diggs, I mean, that guy.
That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home, we're on the go. Get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny Agoo next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. They got a lot of snow in New England, I heard. They do.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Hopefully we're doing well. We've got a little bit of a surprise today. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson.
What's up, Steiny?
I'm out. It just keeps giving.
What, this day of the week?
Yeah. Get well soon, Goo. Get well soon. And
doing his best Anthony Edwards impression.
Well, that took 2 minutes and 9 seconds. I'll tell you what.
I'm just glad you wore the shirt today.
Of course. That's the way you do it.
I mean, this is a eulogy for you. So, and we're going to get into a lot of different things today, Steiny, but I'm glad you were man enough to, after sticking it to Warriors fans when the Wolves won their series, now embrace hate. Well, not hate, but...
I'll tell you what today may be. It may be a lesson in good sportsmanship to Warrior fans.
What are you talking about?
I'll show you all in the next 4 hours how to handle a loss. We don't blame the refs. We say we got to be better. We tip our cap to the other team. Mm-hmm. That's all you can do.
Ant didn't seem too concerned.
Why should he? He's fine. One of the best young players in the league. Says he's going to work harder than anybody in the offseason. I already got on Spadoni. Spadoni playing Anthony Edwards saying, I'm not hurt. And I said, what about the part where he's working hard?
Because last night was belt to ass. That's why he should be worried.
They cut it to 23.
Oh, that far, huh? What, they were down 39 at one point?
Yeah, but that wasn't for long. They were only down 39 for like 11
I'm going to make you
seconds.
do what the Wolves did in the first quarter and lay down today.
Please.
All right. How you doing, man?
I'm great. You know what? There's nothing worse than getting up for a game and it's over in 7 minutes.
You feel liberated?
You know what?
You're back to not being a fan anymore. You know, you had your 2-week run. It's a little vacation from the typical Steiny we know, and now you're back.
Yay! I mean, that team's good on the other side. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
You know, and this kind of, I was talking to Guru about this. And, you guys know the number, 888-957-9570. I was talking to Goo about this. You know, when we talk about the Warriors or any team, you know, he always says, I don't care what the team down the street's doing. I don't care what the neighbors are doing. It's about us. And I was just thinking about that last night, watching the Thunder, and then thinking about the Warriors and thinking about the Timberwolves, who are a young team but got run out in 5 games. How do you not take into consideration what's going on around you with Oklahoma City and to a lesser degree Minnesota?
But I can only be concerned with my house, though. Steiny, I can't control what my neighbor's doing, and if they're having a party on Saturday night past midnight, I can't control that. I can politely go knock on the door and say, shut the hell up, but I can't stop them from having a party. What I can do is make sure that my house is soundproof. I can make sure that I sleep in the basement, perhaps. I can do things to prevent myself from being annoyed by my neighbors, but I can't control what they do. And that's where I am kind of at with the Warriors. Like, they can only be as good as they can. And that's why this summer is important.
Very important. Very important for the Warriors. A lot of stuff going on. We'll talk about the Western Conference Final. We'll talk about the Warriors. Anthony Slater with an interesting piece about Jonathan Kuminga, and there was a money quote in there that would scare me a little bit if I want Jonathan Kuminga on this team. I think that's the other thing that's interesting. I think a lot of people are under the impression that he's out of here. I'm not there yet. I'm just not. Maybe, but I don't think they've made a decision on him. And we'll also get into some Draymond Green sound. Talking about what he thinks he knows about basketball. Jump into some of that little bit later. Draymond Green.
Draymond? Well, it's what he thought he knew about basketball. The game's changing, Steiny. Kids are coming up, kids are winning, and kids are pushing the old cats out. And like, it sounds funny, but we were having this conversation last year too, right? It just was around a different team. Like, right. Boston was being elevated into the prime of their careers, and they were winning championships, but like it was Doncic's league, or it was Minnesota's league, or it was OKC's league. All those teams are on their way. Houston now has a seat at the table. San Antonio's coming. Like, the Warriors are holding on for dear life. And I think while it's a plan that I can't necessarily fault them for, it just feels like you're watching the game last night, and the one thing that I gotta ask people is, like, what did we learn? Like, how far do people think the Warriors are from the team that, let's be honest, the Wolves got dog walked last night?
Hey. Wouldn't it be wolf walked?
Wolf walked. Yeah, they got put down. They were like a feral dog waiting to get put down last night, and OKC obliged. That's what happened. And I can't necessarily fault Minnesota because, dude, OKC might be on their way to being one of the greatest teams defensively of all time.
I mean,
the numbers are just staggering.
Here's the other thing I want to get into.
And they ain't going anywhere.
No, they're not. In fact, I did a deep dive last night, a Dibley deep dive. And if you're a Warrior fan, let me tell you what you don't want to do. Whatever you do, don't pull up the Oklahoma City roster with their salaries. Don't do that.
Why?
Because they are in an unbelievable position with their money. It's just they could be the new light years. They could be. They're not there yet, but man, they are loaded. They've got guys paid reasonably. Here's one thing I want to ask you, though, and then we'll get into some other stuff.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the Wolves got beat last night. Pretty tight game. And, no, it wasn't a tight game. But, they laid down. They did this. They did that. So I'm watching that game last night, all right? And it's the first quarter.
That's all you needed to watch.
And Anthony Edwards passes to somebody, to Mike Conley, and Conley head fakes and passes to Jaden McDaniels, who's got a wide open corner three, and he misses it. They made the right play. He missed it. Jaden McDaniels misses 3 wide open threes. Julius Randle just was terrible early. Nickeil Alexander-Walker misses layups. It's like, yeah, they got hammered, but I don't know if they laid down. They just stunk.
Well, I got to ask you this, and this is something I've picked up from you. Why was McDaniels so wide open?
I mean, he's been shooting that one all
But he's not
year.
a great
No, he can make
three-point shooter.
one. He can make one.
No, because there was a guy clapping in his ear the entire time.
That is
OKC
true.
might be the greatest home court advantage of 2025. Whoever that super fan is in the corner, Steiny, was in his ear, was in his jersey. He might as well have been defending Jaden McDaniels from the side of the seat like Alex Caruso was defending Anthony Edwards. I mean, I'm sorry. You got a guy clapping in your ear? I was hoping you'd make a shot so we could tell him to shut up, but that's just what you got to deal with.
Yeah, I'm just wondering also, Warrior fans, if do you think about the Warriors when you're watching a game like that? I mean, I think the one thing that's fair is to say, if we were healthy, could we have given Oklahoma City a better series than Minnesota? But I've been fighting Goo about whether we even should talk about Curry. What would have happened if Curry was healthy? How relevant is that?
Not very. Well, the thing is, sure, would they have been able to get more than one game? Maybe. I mean, seriously, and I'm not being facetious. If there is a Warriors fan that watched that entire series and wants to tell me how this Warriors team, even with Curry healthy, was going to beat OKC, I'd be happy to hear it. They were unbelievably dominant on the defensive end of the floor. And I just couldn't help watching that, especially last night, looking at that game and just thinking, you're telling me Brandon Podziemski is going to bring the ball up against insert OKC Thunder?
Yeah.
Like you're telling me that even Steph, who can be loose with the ball at times, is going to try and bring the ball up against Caruso, Williams, SGA, Joe, Wiggins. Pick a guy on that team. And Draymond Green is going to have to step out and defend Chet, also have to rebound with Hartenstein. Like, that team is young. They're coming into their own, and it looks like a team that's going to own the West for the foreseeable future.
It does. In a way, we said that a little bit about Denver a couple years ago, so things can change.
That's true.
You know, I do look at that team and sometimes look at the Warriors and say, what are we doing? But that's for the Warrior fans. What are we doing? After you watch a game like last night, and those are two teams you're going to have to leapfrog. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, coming up today at 4 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the New York Liberty again. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones, they are on the call. That segment was also brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Say hello to Evan Giddings today. I'm working with Evan. Get well soon, Goo. See? And people, we ended the show with a bang yesterday.
Oh, how'd it go?
Oh, great. We had a great show, and clearly it was a TKO at the end of the show by me.
What?
I just had to set him straight on a few things.
Goo?
He's done.
Oh, you're lucky I wasn't here.
Does. I know I was. He's done what a lot of people do, and they look at a young player like Anthony Edwards, and they criticize him like he's 33 years old. And I just reminded Guru. He said, what did he say? Edwards has to learn how to win.
Sure.
And he's been to 2 straight Western Conference Finals. And I just reminded Goo that at this age, his hero, Michael Jordan, hadn't done anything. So he's penalizing Anthony Edwards for getting to a place that many haven't gotten to yet.
Well, I got one question, because the chat's coming down your road a little bit, and that's fine. I think
I want the chat to come down. Here's the one thing I was thinking.
Today's one of those days.
Here's the one thing I was thinking, and I don't want to make this into Timberwolves talk.
We won't.
But, I was rooting for the Timberwolves. I had a vested interest. Buddy was coach of the team. That should be fair. But, I figured, today I could go like full-on Willard.
Explain.
Well, I could be like the Timberwolves guy, like he's kind of the Giants guy and Warriors guy.
Like nothing's ever wrong?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I can paint positive. I mean, I love where we're at in Minnesota.
We'll be fine.
Yeah.
Not this morning.
No.
You're on your couch. Steiny.
Yeah.
Who are you rooting for the rest of the playoffs?
OKC.
Why?
Because I want them to win it.
They just embarrassed your favorite team.
They beat us in 5. And, here's Ragu. Man, I mean, we win game 4 at 2-point loss. Steiny. It was tied with 6 minutes to go. We can play with them.
See, and that's why the series was over. Steiny, I told you had 2 more days to be a fan, and I'm glad that you at least gave us the opportunity by wearing that, I should say, and Lucas pointed out during the break, perfectly sized Wolves shirt that you got on today. The opportunity to kind of give you what you give Warriors fans all the time, which is unnecessary flack.
Well, I mean, the Warrior fans have to admit that the Timberwolves are in a significantly better spot than Warriors are.
I don't know.
Significantly.
There's a lot of questions about the head coach.
I'm actually, the more I think about it,
sorry.
I'm kind of glad Guru isn't here today, because I saw he was on Facebook last night. And he told somebody, Anthony Edwards should be ashamed. He should be ashamed. What are we doing?
Well, I mean, he shot the ball more than 20 times in 2 games. But, dude, he couldn't do anything.
Tip of the cap. Tip of the cap to OKC.
There's only one guy who tipped the cap yesterday. I don't know if you saw this. And aside, no, it was Aaron Judge. He got walked intentionally twice, and he tipped his cap to the other dugout. That's so disrespectful.
Yeah, I heard about that. And who's the manager of the other
team? Ron Washington.
Yeah, former.
Wash.
Yeah. Let's go to Dennis. Dennis is in San Francisco. He was watching the Western Conference Finals last night. Let's see how optimistic he is about our Warriors. Hey, Dennis.
You know me too well now, Steiny. Not optimistic at all. But you know what? Hey, I'm a huge Warrior fan. I'm a Steph Curry fan. But I called in. You and I were having these conversations a couple of years ago. I said trade Curry and start rebuilding. I'm sure people thought I was smoking something that wasn't good for me. But who wants? I'd like to see the Splash Brothers here forever, just like I wanted to see Montana play forever. But their time's up, and it's going to be tough to rebuild. And we got to bite the bullet and do it. These conversations, what are your eyes telling you? What do you see? My eyes are telling me I'm seeing an aging team that's taken up the whole salary cap, and they need a lot more. They definitely, if they're going to keep with this core, Lakers going to have to spend a lot more money because they need a dynamic point guard to help these three out, and they need a big man. And they don't grow on trees, and nobody's going to give them to you for nothing. And do we have the assets to even get that stuff? You know, OKC got creative. They got rid of all their superstars. Look what the Clippers gave them, for God's sakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they got creative, and they built themselves a hell of a roster. Philadelphia Eagles did the same thing. You know, they got creative. You know, they drafted well. And, you know, that's what we need to do. It's unfortunate. Like Fillmore Mike, when he calls in, he talks about, you know, how we built this team that had the dynasty through the draft. You know, now we got no draft pick. You know, in 2 years in a row, no first-round pick.
Yeah.
So we kind of painted ourselves in a corner, and we're going to be stuck with this for the next 2 years. I hope they can get creative and find something, but if they don't, I'll still watch them. Have a good day, guys.
Great stuff. Great stuff, Dennis.
Thanks, D.
Here's the one thing I was thinking about last night about today's show, and I realized that we're talking about where the Warriors are right now. They won a title 2 years ago. They've made the playoffs 2 out of the last 3 years, won a round in each of those playoff series, been eliminated in the second round. And I was really thinking about me saying, you know, it might be time to move on. But the reality of the situation is there isn't a template for this, right? Can we all agree the Warriors were a dynasty or are at the tail end of a dynasty?
Yeah, however you want to put it. Sure.
Right. And so if you look at basketball history in the NBA, there's only been 5 or 6 teams that have done what the Warriors have done. So I was thinking, we got to look at those teams. We can't look at a regular team and say what they should do. We are talking about a dynasty. And I'm just throwing some stuff out there. You know, like the Celtics in the 80s, all right? They aged out. I mean, Bird got hurt. McHale got hurt. They had nothing. And they went away after those guys, you know, their Curry and Draymond left. And they missed they missed the playoffs 6 straight years after that. You know, the Chicago Bulls, when they won 6 titles in 8 years. And they broke the team up. And I get it. Some people think they shouldn't have, or Jerry Krause shouldn't have. But they did. They went 6 years without making the playoffs. I'm looking at the San Antonio Spurs. So they win it in 2013, 2014, Evan. And it was, you know, they had Duncan and Parker and Ginobili, but they also had Kawhi Leonard. So they win the title. They still have Kawhi Leonard. He gets them to the playoffs 4 years in a row, I believe. Made it to the Western Conference Finals 1 year. Then he leaves.
Yep.
They haven't made the playoffs in 6 years, the Spurs. 6 years they haven't made the playoffs. So are we under, like, what's the goal here for the Warriors? Is it to avoid that kind of period after Steph Curry leaves? Because it almost feels like that's kind of inevitable. The Showtime Lakers after 91, they didn't make. Now they the Showtime Lakers might be the team that you want to try to emulate because they won their last title, I think, in 89. They got to the finals in 91, and then they started getting really old. And then the next thing you know, it's 96, but they hung around with like Eddie Jones and Eldon Campbell. They made some playoffs, and then they got Kobe and Shaq. So I think that's got to be, I mean, is that the goal? Warrior fans, what's the goal? You're coming out of a dynasty. I'm telling you right now, and you guys know through history, you're staring at a down period. How can you avoid that? How do you avoid it is my question.
I don't know if you can, but the problem is, Steiny, and I think you can't look 5 years down the road. Like you can't do that because this team is built around a player who is literally on basically a year-to-year deal. Like Curry has a couple more years left on his contract, and then we'll reevaluate. And as long as the Warriors are based around this one player, that's all that matters. And I would like to think that the Warriors did a pretty good job of leaning more into it last season than they have really since the championship season. And that's the way that they're moving. That's why this summer is interesting, but it's also, I don't think there's going to be a big shakeup the way there was last summer, where you remove a piece of the franchise like Klay Thompson and you kind of reshuffle things. They realize that they are close and yet far from their goal. You could make the case that if Curry doesn't get hurt, they get to a Western Conference Finals. You could also say if Buddy Hield doesn't score 33 points, they don't beat the Houston Rockets, they're a first-round exit. Like, they're kind of stuck. But to your point, that's the natural that's the natural place that dynasties go.
Right.
The goal is to be competitive as possible. I mean, to me, that's the goal, because you're not going to be able to escape the likely dark period beyond the days of Steph. You're not going to be able to escape the lottery picks that are inevitably coming your way. But you can try to do, I don't know if everything is the correct course, but you can try to do as much as financially and intelligently possible to maximize this 1 year window. That's how the Warriors have to approach this. It has to be 1 year at a time.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing. That's what they're telling us they are doing. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm just trying to think big picture about the Warriors after watching that series last night. And I know you can't really do this, but I'm thinking, boy, Minnesota handled the Warriors. I get it. It was without Steph Curry. And then OKC just handles Minnesota. How far away are the Warriors from competing in a series against OKC?
Well, it's funny you mentioned the whole dynasty bit, because you got me thinking. I don't know about the rest of the dynasties you were discussing, but I have to imagine there's some trait of this, which is the Western Conference is a direct result of the Warriors dynasty. If the Rockets had gotten over on the Warriors,
right,
James Harden is still playing. You can make a case he'd still be a Houston Rocket. They wouldn't have had to reset and rebuild everything they've done. Oklahoma City, if Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook had gotten over on the Warriors or won a title or two, which many people believe they could, OKC wouldn't have had to trade their best pieces to try and reset and rebuild. You can make the same case with all of these young groups that are up and coming, that the whole reason that they're in the place that the Warriors are now looking at them, wanting what they have, it's because they could never beat the Warriors. They could never get over on Golden State. And so while the Warriors have been aging and competing and winning championships for the most part for the last decade, other teams have been trying to figure out how to defeat them. And now the Warriors have gone from the hunters to the hunted, and they're left with the aging remnants of a dynasty that once would look at this Western Conference and say, that's ours. You have no chance of beating us. And instead, their own creation, Oklahoma City, is the team that has essentially risen from the Warriors' ashes and now is in the best position to replace them as a dynastic franchise.
Right. No, that's a good point. I mean, for 6, 8, 10 years, there were teams assembled to try to beat the Warriors. My question is to the Warriors fans about where this team is right now. Yesterday I said, I asked the question, where are the Warriors right now? But now my question is, we know, can we agree they're at the end of a dynasty?
You can make the case the dynasty's already over, but yeah.
I'm not like Carter. Carter looks at me and laughs like, of course it is. All right. So, but I want to establish some ground rules. So if we know the dynasty's coming to an end, you guys are the fans, you guys are the season ticket holders. You guys see Curry can play for I don't know how much longer. Like, how and when do you want the Warriors to begin to, I guess, get on with it? Would that be like? But when I say that, Evan, I realize they're not there.
No,
they're not there.
No, they're not.
They're going to play one more year, probably with this big three. And if the year plays out like I expect it to play out, they're not going to go far in the playoffs. And then we're going to be back here next year saying, now what? So I want to know what Warrior fans want, knowing that something's coming to an end, whatever they want to describe it as.
Well, that's to me what fans don't want. Or honestly, what I think most people who have supported the Warriors for decades don't want. They don't want it to end. They don't want it to end. And you can make the case that the franchise is also operating that way. Otherwise, why would you build around a 37 going on 38-year-old? Because you don't want it to end. And you think that you're still good enough to compete. Like, one thing that is kind of been hitting me watching these playoffs is, yes, the youth, the speed, the athleticism, all of that, which has frustrated the Warriors in some way, shape, or form. But also the fact that there's still something in all three of their older core players that makes you believe. Like, they can summon it, just not for enough. And that's why I think we have so many different, like, conflicting conversations. And, I think, like, you and Goo, for example, during the year, and we all do it, but it's like, it's a roller coaster, man, because one night they look great. They look like champions. And the next night they blow a 10-point lead to the Utah Jazz in 2 minutes. Or with Jimmy Butler, they go and they beat the Denver Nuggets and they beat the Lakers back-to-back nights. And then they lay an egg against the San Antonio Spurs. And it's like, who is this team? And I think that's what they've essentially resigned themselves to, is they're going to extract every last ounce of talent and productivity out of these three older players. And it might be good enough, and in all probability, it won't be. But that's their best chance to compete. Their best chance to be a good team, maybe not a great team or a championship team, is to lean all in on these guys and see how far it can take them. And for that, I can't necessarily fault them, because what's your alternative?
Well, that's what's hitting me like a ton of bricks. A bag of nickels, as Guru would say.
Who gets hit with a bag of nickels?
Sometimes he said, there was a Seinfeld about that when they reversed the peepholes.
Oh.
Because
they used to beat people with a bar of soap, like in the military.
They reversed the peepholes so that they would prevent an ambush. So Kramer could prevent some kind of ambush. So when he looked out his peephole, he could see whether he was going to get ambushed or not. Right. Anyway, like, I'm starting to realize, like, this, they have to do this. They have to do this.
Yeah.
And I hate that.
Now, why do you hate
it? Because the direction's they've set themselves up where I think they're constrained. And I guess it just has to be okay. They're constrained because most fans are willing to go down this road with Steph and Draymond and Butler to a lesser degree. And you can't get off the fact that they're still the Warriors' best three players. They just happen to be older.
Well, I would eliminate the last two. I think people are willing to go down that road with Steph Curry, as long and as far as he wants to travel, and as long as he is able to remain a top 10 player. Like, that's what the All-NBA team told me. All-NBA team, second team. He's still a top 10 player. On certain nights, he might be a top 5 or top 3 player, but he's still a top 10 player in this league. And that means you can't go away from that. Like, and I realize that we've been waiting for, or maybe some have been waiting for him to show his age or show that he's fallen off. And he's not the player he once was. There's no doubt about that. But if you have a player of that caliber, look at all the players on those teams. All of those teams, all those players on first, second, even third team to some extent, they're all built around. Like, that's who the franchises revolve around. Giannis first team, Shea first team, Jokic, Brunson for New York second team. I don't have the list in front of me, but my point is, Steiny, all of those franchises revolve around that player. Steph just happens to be 37 going on 38. It's remarkable, but again, I cannot fault the process. I can't do it. I can't criticize them for still believing that Steph Curry can summon this level of talent and that is going to be their path to contention at whatever level.
Yeah, I hear you. I just there's something about the way they phrased everything about Steph. I mean, why couldn't, I might sound like semantics, but why not say the truth? We're trying to put the best team around Steph that we can without mortgaging the future. And I don't know.
I think they've told us that in so many words. When Dunleavy says we're 90% focused on next season, that means he's got a corner of his eye set towards 2030. I don't know. I mean, I am legitimately curious, and maybe what the fans feel as well. Like, what do people want them to do this summer? Is it, for the fans that say they want them to rebuild, and I'm legitimately curious, what does that look like? For the fans that want them to go all in, when you're watching OKC in Minnesota last night or in this series, what does all in look like? Because I would argue they're about as all in as they can be or are willing to be. And then it's just about throwing the ball out there and seeing if you can get it done.
Yeah, I mean, what do I want to see the Warriors do this summer? I don't know. I'm anxious to see what they do. Are they going to keep Kuminga or are they not going to keep Kuminga? To me, the only big move is if they would move one of their big three, and the only guy I see, are they really trading Draymond? I don't know. Let's go to Devin in the Uber. Get us started here. Hey, what's going on, Devin? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Good, D.
I love, first of all, man, I love you guys. I think you guys are making so much sense today. So I appreciate you guys. One thing that you guys have made me think, though, is I'm over here reflecting, and what old stars have won a ring? I think maybe Kareem, that's I guess with Magic maybe, but I'm looking at it and I'm just wondering what old stars have won a ring. Usually the game changes and we're seeing that. We're not as young as some of these other teams. I think Dallas is going to be really good next year. And so I'm wondering, where do you guys literally see us if we make no moves? For the fans that think we're okay and it was just an injury and, this and that, where do you guys feel we're at?
That's a great question. And this is where, for example, Goo yesterday was saying, hey, Steiny, they were 23-8 after Butler came, and he didn't say just extrapolate that out, but he said that's the kind of team I think they can be. I think if they were not to make any moves and essentially run it back, they're a play-in team. That's what I think.
Well, that's what they were.
Right, but the optimistic view would be they weren't a play-in.
You can make a jump.
Yeah, or actually they were a 23-8 team with Butler, so they're going to start off next season being already better than a 7 seed because they were better than a 7 seed. If you think this way, they were better than a 7 seed this year.
Yeah, I would probably lean towards top 6. I mean they were literally a game away from being the 6th seed, and it came down to the series finale, or it came down to a game they blew against the Spurs. But to me that's just picking hairs. Like they're a good team. They're not a great team. But I know we got to hit a break here. Watching last night, I'll tell you what I think the Warriors are on the other side, because it is kind of a hit you in the face moment when you're watching the Wolves just get absolutely
careful here.
I mean, just taken out back and shot. Seriously.
And shot?
Well,
just say taken to the woodshed.
That's fine.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, when you see Oklahoma City, do you go yikes, or do you say we're right there? 888-957-9570. Hey, it's time to escape. Book your stay at the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Enjoy sweeping views, clean, fresh, cool ocean air in your room, and a chilled complimentary bottle of wine. That's what awaits. Breakfast is served at the Tides Wharf restaurant. Book today. InAtTheTides.com.
I never walked into a room and said, I'm the leader, I'm the lead dog, I'm the bad and all that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Isaiah.
Neither did Ann Edwards.
Well, he's 23. You know, he's got a. What people have to realize.
Tell me, Steiny.
Yeah, this is what you people have to realize is he's not a fully formed adult yet, Anthony Edwards. And I was thinking about this. You can't be a transformational player unless you're a fully formed adult.
Yeah. You know, I've come to the realization that I really don't think that in 2025 you can be a fully formed adult until you're like in your late 20s or early 30s.
That's Shea. Man, did you hear him after the game? This guy's a class act.
Well, yeah, he's also 27, I think.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
That is really what frustrates the hell out of me about OKC. It's not that they're, I don't know, a small market team or that they think they're better than they are. It's that Shea doesn't get his just due as the consummate professional and potential future face of the league because his teammates won't allow him. They're all sophomoric, juvenile, just silly people that will surround him in these post-game interviews. And this is where I do have a problem with it. It's not that they do it as a team. It's the fact that it takes away from how great Shai Gilgeous-Alexander actually is because people associate him with the babies that drape their arms around him every time he's asked a question by Lisa Salters or Allie LaForce or one of these great sideline reporters. Every time they ask a great question that's going to elicit a quote that I'm genuinely interested in listening to, Chet Holmgren puts his arm around him. Like, get the hell out of there. And it's not because of Shea. It's because of Chet that people disrespect the Thunder and don't think that he is one of the greatest players on this planet, as he aptly is.
You're overthinking it.
No. It pisses me off how much people go down the road of the Thunder, or mainly Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, because I think he's a great player. And it's because the rest of his imbecilic, if that's even a word, teammates don't allow him to just have his moment, to have his shine, which he just, okay, after he drops 40, 10, and 9 on the Timberwolves and effectively ended their season, as I told you 48 hours ago, I'm sitting there and Kenrich Williams is in the background of the shot with his little puffy hair thing at the bottom.
It was horrible.
Yeah, he was acquired, I think, by the from the Spurs.
Oh, is it? Wait, he wasn't in the Lindy Waters trade?
He might have been. I don't know.
Does Waters get a ring?
No. He didn't. He was traded in the offseason.
Yeah, but he was a big part of the...
Probably not. Let's go to 3 in Berkeley. He doesn't agree with me, but today I haven't really made a definitive statement on much.
What's up, 3?
Hey, 3.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning. You know, hey, the reason why I'm giving you pushback, Sonny, is because basically, you know, you don't move off of a Steph Curry. You know, he's a relic like a Kobe Bryant, like a Michael Jordan should have been with Chicago. You know, he's one of those staples that you just don't move off of.
Yeah.
And the nod to him and his conditioning, because no, he doesn't look like he's slowing down. No, he's not the player of old. However, he doesn't look like he's slowing down. Now, building around him, I think we got a good couple of good core pieces, and yeah, it's going to take up a lot of the cap. But I can pivot and give a nod to Dunleavy, who drafted Post. I like Post. His development is going to be huge. You know what I mean? When it comes to everybody complaining about us not having a big man, he's going to space the floor to where he's going to drag the big man out. So as he learns the game more and falls into Kerr's system, it looks a lot brighter than what people are giving credit to. So my thing is, yeah, Anthony Edwards got spanked this whole series. Yeah. They didn't come with the force that they needed to come, that they tried to bring to us, and it was a bad matchup for him. It would have been a better matchup for us, if you ask me, because defensively we could have played better, against OKC in my personal thoughts. But, overall, I just want to say the Warriors are still in a good spot. You know, if you move off Kuminga, I understand the business of basketball. I would like to keep him as well. If they bring in Giannis, that'd be a good look. But, tell me what you guys think. I'm just like, when it comes down to it, they have to make a move.
Yeah, I mean, 3, I can't sit here and disagree with you about Curry. and I'm not advocating for that. There's got to be a middle ground, though, where you can keep somehow find a way. And I get it. Like I've done all the research on dynasties and what happens after, and it's really hard to sustain competitive life after a dynasty. I'm not saying trade Steph Curry, but why does it have to be everything for a title? It's like you're in the middle right now. You're not a bottom feeder, but you're also not a championship contender. I guess there are people that believe that they are a championship contender. I don't. And so as it relates to Kuminga, Evan.
Sure.
Are you really going to forsake his future for one more crack at it? And this is what I mean. So Anthony Slater had a piece in The Athletic today, and it was about Kuminga because he's the biggest piece of the offseason, whether the Warriors re-sign him, whether they sign and trade him, whether they let him go for nothing. But this is Slater's line. The cleanest path is finding a sign and trade for Kuminga that delivers the Warriors veterans who fit this unique system that is built around Curry.
Yeah.
I guess I need to know what veterans, but I'm not crazy about that idea in and of itself. How about you?
If it's for a player that makes you better, I think you have to do it. Like, again, what we're talking about is next year.
Right.
Not 5 years down the line. Because, to your point, you can't avoid whatever is in the coming shadow of a post-dynastic run. You can't avoid that. So, I'm not saying you go all in to the extent that you send out future firsts and you trade the entire cupboard of assets, which admittedly is a bit barren, that you have to improve the chances of this upcoming season. But if there is someone out there that wants Jonathan Kuminga, and there's a player that can, or two that can come back and improve this team, I think you have to do it. Now, if that player's not out there, which is one of the reasons why I actually think that the likeliest path at this point is Jonathan Kuminga being on the team, and we can get into some of the reasons why. I think financial structure is a big part to do with it. But if you can legitimately go and acquire a talent that's going to make this team better next season, I think that's something you almost have to do. Like, you've set your franchise up right now that is the path. That's what you have to do. Again, I think that's going to be really hard because finding a player out there of that caliber commensurate to what Kuminga's productivity and honestly just kind of lack of clarity is as a player. Like, I don't know who's willing to give up something for JK at this point.
Right.
But if you find someone that is, or you can facilitate a deal, a 3-way or a 4-way deal, much like they did last summer by acquiring Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson, and others for Klay Thompson. If that kind of deal is out there, I think you kind of have to do it, Sonny.
Well, what just crossed my mind now is, like, I'm trying to put into a realistic term where the Warriors are and what fans would or wouldn't want them to do. For example, let's say they have an opportunity to get one of these veterans that fit the unique style of the Curry Warriors.
Sure.
Here's where I'm at. If I'm the Warriors, I am more interested in acquiring draft picks where they're at than doing a deal that's going to strip us of, let's just use 2. So let's not do 4 number ones. Let's do 2. Now, I get it. The 2 draft picks you'd be giving up would be for a player for another year or 2 to do it for Curry. But that scares me. It just flat out scares me because I just would hate, and we're talking about the same thing, I'd hate to not have a first-round pick the year Curry is clearly not himself or after he's out of here.
But I don't think we're talking about a first-round pick in 2031. Like, for example, they gave up their first-round pick this year for a player that helped them get to the playoffs. You know, and that's the kind of deal that I think they're right now weighing. They're trying to figure out, can Kuminga and potentially one of their earlier first-rounders, they have 4 that they're able to trade. So in 2026 or 2027, can that first-round pick packaged with a Kuminga get us a player that can take us to the next level? That's what they're weighing right now. And if that player's out there, I don't know if it involved a first-round pick, but that's something you absolutely have to consider. And I would argue, based on the way that they've kind of taken this franchise the last couple of years, that's almost a deal you have to do. If you are legitimately building still or trying to surround Curry with the most talent, if that is your goal as a franchise, then a trade of that swap, that talent swap, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think there's 2 ways of looking at it, and of course I'm looking at it one way, and other people are looking at it the other. Where we're at with the Warriors roster, I think a lot of fans think this way. Look, Curry's got 2 or 3 more years left. Let's just do everything and anything for Curry, give him another crack at it, another couple cracks at it, and whatever happens after that happens. And it's not gonna be good, because Curry will be gone at some point. And we just have to acknowledge that after Curry, we got nothing. Well, that may be true. I look at it as though if I'm Mike Dunleavy, I'm starting to equip myself for how to minimize that period of time after Steph Curry. In other words, if Curry leaves in a few years and you have multiple first-round picks, you're more likely to get off the mat than if you don't.
No, I agree with you, but what I'm talking about is not sending scorched earth to Chase Center. What I'm talking about is, and I think this is what they've done, like the Jimmy Butler trade in hindsight did not cost a lot. It cost you a lot of money because you had to give him $112 or whatever $1 million. But in terms of sacrificing your future, you didn't really do that. The one big ramification of it, which is why we're talking about Kuminga, would be you might have made him obsolete. And
right.
that's why you're discussing trading him. Like if Jimmy Butler, if they never made that deal, number one, I think the Warriors they're keeping their pick. Hell, they might have got Cooper Flagg. I don't know. But they're not. We're not talking about trading Kuminga because he's the only piece of the future that you can cling to. Not saying that he's going to work out or that he's going to be great, but there's literally nothing else. And so that's why I think part of the equation for them this summer is also what's our alternative. If the Warriors had a Jalen Williams or, gosh, I'm trying to think of some of these other young, a Şengün or a Banchero. If they had one of these other young studs, I do think we could legitimately talk about them trying to acquire more picks and move in that direction. But they don't. They don't. They got Kuminga, they got Pods, they got Moody. And as much as our last caller brought up Post, if we've learned something from these playoffs, Post, just because he's 7 feet, he's not a center. He plays more of a power forward position, and he needs someone that's going to be able to help him. Just like Draymond, moving forward, is not a center. He's a power forward that needs someone else to take stuff off their plate. Like, Chet Holmgren is 7 feet tall. He's not a center.
No.
He should not play center, or he will be abused. You look around the league, you can make a case in some against some teams, Şengün plays more of the 4 than he does the 5 for the Rockets. Like, the Warriors have to get bigger, and understanding that just because the modern game is about shooting threes doesn't mean they also don't need size.
No, they need.
Well, they need a lot of things.
Well, see, and that's the thing. And I get it, and that's kind of what I want to get to. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And see, you just used a throwaway line that, to me, says it all. Well, they need a lot.
Well, it's not a throwaway line.
I know, but
I'm not sitting here like Finch saying so at the end of every single answer.
No, but what I'm saying is, when you say, well, they need a lot. Well, you're also saying they're not close. You're saying they're 3 moves away.
Well, behind OKC, everyone's light years away. Like seriously,
but I'm not looking at it like that. I'm looking at an incremental improvement.
Yeah. I mean, well. But, and this is where it does come down to what you fundamentally believe. If you believe that they are a Curry injury away from being in the Western Conference Finals, then a marginal improvement is really not a huge ask. Like, I don't think there's any move, to be frank, Steiny, that's going to allow them to jump Oklahoma City. Like, Oklahoma City right now, should they win the championship, and even if they don't, they're going to come back next year and people are going to look at them like they used to look at the Warriors in the West. Like, it's them and it's everybody else. They won 68 games this year, and none of their players are going anywhere. Most of their players are, in fact, going to get better. Like, to me, and that's why I understand the whole, you got to look around the West. But to me, measuring yourself against OKC, well, in that case, they should blow it up. Like, I don't think that they have a chance to beat the Thunder man-to-man.
Right.
But sometimes you might, God forbid, Tatum got hurt this year in the playoffs.
Right.
Something might happen next season that opens the door for them. And that's why I do believe that when Curry says playing meaningful games or playing meaningful basketball, it's just giving them a chance. Like, he's not saying that there's nothing this summer that's going to make them the best in the West. But there is something they could do that if the cards sort of fall their way, they might be able to give it one last go.
Yeah,
that's what they're bidding on.
That's absolutely what they're bidding on. And I'm not, I just, how Guru says it's, just hit me in the cardiac. I guess I hate where they're at right now, to be honest.
Why?
Because
you're projecting.
No, because part of this was inevitable, clearly. And I guess, and I don't want to get into the idea of trading Curry, but clearly that is something that nobody's got stomach for, which is fine. But I think there's an in-between where, trade Steph and blow it up. Okay, we're not going to do that. Or anything and everything for Steph. It's like, let's do the middle. Let's do the middle. Right now, and this is where I'm at with where the Warriors are at. I think you're right. Curry just wanted a crack at it. And guess what? He got one this year. All right? They now have a team that, to me, is a little too old, but they lost in the second round of the postseason. And they had some injuries. So they're not like, they don't have to go all in trading a young guy for an older guy.
But
like that's kind of like,
I don't think that's going all in though. Like, do you think?
Well, it's going all in for the next couple of years, isn't it?
Well, for next year, I wish you don't have to give Draymond an extension this summer. You don't have to. You don't have to give Steve Kerr an extension beyond next season. Like, there are things the Warriors can do to set themselves up for whatever the next iteration of their franchise is. Like, what I'm asking you, and what I would implore fans to do, is give this, and in all probability, it won't result in a championship. One more year. That's the slogan for this upcoming season. One more year, or final ride, last dance, whatever you want to call it. This is the last season in which Curry, Butler, and Draymond should be given the opportunity to prove that they can fail. One more year. That's all I'm asking.
And obviously, if it doesn't work, you would use the last year of each of their contracts either to try to do something or let it just play out on its own.
Yeah, and you might have to bite the second year because that's where they're all aligned. But Steiny, you got a first-round pick next year. You could choose to bring back Kuminga. Or if you move off of him, it could be, doesn't have to be for an ancient player. It could be for a player in their 20s. It could be for a Melton who's 25 going on 26. It could be for a player that's you're not gonna build around, but it's gonna be like, it could be a player like Buddy Hield, who's probably gonna be here for a few more years, or for maybe a couple throwaway second round picks that turn into post or TJ, players that are not franchise altering players, but guys that you need on your roster.
Right, and I guess that's what I'd be advocating for, is a player like that. Like, I think, for example, the Thunder and the Spurs have guys who could help the Warriors, wing-type players. Okay, here's a guy, Warrior fans used to love him. You probably don't love him anymore. But a guy like Naz Reid.
Yeah.
Like, to me, and I get it. He had a terrible series. But Naz Reid is what, 26, 27?
Something like that.
So you go get a guy like Naz Reid, and guess what? You are able to serve two masters because you are better, you hope you're going to be better marginally with a guy like that, but you're also getting a 26, 27-year-old, not that you're building around, but who's a young player who, you know what, is going to give a solid play for the next 3 or 4 years and keep us in a place of stability. Now, maybe you don't want that. But like, that's where I would be more interested in a guy, let's say between 25 and 30.
Well, I just don't think you can operate at the level that these people who are paid far more than I ever will be to do that job. You can't operate like you're at a blackjack table. Like, you know what happens when you go all in? Eventually you lose. And eventually you're stuck with no money and you got to go back to your overexpensive hotel room or downgrade to a place that smells like cigarettes because you got no money.
I lost, I'm out.
Yeah, that's what happens when you go all in. You lose jobs when you go all in. And I realize that the Warriors are kind of a unique situation because really of just Steph Curry. I would leave Butler and Draymond out of it just because of Steph. But even he, like, I'll never forget when Curry said, "Oh, we got to think about the franchise after we're gone." It's like, even he's saying we can't go all in. For me. He's referring to himself.
Well, how about when Draymond said, there's some deals out there that you think are going to make, but we know the league, and I think he was talking about marketing.
Yeah.
Remember when he said, but we could make a move that kills us after we're gone, and we really care about that. Not that I necessarily believe him, but I do think he's right about certain players that you think you're going to bring in here, and it's going to allow you to take a big step, but it might not.
He's also wrong about certain teams.
Oh, no doubt.
And
it's true.
Yeah, pre-deadline Draymond. Well, look, this is what happens when you opine on a weekly basis. You got takes that people are going to remember, and some of them aren't going to age very well. And I'm not talking about the one where he guaranteed a championship. That one was just so outrageous that it's really, it's almost dismissible.
Not according to Goo.
What?
The fact that Draymond guaranteed a championship and then Jimmy Butler said championship coming soon meant that it was likely to happen because they said it.
Well, championship coming soon could be 1 year from now.
That is true.
That's not very long.
That is true. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Joe and Ray. I see Sam. I'll get to you all on the other side. And the Warriors, the Thunder. Is it even fair to put them in the same sentence? I will say this. Denver looked like they were on the verge of something really, really big.
Oh, you mean this year?
2 years ago when they won it. And, all I'm saying is, Oklahoma City looks phenomenal right now, but you can't just assume a dynasty or, they're going to be in the Western Conference Finals for the next 5 years.
Malone was talking about a dynasty, and he got fired 2 years later. I mean, it's just like those kind of guarantees are, I don't even know they're guarantees. Like, what? Why would you ever do that? By the way, Denver is looking like the second best team in the Western Conference right now.
Well, yes and no.
What does that also make the Clippers look like?
Well, we can get into that and a few other things.
I'm just saying, Denver took that team that paddled your little pups.
Who?
The Timberwolves.
What about them?
Denver.
They haven't lost to Denver in like 4 years.
Yeah, but Denver took OKC to 7.
Oh, big.
Yeah.
These things happen.
Yeah.
When's the last time
the
Denver...
best team doesn't always win?
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. How you want the Warriors navigating this offseason, knowing that there's some good young teams out there. Also, Draymond Green is doing analyst work right now, and he's going to need to get a little better at that particular job, and I'll show you why on the other side. But 888-957-9570. Coming up today at 4 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the New York Liberty, and you can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones on the call. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm afraid.
Of what?
I think the older
that you'll never wake up?
No. Well, you're practicing dying. That's too much sleep.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson today. And we're talking about the Western Conference Finals, which ended last night in Oklahoma City.
It ended 2 days ago, but that's fine. No, continue.
Oklahoma City won last night against the Wolves. They advanced to the NBA Finals.
A lot to a little.
And we are wondering, if you're a Warrior fan, does that game, that series, that team, those teams impact where you try to get better in the offseason and how you try to get better in the offseason? Jonathan Kuminga is their big piece this summer. They'll either re-sign him or they'll sign and trade him. I find it hard to believe they would let him walk for nothing, but that's where we're at right now with the Golden State Warriors. And another name came up this morning.
What?
Go ahead.
No, who?
Well, he plays for an NBA team, Domantas Sabonis.
Huh.
Would you be interested in Sabonis for the Warriors?
First of all, what do you think of Sabonis as a player?
Well, I'm not crazy about him, but here's the way I feel about some guys like Sabonis. Do I like him as a player? Not really. But at some point, a guy's reputation then becomes worse than the player actually is.
Shedeur Sanders.
No, more like, like
Fred VanVleet? No.
That's not a bad name. That's not a bad name. Like, he's not worth the money. He's overpaid, but he's not useless.
Can actually hurt you.
I mean, Sabonis has some skill. You know, I know you can't do it this way, but would you move Draymond and Kuminga for Sabonis?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
I would not.
Okay.
And the reason is I don't really think it makes you that much better. And he's just an expensive play-in player to me.
Trades are hard.
Like Sabonis,
could he be elevated with Steph and Butler?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I think if you acquire him, he makes Draymond Green obsolete. That's because he's involved in so much action in terms of passing the basketball. I don't think Sabonis is a scrub by any means, but I've never watched him play and thought, I can win at a high level with him being an important player. And he's someone that has to be an important player to be effective.
Can he be the third best?
I don't know. Could he? I mean, I think a couple of years ago when the Kings made the playoffs, there were some nights when he was the third best player, but I don't think he's a three. To me, he's a lower level one.
Right.
You know, if you get Sabonis, you know he's going to play like 80 games. He's going to get you double-doubles every night. But is he going to get you W's? I really question that. And I think it's a big reason why Indiana chose to flip him for kind of a question mark. I mean, Tyrese Halliburton was talented. There's no doubt about that. But Sabonis was a proven all-star for them. They had been to the postseason. I think they lost in the first round. And they would have rather taken a flyer on a kid who we didn't know if Halliburton was going to be what he is now. They would have rather done that than pay Sabonis.
Right.
To me, he's a really expensive statistical fun player to watch. I mean, you know who he is? He's David Lee. Sabonis is David Lee. And David Lee was a damn good player. But anytime David Lee was the focus of your team, there's a ceiling there.
That's true. That's true. Let's go to Joe. Joe's in Burbank. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hi, Steiny. Hi, Evan.
How are you?
What's up, Joe?
How you guys doing? Good. You were asking about the future, and even though I'm really big on doing a rebuild because I 4 championships, I love watching young players get better. So I'm really kind of a rebuild type person. But as far as the future goes, and you're trying to work with Steph, I think the last shot for Steph should be next season. After that, should be a rebuild. And, it's interesting on OKC, they got some people over there that are making some great decisions. They talk about OKC and draft picks, but Isaiah Joe is a shooter, and he was a 49th pick in the second round. Lou Dort was a free agent, so those guys are doing something right. And speaking of the second round, the Warriors have the 41st pick, and usually they have late 50s, so who knows what they can do with a 41. And laugh out loud, too bad Joe Lacob couldn't buy another second so they can package 2 seconds and move up to the 33, 34, 35, because there's some really good players up there. And last thing, as far as Kuminga goes, we gave away Poole basically. That the whole thing was, what a waste. So unless we can get value for Kuminga, we should hold on to it. And that's about all I got to say, guys. I love the show. Love you guys.
Thanks, Joe.
Have a good one.
Yeah, no, thank you, Joe. Appreciate the call. I'm kind of with you on Kuminga, but okay. And I'm not in love with Sabonis, but we're Evan and I are talking about how the Warriors navigate this period of time at the end of Steph's career. Butler's getting a little bit older, and there was a line in the Athletic story by Anthony Slater, regarding Kuminga, who everybody seems to acknowledge is the biggest piece the Warriors have to either re-sign or get somebody for.
Yep.
Slater writes, the cleanest path is finding a sign-and-trade scenario that delivers the Warriors veterans who fit the unique system built around Curry. So, how about this? You know how I feel about, let's say, Vucevic. He's 30. He's going to be 35. Would you want, if you can't keep Kuminga, get Vucevic? Okay, I don't want to do that. But a guy like Sabonis, and I'm not crazy about Sabonis, and I'm not necessarily saying I would make the deal, but that's the kind of guy I think that serves two masters. One is you could get Sabonis and sell. We might be better. It's possible we might be better with Sabonis, but you also get a little bit younger, so you know that for the next 3 to 5 years, you got a pretty good player, at least a pretty good player, not a franchise player. We've understood that. But the one thing that I'm just blown away by is, why do people confuse re-signing somebody with building around somebody? If the Warriors re-sign Kuminga, that doesn't mean they're building around him. It means he will be in the fold for 4 years or whatever it is. And the way you do it is, okay, you extend Pods at some point. You extend Kuminga at some point. Oh, look, Moody's starting to really come into his own. Then you go try to get a big boy. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to build around Kuminga. It just means you keep some pieces on board when you have a chance, if you do, to make a big move and strike a big deal.
No, but I do think it's a lot of people probably wonder how you get the big boy. Like, Jimmy Butler was a big boy, but obviously there were circumstances that led to that. I think Kuminga is going to be on the team because I think it's just as likely that they could trade him this summer as they could trade him at the deadline next year. But in order to do that, you need to bring him at a number, and that number has to be enticing to other teams. Like, one of the reasons why I think it's going to be really hard to trade JK this summer is because there's something called the base year compensation. It's a new piece of the CBA. It's in the Slater piece, and basically it illustrates that this summer, if the Warriors trade Kuminga, let's say they sign him for $30 million, the max salary that they can bring in would be 50% of that outgoing salary. So essentially, they would be trading Kuminga for a $15 million player. That's if he signs for $30 per year. So you have to have another team that wants to acquire a $30 million, largely unknown talent, and be willing to give you a player at 15 or less that is good enough to improve your roster. Like, that's just a really fine needle to thread. And so if I sign Kuminga for, let's say, 20 or 25, a more reasonable number, and I think more enticing for another basketball team, then if I wait till the deadline next February, I can actually just trade him dollar for dollar. And there's some other consequences, like if you go above a certain number, you're hard capped in the first apron and all this. But the point is, I don't think it's just simple as, well, let's sign Kuminga to a $27 million deal and flip him straight up for Cam Johnson.
Right.
Like, it doesn't work like that. Or let's package him with Draymond and let's do that. Like, it's not as simple as trading Kuminga player for player. And so I think that, honestly, the way that it's going to set up this summer is you're not even going to be able to get a player that's as talented or perhaps even productive as Kuminga. Like, you would be trading for a lesser talent because that player can only make $10 to probably $15 million a year. And I don't think there's a guy out there in my mind that another team would be willing to come off of that the Warriors would then look at and say, yeah, we're in fact better off without JK. Like, that just doesn't work in my mind.
Right. And I'm just happen to be looking at Oklahoma City, who has got a bunch of players at like 12, 13, but they don't want Kuminga.
No.
They have no need for Kuminga. By the way, I meant to play you guys this because, and I want to get to the YouTube chat, because I know there's some people in the YouTube chat that, let's say very infrequently I say something and it turns out not to be right. Again, very infrequently. But usually when that happens, the text lines jump all over me. Draymond Green is doing analyst work.
Well, you usually do that to yourself. But
I do what?
Invite the text line to jump all over you. It's neither here nor there.
Well, I don't need that, is what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is, if these people are consistent who rip me, what do you think about your guy Draymond Green? Remember this about the Oklahoma City Thunder?
But the one thing I see with the OKC team that is a little alarming for me is like their post games. Like 7 guys in the interview. Like, there's a certain seriousness that it takes to win in this league. And there's a certain fear you have to instill in teams in order to win. And I just don't know if they're instilling that fear in teams with all the bromance and stuff after the game. Like, bro, we all the bros, it's the homies. Like, that's cool. There's a time and a place for that. But after every time somebody's in the interview, you got 7 guys, 8 guys. Then you got the same 7, 8 guys with a picture with Josh Giddey right after they play. Like, again, I'm all for having fun. Like, it's an 82-game season. You should have fun. But you also have to understand when people are looking at you to be the team, and you have to understand when your moment is. And right now, I don't know if OKC understands, but their moment is now.
Well, he actually stuck the landing. I forgot about that last part. That sounds a little bit better than the first part.
I have no idea, and I know Draymond's a solid basketball mind.
You don't have to suck up to him.
What? I can't understand for the life of me why anyone would think that something like that would be the preventative issue for a team to win a title. I mean, I would love to ask him about, okay, yeah, Gilgeous-Alexander does a post game and 6 nitwits come up behind him and smile and laugh. Okay, you're going to jump to there's a seriousness they don't have? That doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't.
That take is how you know. And to be fair, it was November 1st, 2024, so it was at the very beginning of the season. Like, notice he threw Josh Giddey in there, who wasn't even on the team.
True.
But that take right there is how you know that Draymond Green is the next Charles Barkley. Because that sounds exactly like Charles Barkley saying the Warriors can't win a championship because they take jump shots. That they can't win a title because they're a jump shooting team. And to be fair, Barkley wasn't the only one that felt that way. But a lot of people have had that same take or that same energy for the Thunder. The reason why they're not going to win it all is because that is an illustration. That is exhibit A of their inexperience and their immaturity. And they can't get it done because of it. Now you got to eat crow. You have to eat crow. The Warriors were a team that were seen as soft and were perimeter-based, and people overlooked the fact that they played great defense. They were amazing passers. They actually got a lot of points in the paint. They just didn't have high flyers or dunkers. They beat you from the outside in, but they beat you regardless. And so when I hear Draymond Green talk about the Thunder, it just reminds me of all the analysts and talking heads speaking about the Warriors in 2013, 14, 15, saying this team will never get it done because you can't build around Steph and Klay Thompson and win a championship. You can't do it. And Draymond's about to find out, I think, in about 2 weeks, why the last part of his statement was correct, that it is their time, and that the post-game interviews that they're doing, it has no bearing on what goes on in the court.
No, I wouldn't have associated, having fun in a post-game interview with a lack of seriousness. There can be a lot of things going on at one time. But I just, take it with a grain of salt. He's the same guy that said the Warriors were going to win a title this year.
Well, are you saying Draymond, he should just become an analyst? That's what he should do?
Well, that's what he's going to do, and he's an incredibly smart basketball mind.
Well, but he also has a head coach offer from the Warriors when he retires. You remember that?
Sure, I remember that. I'm just, even as great as he is,
Draymond's players,
he ain't right all the time.
Well, who is? But it would actually, what I would love is for Draymond Green in a hypothetical world, it'll never happen. Maybe. To get hired as the head coach of the OKC Thunder and watch his players do post-game interviews draped around each other and have to realize that, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Now, I personally don't like it because I think it takes away from SGA personally, and I think that people associate him with being soft or just a grifter or a foul baiter a lot of times because he's grouped in with all these nitwits. But that's why I don't like the post-game interviews. It's not because I don't think they can win a title.
Yeah, I just...
they won 68 games this year.
Well, that's the other thing.
They were the 1 seed last year too, right?
They were the 1 seed.
I think by a game, or they had the tiebreaker against Denver.
They were up there for sure.
I mean, I think they won in the mid-50s, but if they were one of the best teams objectively last year too. And
Absolutely.
Then they took a bigger step.
Absolutely. And I think...
Thank you, Kenny. They were a 1 seed.
And again, we did it. We did it again with the Thunder. And I know they haven't won it yet. But, Thunder, they got beat in the second round. And they got to exercise demons. You don't have to exercise demons when you're 25.
Well,
you just have to be as good as you can be, and sometimes you're not going to be as good as the other team.
Well, I mean...
No demons in Oklahoma City. Get out of here.
Well, they have a haunted hotel. That's a fact. I think you're trying to take a little heat off your boys.
No, I'm trying to...
they got demons.
I'm trying to come down on Guru.
Well, he's not here.
And you to a lesser extent, for just not acknowledging a team that's young and growing, that stumbled last year in the second round, won 68 games this year. But Steiny, Warriors get the Thunder. I mean, Warriors will be favored in that series. How come? Well, they got the experience. The Pike.
Who said that?
You, Ken, Carter.
No, see, what I think is...
Warrior fans.
You see texts and you see callers that come in with these wild takes. And then what you do is, let's say I'm sitting in this chair today. You imagine Guru's face on my shoulders, and you just want to yell at him. but you can't. You can't yell at him because he ain't here. And also, I hope he's well, and I hope he's back tomorrow. But you can't yell at him. You got to yell at me, or you got to yell at Ken, who's wearing this stupid Knicks hat, not realizing that his team is about to be the same place that the Wolves were after last night, which is headed to insert international destination. Sorry, Ken.
And let me tell you where I'm coming from.
You guys are dead.
And this is where you might look at something and say it's black, and I might look at it and say it's green. There goes Steiny hating. No, you're wrong. You hate 510. You hate it on the Thunder. You all, they're not good enough. They're too young. Just let it play out. Let it play out. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we got to have opinions about something. Also, the fact that, let's see if the 510 sees something as, you said black, and you see it as green.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that make the 510 colorblind?
I guess.
Like a dog. Like a timber wolf. I mean, they couldn't see anything last night except for just hands. Thunder hands everywhere. You know how I knew that they were done? But by the way, you're talking about like a young, growing team. Your squad is not young and growing. In fact...
Who? Oklahoma City?
No. The Minnesota.
Did I say they were?
Yeah, because you group them in. I'm doing what you do. I'm just grouping your words in and putting words in your mouth. So the Timberwolves have one player who's young and growing. The rest of their players are not young and growing. In fact...
McDaniels?
Yeah, he's okay.
No, go ahead. No, you finish.
No, two.
My bad.
Yeah, don't cut me off. Okay. We got 2 minutes left here. Rudy Gobert is going to be 34.
What's your point?
He's old. Mike Conley is in your words, a fossil. That guy is, by the way, I think I said this, the reason why they were going to lose last night, the reason why I knew that they had laid down is because they sent a veteran spokesman to the sideline interview after the first quarter because no one else wanted to do it.
That's called being classy.
Yeah, you send the classiest individual, Mike Conley, who's up there sounding like his dog died because he knows that they have no chance to win this game.
Boy, that's some interpretation.
Well, Rudy Gobert looked like he had the same look on his face as when Steph hit the golden dagger in his hometown.
Did you see, this is what you didn't see clearly. Chris Finch said, we've got to figure out a way to get a little more out of Rudy at the offensive end.
Your boy's on the hot seat.
He said we didn't do a better job. We could have done a better job of that. So they have Naz Reid's getting worse.
Well, he's going to be gone.
Nickeil Alexander-Walker?
Is he going to be worth the $16 million they're going to have to pay him next year?
Listen, let me tell you what's going to happen. Let me tell you what's going to happen. And some Warrior fans going to get their comeuppance.
Oh, boy.
Because the Warriors will go out and get Naz Reid, and everyone will think he's the guy who always plays like he plays against the Warriors. He's not. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I also want to get into this idea of veterans helping the youngsters and where the Warriors veterans fit in on that, because I got a piece of sound that really piqued my interest. I'll play it for you on the other side. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Drew, listen to me. We got witnesses here. We got a lot of witnesses. Here's the deal. If I get another job and you pass an IQ test at 143, I will hire you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson.
You know, that reminds me. The boss put something out on social media last night, and I didn't realize it at the time. You guys totally snitched on me.
Which time?
Well, so when Bob comes on, friend of the show, Bob Myers, you know, I kind of look for an opportunity to give him the drop because he knows everyone. And he's such a humble person that it's not like he's trying to brag. So I'm looking for a spot to drop one on him. He says, I know Mike Dunleavy, perfectly placed. Whoop. And he says, who is that? And without hesitation, both of you scream, that's Evan.
I don't control the drop.
Evan did it. And
I don't control
And he
the drop.
flames me for like 30 seconds.
Oh, you should be flattered.
No. Well, I do like Bob, but no. It was a funny bit, but I thought it was so funny that I overlooked the fact that you guys just dimed me out in 0.5 seconds.
Wow.
I thought we were better than that.
I could have sworn that Myers said, oh, is that Evan?
No. He was about to guess someone, and then you jumped in before he could even say who he thought it was and said, yeah, that's Evan. Get your boys, Bob. Get your boys.
All right. This is something that hit me. So Joe Flacco.
Like a bag of nickels.
Joe Flacco. Quarterback for the Browns.
Again?
Yes. And they have a young player on their team, Shedeur Sanders.
They have a couple young players on their team.
Shedeur Sanders is a young quarterback with a bright future ahead of him. And Joe Flacco was asked a question. And the answer to me was so perfect that you can apply it to any sport, any player. So Flacco's a little bit older. He might be older than Butler.
He's so old that, was it last year? He was on the Colts last year, and Anthony Richardson said his mom really liked Joe Flacco. That's how old Joe Flacco is.
So Joe Flacco, who's... I don't know how old he is, but let's just say he's as old as Curry, Butler, and Draymond combined.
40.
Okay, so he was asked, because he's got Shedeur Sanders on the team, whether he's going to be a mentor. And this is the greatest answer of all time.
Because it's a good question to bait somebody into answering, and no matter how they answer it, it kind of makes the guy that's answering it look bad. If I say I don't want to be a mentor, I look bad. If I say I do want to be a mentor, then I look like an idiot that doesn't care about being good and playing football. So it's one of those questions that no matter what I say, you guys can write what you want to write about it. And there's a lot of questions like that. That's why you end up having to try to avoid them. I tend to try to be honest, and I've said I'm not a mentor. I play football. And in a quarterback room, there's a lot of times there's been already a ton of times where there's learning experiences, and I have a lot of experience, and I can talk on things, and hopefully they listen. But it's not necessarily like my job to like make sure they listen to me. And hey, like hopefully you have a really good relationship with the guys that are in the room, and you naturally want to do that, But that was a long-winded answer, but that's ultimately why I think you guys ask it.
That was Joe Flacco. Being honest.
Floor is yours. I got some thoughts.
Well, I just completely love the answer because it was nuanced, and it was kind of on the fence, which I respect. But no, here's where my mind went on that.
Okay.
So are you going to be a mentor? He's like, I want to start first of all, but. Yeah, I'll say some things here and there, and it got me to thinking this. Have the Warriors veterans mentored anybody over the years? Mentored.
Yeah. Like Quinn Cook. Jordan Bell. They're taking those guys under their wings.
Okay, so you can make a case that they tried to mentor Jordan Bell, but they actually did it the completely wrong way.
What? No, stop. I think in all seriousness, I don't think that people like to mentor threats. Like, no one wants to get Wally pipped.
Right.
So why would you spend your time trying to help a player that, for example, is going to be your replacement? Like, I think Klay Thompson wanted no part to do with Jordan Poole. And it's not so much as he doesn't like Jordan, but Jordan was a threat. Jordan Poole was a threat to eventually one day replace Klay Thompson as the Golden State Warriors shooting guard. And he didn't like that. So no, I don't think that Klay Thompson had any intention of mentoring Jordan Poole.
Has Draymond Green mentored Jonathan Kuminga? My answer would be absolutely not. Absolutely not.
What about Pods? What about Post?
I don't know about Post. And I don't know about Pods. I think the one thing Pods has going for him is I think the veterans acknowledge he's a hard worker and his intentions are to be as good a player as he can be. But I am wondering more about, over the years, is it fair to say that young guys have struggled to break through on this team? And does it have to do with the demeanor of the veterans? Or where they are, like, who have they mentored? Who have they welcomed in as a young player and said, this is somebody who I'm gonna take care of so that when I'm gone, he's the next guy?
Well, I'll bring you to the Warriors in a second, but I think we jumped on the highway and completely bypassed the point that Joe Flacco, what he said, while it might be on the fence and nuanced and it sounds great, you know what I hear? A cop-out. You don't want to be a mentor. And he said that.
Right.
But that's all that matters. You don't want to be a mentor. So you saying that journalists are going to set you up to fail one way or another, I actually don't think that's true.
I do think it's true.
No, because if he says, I want to be a mentor, no one is going to write that you don't care about football, which is what he said.
No, but they're going to question his competitiveness.
No, they're not.
I think
Joe Flacco, as a backup quarterback, led the Browns to a postseason appearance. No one's going to say that Joe Flacco doesn't want to compete. Joe Flacco's a Super Bowl winning MVP. He's a champion. He's been in this league for damn near 20 years. No one is going to say that Joe Flacco isn't a competitor because he comes out and says, I would really like to be a mentor to Shedeur Sanders. I think I have a lot to offer, and I think that I can help this young man become the best version of himself. No one's going to kill you for that. What he doesn't want to do is mentor, and that's fine. That's completely okay. That's your choice. But him saying that is a cop-out. Now back to the Warriors. Those players have never said one way or another whether they want to be mentors or not, but they absolutely can still be mentors and not be written off as, well, they're moving towards this stage of their career. They're moving towards that. Like, probably the player that quote applies to the most in my mind the last few years is Chris Paul. When he was on the Warriors, he didn't want to be a mentor. That's why he left, because he wanted to play all 82 games for the Spurs. But him being a mentor to, which by the way,
Was he to Pods?
Probably. He's been a mentor to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who literally walked over after a game and thanked him. Like, Chris Paul has been a mentor to players when he has chosen to be. That doesn't mean that he's any less competitive.
Well, I think there's an aspect we're missing here. And 888-957-9570. What is the obligation of a veteran player to deal with a younger player? Here's the part I think we're missing a little bit. A guy like Joe Flacco, if he's considered a mentor, if he's talked about as a mentor, we may not believe it's an insult. It's an insult to Joe Flacco to say, well, he's here to mentor. Like, that would get me upset, because it would make me think, no, I'm here to try to win the starting quarterback job, period. And if I don't win it, then I'm going to be the backup, And yeah, I'll try to help the kid as much as I can.
But you can't do that and mentor? Like, part of the reason why they signed you is to help the younger players.
Right, but I think if you're an athlete and...
That's one of the reasons why he's still in the league.
Right, but I don't think he likes being called a mentor. I don't think Chris Paul likes being called a mentor.
I totally agree.
Well, and that's why, regardless of what he says, he thinks he's going to, get hit. To me, when you say, Steiny, are you a mentor? You know what? I am. That's where I'm at in my career. I'm a mentor. It's like, you may as well say you're done. You know what I mean? You may as well just say, I'm a coach.
No, I mean, like Udonis Haslem was a mentor. Andre Iguodala, his last season with the Warriors, was a mentor.
Has Steph Curry ever mentored somebody? And somebody on the text line saying, Steiny, who in the NBA has mentored anyone? Well, I'll just give you the example that popped into my head because I was watching the Celtics documentary. And
that's
what?
You're so disappointing. You won't watch a documentary that Guru and I are interested in that we could build a show around and have a great conversation about. It doesn't matter. We ask you to do stuff all the time and you treat it like homework. And then the one thing that you're interested in is the one thing that you apparently know everything about, like back of your hand.
No, I learned a lot in this Celtics documentary.
You know what else you could learn a lot about?
What's that?
Everything. Anything else that's not the Boston Celtics. I'm going to tell Goo this when I can't wait till he gets back.
Here's my point. So, one of the things the Celtics believe in is you have a guy who's a franchise player, and then you bring along a young player who is, according to the organization, could be a franchise player, and you nurture him. So, Larry Bird came into the Celtics, and Dave Cowens was still there. They overlapped for a year.
Mm-hmm.
Bird became the face of the franchise. In the mid-'80s, they drafted Len Bias. And what I remember about that is Larry Bird said, after he was drafted, I can't wait to get in and work with this guy because this guy could be the next blah, 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 next face of the franchise. So in the Celtics system, they look for that next player. And I'm just wondering, how did the Warriors' big three handle young players who came in that wanted to make a name for themselves and wanted to maybe even and had good intentions to try to do it in a winning environment?
Yeah, but I think that you're also missing the point that those players can identify guys that are going to be the next. Like, I imagine that at some point Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili looked at Kawhi Leonard and said, yeah, he's going to be our meal ticket. I mean, like, seriously, we can play well and we can still help, but if we're going to win a championship, this guy's got to be our meal ticket. Same with the Celtics. I haven't watched that documentary. Personally, don't have any hankering to. But when Cowan sees Bird, or in the future when Bird sees Bias, God rest his soul, they know that player has the potential to lead their franchise. To be fair, the Warriors haven't really had a player that I think the big three, especially someone like Steph, as great as he is, could look at and say, that's going to be my meal ticket. Like, I think if the Warriors had that dude, they absolutely would try to nurture and mentor him.
I think they might have had that guy.
Who?
Jordan Poole.
Oh, come on.
Okay, so Jordan Poole, if there was ever a player that needed mentoring, it was Jordan Poole.
Sure.
He was kind of immature, right?
Well, they did the opposite.
Exactly.
One of the players did the opposite.
That's all I'm saying.
Yes, but to act like it, I agree with you there. I'm
not saying Jordan Poole could have been the best player on a championship team. I'm just saying they could have ushered him in a more inclusive way.
No, but I bet if Draymond Green thought he was Tyrese Halliburton, he would have punched him. Like if they thought that this player was going to be their meal ticket to another championship in the near future, you don't treat him the way that they treated, or that Draymond Green treated him.
But he was a part of a championship team.
And I'm not saying that's Poole's fault, by the way. Like he is who he is, and that decision was indefensible.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to Brandon. Brandon's in Orinda. How you doing, Brandon? What's going on?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. Just quickly, the definition of a mentor is a trusted advisor, an experienced and trusted advisor, and I think it's up to the younger players to be open, A, to being mentored, and then B, for the mentor to offer their experience. And whether or not Shedeur Sanders ever wants to get mentored by Joe Flacco is a completely different thing. But I think, these experienced players are mentors even when they don't know it, just by how they conduct their day-to-day business. And it's up to the younger players to notice and follow. And how do you take care of your body when you're going back and forth across the country and media and so on and so forth. So a lot of these guys are mentors and they don't know it, but it's up to the younger players to be open to receiving that guidance. And that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Well, for example, last break I was talking to somebody and I said, Steph Curry, I don't want to out this guy. Steph Curry, a mentor? And he said, well, yeah. And I said, well, how? Who's he ever taken under his wing? And the answer here's what I heard the last caller say is, you know how Steph mentors? By showing up on time, by staying late, by being the last one out of the gym, by being professional, by giving an example to the younger players. But I think a mentor does more than that. I think a mentor does more than that. And I'm just wondering what the veterans' role has been with the younger players over the course of the last, 6-8 years. And I'm asking Warrior fans, did the veterans on this team do a good job of mentoring? Should they mentor? Or do you think it's just a stupid subject, which I actually don't?
No, I think it's interesting. And I don't think that anyone is owed mentorship, but I do give credit to players who choose to mentor. Let me run this by you.
Yeah.
So when Quentin Post, I forget what time of the year was it, he told a story about early in the season, getting back from a road trip really late, and he was having trouble with his Uber at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Curry drives him to his place of residence. I don't know if I'd define that as being a mentor, but it's absolutely well within Curry's right to say, all right, Rook, see you, man, take it easy. I guess where I'm confused where the line is being a good teammate versus being a mentor. I think Curry's a great teammate, but you're saying there's more that he can do. I would argue that him offering to take a no-name rookie home out of his way, granted it actually wasn't that far out of his way, which we did some math on, but he still gave Quentin Post a ride home when he didn't have to. And maybe they're talking about the game, maybe they're talking about life, maybe they're talking about how to handle yourself that to me is mentoring. So I would say that Curry, while Quentin Post may never transform into the next Nowitzki, and so we're not going to see the direct correlation between Curry talking to him and him becoming an all-star sort of deal. That is mentoring.
Yeah, I don't think it is. Okay. I think it's giving a dude a ride.
All right.
But this is what we're talking about. If you're just joining us, Joe Flacco, quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. Obviously, Shedeur Sanders is there. They asked him if he's here to mentor, and this answer just really got me thinking about the Warriors and their veteran players and how they've done over the years with this issue and how they're doing possibly now with this issue, because I think it's important. So I'm going to play this Flacco again.
Because it's a good question to bait somebody into answering, and no matter how they answer it, it kind of makes the guy that's answering it look bad. If I say I don't want to be a mentor, I look bad. If I say I do want to be a mentor, then I look like an idiot that doesn't care about being good and playing football. So it's one of those questions that no matter what I say, you guys can write what you want to write about it. and there's a lot of questions like that. That's why you end up having to try to avoid them. I tend to try to be honest, and I've said I'm not a mentor. I play football. And in a quarterback room, there's a lot of times there's been a ton of times where there's learning experiences, and I have a lot of experience, and I can talk on things, and hopefully they listen. But it's not necessarily like my job to like make sure they listen to me. And, you know, hey, like hopefully you have a really good relationship with the guys that are in the room, and you naturally want to do that, you know, but that was a long-winded answer, but that's ultimately why I think you guys ask it.
All right, so that was Joe Flacco, and the guy, several names popped into my head, and Jordan Poole's the one that hit me the most. And I get it, it's become a lightning rod because of what Draymond Green did. But to me, yes, he needed to be mentored. You know who else needs to be mentored? Anthony Edwards. He needs to be mentored. He doesn't need a teammate. He needs somebody to mentor him. But anyway, so Jordan Poole gets here.
Sure.
And he's no factor. Then he goes down to the G League and rehabs his game. Now he comes up, he starts to play, and guess what? He's cocky. Guess what? His game doesn't quite fit perfectly with the big threes. He got infatuated, let's say, with that contract and getting money. Like, to me, wouldn't that be way, and I don't know how good he's going to be or how good he isn't going to be, but to me, Jordan Poole was the perfect guy for this big three, Steph, Draymond, and Clay to a lesser degree. Should have been mentoring Jordan Poole. Okay, dude, you're rubbing people the wrong way. All right, listen, we get it. You're young, blah, blah, blah. And maybe you help transform Jordan Poole into a player who 4 years later or 3 years later, no, he's not the face of your franchise, or he's your best player and you're going to the finals, but he's turned into a mature guy, a mature player, and they didn't do it. They did they try to help him?
I guess my question is, how much of that's on Poole?
A lot.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, and we don't know, but it doesn't appear like they mentored him in some massively maturity shifting way. But Poole was also 23,
right?
Just like Anthony Edwards. As you brought him up, I imagine he got some form of mentorship during the Summer Olympics when he's playing with LeBron, KD, Curry. So you can find mentorship in different ways. Like, get the drop ready. At Game 3, I asked Anthony Edwards about his little game within the game versus Curry when Curry was on the bench. And he told a story about Anthony Edwards and him and Curry like doing this shooting game during the summer, working out together. And when he was talking to Steph on the bench, he was basically reminding him of that shooting game. Like, I know he's not on the team,
right?
But Curry clearly has had some sort of impact on Anthony Edwards that he would remind him in the heat of battle what was going on during those sparring sessions. That's mentorship, in my opinion. And also, one final thing, because I know we got to hit a break here. Joe Flacco, again, just tell me what you really want to say, which is, I'm not a mentor. Don't hide behind it's going to make me look bad. You know who thinks that it's going to make him look bad? Joe Flacco. He thinks that being a mentor is stupid. He thinks that being a mentor is going to make him look like lesser than as a competitor. That's not what everybody thinks. That's just
not everybody.
That's what clearly he thinks. It's a great answer, but I'm sorry.
Well, I believe people do think that. Maybe not everybody, but
I think you think that.
Well, I also think that.
Sorry, we got to go.
The term mentor is pejorative to a guy like Joe Flacco. But anyway, Jordan Poole. Unfair to think the Warriors could have done a better job keeping him in the fold. Maybe they tried. I don't know. I just know that Guru would be all over the fact that, remember when Draymond said he didn't even know who Kuminga was a year ago? That's all. Maybe the big three could have done a better job. at that aspect. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up today at 4 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the New York Liberty. You can hear the game right here on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app, search Valkyries, and you can also watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game starts at 3:30 today. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
talking to Dunleavy about that, and I said, I don't need the drive. Dunleavy and knowing each other. Who's pushing the
That's
button?
Evan.
Back there?
Yeah, Evan. That's
Okay,
your boy,
Evan.
Evan.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So fast. So fast.
Yeah. I guess I did drop down.
Like, not a second's hesitation. That's fine. I love you guys anyways.
We're having a conversation about leaders, leadership, mentoring, and what a veteran owes to a young teammate, if anything.
Can I ask you a question before we dive into the words? Would you consider yourself a mentor?
No, absolutely not.
Now, why is that?
Because I don't care enough about anybody else but me. Like, there's nobody I care enough about to actually mentor if it took any kind of time out of my life.
See, now that's not true. And I know that you got this radio persona that you got to keep up and this charade that you're putting on for people right now. But if I could peel back the curtain, that's not true. Like, you do legitimately, in all seriousness, help mentor people. I've seen it. And I can
give me one instance.
Well, I would consider you a mentor. I if someone asked me, is Steiny a mentor? Like, someone in the chat was saying I was being too hard on you, so I'll give you a moment of non-grief. I think that you have mentored me in various ways. Now, you would never claim it because that's who you are, but that doesn't mean that you're not a mentor. Like, in fact, I would argue that the mentee, gets to define the mentor. Joe Flacco may not think of himself as one, but in 5 years, if Shedeur Sanders is the starting quarterback and a Pro Bowler for the Cleveland Browns and comes out and says, you know what? Joe is actually a great vet. Flacco, he knew his stuff. I would consider him a mentor. Sorry, Joe. You're a mentor. You just are. Them's the rules.
I don't know. Is it really a mentor who says, hey, Ken, thanks for getting that sound? Like, that's not mentorship. That's just thanking Ken for getting some sound.
No, but every time you preface a comment by saying, let me tell you something, then I know that you're probably about to impart some sort of wisdom, and my ears will perk up. Now, you're not doing it on purpose. You're doing it for effect, but the point remains.
Well, all I can tell you is, for example, let's say you play college basketball on any level.
Okay.
And, you started half the year as when you were a sophomore, you were a starter when you were a junior, and now it's senior year. I'm just an example, just an example. And, you're going into your senior year and you're like, we're going to be pretty good and I'm pretty good. And they've recruited somebody from Chambersburg who's supposed to be a pretty good point guard.
That's not a real place.
Yes, it is.
Chambersburg?
It's outside Harrisburg.
Oh, my God.
My point is this. I'll bet you if you asked Brad Markey,
also not a real
thing. If I was a mentor to him, absolutely not. No chance. I'm mentoring a freshman who's taking some of my playing time. If anything, I'm going to sabotage. Like, seriously.
Well, I kind of had a similar experience. I took some of the young pitchers under my wing senior year. I didn't play much, but I played enough. And there was one in particular who I did not like. And it was because he was the coach's favorite. Our head coach loved this particular freshman pitcher. And I'm going to be honest, I didn't think he was anything special. He didn't turn out to be our number one. Even future years after I graduated, he was a spot starter, middle relief guy. And I saw it early. I knew that he was not going to be the player that our coach had picked to be. And you know why? Because that coach also thought that I was going to be that player. And I saw the exact same way that he treated him as the way that he treated me as a freshman. And I turned out to be not very good. And so I took it. I didn't sabotage him, but I did not treat him very well whatsoever. And I do have regrets about that. But I tried to mentor other players as well as I could, just not necessarily about baseball.
and somebody mentioned this on the YouTube chat, and I had it written down. Monte Ellis and Steph.
Well, that's a little different. He said he couldn't play with the guy.
That's my point. Is Monte Ellis didn't really mentor Steph Curry because he saw him as competition. Reminds me of the old story involving Al McGuire. Have you heard this one?
I know Toby.
No. Al McGuire used to be the coach of Marquette University.
Okay.
He won a national title, I believe, in 1977.
Of course.
And so funny, Ken.
Continue.
He won a title. Anyway, he was telling a story. One year, his son was on the team. Allie was his name, I believe. Allie McGuire. And I'm just going to use another name because I don't know who the guy was, but let's just say Butch Lee. Allie was
so old.
Allie was a point guard, and Butch Lee was a point guard. And Butch Lee went up. Butch Lee was not starting. McGuire's son was starting. And Butch Lee went up to McGuire and said, why am I not starting? I'm as good as your son. I'm as good as Allie.
Yeah.
And he said, but I love my son, so you have to be better.
Don't coaches usually coach their kids harder?
Yes, they do. Some do. You don't have to.
This guy's got a national championship, so he can do whatever he wants.
Anyway, I thought it was funny. All right. So what about this? And I played Joe Flacco.
Sure.
Tim Kawakami was on Willard and Dibbs. Just talking about the Warriors, having a fun conversation. And Klay Thompson's name came up. Take a listen.
They say this, like, Steve is tough on young guys, but name me the young guy who they've gone through and has not developed and they've moved on from who's been a star elsewhere. Like Jordan Poole, maybe, but that wasn't Steve. We know that wasn't Steve. That was Draymond. Like they had to move off of Jordan for two reasons. Well, Draymond and Klay. And I've heard this more and more, that Klay was not comfortable with this guy pushing him and pushing him and pushing him. And Klay thought, I've earned this starting role. Why is this guy keeps saying that he should be the starter? And not publicly, maybe, as so much as just in the way he carried himself. And that's fine for a young player, but they couldn't keep that guy who got punched by Draymond, not his fault, and who was making things tense with Klay. And so that's Jordan, whatever we think about where his career is now. I wouldn't put that on Kerr.
All right, that was Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard.
So some could look at that and say, yeah, Kerr's not actually as bad with young players as you'd think. And I think TK's pretty spot on about that. I could also look at that and say, oh my God, you have given this man no young talent in the last 10 years. They didn't have a first-round pick between 2012 and 2015. Their picks beyond 2015, 30th overall, Kevon Looney. 2016, 30th overall, Damian Jones. 2018, so another year skipped without a first-round pick, Jacob Evans at 28. Jordan Poole at 28 in 2019. And then we get to the Wiseman draft. Like, they have had no good young players that they have drafted. So it's as much to me about the lack of development from Steve Kerr, but I would argue it's more so they've been too good to acquire any talent. And I know that, occasionally a guy pops it in the late 20s or, maybe a second rounder here or there. But like him saying that they haven't had any good players to trade away is more of an indictment on the front office than anything else.
Well,
or I should say a reflection of how good the franchise has been.
Well, let's take Jordan Poole because to me, he's the one. And again, I'm not saying, and we're talking about the Warriors and their veterans, and we let's first of all let's acknowledge. Can we all acknowledge that this has been an intermittent theme over the course of, let's say, the last 6 years? How the Warriors veterans integrate the non-champions.
Totally.
Or the young players. Okay, so here comes Jordan Poole, who's their best young player in a while. And he he has to be recognized as someone who was a piece on a championship team. Like, he wasn't a schmuck at that point. He was integral. And so I get it. He had flaws on the court and off. He was cocky. And, he wanted to get money like everybody does. And now people say, well, who cares what? Okay. So now he's in Washington. He's scoring 20 a game and they stink. But that's kind of my point. Would a different team with a different group of veterans found a way to keep Poole in the fold, to work with him, to help him mature? And then right now, I get it. He might be a joke in Washington, but if he were still here with this culture that everybody talks about, he might be further along and a guy that you now look at and say, this guy's probably going to be part of the future for the next 8-10 years.
Yes, they could be further along, and this guy could still be a part of the franchise. Who do you think the best mentor on the Warriors has been the last 5 years? Or since Poole got here, which was 2019. So just before people thought that they were done winning championships.
Well, I'll tell you what. First thing I'll do is throw it out to the listeners. 888-957-9570. Who have the Warriors had any mentors, great mentors? The answer I've come up with is a guy, but there's a twist to it. Like, I think Andre Iguodala has kind of been a mentor, but he hasn't been a mentor in the ways we're talking about.
Well, in the ways you want.
Exactly. Like, I think Andre Iguodala was a mentor in a way where he mentored young players and let them know this is a business. All right? Yeah, we're teammates. Yeah, we want to win a title. But young players, this is a business. Be cynical. Get your money. And, go play. Like, that's what I think his mentorship was. It wasn't necessarily about, hey, Jordan, you've got, or hey, Anthony Edwards, listen, you've got to conduct yourself more like a professional. You just have to. It's part of it. I don't know. I mean, I don't think Iguodala did that with any players, but I'm sorry, with like on the court stuff or professional stuff.
Well, but this is why I think some onus, the majority of the onus, is on the player. Because, well, you're right. And I think Iguodala is probably the most easily definable mentor the Warriors have had since 2019.
Okay.
His goal wasn't just to get yours, though. It was to maximize your financial window. Like, he explained this when he came back for his retirement ceremony. I thought his answer was fascinating. He talked about it for like 3 minutes. And his point was, it's not just get yours now. It's get yours for as long as you can play in the NBA. And the fact that he was a number one player in Philadelphia. The team was not very good. He said what elongated his career and really what maximized his financial window was sacrifice, was being willing to go from a starting caliber player, I think he might have made one All-Star game, to a player that would come off the bench and that would elongate his career. It took him a while to figure this out. So his wisdom that he's trying to bestow upon the next generation or mentor the next generation to is not, hey, Poole, go get as much money as you can right now, which to credit, Jordan did. But it was, Poole, figure out how you can be, in this case, a winning player for a winning franchise for as long as possible. Because if you win, you get paid. We see this all the time. We saw this with Boston last year. It's one of the reasons why they're trying to get off of Jrue Holiday's contract, or maybe Derek White or Kristaps Porzingis, whoever, because those players benefited from being on a great team and maximized their financial window to the extent that now they might be overpaid. It's why the Warriors I think we're apprehensive about giving Jimmy Butler a large, lengthy contract. And they found a sweet spot, 2 years, whatever. But my point is, Iguodala, that's why I think that his mentorship was sound. But the player took it and said, well, I got mine. And now I can do whatever I want because I'm the prince of this town. And that ended up getting him to a place where the other players, it sounded like, may not have respected that approach. And obviously
Jordan Poole's approach.
Yes, and one took it way too far, and I'm not saying that was his fault. But I can see Iguodala mentoring this guy, trying to get him to a point where he can finally get the vision. And the rest of the players like, dude, you're taking his advice the completely wrong way. Like, it's about helping us win. That gets you paid, not you getting your contract and doing whatever you want. You know what I mean?
No, I do know what you mean. And it's in a way, if Chris Paul weren't the person he is, would he still be in the league?
Chris Paul?
Yeah.
No.
I don't think so either. So, and I think that's what you're talking about, Iguodala talking about, or even to me, an extreme example would be Haslam. Now, he made money for a long period of time. It wasn't big money, but I do think the name of the game, I think there's a competition among NBA players where, from a financial aspect, the winners are the players who are the oldest, who are still making a ton of money.
So, who was the biggest winner last offseason?
Paul George.
100%.
And even though he may never live up to that contract, I guarantee you he is glorified by NBA players.
Or the veterans in the NBA.
Exactly.
Some of the young players may not respect him.
Right.
They just saw him as a guy who got his. But I do think that around the inner circle of, Paul George, you may like him, you may not like him. He's a borderline Hall of Fame player, maybe in one day. All the other guys that are in that class, I bet Draymond Green probably looks at Paul George and says, you smug SOB. Yeah. I can't believe you just hoodwinked the Sixers. You got $200 million? Damn. I want to do the same thing. And he's looking, I don't know if he's going to leave, but.
Well, and I think that was a big part of why Draymond. Draymond got $100 million at whatever he was, 34. So Draymond's going to get paid 25-ish till he's 38.
But that's where I think that this mentorship conversation has evolved from. It's not just about helping a player literally develop. It's about making sure that they maximize the business side of things. Because, look, in basketball and sports in general, you're always getting taken advantage of. I mean, the Warriors are worth $9 billion or something. And I hear everyone that says Curry's underpaid because he's made so much money for this franchise. So if you're looking around sports, it's I got to get mine for as long as possible, make as much as I can, because while Steiny can move from journalist to television to radio to the next stage of his career, his financial window is from age 25 to hopefully longer, 85 or whatever it is. My financial window is 10 years, if I'm lucky.
Right.
The average NBA player plays 3.5 years. So I got 3.5 years to get whatever I can out of this and then try and make more. That's to me where the mentorship has evolved. It's not about being the best version of yourself so much as a player as it is using your talent to make the most money possible.
Kelsey's in San Mateo. What's going on, Kelsey? How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Sure.
And I had a couple points, but I want to answer your question first. In general, I would say it's not the responsibility of veterans to mentor younger guys. But I do think it's curious that specifically with Steph, he's made it a significant part of his public persona as a mentor. If you just look up Curry and My Brother's Keeper with his initiative with Obama, also the announcement he made around Scoot Henderson being his official mentee. I do think it's interesting that hasn't occurred within the organization, or it seems like it. And maybe that's on the mentees, like you guys are saying. And also I think that I wonder how much of a factor does Curry reaching his payday much later in his career affect like the younger guys like Poole or Kuminga who are asking for the max or who are making a big deal about getting paid very early, pretty much on the back of Steph.
Right.
So those are two things I was interested in. And then my last question was about Kuminga, and I wonder, no one has said anything about him just signing a qualifying offer for 1 year and becoming an unrestricted free agent. Seems like it's in his best interest, but I haven't heard anybody talk about it at all.
Yeah, I haven't either, Kelsey. Not, and it's something you could do. They don't have to sign him to a 4-year deal.
No, but, well, that's
right.
true.
It would be unconventional.
Yeah, I mean, it in a less extreme manner, it would be like asking Brock Purdy to play on his last year, and then you prove it again. I mean,
that's true.
Every side is going to try and avoid that. I actually think, well, and this is, I don't know what the qualifying offer for would be, but I also think that if the Warriors do want to trade Kuminga, they would be better incentivized to give him a larger number because that would allow you a path to get a better player or multiple players.
Right. They're going to need to find somebody else that is okay with that salary.
That's the tricky part.
Yeah. Also, let me get back to Kelsey on the younger players, how they feel about Steph at 38 making $60+ million. I mean, you just got to understand that one, right?
Yeah, he's the highest paid player in the league for a reason.
Right. I mean, I think Kelsey was saying, Steph Curry right now is making more than he's ever made, but he's clearly not playing the best basketball of his career at this point.
Sure, but he's excuse me.
I'm with you. Like if Kuminga looks at Curry and's like, why is he making 60? Well, you don't know.
Well, I don't think that has ever crossed anyone's mind because he's Steph, and he's also a great teammate and a good guy. So I don't think anybody would wish that. But I do think it's fair to maybe Jordan Poole looked at Klay Thompson and said, dude, you want to keep making 40? You ain't no $40 million player.
Right.
You ain't half the player I am at this stage in your career. And it's nothing against you. You got hurt. And Klay Thompson is thinking, wait, you want to pay me $20 million a year and you just gave Jordan Poole 30? Like, I do think that that's how people in the NBA think that I'm making this and another player's making that.
Right. Who missed what? Exactly. No doubt. This is from the 415 on the text line, and this to me is a fact. It's easier to mentor when there's no threat to your job. Why help a job? Why help somebody you're competing with? I totally agree. I mean, I think back to, if I was ever a mentor to anybody, it was probably a center, like a big man, like a forward. And I kind of was, but not a guy who played point guard. And I might mentor somebody in Ames, Iowa right now who's trying to get up in the media world. I don't know if I'd mentor Grandy right now, though. I mean, he's coming. Grandy's coming. All right, that segment, 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Would you consider yourself a mentor?
No, absolutely not.
Now, why is that?
Because I don't care enough about anybody else but me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's an all-timer.
Sometimes the truth hurts. You got to be able to look in the mirror and objectively see that sometimes you're nothing more than a big fat D. It's really that simple.
I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit, personally. Not that you should give yourself a ton of credit, but just more than none. You know what I mean?
By the way, yeah, whatever you say. Hey, by the way, I had a lot of stuff written down from that game last night. Maybe I'll just throw some out to you.
Okay.
By the way, and I guess I have to call him a friend of the show, Stephen A. Smith. He was out of pocket last night.
Now,
right off the bat.
You texted me.
I did.
Can we get the sound from 5:05 p.m. of Stephen A. Smith? And, of course, my follow-up was, well, I'm not by a television. Secondly, who is he talking about?
Who do you think?
Ant?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Just indicting his whole career. And he's got, let me tell you what's not analysis, okay? This is not analysis. He's got to step up tonight. You know what? There's another team out there, too. Sometimes the other team is better. Their defense gets you. And you can't step up because the other team did their job.
Well, okay, sorry, keep going.
Why? And I don't want to use Anthony Edwards because people will say I'm using it for a reason, but I am.
You are.
Why do we judge Anthony Edwards like he's a 32-year-old veteran? Because or young players who haven't broken through. Why do we judge them like they've been in the league 10 years?
Because he's one of the best players in the league already.
Has he failed in terms of his first 5 years in the NBA?
I mean, technically twice.
You're kidding, right?
No, I don't think I wouldn't say he's failed. He's come up short, sure.
Okay, do you believe that he's been playing long enough to start saying he might not be able to get it done?
No. But you were the one that said or noticed that he's got some Jordan in him. That's a direct quote. So, and I think other people have put him in that category, right? So if you're in the Jordan category, if any part of your game relates to Jordan, you're going to be judged as an ultimate winner, which he currently is not. And I know that you're going to say Jordan didn't win for 7 years and it took him a while and he had to break through. And,
right.
A lot of guys and a lot of things.
I mean, how many guys
barriers, obstacles
don't break through till after people say he'll never break through? It's like, it's a joke. It's a joke. Give the guy a little time.
No, but I do think it's because a lot of people believe that he is great and they want him to win. And so they're hoping, like, for example, in last night's game, that when you need to step up, you're hoping that he can take the next step. Like, the next step is, yeah, Ant, you're going to be going up against this team, it looks like, for a while. Can you figure something else out besides 5 for 13 and 16 points? You know, I personally think that the Thunder were just, like, that's one of the best defensive teams I've ever seen, especially for the way the game's played now with how fast it is. And with, to be fair, what you're allowed to do in the postseason, like, well, you brought up before the show, they kind of remind you of the Bad Boys. I never got to watch them, but if this is what the modern day version is of that team, I get why people believe the Bad Boys were an incredible defense.
Yeah, I mean, the Bad Boys, what was said about the Bad Boy Pistons was they fouled all the time, and you can't call every foul. I think Oklahoma City's a great defensive team. Let me get to Austin and San Jose.
Okay.
Hey, Austin, what's going on, man?
Hey,
Hey, fellas, how you guys doing? Listen, I'm a little more cynical when it comes to this whole mentoring thing. I've never felt that, especially players with experience and are making a lot of money. I never saw the value. And I think what you alluded to earlier, Steiny, was why would a guy that's competing with a guy want to mentor? I mean, that's like, I think that's where Flacco was going, just being honest. I mean, and going back to guys like Joe Montana and stuff. I mean, you never get him to mentor anybody. So I think that the sports today, with the amount of money involved and the, sponsorships and everything else that goes, shoe deals, I mean, it's hard for me to imagine that these guys would be helping someone else. It doesn't mean they can't have someone that looks up to them, Evan, but to me, that's different than mentorship. So I kind of just wanted to kind of get that. I always thought it was more of a media thing. I'm not sure how it plays out in the locker room, but I can see where a guy that's made it wouldn't necessarily want to help a young guy. Now, you mentioned the Iguodala retirement speech, but I thought it was fascinating, by the way. One of the things he said was, and Evan, I may have taken a different way than you did when he talked about sacrifice. I thought he was saying really that he's not sure he would do it again, because I think he actually lost money. He sort of indicated he lost money in going to the bench, and that Joe Lacob drives a really, really hard bargain when it comes to contracts. So I'm not sure that Iguodala was saying it was a great thing. I think he said he did it, but I'm not sure I think he was sort of saying he wouldn't do it again. Maybe you saw that a different way than me, but that's kind of what I had, guys. So I'll just keep listening, man. The whole mentor thing to me just always feels like a media thing more than a real life experience for players, man. That's all I got. Thank you.
No, thank you, Austin, as always.
Yeah, no, I think that's an interesting interpretation of it. I think, and what I was referring to, I was talking about, he spoke pregame, and maybe Austin heard the same cut as well, but pregame Iguodala was discussing this idea that he could have continued to be a focal player, a starter.
Right.
And maybe have earned more money in the immediate. But because he was someone who went to the bench and played as a bench player for like the last 8 years of his career, roughly, between Golden State, Miami, and then back to Golden State, he actually was allowed to make money over a longer period of time. So how I interpret it was he realized that while, yes, he may not have gotten the big cash, over the course of 8 years of making middle tier, and a lot of it, I mean, he was close to like a $15, $20 million player for a lot of it until the very end. But he was actually able to accrue, and I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I'm trying to get
a total of $185 million in 19 seasons. And he was a $10+ million player from the time he got to the Warriors until the time he came back to the Warriors in 2021. So how I interpreted it was he was actually able to make like an extra almost $100 million just taking that sacrifice.
Right. I mean, I'm looking at Iguodala. He was on a rookie deal for 4 years. He never made more than 3. His first big contract was in 08-09, and he made 11, 12, 13, 15, 12, 13, 11 and a half. And then this is what I think he means. So it's 2018-19.
Yeah.
How old does that put him at? 34?
35, yeah.
Right. So at 35, or whatever he was at that point, he made $16 million. That was the most he ever made in a year.
Yep.
The year after that, the year he was in Miami, he made $17 million, the most he'd ever made up to that point. And then his last year, he made $15 million. That's what I think he's talking about, is that last 50+ million from 34 to 36 that he ended up making. But
obviously he didn't have that vision until he got to that point in his career. Like he kind of found that in real time. And so when he's trying to explain this to younger players, it's almost like you have to trust the process a little bit. Like, hey, in this case, JK, you can try and get yours, and maybe, I don't know, maybe Brooklyn would give you a 3 for 120, or 3 for 90, a $30 million deal. But if you're not that number one player you believe you are, you're never getting that money again.
Right.
And you're not going to get anything close to that again. So if you prove that you can contribute to a winning team, you can be a role player, maybe perhaps even elevated to an all-star caliber player, you'll have a job in this league for 10 to 15 years. And you are going to make so much more money off of that than just your first big contract.
Yeah. This from the 415, LOL, if Kuminga played a series like Anthony Edwards just did, you'd be all over him, Steiny. Well, Kuminga played a worse series against Houston, and I didn't say a word about Kuminga.
Well, he didn't play.
Exactly. There's nothing to critique. I mean, I don't critique Kuminga because he should be playing more, but he's not.
I mean, we can go down Ant's road. I know you're protective of him.
Well, this is one thing I wrote. I can't wait till someone tomorrow tries to tell me that Edwards should have done something different in the first quarter. That's the one I want to hear.
Oh, yeah, because, that's right. He should have had like 5 assists.
8. And then they couldn't.
He was afraid to shoot the ball.
You realize that they were stuck on 3 for about 5 minutes, either 3 or 7. And then he scored twice in a row on drives to the basket. He himself, he took over for that stretch to try to get him back in the game. He made every right decision he needed to make.
Well, to bring back the nickel analogy, I don't think he could fit one in the sphincter of the Wolves last night. Like, seriously, they puckered. And then eventually it was like a team that knew they weren't going to win.
Well, after they got down 30.
That's my point, though. They came in, they got bum rushed. But let me
ask you a question.
Dude, watching the Thunder last night against the Wolves is like watching people run away from the Pamplona Bulls. They were going to get absolutely stampeded one way or another.
Hey, all you basketball experts.
Okay.
How do you tell the difference between a team that lays down and a team that just can't make a shot to save their freaking life? Or is it just the same thing?
I think when you're seeing people not make shots out of the gate, like Julius Randle, you know what happened to him?
Well, he made his first 3.
I know, he made his first 3. And then all of a sudden, here comes OKC. They're guarding him a little bit tighter. They're not letting him do what he wants. So he's got to throw the ball away. No one else makes a shot. And you're looking around with this. Actually, Rudy Gobert had it on his face more than Mike Conley. They panned to the bench in the first quarter. And I swear it was like a malaise. It was just a gaze of powerlessness against a team that they knew was better than them, that they, at their best, which was game 3 or game 4, whichever, the game they lost by 2. They knew that was the game to get because they played arguably their best collective game as a team, and they still lost. They had no chance last night. Finch could have given the any given Sunday Pacino speech, and his team would have come out and got ran out of the gym.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Warriors. Remember, they were eliminated 2 weeks ago, and the Valkyries, always live on the Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Yeah, I look at Anthony Edwards, he's not ready. He's not there yet.
When's he going to get there, Steiny? I want to see when he gets there.
Maybe the same time that John Elway got there. Or
that's going to be a while.
Yeah, might not be till he's 30.
Yeah, and you know what he's going to need, which John Elway had? A different aunt. John Elway, come on. Everyone remembers John, but that Denver team was really run first.
You want to know what else I heard?
What else did you hear? Or write down? Or graphite.
Hats off to the Oklahoma City Thunder fans. That cheer they did, and I want history on this.
Okay.
And I know listeners can do this because they took me back to high school when they started chanting na 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 na, hey hey hey, goodbye. I haven't heard that one in a long time, and that one is money. That is a great chant when you're wrapping up a series. Na 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 na. Hey. Kenny, goodbye. Yeah.
That is a good one.
It's a great one.
I don't know if I've heard too many people do that. Well, not in basketball. Sometimes at like baseball games, you'll hear some people do that. But you usually can't get an entire arena.
No. I mean, they were fit.
You can make a case it's the best home court in the league.
Yeah. Well, next to the
Target Center.
Well, I was going to say my high school gym. They would do that when we'd have Y missing on the ropes. We'd be up 9 with a minute to go. They would chant that. Where did it start? Yeah. Who's the first team to use this? See you later, Wolves. You better get better.
I don't think they're gonna. They might be a coach away. You never know. Kind of like the Warriors with Mark Jackson.
So,
just gonna blow past that one?
No, I'm not gonna blow past it.
This is a day of reckoning. You got to face the music. When you put that emblem on your chest, you put a bullseye on your back. And I'm actually surprised. I want to hear people call in it. Why have we had more people that have been willing to stick it to Steiny today? This is the day.
Because they know that we put their boys out of misery and that we just weren't ready.
The Warriors were hammy away. Come on. Everyone knows this.
So you think Finch should get fired?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right.
Should Finch get fired?
Which coach am I getting? Like
Mike Malone.
What about Jeff Van Gundy? He's an assistant. He's available for hire. Pretty good coach. Might be someone that could get you over the hump. Malone ain't the answer. Malone just ain't the answer. Who else could be? Jenkins? For Memphis? I mean, he had that team playing well until their star point guard decided to mess around with firearms.
So let me just throw this out at you. Finch took over in the middle of the year in 2021, and they were like 8-33.
Mm-hmm.
They went 16-25 the rest of the way. Okay? That was his first year. Half a year. Then he made the playoffs 4 straight years.
I know his resume.
No, you don't. Apparently you don't. 4 straight years of playoffs. He's already the winningest coach in playoff history for the Wolves. 2 straight Western Conference Finals with a bunch of nitwits.
All right. Do you really want to do this?
No.
Well, no, I was just going to say that it sounds like exactly what Warriors fans were saying when Mark Jackson was on the hot seat. Like, seriously, we haven't been good in 40 years. Why would you ever think about firing a coach that has got us to multiple successive postseasons and won a series? You can make the case that Chris Finch is the greatest head coach in the history of the Minnesota Timberwolves franchise.
I wouldn't say that. See? I wouldn't. Flip Saunders.
Well, I'm saying you could make the case if you wanted to.
Yeah.
He's got the most postseason wins. He's just succeeded where no man has. My point is, people talked about Mark Jackson like that, and then he got fired.
Okay.
Steve Kerr came in, no experience, won a championship. History is history. Chris Finch, he could be the Mark Jackson of the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Well, there's one key difference, and one of them would be that I'm pretty sure, and I haven't talked to him recently, pretty sure Finch is yet to be extorted by a woman.
That's okay.
Okay? I don't think he's been extorted yet.
Hey, with all due respect. Okay?
Yeah.
With all due respect. That's neither here nor there.
Let's go to Caleb in Livermore. What's up, Caleb? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, fellas. Hey, Evan, you know what, Evan? Your wish is my command, man. I heard you say you wanted a caller to go down Steiny's road. Well, guess what?
Let's go.
Your time has come.
Bring it.
Mr. Matt Steinmetz, you know what? First off, I got to give you credit because you're actually wearing the Minnesota Timberwolves clothing, so I got to give you an A+. We didn't show up in that clothing, it would have been bad for you.
All right. Trying to teach Warrior fans how to be loyal.
Oh, loyalty, huh? I don't know. I don't know if you're the right person talking about loyalty. But let's just throw it right on the table, sponsored by AGCO Pest Control. Look, Steiny, what was the problem yesterday? Do you believe it was your guy, Finchie? I know you said, you think it was Ant in the first quarter. What do you think the biggest thing was, man?
I think the biggest thing was
that one fan kept clapping in McDaniel's
Well, that's
ear.
true. I mean, they were playing with 6 men.
The biggest thing was you, Steiny. That's the problem, because you had all those expectations.
All right, that's not. Hey, Caleb, let me tell you something. I'm the biggest realist in the Bay Area. I knew OKC was going to be a handful. I knew it.
No, you're capping. You're lying to yourself.
They won 68 games.
You thought the Minnesota Timberwolves were going to win, and then you're going to say Anthony Edwards is better than Michael Jordan. I love Anthony Edwards. He's amazing. He's great. But, no one was beating OKC. Nobody. But outside of that, I got to actually get to my real question here.
All right.
Do you believe that this series makes Warrior fans upset or angry because they see how this series has played out, and you feel that if they had Steph Curry, the Warriors could have made this series potentially more interesting, or do you feel OKC would have still beaten the Warriors pretty handedly?
Well, why don't you ask a Warrior fan that? Go ahead, Evan.
What? All right, sorry.
I don't give a rat's butt. No, how do you feel?
How do we lose him?
No, he asked the question. Now he's getting out.
Oh, how do we feel about? Sorry,
are you mad? Are you sad? Are you look?
That the Warriors lost to the Wolves.
Yes, and then you see you lost to the Wolves without Steph. Then you see the Wolves get absolutely lambasted. Hammered. So,
no,
are there Warrior fans out there that are looking and saying we had a shot against OKC?
No, but I never thought that. There was.
He asked the question, not me.
There's multiple people at this station, and that's fine. But they said, "All right, well, we got a chance. We're stripped of the chance." It's like, you had no chance. You were not beating this version of Oklahoma City at full strength. I don't care if it was with Curry. I don't care if Jimmy Butler had not taken a spill against the Rockets. I don't care if Draymond Green could find his way to the net from beyond the 3-point line past the first quarter. You were not going to beat this team.
You know what? You got some guru in you.
What?
Well, now you weren't going to beat this team. 2 weeks ago.
What do you mean me?
You.
No, come on.
Now, the Warriors weren't going to beat Oklahoma City, but 2 weeks ago, hey, I tell you what, don't let us get OKC. They stink. Remember, they got eliminated in the second round last year. They don't have any experience. Now Warriors were never going to beat that team. I'm just saying, you just got to. Hey, we all love Guru.
Dude, I was the one that texted you that if the Wolves had played at that level in Game 4, the Warriors weren't going to beat them in a series.
That one I don't remember.
And OKC, by the way, dropped you off at the 15th floor and went to the penthouse and then took your lunch the next game. I told you this series was done, and you refused to believe me because you know what? You have been for the last 2 weeks. I'm finally glad that you got to experience what it's like to be a fan for 2 weeks because you're irrational, you are overly confident, and you are freaking delusional when you talk about the Minnesota Timberwolves. And I just want you to know that is how you make people feel all the time when we discuss the Golden State Warriors.
And that's what life's about.
You know what? I'm going to play you my response on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get it out, Warrior fans.
Oh, boy.
I mean, if I'm the kind of fan that I look at what happened to the Timberwolves and I say, we're so far away, it's not even funny. Coming up today at 4, you got a new team to root for, everybody. The Valkyries. They take on the New York Liberty, and you can hear the game on the Valkyries channel right here on the Odyssey app. Download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 3:30. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Let's welcome in Casey Johnson, writes for the Chicago Tribune, also works for NBC Sports Chicago. What's up, Casey? How you doing?
Steiny, I left the Tribune 6 years ago.
Oh, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy.
That's an all-timer.
It's so good.
It is good. And you know what? Kudos to Casey Johnson for the perfect comedic timing.
He lets you go the full way. Then just, Steiny.
We're celebrating the Minnesota Timberwolves season. They overachieved. And
what show are you doing?
They overachieved. And, we're comparing a team that gets the most out of its talent, the Timberwolves, to a team that didn't get enough out of its talent, the Warriors. Mm-hmm.
Well, stripped of that opportunity. Injuries happen. Otherwise, we might be... No, seriously, if the Warriors had gotten to the Western Conference Finals, and I think we both agree they would have lost to OKC, I think most Warriors fans would be willing to admit that after watching just an absolute assault committed last night. But that would have been getting the most out of this team. Like, I think the Warriors, while I think they got a lot out of this group, and you could say the most, they got hurt. If they had gotten to the Western Conference Finals, I don't know how you could look at that team right now and say, we fell short. Like, seriously, you were 24-25. You made a trade and would have got to the Final Four of the NBA with a team whose best 3 players are in their mid-30s or higher. Like, that would have been squeezing just about every single ounce of juice out of this squad.
Yeah, that's your opinion. Deborah in San Leandro. Hey, Deborah, how you doing? We got some calls. Let's take some calls here.
Steady. You're rolling
what's up,
today.
Deborah?
You're rolling.
Hey.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, yeah.
Okay. So, a couple of things, if you allow. In regards to the mentorship.
Yes.
Everything, when I hear the young guys talking, I can tell that they're being mentored. There's nothing that would lead me to believe that they weren't being mentored when they're talking about what they're learning from their vets, right? And the confidence that their vets and instills in them and how they push them. So I feel 100% that they're mentored. That's one thing. The other thing is we weren't so far off. I know we need more, but had Steph not got injured, we absolutely were going to beat Minnesota. We beat Minnesota when we didn't have Jimmy, and we became a better team once he joined us. And we were 3-1 against Minnesota, if I'm correct.
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't injured. They weren't injured, and we were on our way. We were on our way with Steph there because he makes all the difference, right? So I don't think we're that far off, but our role players just have to be more consistent shooting. I look at these other teams and their role players, when they throw it up, I feel confident that they're going to make it. I don't get that from any of our role players. I know Moody had to have surgery on his hand at the end, so maybe that was part of it. Pause, second year, but I just don't have the confidence, and I think we need a better outside shooter, but we're not that far off. We would have beaten Minnesota. And what was our record against Oklahoma during the year?
2-1?
I think it was.
Something like that?
Yeah, I think it was. And we were 2, and they were 1. And it's not always just age is important, right? The youth and the athleticism, but it's about scheming and thinking the game. And these guys are able to do that. And Steph gives you an advantage because of how the whole system with him that allows them to do different things. So I absolutely think we would have been Minnesota. We would have I wouldn't have guaranteed a win against Oklahoma, but I wouldn't have been surprised. I wouldn't have put any money on it, but I wouldn't have been surprised. That's just my take.
Appreciate it, Deborah. I see you over there gritting your teeth.
What? No, are you going to turn this around on me now?
Here's the way I would answer. Go ahead.
No, I would say that the regular season, it gets proven every single playoff, but I think particularly this postseason, you can't take the regular season into account when you're talking about head-to-heads. I mean, you just it's such a different game. And clearly, OKC has, I think the way that the playoffs are officiated have probably benefited OKC more than any other team. And that's because that's what they're built for. And to their credit, Sam Presti has got a bunch of players that are young, defensively tenacious, 3-and-D archetype athletes. And he's got 7 of them. And that is what, to be fair, also has won in the postseason for a long time. When the Warriors were at their best, yes, Curry and Clay were awesome, but Clay was a great two-way player. Durant was an awesome two-way player. Iguodala, Draymond, they basically were the best version of that during their dynasty. So I also don't think I could guarantee the Warriors beating the Wolves because, like I said, if Minnesota could have summoned the level of play that they mustered in Game 4 where they barely lost to OKC, I think that might have been able to get them over, but it would have been a good series.
Let me help some Warrior fans out there. As it relates to the Timberwolves and something Deborah just brought up. And, she was on the line, so I agreed, but I actually disagreed now that she's off the line. So we knew after we traded Cat
this guy
for DiVincenzo and Julius Randle, we knew we were probably going to take a step back for half the season because it was a big change, and we knew that. And the Warriors were lucky, okay? They were lucky because they had completed their 4 games with Minnesota by January 15th. Okay? And the Wolves, ladies and gentlemen, were one of the best teams in the league in the second half of the season. So you didn't really play the Wolves. You think you played the real Wolves, but you didn't play the real Wolves when you went 3-1 against them.
They did really play the Wolves. And might I remind you that I think 2 of those wins for the Warriors were when they couldn't sniff a victory. Sonny,
we were working on things.
Yeah. So is Buddy Hield at missing every single part of the backboard. Dude, the Warriors won, I want to say, like 4 games in the month of December. One of those games was against the Timberwolves because I remember that was a game where we were wondering, have they turned the corner? They finally beat a good team. And the reality was, you're right, they didn't beat a good team.
Right, not then.
But they still beat the team.
Yeah.
They still beat Minnesota early in the year, I believe, as well, when they weren't playing great. So you saw the Warriors at their worst. They saw the Wolves at their worst, and they were the better of the worst team.
You saw the Wolves in spring training. That's when you saw the Wolves. Come on. You saw the Wolves when they were working on their curveball, and the batters knew what was coming. You see that all the time. You see that all the time in spring training. Guy'll be working on his curveball. He'll get hit hard, and he'll be like, man, my curveball was pretty good today. Well, then how come they hit it? Because I threw it every single time. That's why.
Did they beat them in a game without Draymond or Kuminga?
Well,
what are you going to tell me the Warriors are better without those 2 players?
If you're looking for a reason.
Well, they also had Schroeder. They had Wiggins, 2 players who are now not on the team anymore. But that's also, like, the teams were so much different. You can't compare them.
Thank you.
You just can't.
Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. What's going on, Trevor? How you doing?
What's up, man? It's been a while since I called. Trevor, Sideline Barrier Sports. Listen to me when you're not watching. Listen to 95.7 The Game. Guys.
Attaboy.
If the Warriors had Curry, I do think they would have beat Minnesota. And you had a caller a few minutes ago that, like, hit it on the head. Like, what was the Warriors' record against the Thunder in the regular season? So I looked it up. In November, the Thunder weren't doing too bad. They were 11-4. 2 of those games in November, they played the Warriors. They lost them both. So we can't say that the November time frame, Thunder were kind of down and the Warriors got a couple wins. It's not really what happened. Styles make fights, right? I think the Warriors match up against the Thunder very well. I would have picked the Warriors to take that Thunder series deep. Would they have won? I don't know, but if you look at the regular season, it would give the Warriors a great chance. The fact that they lost Curry when they did, that was it, and that's the bottom line. But if they had Curry, I honestly think that the Minnesota series might have been even more difficult to get by than the Thunder. Just because of the way the Minnesota Timberwolves were playing at that time. But yeah, I don't think that saying that the Warriors, it's just, I don't think the Warriors Thunder series, if that were to happen, would have been a slam dunk for the Thunder. I don't see it that way, but just a thought.
Appreciate it, Trevor. Here's how I see it.
I think it would have been Dr. J from the free throw line.
Here's the way I see it.
Sure.
Could the Warriors have beaten the Timberwolves with Steph? They might have.
Yeah.
They might have.
I agree.
Certainly within their own possibility. They could have. They weren't touching OKC with Steph or without. That's the way I think. I do not believe the Warriors are in Oklahoma City's class. And we made a mistake because, well, I didn't. A lot of people made a mistake by thinking that 68 wins didn't mean anything. They won 68 games. They were the best team in the NBA. They're the best team in the NBA right now. Warriors weren't going to beat them with Steph Curry.
Well, I will say, and if you do value the regular season, the one that stood out to me the most was when they beat the Thunder and Shea dropped 50. He had that 21-point first quarter It looked like it was going to be a blowout, and they found a way to win. And I think that was pre-Jimmy, but it was after the new year, I want to say. Anyways, it was impressive. That being said, if OKC can complete this run that they're on and beat the Pacers, we won't maybe remember them as one of the greatest champions because they're the Oklahoma City Thunder, but they will have checked the box of every great champion. They have the best player by voters in the league. They had the number one team by far and away. They have, and statistically have been put in the category in terms of net rating with the 73 Lakers, the 87 Lakers, maybe the 84 Celtics, like other great, admittedly historic teams. If they beat the Pacers, which I think most people believe they can, that's the group that they're in. So to insinuate that the Warriors were going to be right there with them, to me is a little foolish. And also, too, this isn't about the Warriors. Like this, nobody looks like they're in OKC's class, except for maybe Denver. And I would argue the only reason Denver was in that series is because the inexperience of Oklahoma City manifested itself late in 2 games that Denver stole. Otherwise, they would have been beat in 5 games. So it's not that I think that the Warriors alone wouldn't have beat OKC. I just don't think that there's a team in the league, even maybe the Celtics at full strength, if they were able to get through the playoffs in the East, that would have beaten this Thunder team.
I'll take it a step further. If the Warriors would have beaten Minnesota and then beaten OKC, Pacers would have beaten them. Don't the Pacers own the Warriors in San Francisco? Don't they have like 6 straight wins here?
Oh.
Like the Warriors can't beat the Pacers in the Bay. Something like that.
Well, they would have. Well, to be fair, they wouldn't have had home court, so they would have beaten 4 straight on the road.
That's true.
Yeah.
Let's go to Joe in Fremont. Hey, Joe, what's going on, man?
Hey, Steiny. How's it going?
Oh, going well. Thank you.
I have a curious proposition for you guys. I know you mentioned about getting rid of Minnesota's head coach, wink and wink, but what would you think that Minnesota would do or offer the Golden State Warriors to trade for Steve Kerr? Maybe that's the missing link. And would Steve Kerr be interested in joining Minnesota?
First of all, did he call your boy Winky Wink?
No, did he?
I heard something.
I'll tell you what. It's not a bad idea. Well, here's what I like better. Finchie coming to the Warriors after Kerr gets out of here. We'll start developing some players. Mm-hmm. You want your young guys to get to the next level? I can help you.
I think you're misassociating your team. Your team's not that young. There's actually
we've got a bright future.
There's quite a few veterans. In fact, I could make the case that the reason why the young guys have gotten to the place they are is because they actually do have a great mentor on that team, and his name is Mike Conley. He's done a great job with this young, rambunctious group.
And we like what Mike brings. We like that, but we might need to get a better player in there.
Well, that's why
than Mike.
You sent him to the podium like a sacrificial lamb last night when your team was down 20. Here's a microphone. Hey, Mike, what's going on? Well, we need to try real hard, and we're just looking for a spark. And all he wants to say is, dude, we're done. Dude, did you not just watch those first 12 minutes? We had 3 points after 8 minutes in the first quarter. This game is over.
They cut it to 23.
Thank God.
And then the refs. Then the rat, oh, God.
Well, 20-point leads
couldn't get a call.
20-point leads aren't what they used to be, so they were right in it. Yeah, they were right there, Steiny. When they were down 14 at the 9:03 mark of the first quarter, they were right there.
See, this is why I am worried about Goo. For him to miss today, after the T-Wolves got spanked, I'm worried about him. I would have thought he was chomping in the bit. He could have come in and said,
"Champing.
Told you Edwards needs to learn how to win." And I would have had a take it. You could have stuck it to me all day long.
Well, he can still do it tomorrow. There's
today it's over. We're on to the West. We're on to the NBA Finals.
No, we are going nowhere. Your team is done. The team at this station is also done. We'll talk about the finals and all this irrelevant Midwest talk from OKC and Indiana because there's going to be so many juicy storylines from that. But Guru absolutely gets a swing at the piñata tomorrow. In fact, he gets as many swings as he likes.
Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Hey, Dave. How are you?
Hey, gentlemen. Doing well. Thank you. Thank you for getting me on your busy schedule here. I just, for the Warriors' sake, going forward, I'm not a big fan of the pecking order of Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond. Just Jimmy and Draymond. Do you want them on the team? Yes. I just don't think they have the impact that their salary would indicate. I think when you're second and third best player or highest paid player, most important players, however you want to sum them up, when they're not really a scoring threat, that to me, that's a problem. Like Jimmy, I feel like he's a crafty veteran who can, quote unquote, muster up 20, 30-point games. But I think for the Warriors and Steph's sake, they need, and I've been saying this for 2 years on this show, on this radio station, that they need a consistent scorer, something they haven't had since Jordan Poole. He might have been a knucklehead, but you can pencil him in for 20 to 25 points. Jimmy was brought in, and you'll get 12 points here. You might get 20. You just don't know. I think for the Warriors, they need a consistent scorer. Who that is, I don't know. Is he out on the team? I don't know. Can you acquire him? I don't know. But that's something they need to figure out. And at fourth on the totem pole is Paz, and he's another inconsistent guy. I feel like they got three guys who, after Steph, are mostly glue guys. I think if you cannot have Jimmy on the perimeter and Draymond on your perimeter. They're your second, third best player, and the teams are daring them to shoot the three. In this day and age of the NBA, you have to be able to be a threat. Otherwise, you're going to be in the same predicament this time around next year. So that's my take, and what do you guys think?
I think you're right on the money. I think you are right on the money, and I think that when you're saying a consistent third scorer, I would say they need more two-way players. And I've come around. You cannot, I don't know if you can win anymore with guys who don't score enough on offense. Like Draymond, Draymond Green, one of the reasons that he's not the player he was is not only because his defense is declining some, it's because he's getting worse at the offensive end, too. I mean, he just is. And you got Gary Payton, who just plays defense. And then you got Buddy Hield, the playoffs notwithstanding. He's just an offensive player. Who else? What's Moody? I don't know.
I do think it's interesting that no other team that's left standing in the postseason, or even just in the Final Four, we don't have to talk about the combinations for OKC or the combinations for the Pacers or even the Knicks or the Wolves. They know who their guys are, and they don't have to pick and choose and combine different constructions of lineups to maximize one player or hide another player's deficiencies. No, they just go out there with their five best or their top seven, and they either win or they lose. I couldn't tell you halfway through the year who the Warriors' best seven players were beyond the top one. At the end of the season, with Curry out, I couldn't tell you who their top seven was looking at the team led by Jimmy Butler. They have a lot of holes right now on their roster, and I thought the caller actually, the best point that they made was when they were just, I don't know. There's a lot of things I think we don't know right now about how the Warriors can get better, but we know that they had a ton of glaring needs.
Yeah, they do.
So
they absolutely do.
Well, I guess we got the boys coming in here in a couple minutes, but Steiny, I just want to say that I'm proud of you today.
Of course.
I'm trying to give you a compliment.
Of course. Go ahead. Lay it on me.
Well, you sound like you don't want it. Oh. Because you came in here with Chris Finch essentially on your chest, and you had to bite the bullet today. And in all probability, if Guru's back tomorrow, which I hope he is, you'll have to do it tomorrow too. But that's why I think people really, they love you. Because as much as you dish it out, maybe one day a year you're actually willing to take it.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
If Goose says tomorrow that Anthony Edwards needs to learn how to win, I'm going to punch him right in the face. I swear to God.
Well, it's a good thing you can't reach him from there. What is he going to... Steiny, I'm 6'4".
Yeah. This could have been a different show with Goo.
Well, 24 hours.
I would have had, you we'll see. Actually, everybody took it easy on me today. You know why they took it easy? Because I didn't gloat when the Timberwolves spanked the Warriors. So I didn't gloat when we put your team away.
No, you didn't gloat.
I didn't.
You just undressed the 15 men on the roster. It talked about every single thing and weakness they had. Yeah, you didn't gloat about the Wolves whatsoever. Just, well, that guy can't play. This guy stinks. He can't shoot.
We stuck to the Warriors. I could have told you were going to have trouble with. I think it all worked out for the best.
Okay.
All right. Coming up on the other side, we've got the crossover. We got the crossover.
You sound enthused.
I want to get out of here. You think Willard will let me out early today?
No, he won't. Although, you actually do have to come down his road because he wasn't here on the day the Warriors got eliminated. You showed up the day the Wolves got eliminated.
That's true. That segment also brought to you by Ceremony Ford.
but I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle.
Goo, I love you. You're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with Goo.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time. Brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Let's welcome in Mark Willard, Dan Dibley, along with Evan Giddings and myself. Hello, gentlemen.
What's up, guys?
Hi.
How are you?
Uh-oh. Sorry, that's my laptop. My
Jeez.
Yeah, that's a foul.
All right.
Boy, a foul.
You get 6.
Yeah, exactly. Early foul.
What's on you guys' minds?
Lots. Lots going on always, and kind of fascinated by the Anthony Slater piece on Jonathan Kuminga and the 3 different agendas that might be in play, and we'll get into all the machinations of what it might mean for this and that, but it's more than just, what's going on with Kuminga for me. I look at last night, and I think, boy, Minnesota was more vulnerable, I think, if Steph stayed healthy than I had thought. But also, OKC is the class of the league. And I don't think the Warriors, even if they got by Minnesota with a healthy Steph, I think OKC would put the smash on just about everybody. Once they got by Denver, I do think that they've gotten their sea legs, and, they avoided an ignominious ouster at the hands of the Nuggets. And since then, they've looked every bit like the team in the regular year.
Did that go 7? I can't even remember.
It sure did.
Yep.
It sure did.
Thunder and Nuggets, that's right.
Sure did. Yeah. Once they got, and this is often sort of when you see an even matchup, right? The second half of the series just goes home teams win. And that's kind of like nobody could win on the other team's floor in that series. So it went to the end. And I don't think that last game was terribly close. I don't remember. I actually don't think any of the Thunder's games were close at home, except for the one they lost.
Yeah.
But they've won almost everything going away by double digits in their own building. So I tend to agree with what you're saying, Dibs. But then again, styles make fights, and you never know.
Yeah.
And I forever for me, that's what I'll look back on this season with that. Like, you wish they had a healthy shot. I just wish they had a healthy shot.
Yeah, I'm with Dibs. Curry plays against Minnesota. You might have won that series, especially if you would have. Let's say he only misses two games or 3, and it's 2-1, but then Curry comes back and it's 2-2, but Curry's back. Now Minnesota's, kind of on their back foot a little bit. OKC does look like a different animal entirely. And, we had some people, saying, let's say the Pacers, Oklahoma City will hammer the Pacers. I don't know. They only play twice a year. I don't know. Maybe Pacers match up great with them.
Well,
I don't know.
I'm done telling everybody that the Pacers are about to go away because the Pacers don't go away. But Oklahoma City is awesome defensively.
Yeah.
And the issue with the Warriors, and I kind of said this yesterday, the issue with the Warriors right now is that I don't want to call them easy to defend, but you watch what Minnesota was able to do. And again, Steph wasn't there, so it's not fair. But that's where the Warriors' sort of age and lack of height, that's where it hits me. If you have the personnel and you find a strategy that works, then the Warriors, everything feels like it's really hard. Everything feels like it's really hard to execute. They've got great players, so sometimes they can do it. But that's probably not a recipe for success against Oklahoma City because they make everything so incredibly hard. The Nuggets have a bunch of options. And so they were able to kind of hang in there. And maybe the Pacers are a little bit like that, but they're not, they're not as devastating because there's no Jokic. But I don't know. I don't know what that matchup will look like.
I think the Houston series with the Warriors is a good example of what you're talking about because they made it very, very hard.
So hard.
Amen Thompson made it hard. And Steven Adams, when he was able to make free throws and play, he made it hard. And, I think that was the matchup that was impressive for me that the Warriors won it, but that's why Steph got hurt in game 1 is because he had to give absolutely everything just to get them over that hurdle.
Well, and that's where OKC, it's like, if they wanted to take the ball from you, they just took the ball from you. And I think the reason why the Nuggets were able to survive that a little bit more is because the person who controls the ball the most is the most difficult to take it from in Jokic. But even Jamal Murray was getting stripped at half court. Christian Brown looked like all I was doing last night is imagining what even Curry, who's turnover prone, would look like coming up against Caruso, Williams, SGA, Joe, Wiggins. Insert OKC perimeter defender. And then what's Pod's going to look like bringing the ball up against that? Like, they would take the ball from the Warriors, because I'm watching Minnesota and they have 20 turnovers a game, and I feel like 4 of them are lazy. Like, a lot of them are just, they literally can't do anything with the ball, and it's a dunk or a layup the other way. Like, OKC defensively, they might not be the greatest offense of all time, but what they do on that end of the floor, it's, to me, it's irreplicable, and it just completely kills any sort of momentum for the other team. Like, they have had the most 10-0 runs in a postseason since the 97 Bulls.
Wow.
Their turnover differential is number 1 in this last quarter century. So defensively, if they decide that they want to start revving up and basically not allowing you to score, that's just kind of what they do.
Yeah, I also look at the offensive end, and it is plain as day. The Warriors need more shooters. They need more shooters. I mean, goodness gracious, how many guys on Oklahoma City can make threes? It feels like all of them. And that's the way the game's been played recently, is if a guy penetrates and kicks out, that ball starts rotating and somebody ends up with a wide open shot. And the Warriors just need, I think they need 2 more shooters on this team, or more reliable shooters than they have.
You remember Steve Kerr said that when they left last year.
Yeah.
We need more shooting. And then they went and got Buddy Hield. And it was like, cool, okay, you got more shooting. They also need more people who are able to open up the shooters. Does this do anything for you, though? Moses Moody and Brandon Pajemski both had surgery, essentially, on their shooting hands right after the season ended. Does it change the way anybody looks at the way they shot the ball coming down the stretch?
Not really.
Yeah, not for me.
Why?
Well, because Moses Moody lost his shot earlier in the year, and Brandon Pajemski also.
Not like that, though.
Not quite like that.
I mean, this was crazy in the Minnesota series.
But Pods in Game 5 was spectacular.
He was.
So, I mean, I thought the real injury was Steph Curry. We were all talking about his thumb and how grotesque it looked, and yet he's the one guy to not have surgery.
Yeah, that's Steph, though.
Everyone was getting hurt around the playoffs, though. You're not 100%.
Right, but shooting hand.
Well, the way
your shooting hand is messed up. And so, yeah, maybe on some nights.
Well, Curry had the thumb, and he said, whenever I shoot well, it's not an issue. Whenever I shoot poorly, people are going to kill me for it. So
right, but that's Steph.
I actually look at it this way.
Well, how do you look at it?
It was essentially both their first playoff appearances. And I'm including Moody because they wanted him to do more. So they don't get the benefit of the doubt. No.
Why not?
Now, Butler, on the other hand.
Why? Because it's their...
Because they were making their playoff debuts. I expected
more emotional.
Well, they may have been hurt. It may have affected their shooting, but I don't give them that benefit of the doubt because they were basically making their first playoff appearance. I expected them to struggle anyway, and they did struggle. I'm more likely to say, I bet you Butler was hurt. And because he's 35 and...
Well, he was.
Okay, yeah. And that may have been a factor.
I loved your Flacco thing. And I
Pretty cool.
Well, and for those who don't know what I'm talking about, so the way he answered the question about do you want to be a mentor to Shedeur Sanders or whatever, or do you have it? You maybe just play it for everybody. Do you have it right there in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Take a listen.
Play that.
Because it's a good question to bait somebody into answering, and no matter how they answer it, it kind of makes the guy that's answering it look bad. If I say I don't want to be a mentor, I look bad. If I say I do want to be a mentor, then I look like an idiot that doesn't care about being good and playing football. So it's one of those questions that no matter what I say, you guys can write what you want to write about it. And there's a lot of questions like that. That's why you end up having to try to avoid them. I tend to try to be honest. And I've said I'm not a mentor. I play football. And in a quarterback room, there's a lot of times there's been a ton of times where there's learning experiences. And I have a lot of experience and I can talk on things. And hopefully they listen. But it's not necessarily my job to make sure they listen to me. And, hey, hopefully you have a really good relationship with the guys that are in the room. And you naturally want to do that. But that was a long-winded answer, but that's ultimately why I think you guys ask it.
Okay, do you know why that just crossed my mind? It crossed my mind because I heard you play that earlier, and I guarantee you everybody who was sitting in front of Joe when he said that, they're all media members and they're all nodding like, yeah, this stupid media.
Yep.
Right? But like, but he's not talking about me. If I were any of these players, like this is a window, this is kind of a moment, what we were just talking about. It's no one's fault. I don't hold it against any media member, but I understand why, if you're a player, why you would just hate the media. Because we sit here and go, nope, you played, so I'm not going to let you be hurt. Do you know how hard that would be? Do you know how hard it would be to need to have surgery on your hand, and then therefore you can't hit from 25 feet, but because you tried, we're all sitting here being like, nope, too bad. You played, you're healthy. I would hate the media if I were a player. That would drive me nuts.
I would try to have as much fun as possible.
Well, sure. And I know they make millions of dollars, so it's okay. But do you know what I'm saying?
That's just part of the gig.
Yeah.
Right. Excuses are a part of sports, though. I mean, it's built into every single, I think, fan base when their team loses. There's an excuse of why we lost and what happened, and there was an injury, or this break didn't go our way, or the refs got in our way, or our coach is, killing this. Like, I just think that excuses are always built in when you lose. And we're probably going to find out this summer if, let's say OKC wins the championship, there's probably a player or two on that team that needed to have surgery.
Oh, for sure.
Or like, for example, if it's not on your if it wasn't on Pod's shooting hand, then it may not affect his shot, but maybe he's turning the ball over a lot more, or you can take it from him more easily. Like, it sucks. It's a reality, but I don't necessarily give him a pass because of it.
And I'm not looking, I'm just sort of stating how I would feel if I were them. And I'm not even looking for it to be quote unquote excuses. I'm just always interested in the story. I'm interested, like, there are 1,000 things going on with these teams and these players at all times that we know nothing about. And so it's interesting to me. I always want to know the story, and whether or not you want to feel like it's an excuse, whether you give someone a pass, whether you this, that, or the other, doesn't really matter in the end. In the end, you had two guys who we were scratching our head going, why are they shooting like that? And then the season ended, and 2 minutes later, they both had surgery performed on their hands. That's part of the story.
Yeah. And I mean, part of the story is also the nature of the surgery. And I was just looking, he had what's called debridement surgery, which is basically when you go in and you remove tissue, scar tissue.
You're talking about pods?
Yes. So this was not a torn ligament or...
No.
And for Moody, it was a UCL, the ligament in the thumb, which, obviously is important when you're trying to shoot if the thumb is not strong enough. But I lean kind of toward what you're saying, Steiny. It's their first playoff, so we don't know if they would have played like this had they not had these surgeries or these injuries. We just have no track record on them in the playoffs.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. It can be something in the middle, too, where maybe if they were exactly, hurt exactly the same way mid-season, they would have played a little bit better than they did in the playoffs, but because it was the playoffs and teams are playing so hard, it looked worse than it might have looked at some other time.
Or if it were in the regular season, maybe they wouldn't have played at all.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, they said Jimmy Butler's injury was like a 2-week injury, right? So he wouldn't have been out there. I'm actually surprised you haven't heard about a surgery for Jimmy Butler. And maybe it was
He's going to wait till right before the season.
When he turns 36?
Very good.
His birthday gift?
Dominoes.
I don't know what surgery you can do. I mean, you're going to do like a buttectomy?
Well, I don't know.
Basically a tailbone. Well, that's just one of those ones.
Isn't that what Shaq always used to do?
Oh, for sure.
He'd have surgery in late September.
Rehab's on company time?
We'll be fine.
Yeah.
He would always tell you we'll be fine when it matters.
Right.
We'll be fine.
Which for him was usually in March and April. So
it's also true. It's kind of, I was going to say, it ended up working out. So,
yeah.
For the most part, I mean, I promise you, there's not a Laker fan on the planet that's not still ticked about what was left on the table with that pairing. I mean, they couldn't get along. They got 3.
Oh, Shaq and Kobe. I thought you meant Luka and LeBron.
No. Yeah, Shaq and Kobe. That could have gone for as long as they wanted it to.
Well, one of the
they
things...
couldn't stand each other.
Yeah, one of the things we were talking around it a little bit is I just was thinking, we've talked so much about what the Warriors should or shouldn't do and how they should approach this period. And I just realized, like, there's no template. There's been 5 dynasties in history. They all ended in a different kind of way. There's no necessarily right or wrong way. And there's no test that was taken that proved to be the right way. I mean, like those Lakers teams that won 3 in a row. Well, Shaq and Kobe kind of ended that. They just didn't, they stopped functioning as a team. The Celtics, well, they just got old. They got old and they got hurt. And so I don't know.
And the Bulls, they all basically, after 6 titles in 8 years.
It imploded.
It imploded. They were basically fed up. Going into the year, they dubbed it The Last Dance.
Right.
Like, that thing was a premeditated conclusion.
Right.
The other one is the Spurs, which is, it's the outlier because, you got Tim Duncan, and then you did well in the draft with Ginobili and Parker, and then at the tail end, Kawhi Leonard came to life in April. If you look at his year leading up to the playoffs, he was kind of an ordinary player, and then he turned into Superman to bookend that dynasty.
And then they all left, and Kawhi was good enough to get him to the playoffs, won Western Conference Final. Then when he got traded, they haven't made the playoffs in 6 years.
Yep.
So he was kind of a holdover from that dynasty, but then they didn't make the playoffs for 6 years. What are the Warriors? They're trying to stave off. There was another team that went 6 years without making the playoffs after a dynasty. Maybe it was the Celtics after Bird and McHale. I can't remember. But what I'm getting at is the Warriors, they're trying to stave off something that is
unstave-offable?
Maybe.
We both thought... Oh, no, go ahead.
Real quick. The Lakers, after Showtime, they hung around in there with Eldon Campbell and Eddie Jones. They made some playoffs, so there's not a big blank spot on their basketball reference page.
A little bit. There was,
But then Kobe and Shaq paid.
Yep.
So the Warriors are trying to avoid, 3 or 4 years where they don't make the playoffs.
Well, so that sort of leads to what we thought the most interesting part of this Anthony Slater article with regard to Jonathan Kuminga was his reference to the fact that there are 3 sets of interests. There's Jonathan's, and as much as there are tons of Jonathan Kuminga fans, and I'm sure he's a sympathetic figure right now, I get that, but Jonathan's interests, his goals, I don't think Warrior fans in the larger scheme, that's not the priority, not Jonathan's.
No.
Right? Okay, the other 2. We call it the core, but forget the core, it's Steph. And then there's the organization, meaning ownership. And Joe Lacob, clearly, he feels on his insides, oh, no, we're still going to be great. We're going to be great even after Steph, which is probably why, you could tell Goo this next time we see him, but that's probably why he was sitting next to Jonathan Kuminga at the Valkyries game right after the season ended. I think that was his way of saying, I got you, kid, because this is my team. And whether you're on it or not next year, that's the message. Like, we can still, we're always going to be great. What matters most to a Warriors fan right now in terms of interests? Steph's or the organizations? And yes, there's obviously overlap, but there's obviously space between too. What matters most to you?
Well, I think that indicates the disconnect, and I think the piece illustrates it between how the coaching staff feels and how the front office feels, or the ownership. How the ownership feels. Because Kerr wants Kuminga to be Sean Marion, basically. That's the player he's kind of compared him to. And Kuminga thinks that he could be Paul George or Kawhi Leonard, and ownership seems to kind of believe that more. And it's like, I don't think he's going to be either of those players or any of those guys. But you can't leave yourself in a position with nothing to rebuild with. And when inevitably that dark day comes of no playoffs, the cupboard can't be bare. And I think that the question that I kind of just wrestle with all the time is Kuminga a part of that cupboard? Do you think that he is? Because if he is, I wouldn't give up on him. But if you don't, then I think he has to be traded at some point in the near future.
I feel like if you're a Warrior fan, your biggest, what you want more than anything else is, can we be better next year?
Yep.
Can we be better next year?
And that's, to me, that answers Steph.
If it costs us Kuminga, we're willing to do it if we're better next year.
The only drawback would be is if he goes out and in 3 to 5 years, he becomes that holdover that you needed. And you use that word about the Spurs, holdover. Now, Kuminga is not Kawhi, but Kawhi won a title. He was the holdover. They went to 5 straight playoffs, and then he left and the thing completely fell off. If Kuminga's not the holdover that you think that he's going to be, then absolutely you need to do something over these next 2 years, but just don't come back to me in 3 to 5 years if Kuminga is averaging 24 a night, he's an all-star, and his team is an Eastern Conference playoff team.
Yeah.
Because then Steph leaves, Jimmy leaves, Draymond leaves, and the rest of it, you're probably going to have to go through a Spursian run, which was 32, 32, 34, 22, 22, 34 wins.
Oh.
Well, those are the win totals.
But there could also be a situation where if he could be like Aaron Gordon. I don't know if Orlando regrets trading Aaron Gordon because that allowed them to reset themselves, and Gordon went on to be a championship player, and he's awesome. But, like, he didn't fit what they were trying to do at the time when he was there. So I don't know if that front office, and I don't know if they still have jobs, but I don't know if that front office really regrets getting off of Aaron Gordon, even though he is objectively a really damn good player.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, gents.
That's a little early.
Yeah, it is a little early.
Can you answer the question?
I did.
Like in 5 words or less.
What's the question?
You said what you think Warrior fans think.
Right.
What do you think? What would you do?
I think they're between a rock and a hard place.
He's in mourning. I mean, if we're being honest.
Yeah, did you text him?
No.
No? Were you tonight? How many days? It's kind of like after you go on a date, like how many days do you wait till you text?
Yeah. Oh, God.
He lost last night. How many days do you wait till you text?
I'll probably wait till the weekend.
The weekend?
Yeah.
What will you say when you text him?
Gutless. I'll tell him he's gutless.
To get more out
and
of
I'll tell him I'm pissed at him because he said, well, we can ride into the offseason and I can feel pretty good because that team was just better than us. I mean, we have a lot to discuss.
Just one quick one on your way out the door, because I know you love games.
Oh, yeah.
I was doing a little dive on 20-point scorers this year in our league, because the thought is Kuminga wants to go somewhere and average 20. There are 50 players who averaged 20 or more points per game. How many of those 50 played on non-playoff teams?
Half.
Half. 25, Mark?
More.
Yeah, I'll go like 34.
The answer is 21. 2 players actually did it on 2 different non-playoff teams, which is kind of the quirk. No, Jimmy Butler did not average 20. It was Zach LaVine and De'Aaron Fox. They averaged 20. They were on 2 different teams. Neither of them made the playoffs. But it just is my cautionary tale about Kuminga. Be careful what you wish for, because Jordan Poole's on this list. Poole was able to go out there and average 20 for a team that stunk.
Yeah, but they made a big mistake there, Mark, huh? Well, why don't you guys discuss that on my way out?
I was distracted because there's a development.
Oh?
We have a development.
Give it to me.
No.
Okay.
You're leaving. I'll give it to the rest of our audience.
Let me quickly download that Odyssey app.
Coming up next, because it's a 49er development.
Oh.
And you're not going to like it.
Oh, boy.
That is a tease, people, on 95.7 The Game.
Bye, Steiny. interest. I'm really interested to know what you Warrior fans, how you would answer that question we were just throwing out there. What matters to you more right now, Steph's interests or the organization's interests? And those are not fully the same thing. We'll get to that, but we do have breaking news of sorts because Kyle Shanahan is speaking to the media as part of OTAs for the first time this offseason. And among the things that he said, Ricky Pearsall's hurt. Ricky Pearsall has a hamstring injury and will not return until training camp.
Oh, boy.
That's in late July.
Right.
That's in August. Training camp. Yes. We're about to be in June, so there will be no June and there will not be much of a July. This is essentially saying that for the next 8 weeks or so, Ricky Pearsall, OTAs, mini camp, and then who knows after that, but Ricky Pearsall is down with a hamstring injury and will be missing the offseason activities.
That is really bad news.
It's terrible news.
For a team that is already, in my opinion, thin at wide receiver, and you're trying to continue to develop that rapport with Brock Purdy. The rapport you couldn't develop last year because he got shot. So you get shot, you miss a big portion of the season, and now this year you come out and you've got a hammy, and if you look at training camp and just trying to put the puzzle pieces together, and this might call for an emergency text to Dr. Nirav Pandya to get his thoughts. But if you have a hamstring injury in May and you're going to be out until July, and that's 2 months, that to me feels like grade 2, if not even more severe, if you're going to miss that much time.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I hear what you're saying based on, quote, that much time, but there are no games between now and then. So it's also, as we always hear, hamstring injuries are so tricky. There's a high level of recurrence. So this could be something where it's like, actually, he'd only be out 2 weeks or whatever if this were a game week. But why would we push this? Why would we push this for minicamp?
That's fair.
You know what I mean? So it may just be one of those things where they're like, let's play this really, really safe. And Ricky, you'll do your stuff off to the side as we ramp you up. And let's have you ready for the last few days of the month of July. It may be that, but I'm not dismissing what you're saying at all. I am a huge Ricky Pearsall fan. I am very high on where Ricky can go this year. I think he can absolutely be their number one receiver. That's my baseline right now for Ricky Pearsall, and there's no reason I see for concern yet unless this does in some way bleed into stuff that actually matters for the 49ers, because that is not a position where they can afford to lose one of their top guys out of the gate of the season.
Yeah, and the date where it really starts to matter is July 25th. You're right, the opening of camp. So if it's just a couple more weeks of this off-season stuff, then, yeah, you don't want to rush him back. So it could just be a minor grade 1 where you're just going to hold him out as a precaution. And after 2 weeks, well, you're done for the summer anyway until July. So not necessarily totally alarming, but just bad news to have an off-season that went pretty much the way you had hoped. Your quarterback got done, your tight end got done, your linebacker came back, he's done. Whatever free agent moves you did, heck, you found yourselves a new punter and you drafted a bunch of guys. Today was supposed to be a day of all positive news, and now it comes out that he's got a hamstring. That's a bummer.
Okay, I got a little bit more on it. Okay, Kyle Shanahan said Pearsall, he used the word tweaked. He tweaked his hamstring. Okay, not likely to practice in full until training camp starts in July. And then, they talk about a couple other players who are dealing with a little of this or a little of that. But they use the word tweaked, which I think makes it, that leans a little bit in the direction of this is precautionary. No?
Perhaps. I wonder if Steph Curry's would have been characterized as a tweak. And ultimately, I'm sure Ricky Pearsall will get an MRI as soon as today, and it will either be revealed or not revealed, the relative grade of said tweak.
I don't know if it happened today, but he was working today, but on the side.
All right.
So he was working out today, but not in the 7-on-7 drills. The Niners' top 3 receivers, want to take a guess? Top 3 receivers today.
Are we doing stats? We're
7-on-7 drills.
May 29th.
No. Just who went out there to be their receivers. I'm not talking about who got catches.
Oh, I thought you had numbers.
No,
over
like
there.
who they. No, just like who they sent out there.
Gotcha.
Who they sent out there as their 1, 2, and 3.
Well, Juwan Jennings.
That's correct.
Jacob Cowing.
That's correct.
And I would guess DeMarcus Robinson.
Very good. Those are your top 3 receivers. There you go.
Yeah, nice. I mean, it's exciting. And you've got Cowing, who barely played last year. Juwan, man, he had a monster year. And DeMarcus Robinson, who I would anticipate gets suspended for 2, maybe 3 games. His DUI, I was looking at some of the details yesterday. It involved him going 100 miles an hour.
That's not okay.
No.
Not okay.
Not only is a DUI not okay, but when you add in an extreme high rate of speed.
That's how people get killed.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we've seen it before. Henry Ruggs and others. So
still in jail.
Correct.
Yeah.
So if I were the Niners, I would be anticipating 3 games. I don't even know when that will be handed down. But
yeah, I don't know.
He could be, when he comes back, he could be a very productive receiver for him.
No doubt. Yeah. So anyway, that's kind of the baseline, and we'll have more from what Kyle Shanahan said as we kind of watch it all unfold on social media and as the Niners start to post things. But Kyle just started talking about a half hour ago, and so some of the nuts and bolts of that we'll have throughout the day, but that's the lead. Ricky Pearsall's got a hamstring injury. Probably not going to participate with the team for OTAs and minicamp over the next couple of weeks, but late July, they'll ramp him back up and he should be fine unless there's some sort of a setback between now and then. But 888-957-9570, Buster Olney of ESPN joins us in 10 minutes. But a good chunk of what we're talking about after that is definitely going to be based on what we saw in The Athletic from our buddy Slates today. And yes, the centerpiece, the baseline of the conversation is Jonathan Kuminga's interest. But I don't even want to really make this all about Jonathan Kuminga because there's a number of things that could happen this offseason. I don't know who else might get traded. I don't know if anyone's going to get traded. But there's no reason to think that Moses Moody and Brandon Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis can't all be a part of this conversation as well. The idea, the backdrop of the article is there are 3 competing interests.
Yeah.
First off, just to comment on the one, and again, these were not his words, but how did you translate when you said Jonathan wants to score 20 per game somewhere?
Well, this was agenda number 1, which is Jonathan Kuminga's, and Slater writes, he's 22, still young enough to believe a mountain of growth is ahead, and he said, Kuminga, league sources said, still has visions of becoming an all-star, not fitting into an ever-moving mid-tier rotation role. He wants to be a featured player and chase the 20-point and beyond dreams he's spent his life chasing and the last week of his 4th season tasting. He's got a little shout out to Guru for the taste.
Is it unfair for me to just be like, that didn't make me feel great. I don't love it when a player's goal is 20 points a game. I
think Slater was just putting that in the way of this is what Jonathan Kuminga has dreamed about.
I know, but you know what I mean? That has that feel all over it of the teams that seemingly we always go to the teams that are in the Southeast. We go to Washington or Charlotte or something like that.
Yep.
But those teams that always, you know what I mean? You want to go be LaMelo Ball?
He's on the
just
list.
Score a bunch of points for an absolutely irrelevant team with no footprint in this league. Like LaMelo Ball, he's a good player. He scores a lot of points. He misses games a lot. Does anybody care at all? Is there any relevance to LaMelo Ball? Or quite frankly, what Jordan Poole is now doing.
He's on the list.
In Washington.
Right.
Do you want that? It just doesn't make you feel good, I feel like, as a fan, when and again, those are Anthony's words, not Jonathan's. But if that's your goal, man, I'd much rather hear somebody, obviously I don't want his goal to be sitting and watching the Warriors be good.
Right.
But I don't know, does he want to be part of something bigger?
Yes, but at the same time, if I'm Jonathan Kuminga and, I've played 4 years in the association, and in those 4 years, I've won a title and also been most recently given DNPs by the bushel at a time where I'm out there trying to really showcase. And then Steph Curry gets hurt. he gets 4 games and he goes out and averages that 20 plus. Granted, all losses. I wouldn't put them on him by any stretch of the imagination, but you're Kuminga and you did get that taste of what you could do on the floor when you get to actually go out there and play and look to score. So I don't hold it against him. For me, the ideal would be Kuminga comes back and in 2 years, he plays the way that Steve Kerr wants him to play. And then after that, when he's 25, now you get to go out and be a Warrior and try to get your 20 and 25 a night because we're going to need it then.
I'm with you on that. But that's
a pipe dream.
Well, but that's sort of, that leads us to what I think is the meatier part of the conversation, because that's Jonathan's agenda. And no Warrior fan is going to prioritize that unless you're kind of an odd bird. Like, I'm just going to be real with you. You're a little bit of an odd bird if that's what matters to you most in this conversation is Jonathan's stats and Jonathan's salary. You're an odd bird. It's fine. There are odd birds all over the place, but you're an odd bird. I would argue that most Warrior fans, if you're actually a fan of the team, the other 2 agendas are where the conversation is. And Jonathan is tucked in as a piece of one of the agendas. There is the Steph agenda, which is solely focused, and I think this is where the coaching staff is too. You're solely focused on now. You're solely focused on winning right now in the immediate term. And then there's the ownership agenda, which is we're going to be awesome all the time. All the time. We're going to be awesome now. We're going to be awesome then. We're going to be awesome after then is done being then. Once then is now. And then there'll be a new then. We're going to be awesome then too. What matters to you most as a Warriors fan? Is it right now? And is it Steph? Or is it this thing over here that's overlapped with that, but let's just call it Warriors basketball? What matters to you?
For me, it's the right now, which is the next 2 years. It's really 2 more years. And you could say, well, Steph might come back. He'll be 40. And Draymond will be 38 and Jimmy will be 37. So if you look at it through the next 2 years as that prism, well, after that's over, the odds are, and Steiny did a good job running down the history of dynasties in the NBA, it's a 95% chance that you're going to have to go through a healthy dose of misery because that is what happens. Now, when you're the Lakers, it's different because you're LA and you are an attractive place. And by the way, the whole Kobe Bryant thing, the way you drafted him, that thing, the fix was in.
Well, sure. They did have some down times, though. I think Sadale Threet was maybe their leading scorer for a year or something like that. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I think that the inevitability of the demise, the fall after the rise, it's going to be there whether or not you have Kuminga. So if you have Kuminga in 3 or 4 years and he's averaging 23 or 24 a night, you're probably not a championship contender unless you're able to do something magical in free agency. So for me, it's about the next 2 years, and this is the best opportunity to get better for next year.
We're going to talk about this a lot throughout the day. Buster Olney's going to join us next, so just keep this in the back of your mind, and we would love to talk it out with you. 888-957-9570. I'll just answer it real quick this way. Any fan base that is rooting for 3 years from now, that is the characteristic of a bad organization. That's all. You root for a bad team if what you're constantly doing is worrying about what's going to happen 3 years from now. Because even if you think you know, you don't know. You have no idea what the hell is around the bend 3 years from now. So you can sit here right now and plan for it, and I'd argue it still won't work. So anyway, more to get to on that, but Buster Olney joins us next. How big or small are the Giants' problems? Bryce Eldridge with another home run last night. Is he part of the fix or the answer? We'll get to all of this and more with our buddy Buster Olney of ESPN. Coming up today at 4 o'clock, the Valkyries are in New York, take on the Liberty again. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. They got their own dedicated channel. Just download the app, search Valkyries. You'll see it right there. You can also watch the game on KPIX, pregame at 3:30. We're also sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. This is Willard and Tibbs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was the voice of Hunter Pence, a teammate of Buster Posey's, obviously, back in the day. And so those are the voices right now the organization is leaning back into. But, of course, we have our own Buster that we like to call in times of need. And this feels a little bit like that, even though the Giants have a winning record. So we'll get back to your calls shortly. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs. But joining us on the River Islands guest line, none other than Buster Olney of ESPN. Hey, Buster, what's going on? Thanks for doing it.
Sure, absolutely, and thanks for calling me. I mean, I would totally understand if your priority was Buster Posey. You know that I can't tell you how many times I've had people introduce me as Buster Posey, or come up to me and say, "Hey, Buster, it's great," and refer to me as Buster Posey. He's the best Buster.
In certain things, I think that you've got maybe a little bit more personality on the radio. Just saying.
That's so funny that you say it that way. I once, I'm not going to use the name of the person, I once did an interview with someone on my podcast who's pretty famous, and I realized one question into my interview that the person thought that I was Buster Posey. and I told Buster this story. Like, the person clearly only agreed to it because he thought I was Buster Posey, and I got done the interview. I was trying to structure my questions in a way that wouldn't expose the fact that this very famous person didn't know that he was talking to me. And when I told Buster the story, of course, the funniest thing was the idea that Buster Posey would have a podcast. That was probably the craziest idea in the whole thing.
That's a good point. That's a good point. And I'm not going to ask the obvious follow-up, even though you do realize this is where everyone listening, their mind just went to was, who was the person?
Right.
Yes,
who was the
I know.
person?
There will be a day when I will tell you, but now is not the time.
All right, fine. Then I'll ask it this way. Who is the person that might, get a hit for the Giants? What about that, Buster?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. They're in an interesting spot because when you look at the teams in National League West, man, there are some serious issues going on with these teams where, the Padres just don't have that much depth. And so when they lose a Michael King to a shoulder issue, that is a huge deal. They don't really have the capability to fill that in. We had the Dodgers last weekend on Sunday Night Baseball. We have them again this week on Sunday Night Baseball. Their pitching is in tatters right now. Besides the days that Yoshinobu Yamamoto throws, they got a million guys in the injured list. No one's going to feel sorry for them. Every day, Dave Roberts is essentially looking for 27 outs from whoever can pitch for him. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, their bullpen has been completely messed up by key injuries that they've had. They're kind of getting knocked around, which is why the Giants, I keep on thinking that they are, probably in the best position among these four teams to figure it out because the solutions are there. But, Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, et cetera, they just have to hit better.
Yeah, and the solution is maybe the most frustrating part, Buster, because they could be doing even better considering what's going on all around them. When you look at just Willie Adames and Matt Chapman, is this a regression to the mean, or are they just really struggling out of the gate?
Well, when it comes to Adames, the thing that jumps out at me, just looking at his numbers, is that his batting average and balls in play is down significantly by 30 points. So there's a suggestion, and I'm not going to, pretend to you guys that I've seen every one of his plate appearances this year, but there certainly is a suggestion in that number that he's hitting in a lot of bad luck, and then as time goes on, that'll stabilize. I mean, you don't expect him to hit 208 all year. With Matt Chapman, through the course of his career, you've seen some ups and downs. There are times when he was with the Blue Jays when he really struggled. There were times last year when he was great. I just think that there's some players who are streaky and some are not, and I'm assuming at some point he'll work his way out of it. But, if you're the 2025 Giants, the big question is when.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And then I think the other big offensive question, and I know that first base is not what it used to be where there was always a bopper over there, but a lot of fans are wondering what is the fix with not only the lack of production from Lamont Wade, but there's this wooing and wanting for Bryce Eldridge to be ready. He's only 20 years old. But how do you see the Giants playing that position as they keep it in play for him, even though he's not ready?
So I absolutely, and I've had no conversations with Buster about this, so I'm not going to pretend I know, who exactly is on his radar. The idea that he would call up a young player and put the weight of the needs for the team on a rookie, that's just, I just don't see him doing that. I think it's more likely that they'll look for some kind of a stabilizing force in their lineup. And a guy who jumps out to me, who I would assume is going to be made available this summer, is Ryan O'Hearn of the Baltimore Orioles. They are the Orioles are the biggest disappointment in baseball. They're 18 games under 500. It's not happening for them. There's an assumption with other teams that at some point they're going to become sellers in a really, really thin trade market. They're very few. The American League is such a morass of mediocrity. With at the start of the day, 11 teams had at least a 17% chance of making the playoffs. That there are probably a lot of American League teams that should sell that are not going to. And it's going to be a lot like last summer, where there are probably going to be a lot of teams that will hang on to players and very few available guys in the market. Ryan O'Hearn, to me, would be a nice fit, because he's got experience. He could hold down the position. It wouldn't take a massive return to get him in a deal. That's one interesting name, and others will emerge here as we go along and get closer to the trade deadline.
Do you see the Giants acting well ahead of the trade deadline? We're still 2 months away, and it seems like the offensive problems aren't going away. Might you see Buster, not you, Buster, but the other Buster, be a little bit of an early aggressive GM in his first time going through it?
That wouldn't surprise me at all, because the way the sport has evolved is that you have so many front offices that are steeped in analytics and that dictate so much of what they do. And it's like being at a poker table where everyone folds unless they have an ace and a king, right? They're incredibly conservative when it comes to making trades. A team that has stood out the last couple of years and separated themselves is the Kansas City Royals. They've been aggressive, and they've been aggressive early, and it's paid off. Last year, they shocked the world making the playoffs. I wouldn't be surprised if, they're aggressive again this year. And I think my instinct is that Buster's going to be cutting the same cloth, that he's not just going to focus on every nickel of value, whether it's acquiring a player or, what he's going to give up. Not that he's going to go out and make reckless trades, but I could easily see him being, right now, with the offense struggling, with opportunities right in front of us, because the Dodgers are so banged up and the Padres are so banged up and the Diamondbacks pitching hasn't come together, now's the time. If you told me that at the end of June that he had gotten some help in the trade market, that would not be a surprise to me.
Buster Olney, ESPN, joining us, Willard and Dibbs. Buster, I'm still not over yesterday yet, and I sort of, when I talk to you, I'm like, you watch every at-bat of every game. At least it seems that way. But what I'm referring to is the fact that down by 1 in the 8th inning with runners at second and third and less than 2 outs, the Giants yesterday elected to have a hitter at the bottom of their order bunt, not once, but twice. You mentioned the word analytics, and I feel like analytics did away with that. But then here the Giants are doing. What does that say to you when a team decides to do that with one of their hitters in 2025?
Well, and it's hard for me to give you, because I don't know, and I just covered long enough to know that in those times, the hitter could get a signal essentially like, do what you can to drive in the runner, or, to drive in the runner from third. And if you have a hitter at the plate who doesn't have a lot of confidence, that could manifest in a lot of different ways. I was watching that when that was happening, and that was a real shock to me that played out the way that was. But I couldn't give you a judgment about, decision making by the hitter or Bob Melvin without talking to those two guys.
in general, it seems like the 3 true outcomes have never been more prevalent. I was doing some of the math, and it's 33% walk or strikeout or home run.
Yeah.
Have we gotten to a spot where we need to find a way to engineer more at-bats where guys just, I don't know, try to get a base hit?
I would love to see it, but here's the deal. The chase for extreme velocity is not going away. The reason why we're having 3 true outcomes more than ever is because you have more guys throwing harder than ever. I haven't updated this, but I was looking at it, I want to say about a month ago, and there were, at that time, I think about 80 pitchers with average fastball velocities at 96 or above. I mean, it's just crazy how hard guys throw now. And that obviously makes it harder to put the ball in play. Hitters, as they do their off-season work, unless you're Luis Ariz, who basically hits for average, unless you're Chandler Simpson, the great speedster who's going to steal 100 bases one year in the big leagues, plays with the Rays now, everyone else seems to be looking to do damage. And here's the thing, Aaron Judge is having this unbelievable season, hitting .391. He's going to flirt with 400 at a time when his average is about 150, 160 points higher than anybody in his league, which really tells you, it's so difficult to hit in this era that's why when I saw that sequence yesterday, my first thought was, man, the guy at the plate just does not have confidence that he's going to put the ball in play, and he was doing everything he could. And apparently he's a good bunter, doing everything he could to get the runner in from third base.
Yeah, I get it. By the way, speaking of, like, if there's anything going well, bats-wise with the Giants, maybe it's their young left fielder who made the All-Star team as a rookie in Elliot Ramos. What do you see as his ceiling? Could he actually someday be seen as a star in this league?
I think he could be a really good player. I would say that just having, and look, I hear compliments from him. I remember talking to Dave Roberts about him, the Dodger manager. He had great things to say. Mike Schilt, the Padres manager. But I really do think that when we look at Giants hitters, that because of where they play, that it's just a different bar. Like if you're the Giants and you have a guy who, hits 280, that's like somebody else hitting 320 for another team just because of the ballpark factors. And not only in San Francisco, but I think in the other ballparks in the division. I was having a conversation with an executive of an American League team today, and he was talking about, the difference of hitting in the National League West and how, generally speaking, it's so much more challenging than any other place. So, I mean, to do what you're doing, I think is impressive.
Well, that's a huge statement considering Coors Field and Arizona are in this division.
Yes. Well, and it's so funny. It's almost like when people talk about the National League West, they don't count the Rockies.
Right.
And they don't, because they're so bad. And I mean, they haven't hit double digits in win yet this season.
It's crazy.
Yeah. They could be historically bad, not only in winning percentage, but also run differential. I kind of get a secret joy out of tracking the epically bad teams. But Buster, what you were saying about the ballpark, is that something that becomes preventative to attracting free agents and something that the other Buster may need to address at some point?
It absolutely is a factor. Just talking with agents, and look, no one's ever going to say it out loud because they're going to want as much leverage as possible. So when a guy hits the market, he's going to say out loud to reporters, I'm open to all offers. That's what Juan Soto said right after the World Series last year. But the reality is different than that. That's why the Colorado Rockies will never attract a high-end starting pitcher. And they haven't signed anyone of note, really, since Mike Hampton 25 years ago. So I think in some respects, the Giants are in a better position to build a team like they have this year, where you have really good pitching and it fosters that. But yeah, drawing in a position player is absolutely more difficult.
Buster, you made an interesting comment earlier with regard to the Dodgers, Padres, and Giants, and how the Giants, based on the challenges each are facing, might be in the best position of the three to handle it. it leads me to this. What's the national perspective on this team? Do people feel like this is a good team and this is real, or this is just a moment in time that's going to go away?
No, I think they think it's real. I know from talking with folks with other teams because of how good the pitching is. And when you look at the way the rotation's playing out, look, I mean, the Dodgers are a classic example of this, where they have a ton of guys on the injured list. The Padres with their rotation so banged up. You have teams like Kansas City and like San Francisco, when you generally speaking have had stability within the rotation, that's a separator. I mean, there's just not a lot of teams with that dynamic right now. Yeah. Now, I think everyone wondered coming into the year, and everyone loves Willy Adames. They talk about what a great clubhouse guy is. He obviously had a terrific year last year with the Milwaukee Brewers. Do people look at him as being an elite offensive player, along the lines of a Soto, Judge, Ohtani? No, but there's an assumption that he's going to do better than what he's done to this point. I think the same is true with Matt Chapman. It's part of the reason why I think people think that, they will be in the race. The one thing I would say about that, though, is the National League is so stacked that there inevitably is going to be 2 or 3 really good teams, maybe teams that would win a division in the American League, who are not going to make the playoffs because you've got in the East, you've got the Mets and you got the Phillies. The Phillies right now look like the best team in baseball. The Braves just got back Ronald Acuna Jr. In the Central, you have the Cubs. Kyle Tucker's really augmented their offense. There are a lot of really good teams in the National League, and some of them are just not going to be playing in October.
The Giants are outside looking in on the playoffs right now. I mean, I think is the first time in a long time that we've been able to say that based on the standings.
Well, and I'd say this too. I don't think anybody's in a position in the West that's going to run and hide. Look, the Dodgers, no one's going to feel sorry for them because they have the $500 billion payroll, and they've got 3 Hall of Famers at the top of their lineup, and they might have enough offense to create a margin for error that will allow them to work past this. But when you look at the nature of their pitching issues, there's not a guarantee that that's all going to get sorted out.
Huh.
Their dream, I saw Ohtani throw at Citi Field the other day. Their dream scenario is that he joins them sometime around the All-Star break. Blake Snell, their hope is about the same time, Tyler Glasnow. But you guys know Glasnow's injury history is long. Blake Snell has a shoulder issue. Those are things that, setbacks are very easy to do. And if they got 60 innings this year out of Ohtani, I think they would be thrilled. And because, it never happens the way that it is right now. And the Los Angeles Dodgers, despite all the money spent on that rotation, they lead the majors in bullpen innings. That's typically the Rockies or the White Sox or really bad teams that are in that are doing that. And they're usually, when you have a team using their bullpen that much, there usually is a toll in the second half.
No doubt.
It's why today they picked up Alexis Diaz from the Cincinnati Reds.
Right. Yeah, no, the Giants have been, one of those teams in recent years just because of the way they kind of manage the whole thing. And it does feel like they run out of gas sometimes in August and September. Buster, great stuff. We love having you. Thank you so much.
All right. Always fun to talk with you guys.
Yep. Buster. You too. There he goes. Buster Olney, the other Buster, as he likes to call himself, right here on Willard and Tibbs.
Yeah, and that's a really fascinating point he made at the end about bullpen innings because the Giants, last time I checked, they were way toward the bottom in percentage of their innings used by the bullpen, and they're number 1 in bullpen ERA. So you have a good bullpen and you don't use them a lot, they're going to be good in September.
I only heard one thing in that interview. It was a beautiful interview, but there's only one thing I heard. The Dodgers are in trouble.
Yeah.
They're in trouble, Dip.
You did mention they have a margin for error based on that lineup, but yeah, the West is a lot more wide open than I would have anticipated. We all slotted the Dodgers in for 120 wins conservatively starting the year, and they'll be there in the end. But now with all the pitching woes, you're going to have to continue to pile on the runs to keep winning.
Yeah, good stuff from Buster Olney. We love having him on. 888-957-9570 if you're just joining us. The news of the afternoon is that Ricky Pearsall is hurt. Wide receiver for the 49ers. Many of us, self included, projected that he's going to be the number one receiver, at least in the first half of the year. But knowing what Brandon Ayuk is coming back to whenever he plays and the severity of that injury and the ramp up that is needed and all of that, like I was very comfortable saying Ricky Pearsall, that's WR1. And nothing that happened today changes that. It is, quote unquote, a tweaked hamstring, and he will not practice fully with the team until training camp opens in late July. So still 2 months away. And there's no reason on this day to feel like something's wrong with Ricky Pearsall's season. However, it's an alarm. It's an alarm that goes off. We need to be reminded this every time a football season opens when we go, oh, they got this guy here and they got this guy. Nope, bang, it goes away in an instant. Christian McCaffrey last year on opening night. It can go away in an instant. So what would you do here if you're the 49ers? Like, again, Demarcus Robinson probably going to be suspended. Pearsall's now missing the offseason. Ayuk is probably almost definitely not going to be ready for the start of the season. And then when you start, like there's Juwan Jennings, that's fine. Cowing is just coming out of a rookie year and has never really done much. And then there's a bunch of other players who you would say the same thing, like really young players, interesting talents. Does this change sort of the thought process with whether or not the Niners need to go get someone, ... Amari Cooper, Gabe Davis, and others are sitting out there?
Yeah, I thought so even before the news came out today. I didn't think that you had enough in the room. You know, Demarcus Robinson and however many games he misses if suspended, and Ayuk, he might be out for more than 4 games. It might be 6 or 8. You don't know how that recovery is going to be, and even when he does come back, usually that first season back off the ACL repair is not as good as the one will be the year after that. And you mentioned Jacob Cowing, and he's a guy who last year had 4 catches. How many catches?
4.
Right. And, you know, Pearsall came on in the end of the year, but I still thought, even before today's news, that you were going to still be one receiver away from a comfort zone.
Yeah. I mean, I sort of like rode the fence on this one because I just, and I don't know what it'll cost. I'm not going to be like mad if they bring in Amari Cooper, but I'm like, that's Amari Cooper. Amari Cooper. Like, this is someone who's been a star in this league before. Is he anymore? I don't know. But the bottom line is if I'm bringing in Amari Cooper, it's because I got plans for Amari Cooper this year. And do you have, because what if Pearsall's ready to go? Once Ayuk is back, Juwan Jennings, you said it yesterday, you don't use that many receivers in this offense. Do you need Amari freaking Cooper? I don't know, but the Gabe Davises of the world, and there are many, many other options, to me make a ton of sense.
Yeah, I just think when you look at the natural attrition of a season, and heck, we're in May, and I saw the news that Jair Brown also will be out until camp. He had an ankle procedure, so he won't be playing anymore over the next couple of weeks. So
I don't know who the hell's playing safety for this team.
Add him to the list because he's not out there, but you had receivers last year unable to play a full rack of games. I know Ricky Pearsall's was gunshot related, but he played 11. Ayuk only played in the 7. I mentioned Cowing, who had 4 catches. So I do think the natural attrition at any position is such to where it wouldn't hurt to have an extra guy.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Your calls, 888-957-9570. How do you want to see the 49ers handle this situation? Vic Tafer, who is one of their new beat reporters for The Athletic, is going to join us in 2 hours. And so we'll dive deep on everything that has happened here this week as OTAs get all started. Plus, we'll continue to take your calls and sort of reboot the question we were asking about Warrior basketball, which is the agenda for Steph and the agenda for the organization as a whole. Which one matters to you more? 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Tibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk more about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a great family-owned feel.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'll say this, and I bet this is going to be super relatable.
Okay.
This is how I feel about the Ricky Pearsall injury. And if you're just joining us, Ricky Pearsall's got a hammy. And they're going to hold him out until training camp. Is it a big concern? Well, you tell us. This is what Kyle Shanahan sounded like.
Ricky's been awesome, but Ricky has a tweaked hamstring, so I'll be surprised if he does anything in OTAs.
Be back for minicamp or out?
I know he could be, but by the time you get to minicamp and there's just 2 days left in school, we probably won't just throw him out there. But he should be healthy by then.
Okay, so and minicamp, that's 2 weeks.
Yep.
That's 2 weeks from now. So I don't know if that makes everyone feel better. It's like, yeah, he's probably healthy by then, but why? Like, why are we going to throw him out there for 2-day practice in June and risk anything? Like, why? Why would we do that?
There's no reason to do it. And that might be the same case with Jair Brown, who had a procedure to his ankle, which he'll be back for camp, so it's not like a complete reconstruction. So when you have these little tweaks, these little injuries, there's no point in trying to get a guy back out there. You know what you have in Ricky. He's your first-round pick. You know that you're going to want him healthy in September.
Okay, all true. Agreed. But it's an alarm. I'll tell you why it's an alarm. There's no worry in this moment about Ricky Pearsall missing games this year. But you want to know what this feels like to me? Especially when we talk about the wide receiver room. Like, holy hell. Let's think about the last 12 months of the wide receiver room. It's the same guy who got shot last year at Union Square. You've had the Brandon Ayuk holdout and the drama and then the major injury. You had everything that Debo went through last year, shoving long snappers, calling for the ball more, dropping the ball in the middle of Thursday Night Football for a touchdown, and now he's been traded to the Washington Commanders. This has all happened just in the wide receiver room. Then they sign someone, and I think it could end up being a really good signing, but they've signed someone who's probably going to get suspended to start the year. And then you get this, which on its own is no big deal, but it's not on its own. It lays in all of that. And so if you'd asked me yesterday, I'd be like, no, everything's fine in the wide receiver room. And then you get this one piece of news, and all of a sudden you go, oh, crap, no, we can't afford that. So I feel this very much feels like whenever you wake up and go to your banking app and you're like, no, everything looks great. Like, we're good, honey. I think we can go on vacation this summer. It's all laid out. We've budgeted it. It's perfect. And then you get home from work and your roof is leaking, or your refrigerator is broken, or your car breaks down in the driveway. And all of a sudden you're like, ooh, this one expense that we didn't see coming makes me feel completely different about the larger picture because we didn't budget for that.
Right.
And that's how I feel about the Niner, especially wide receiver room, and maybe even extend it to other spots on this team. It's like we can feel good about it right now, but that's because we're not factoring in the injuries that are definitely going to come. I don't know about the depth of this team.
I don't like your comp because it hits way too close to home.
I shouldn't have said roof. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because
your car or your fridge.
Well, my daughter, who we pay for her to go to preschool, June and July she doesn't go, so we're already thinking, all right, June and July, get a little extra disposable, and then, you need a new roof. So
that's opposite for me in the summertime because I don't teach. And so I have to plan.
And they got to go somewhere.
Right. I got to I'm like a squirrel, man. I'm sticking little things in pockets over here.
Well, and the kid's got to go to camp.
Right.
And he plays 7 sports.
Good Lord.
So I don't want to get too far off the road.
One of those tonight.
Yeah, you're darn right you are because the kid loves sports and you love him. So where's the wallet, Dad? But you're right about this. And I wasn't feeling great about the wide receiver room, but you were starting to get me sold on the Purdy to Pearsall. And the more you think about those two guys growing up together, and Ricky did show good signs toward the end of the year. And so, Juwan and Pearsall, and I won't bore everyone with 21 personnel references until we get to the season, but that means you only use 2 receivers. and that's about 40% of their snaps. So you don't need a ton of receivers in this offense, but now you don't have Ayuk. Robinson, I believe, will be gone for a stint. And
probably,
Ricky Pearsall's got a tweak, and Cowan caught 4 passes. So are we going to do a lot of 22 personnel?
No, see,
with just Juwan?
But Pearsall's fine. But what today I think provides you a picture of is what happens if this same news comes not on May 29th, but on August 29th. What if this happens? And that's kind of the view that I'm taking today, which is, it gives you a window into how you actually feel about this team. You could wrap your head around the draft picks and you can buy into all of it. Kay Adams was at camp last week talking to Mykel Williams, and she thinks he's going to be defensive, DROY. Okay, great. All right, we've nailed the draft. Everything's wonderful. We've gotten to know all the names, and Christian McCaffrey is going to be back healthy. More on that in a second because Kyle did address that. You can convince yourself of all of these things. And then, hey, Warrior fans, what happens when one step goes the wrong way?
You lose.
Gone.
Right.
Strength in numbers is a former phrase for the Warriors, and I said it prior to the playoffs. Strength in numbers no longer exists here. And I think the same is true for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
And that's my biggest concern going into this year.
Well, that would be Brock Purdy with a tweaked hamstring because he is their Steph Curry because he's their quarterback.
But there are more than just Brock Purdy. There's Fred Warner.
No, I get it.
You know what I mean? There's Diamador Lenore. Like who? At what position group are you comfortable sustaining an injury right now?
If they had to sustain one?
Yeah.
Probably none. Maybe
there you go.
Maybe corner because the team is high on the rookie corner that's coming in. And,
okay.
Yeah. I mean,
some guy.
Offensive line, we have question marks about the starting 5 themselves. Linebacker, who are you outside of Fred? So, yeah, safety, you mentioned it. Jair Brown's out. And
Malik Mustafa out.
And Hufanga's gone. So who's going to be playing safety? Maybe running back would be the area because you do have, McCaffrey and Garendo, and, you've got some decent depth there, but, you're going to probably have some running back attrition just because that's football, right?
For sure, yeah. Christian McCaffrey, if I set his game total this year at 17.5, or 16.5, you're going to take the under.
Right.
You're going to take the under.
I'd like to set it at about 14.5, and maybe that line goes up based on what Kyle Shanahan said today.
Here's what he said.
Christian is he's as ready as any player I've ever been around. When he gets hurt, he's got to rehab and get better. Right now, he's healthy as can be. We got to kind of protect him from himself. But Christian has a good idea of what he needs to do right now. He's doing a lot less than he normally would do, but I know he's excited on how healthy he feels and the fact that he can get out there.
Okay, first of all, I like that. He's as healthy as he possibly could be. That's awesome. Peep that phrase, though. We need to protect him from himself.
Yes.
You ever heard that before? Herm Edwards on this show last July talking about Ricky Pearsall, whom he coached in college.
He's the guy you got to be careful with. He overworks. He's that kind of guy. And he had some hamstring issues when he was with us as well, because he's one of the guys, doesn't want any rest. He goes 100 miles an hour. You got to protect him from himself, and I told John and them that when they drafted him. I said, the thing you got to do with Ricky now, he's going to go hard. He doesn't understand this is a walkthrough. This is, that's how he functions. So he'll be fine.
He'll be fine. That's Herm talking about Ricky.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Almost a year ago, and specifically talking about his hamstrings.
Now, I don't know if we yet know if it's the same hamstring or if it's the other hamstring.
I don't know.
Because you have one on each leg.
You do have two,
And I was just looking, last year he was limited in OTAs due to a shoulder injury. Then you get to training camp, and he tweaks the hammy. Then the near tragic fatal shooting.
Jeez.
And then this year you get the hammy again. So, you put the shooting aside because that is an uncontrollable
freak accident.
Absolutely. Yeah. But 2 hammies in a shoulder, somehow we have to figure out maybe a different mode for him in off-season training because this is 2 seasons where that's a problem.
Well, I think it's, fans love players like this. This is the kind of thing that, like, if you're a parent of a kid like this, it's a humble brag when you're telling other people, oh, okay, you got, boy, I gotta remind him to go outside and see his friends because he's just doing his schoolwork all the time. That's what we're saying here about Pearsall and McCaffrey. You've got to protect them from themselves. And so that's not like a bad thing, but at the same time, maybe it is a little bit. I don't know how you get these guys to hit the brakes a little bit because, again, if you do look at this roster right now, they can't afford this. So when we assess the 49ers this year, when we get a little bit later on in the summer and whatnot, I think you got to take this into account. Like, I think they can be a really good team, but and no NFL team stays fully healthy.
Yeah.
But they need some blessings this year. They are going to need some luck.
Well, that's every team.
But like even to a larger degree.
I would agree with it to the extent that you take the team 2 years ago that went to the Super Bowl, deeper team, and your twos who you could lean on were better than your twos were last year, and right now your twos are question marks.
And until the Super Bowl, they did have a lot of luck in terms of health. They had a lot of luck in terms of health.
Right, and last year you had less luck in terms of health, and then when you had to go to backups, and I'm thinking about you, Devondre Campbell, first and last time his name will be said, but you were the backup, and you quit on the team. So, yeah, you need luck, and you also need depth, and we don't know about the depth yet with this new team.
Coming up today at 4 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the New York Liberty, and you can hear the game on the Valkyries specific channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app, search Valkyries, there it'll be. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game at 3:30. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Vic Tafer covering the 49ers will join us at 5. 888-957-9570. Anything you want to weigh in on with regard to that conversation, go ahead, fire away. 888-957-9570. We'll take your phone calls next. And also get back to the Anthony Slater article with regard to Warrior agendas and which one matters to you. More on that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Ricky's been awesome, but Ricky has a tweaked hamstring, so I'll be surprised if he does anything in OTAs.
Be back for minicamp or out?
I know he could be, but by the time you get to minicamp and there's just 2 days left in school, we probably won't just throw him out there. But he should be healthy by then.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
You know what my favorite part today about Kyle is that he didn't sound annoyed yet.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Rested and refreshed.
Yeah, he sounds like it's like all of you on a Monday.
Really?
Yeah, when your boss says hello.
Yeah.
Hey, boss. How you doing?
Right.
Sounds like my wife right now facing one more day of school. School's out tomorrow.
One day.
That's right. So a little bounce in her step.
Okay.
Shout out supper.
All right.
You know.
Good for her. Shout out to all the teachers out there. Boy, you did the damn thing. Some of you didn't, but most of you did.
Yep.
You did the damn thing. You didn't get paid enough for it, and we love you. That's it. That's all. That's all I want to say.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our preschool teachers have got a little nice thing coming their way tomorrow as we thank them for a year with my 2.5-year-old. A lot of diapers they changed.
Oh.
I get the updates. Sometimes.
Do you really? What are there analytics on this or something? What's she averaging? What's she averaging per day?
She's probably 2.6 a day.
Good Lord.
And, if she can hold the PU till she gets there, makes me happier.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Sometimes she'll hit me with the 2-piece before I drop her off.
All right. I didn't need all of that analytics.
I had more.
But anyway, yeah, thank you to all of the teachers out there for another school year. Yes, some of you are not great at your job, but most of you are, and all of you are underpaid, and it's completely lame. And it seems like not only are you underpaid, but every year you're forced to fight for the little bit that you do get. I mean, has anybody ever gone through a school year where at the end of the year, the teachers are not on the sidewalk across the street from the school as people are leaving, handing them little notes and things like that, asking for, will you please email the district office and this, that, and the other so we can fight, so that we can go from 4% to 4.1%. It's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know what the whole this is. And again, I'm a child of like teachers. This is what my parents did.
Son of a teacher.
That's right.
You son of a teach.
It's what they did. And it's and I watched my dad go to school 5 days a week and teach high schoolers, come home for 2 of those 5 days, eat dinner, and then go splash some water on his face and drive up to CSM so that he could teach at the junior college level. And he did that so that, that we had enough money. That's what he did.
Yep.
And he shouldn't have had to do that, but he did. And I get it. But I don't know, man. I wish there was some way for us to sort of reallocate the way that we go about doing all of this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You and I sit here every day talking about athletes who make $59 million a year.
Purdy, looking at you right now, buddy.
That's right.
53 average annual.
That's right.
You know what the Oakland Unified starting salary is? Probably less than $50,000.
Less than 50?
I would have to double check, but it's down there. And I know that when my first 2 went through, first week of school, you get the note from the teacher and it's, hey, anything you can do. We need pencils.
Right.
We need paper. We need crayons. And so, we having a little bit more means than some other people, you go to CVS and you drop $100 and you give these poor teachers materials so they can teach your kid.
Right, because a lot of times they got to go out there and get it themselves.
Right.
And a lot of them do it. So anyway, just hope each and every one of you, especially at 3:23 this time of year, maybe you're on your way home right now, and I hope that every teacher feels seen and heard, because you guys are just absolutely the most vital thing out there. And it's an underappreciation sensation.
No doubt.
Is what it is.
Yeah, 3 years ago, it was $52,000 in OUSD. So that means now it's probably $48,000.
That's called poverty in this city.
Correct.
That's called poverty.
Yeah. Anyway, reacting to the news of the day.
Exactly.
Ricky Pearsall with a tweak. Well, it's the hammy.
And then there's also this. Kyle Shanahan spoke, and he addressed this, and I think this might be the overarching theme of the offseason. If I may, I think the number one thing that people feel good about is we're about to go through the J months without any drama, no contract drama. So Kyle was asked how that helps and affects the team this offseason.
Yeah, I mean, I know we had a number of contract holdouts last year, and I think we've had a couple before that. But we've always had a real good turnout for OTAs and for our offseason. I mean, we're a team that, usually have like one or two maybe with contracts and one or two who got other stuff going on. But I think our attendance has always been real good. The contract stuff gets made a big deal. It's always annoying when it goes into camp, and especially when you're going into a first week and stuff like that. But that's not something that really affects the team right now. It's cool that we don't have any of those on the horizon, though. So, there'll be no hiccups in the future.
It's interesting. Kyle made this about attendance, and I don't think for fans it's about attendance. I get where he's coming from. He's like, yeah, because these coaches are so nuts and bolts, right? Is he here or is he not here? If he's not here, we're going to coach people who are here. And then we're going to wake up tomorrow and do it again. It's like, no. This stuff, as much as you want to tell us, it doesn't, next man up, it doesn't affect it. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. There is an emotional side to life. And you will never convince me that what Brandon Ayuk and the Niners conducted last year didn't bleed into everything. Everything that went on with this team had something to do with and was affected by that situation. So I'm glad the reporters pushed him a little bit more and said, hold on, I get the attendance part of it, but what about the emotional side of what this creates for the team this offseason?
The way I addressed it the most was our last meeting in January. I just told the guys, I talked about how the season ended the year before, and how when I felt them all come back, I felt guys weren't ready to come back, and I understood that. But I told them how I won't really understand it this year. Not that was right or wrong, but I couldn't comprehend it. We're off 5 weeks earlier. We all know how disappointed we are, and a lot of us have played a lot of football here. But we're going to have a team that doesn't know what we've done in the past or how you guys have earned a lot of stuff. We need to show them. And the first meeting that when we get back, I expect our whole team to be here and it to be important to guys. And I thought the coolest thing was everyone being there on the first day. We had every guy show up, and I didn't have to call anyone and beg them, which said a lot. Like, they all knew what I said at the last day, and I wanted to see if they really meant something to them, not to where I had to call them and remind them, and I didn't, and they all showed up, and they've all been working, and to me, that's something I really appreciate, and I got the right guys.
That's a pretty interesting statement.
Right, and it should be the way. If it was not the way off of 6-11, then maybe we have some culture and some locker room issues. If you go 6-11 and you aren't thinking, you know what, I get an extra 5 weeks off that I don't want, I'm going to bust my hump to make sure I am absolutely locked in and ready on, forget day one, day zero, because darn it, I don't want to go 6-11 again.
I don't want to be one of these media members. I'll never know what the physical toll is of being in the NFL. But my first reaction is, I don't care if you went to the Super Bowl. Kyle has to call people and ask them to show up. Even if you went to the Super Bowl, this is 3.5 months later. You don't just come because you're supposed to be there.
Yes, but sometimes you don't come because you want fresh money in your deal, and sometimes you don't come because, they say they don't want me, and you're up for a new contract, and, all the rest of the other things that are they're personal, me-based. And I think when you come off a Super Bowl, you're more likely to think about the I, me, mine part of it. Those are three of the words I try not to use ever. I, me, mine.
I, me, mine?
Yes, it's I, it's me, it's mine. If you're making a lot of I, me, mine statements, that tends to be of a selfish nature. And when you're on a 53-man football team, it needs to be we, ours, us. And that's where Kyle, I think, is saying, it feels like everybody came in because we want to be better. This season is ours, and it's all about us.
That's an interesting statement. I mean, he doesn't say that unless that's been a part of his past, right? Call and beg people to show up? Can we hear that again? I want to hear this again.
The way I addressed it the most was our last meeting in January. I just told the guys, I talked about how the season ended the year before, and how when I felt them all come back, I felt guys weren't ready to come back, and I understood that. But I told them how I won't really understand it this year. Not that was right or wrong, but I couldn't comprehend it. We're off 5 weeks earlier, we all know how disappointed we are. And a lot of us have played a lot of football here, but we're going to have a team that doesn't know what we've done in the past or how you guys have earned a lot of stuff. We need to show them. And the first meeting that when we get back, I expect our whole team to be here and it to be important to guys. And I thought the coolest thing was everyone being there on the first day. We had every guy show up, and I didn't have to call anyone and beg them, which said a lot. Like, they all knew what I said at the last day, and I wanted to see if they really meant something to them, not to where I had to call them and remind them, and I didn't, and they all showed up, and they've all been working, and to me, that's something I really appreciate, and know I got the right guys.
I don't know why this is hitting me that way. You just say it twice in the last 20 seconds. Is that really the way it normally goes? You have to call people? Hi, this is Kyle and stuff. I just want to remind you that work started yesterday and you're not here. And I'd like to beg you to be here. Please, please be here. Would you please be here, because you're on the team and we pay you a lot of money and you haven't taken a hit in 3.5 months. Please come. Please come to Santa Clara. We'll send a map and please be. Really? Is that how this normally works?
Coming off a Super Bowl where you have disappointment and you've got some players who are probably still feeling like they're not ready to come back. I still want some offseason. I don't know which individuals he would be addressing, but just looking at this year's offseason workout program, the first day is April 22nd. So you go from the Super Bowl mid-February to the first day of showing up 2 months later. That might feel a little bit quick. And this year, when you have 5 weeks more off, now all of a sudden you got 3.5 months. So I'm not saying that it's justified, but the fact that he laid it out like that, I see the positive in his message, but also it did catch me a little off guard, like his use of beg. I had to call guys and beg them. Please. I mean, Trent, I'm on my hands and knees here. Trent, can you please show up, please?
It's good, man. It's good. It's good. You know, I know that over the last couple of years, the word vibes has been both a good and a bad thing in Bay Area sports. You know, you think about it. I remember the start of last year's training camp, and there was a lot of talk about bad vibes. But then the Warriors started, and everyone was like, the vibes are immaculate. Oh, the vibes. And then they were 12-3, and you're like, yeah. Look at
them vibes.
Look at those vibes. See, this is what vibes looks like. And then they lost all of their games. Then they just started losing almost all of their games. And all of a sudden it was like, why are we, you know, I remember even Guru one time, he screamed it. He's like, I don't want vibes, I want wins. Right? And
the vibes changed, though, not only because of the losing, but Melton got hurt.
Yeah.
And then,
Melton.
I think he was part of the vibes.
And he's a good player.
And the fit was there. And then slow-mo, Kyle Anderson was suddenly shuttled to the end of the bench. Yeah. And so, you know, you're playing 13 guys. And if you're playing 13, then 3 are unhappy and you're not winning. So I do think that some of the vibes were, you know, because of the roster construction, but also some of the injuries and the losing.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's just one of those things. I mean, the Giants, I heard it during spring training all month long. Oh, they're immaculate. The vibes, this team digs each other, and then they come out and they start winning baseball games right away, walk-off fashion all over the place, and you're like, hey, how about how the vibes now? How we doing?
I wonder.
How was that plane flight to Miami?
Probably quiet.
Yep.
Quiet.
Yep.
Although you have an off day in Miami, so I'm sure your dauber wasn't down too long.
Well, and the players don't treat this the same way we do, because I don't think that they would live. I mean, you drive yourself nuts if you go on the emotional ride that we do.
Yeah.
Because we're fans, we're not living it, and they of course are sitting there having I don't want to just say deeper understanding of what's going on, but also like, yeah, they know the real story. Like Willie Adames right now, if you sat down next to him, you're like, what's going on, man? Like, he wouldn't just be like, well, I suck. It's crazy. I used to be able to hit a ball, and now when I swing, it always misses. It's the weirdest thing. You know what I mean? Like, he wouldn't say that. There'd be a story there. There'd be well, here's what's going on with me right now. Here's what I'm working on. And so maybe it's a little easier for them to not ride that roller coaster. They've got a whole summer of this. You play every day. That's the way baseball players think. When something crappy happens, hey, go to bed, dude. You wake up tomorrow, you probably got another chance to try again and switch it. But I don't know. It's just one of those words. It's great. You love having great vibes, but those vibes last as long as you're getting a few wins, or else it's almost going to actually serve to bother the fans. Fans don't want just a great clubhouse. Like, Adames is the perfect example of what we're talking about, actually, right? Mr. Clubhouse guy. He's nothing but vibes. Well, how long does vibes last? When you get a negative WAR, I don't want vibes. I want doubles.
Yeah.
I'd like some doubles.
But I think if we take vibes and we go back to the Niners last year, the vibes were off from the offseason all the way through with Brandon Ayuk and the way he went about his contract negotiation. That was not very vibe-friendly. Trent Williams, with the tragedy that befell both of his twins, one right away when the season was getting started, and he had the holdout before that, and you had Christian McCaffrey with bilateral Achilles tendonitis, where he was not 100% himself. Ricky Pearsall gets shot, and Charvarius Mooney-Ward goes through his tragedy. So it was almost impossible to vibe it up. And even when you get to the Debo Tabor Pepper incident and eventually the Devondre Campbell I quit situation, Dre Greenlaw couldn't play all year. So in terms of the vibes, yeah, 6-11 is not very vibe friendly, but that was a shipwreck from March on.
Dude, do you know, I read something.
Did I leave anything out?
No, well.
On bad news?
No, you didn't, except for maybe one thing that I didn't even know about. And I wonder if I'm glad you brought this up, because I've been meaning to ask some other people about this. Grandy Lucas, maybe you heard it. I wonder, how does this grab you? I was reading something from Eric Branch last week with regard to the Niners, and he made a reference to the fact that George Kittle was asked about Fred Warner playing on a broken ankle. And I don't have the quote in front of me, but I'll paraphrase. And George's response, because he apparently was playing with a broken rib. We didn't know that, though.
Wow.
And George made a comment of like, well, everybody out here plays hurt, and not all of us tell you about it. And I was like,
Oh. That's the classic Willard.
Oh. Is it?
Oh, you almost did a Dave Fleming there.
Huh. So, like, it makes you go, George? Fred? Y'all good?
Shots fired?
It felt that way. It felt like he was, and I can understand this in a football locker room, even though that's excessive. Like, Fred is playing on a broken ankle. But yeah, on the other hand, we never hear about that stuff until the year is over. We never do. You know what I mean? I found this out literally just a number of weeks ago, that what Kyle Harrison was going through last year was unbelievable. And in fact, I know that he looks at it as a mistake, like he should have just shut himself down. And everyone wanted to know, why is his fastball only going 92 miles an hour? Yeah. Well, he was hurt.
Was it shoulder?
There was a bunch of stuff.
Elbow, yeah.
There was leg stuff that happened when he was working out, and it messes with your mechanics. And when you're an elite level pitcher, your mechanics can mean 5 miles an hour like that.
Yep.
And so he couldn't get it right. And then all off season, he gets healthy. He starts the year in the minors, and poof, now he's throwing 97 again, and he's back in the rotation. But we didn't hear about it at the time.
Right. And football has that badge of honor, the code, where you don't talk about your injuries. If you're injured, you don't play. And if you play, well, then you're not injured. And that is kind of, I think, the nature of football and the tough guy sport. And Fred Warner, yeah, it got out that he played with a broken ankle. Just looking at his snap count, he led the team in snaps.
Yep.
He played 93.5% of all defensive snaps. George Kittle with the broken ribs played 75% of the snaps, but he's not always going to be out there, because sometimes,
right,
you do need to go four wide receivers if you're losing. But, both those guys played through injury and both played a ton.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, how does this grab you? This just came in on the text line. It's kind of a perfect question for you, maybe more so than me. Or not a question, it's a statement, really. 925. This is why it gets harder and harder to be a fan, because these guys make more and more money, but work less and less.
I don't know if I necessarily see it that way. Like in the NBA, sure, we can look at that. And
but do you feel that way, that right now it's harder to be a fan, or it's getting harder and harder to be a fan?
I don't think so when it comes to the money. We've talked about this a lot. If you don't pay Brock Purdy $53 million a season, are tickets going to be cut in half? Of course not.
No.
There's a market, and enough fans show up to pay what you have to pay to go there. You pay for parking and the rest of it. So the money that they make, sometimes I'm gobsmacked at the numbers. Like when Brock Purdy's going to get $265 million, and I think about how many years I'd have to live my life to accumulate that, making what I make. And it's like, oh, okay, it's a couple lifetimes there.
Yeah.
But I don't think about it like that. The NBA is the one where it does get a little curious, where, you've got a guy making $50 million and he's going to play 60 games and he's going to get load managed. And that's where sometimes, and I understand that you play better when you actually follow the science. That makes sense. But that's where, you start to think, okay.
Okay, but I would bet, and I have no idea, 925, your phone number, I don't know how old you are. I would bet you've lived a little, though.
Yep.
Because if you're saying it like that, and here's why I bring it up, I think we at least got to enter into that conversation, us, like our perspective. You would never, again, I have an 11-year-old at home who, I have to hide the remotes because it doesn't matter what sport. He gets home from school, Dad, right? The beepity bops are playing the doopity doops, and I'm on channel 1000, and I got.
Will he even get into like cornhole? And
the guy will watch anything. He'll watch
Ultimate
anything.
Disc, and
he is not having a hard time being a fan at all.
Right.
I don't even know if he knows what the hell people make.
Of course not.
And even if I told him, he
doesn't have any perspective.
Right, exactly. So that's why that comment catches my attention. I wonder how some of y'all feel about that. 888-957-9570. We could take some calls on that. Is it getting harder to be a fan because of this? I mean, the basis of the conversation was the idea of Kyle Shanahan saying that he's happy this offseason because he didn't have to call and beg people to show up.
Right.
Now, maybe he's being a little sarcastic. I don't really know if he's ever had to do that in the past, but is that how we feel? Is it getting harder and harder to be a fan?
Not for me. Yeah. And, a lot of the structure of a football offseason is either, voluntary stuff or organized team things. And, it's not all like, we need to have you here. Now, you get to camp. You want everybody in camp, and that's in the end of July. But even like this mini camp, and you got OTAs, organized team activities. You know what that is for your son? That's called a field trip. When you have an organized team activity. So, yeah, there's benefit to it, but I don't think that just because a guy's making a ton of money that he's got to absolutely be there every day.
I'd love to some more stuff coming in on this, actually, that we can work through. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Is it becoming harder and harder to be a fan? 888-957-957. We'll take some calls on this. Bunch of texts coming through on this. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Well, I was on hold and waiting for you guys to talk to me. Jaden Daniels is FaceTiming me, so I had to tell him, well, I got to go on this show. I'll get back to you when I get off the show. So,
come on, Coach.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, that was before Jaden Daniels was a star. He was an early draft pick, but he wasn't yet.
Yeah. It was after you and I had become stars, though, so Herm made the right choice.
At the time.
Hello?
Is Jaden Daniels Offensive Rookie of the Year? He was, right? He had to have been. I don't feel like I remember him winning that award, but I just feel like he should have.
Was he the O'Roy?
Offensive Rookie of the Year? He had to be, right? Jaden Daniels? He was incredible. Somebody looked that up
Jaden Daniels.
At that point, he was already the Heisman winner. I mean, that's biggest star of the college world.
I'm not saying we didn't know who he was talking about. Like, we'd heard of him and everything. Yeah. He's a star.
Confirmed.
Okay.
Confirmed.
Right,
he was the O'Roy.
510 texted in and said, Willard, can you please repeat the GK quote? And what this texter is referring to, GK is George Kittle. And I did now search out the quote because we're talking about the vibes of the offseason, and you went through all of the things that went wrong last year.
Missed a couple.
A long list. And I recalled reading 3 days ago from Eric Branch in the Chronicle, and I have now found the article, and this is what he said. Because, by the way, the reason for this article was vibes are immaculate. Like, here's the headline, 49ers vibes are elite and immaculate during their summer camp offseason. And this is off comments that George Kittle recently made at the Dwight Clark Legacy event in San Jose. So he's talking about how great things are. Eric starts writing about how things were last year. And he says, there's one paragraph where he writes, there were also subtler signs of disconnect. After linebacker Fred Warner told reporters that he was playing with a broken bone in his ankle, Kittle, who was quietly playing with a broken rib, noted that, quote, everybody is dealing with something and not everybody shares it all the time, end quote, when asked about Warner's toughness.
Well, there you go. There you go. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, I don't think that is a relationship ender, but
no, not
one
at
thing
all.
about George Kittle is he will speak his mind. Yep. He's very frank, and that is, it's a direct comment of like, yeah, in other words, you read between the lines and it's, don't talk about it. If you're playing, and I do think that's the code,
maybe.
If you're on the field, then you're playing football, and so, yeah, everybody's going through something, but if I'm Fred, I'm thinking our defense is getting criticized. I don't have Dre Greenlaw. We can't really stop the run, and I'm out here on a broken ankle. What do you want from me, guys? I'm playing with a broken ankle.
Well, and I could also hear in my mind, I could hear George saying this more than one way. Like, I know it reads as if he's like, hey, we're all hurt, and bleep that Fred guy for telling all of you. I doubt that he actually meant it that way, but when the media runs up on a guy who's got a broken rib, okay? Imagine it now. You got a broken rib. You're a battering ram out there as a tight end, and everyone runs up to you and goes, isn't Fred so tough? Did you hear about Fred? Fred's got a broken bone in his body, George. And George is sitting there with a broken bone in his body. Isn't Fred amazing, George? Can you believe that Fred would do something like that? What are you going to say in that moment? And I guess George in a way, the quote is like, we're all kind of tough. We're all kind of like, yes, Fred is tough. We all are, but you don't know about all of us. I think that'd be my guess, is sort of the vibe of what he threw out there. But it doesn't read great in terms of the way the Niners were all feeling about each other last year.
Right, and that's fair to do. And I just was trying to remember when he actually broke his rib, and according to a quick Google search, it was in the New England game where Kittle missed a game, and then he plays against New England, breaks his rib. The next week, 8 catches for 64 and a touchdown, Then he goes 5 and 2 touchdowns. He played the next 6 games.
You ever had a broken rib?
No, Mark.
I've heard it is absolutely terribly painful.
And I'm sitting here in a comfy chair with a poncho on talking sports.
Mm-hmm.
And if I broke a rib, I'm not coming to this job.
Oh, hell no.
Let alone run around with 11 grown men who are going to target your rib and try to tackle you. No thanks.
Grandy had a hangnail and missed a week and a half.
Yeah,
you believe this guy?
Please. Was on my deathbed.
I know you are.
Poor guy.
I'm glad you're feeling better.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're feeling better. Listen to some of these texts, though, that have come in on this. 925, I'm getting tired of how much money the top players on all the pro teams are getting today, and it is discouraging, but I still keep watching. 916, it's easier to become a fan. It's harder to stay a fan. NIL, free agent, cost, salary caps, etc. 510, I'd argue that the athletes nowadays work harder. The prep work and getting their bodies ready for a season is work that we as fans don't see.
These players have the ability to work on their body in the offseason. If you go back to the 60s and 70s and you were an NFL player, you had a second job in the offseason. You either worked at a car lot selling used cars or you did construction. You did something. So, yeah, these players have the luxury and the ability to work on themselves in the offseason, whereas their predecessors did not.
I love this point. 925, maybe there's so much animosity toward players these days because fans have too much access and can't just enjoy watching them play anymore. I've long had a daydream about this. I don't really care. It's fine. I think it's part of the intrigue of it. But I do wonder how sports would be different if we didn't know what anybody made.
Yeah.
I think it'd be, right? Think of all of the discussion that would lickety-split go away. So I don't think leagues want that. They love the discussion. But it's just something I've always chuckled at, and you and I have had this conversation because I don't know what you make, and you don't know what I make.
I don't want to know.
I don't want to know either. I don't know what anybody makes here. I have no clue what anybody makes here, and that makes this a normal American office.
Yes and no. Like, I could go right now and...
I mean, we know what teachers make because they actually they put it online.
And government employees as well.
Exactly.
So I have a couple of former coworkers, colleagues who work for BART as BART spokespeople.
Okay.
And so I was just, I had a little daydream the other day, and I'm like, I wonder what they make. And so I Googled it, and I was like, oh, okay. I see what you make.
They're doing good?
They're doing just fine.
All right.
They're doing just fine.
More than teachers, huh?
Yeah. And it's public record. A lot of these things, it's public record. So it's not just endemic to pro sports.
No, but nobody else, like it's not a subject matter, quite frankly, in almost any other job.
Just take Brock Purdy for an example. If we didn't know dollar values and the Niners just came out and said, yeah, we signed Brock Purdy to 5 more years. He's going to be our quarterback for 6 more years. I do think that the anti-Brock camp would have less fangs to be mad at it.
That's it. you might be able to say, I don't think he's good enough to be here that long, but it wouldn't be like $265 million. Right. And Barry Zito, when he made $126 million. I was working with a guy named Gary Radnich at the time. And I heard of him. He did not only shows or weeks or months, but basically the whole 7 years. $126 million. Because that was at the time an astronomical number. Yeah, but what did Gary make? I think $125 million. Okay. That's what he was doing all right. But, I mean, the fact that Zito made that affected the way people thought about him as a guy. For sure it does. For sure it does. And I'm more on the side where I kind of dig, like, leave some to the imagination. You know that Cabo trip that we went on a couple of weeks ago? 7 couples. We all are turning 50 this year. My best high school friends in the world, and we're all still very, very close. And now we're 50. So everybody's sitting around the table, and you're just, one of the things that comes up is how's work? And you, like, the flight home, I mean, I wonder. Yeah. I wonder how much because there's some dudes that are doing really well. Of course. Like a couple of them are doing, woo. And nobody just, like, straight flexed on it. Nobody knows.
Had a down year this year, only made 1.6.
But you daydream. You're like, I wonder, like, is it 7 figures? Is it just like high 6? I mean, they're doing really, really well. But I have no idea. Yeah. And at the end, I don't really care. I don't ask for them to pay for dinner or anything like that. We all paid our equal share on this trip. But
you got some people who are making some serious figures.
We got some people who are doing real well.
Making some figs, yeah.
There's no doubt. There's a company that's actually pretty big in this city that everybody knows. And one of the guys on that trip is real high up in that company. He's real high up.
Literally and figuratively.
Yeah.
Probably on the 71st floor of that building.
Well, he doesn't even live here. He just FaceTime.
I gotcha.
He just live wherever the hell he wants.
I don't even care where that building is.
So anyway, I like something to be said for leaving a little bit to the imagination, right?
Yeah, I'm with you, but I mean, we are so far down the rabbit hole on this and beyond the pale, and I wonder if we could figure out when it actually started, when you found out how much guys made. It goes way back, but and then
I have no idea. I mean, it's as long as I can remember,
right?
And I know free agency, the idea of that in baseball, started in
70s, I believe.
70s or 80s, Kurt Flood, right? Yeah, I mean, it was somewhere right around when I was born. So it's always been this way, where you kind of have an idea of what dudes are making, but on some level, it wasn't a big deal until it became a tremendous, tremendous deal. Even some of the guys who were making like, do you remember what Bonds signed for when he came to the Giants?
It was like a 5-year, $25 million deal.
Oh, I think it was more than that. Will you look it up, Grandy? I think it was a 6-year, $42 million deal. That's what I'm going to guess. So $7 million a year. Barry Bonds to the Giants. 6 years, 42. That's what I remember.
43.75.
43.75.
Yep.
When was it? 6 years?
Yep, 1993.
There you go.
Good memory.
There you go. And back then, you're like, oh, damn.
30 years later, Juan Soto will earn 17.5 times that amount.
Exactly.
Juan Soto.
Exactly. So do you let that get to you or not? Like, I'll be straight honest with you. I do not care. It does not get in the way of my fandom. I don't care. It's a marker to discuss when a bad contract is signed. That's for sure. For sure. If you sign someone to big money and it gets in the way of other things that you're doing and that player does not perform or play or any of that's yes, we like have that discussion.
Yeah, because then your team is not as good because they paid a player who's not playing well all that money.
Right. But let's take Butler, for example. This doesn't even cross my mind. I do not care that he is making 50 some odd million. He walked in here and the Warriors went through the roof. So I'm like, pay him twice that. I don't care. It doesn't get in the way of my enjoyment at all.
For me, in a slightly different context when you talk about baseball, and it's the baseball rules that really annoy me. The fact that there is no cap, and so the Dodgers can defer $700 million of Shohei Ohtani, and they can get all the good players because, fine, luxury tax will pay the penalty. So that, to me, becomes less appealing to be a fan. Because in baseball, you could look at 8 to 10 teams every single year. Oh, you have no shot. You have no shot because your payroll is $50 million and the Dodgers is $500 million. So that part of the money in sports, that does annoy me.
888-957-957. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. News of the day, Ricky Pearsall's got a hamstring injury. They're just calling it a tweak. He probably would be ready for mini camp in a couple of weeks, but the Niners say it's very likely they'll just hold him out of that. And so he will not work out in team activities until training camp starts in the last week of July. This got us listening to Kyle Shanahan, who made the comment about how great this offseason has been because he feels his team really understands that they underperformed last year and therefore they better show up ready to ride. And everybody did. And he, quote, didn't have to call anyone and beg, which I think grabbed some of our attention because it's like, do you normally have to do that? You have to beg guys to show up? So we got onto this player contract and money thing. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hey, Rich, what's up? Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I tell you something. I've been watching sports for a long time, and maybe it's because I'm just an older guy, but, that side of the spectrum was something that growing up we just didn't pay attention to. And as I've gotten older, I still don't pay attention to it because I look at it like this. That's the business side of what those players do. It's got nothing to do with me. Although I will say this much, when you're a fan, a very young fan, and you pay your ticket and you want to go see the person who you're enthused about and they don't play, I do understand that side of it. But other than that, as far as how much money they're making and what's going on behind the scenes and all that type of stuff, that, in my opinion, is the business side of what those guys do. I'm not the person out there risking my body and my time, for a team effort. I'm a spectator, and I just want to stay in a spectator's world. I don't want to try to get into the nuts and bolts of payment and who ain't getting this and who ain't getting playing time and all that type of stuff, because really at that top part of the spectrum, that's the business side. It's just my take. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Rich, thank you. The only thing that Rich said that caught my attention other than, I agree with everything he's saying, but when he says this has got nothing to do with me, I mean, in a way, it absolutely has everything to do with all of us. I'll never forget one time, I had whatever my time slot was on the radio, and one of the bosses is sitting there and we're talking about money, and I don't even know if it was a negotiation or whatever it was, but he goes, you understand that in whatever you're going to get paid there for your time slot, that's because the company feels like they can make even more, right? Obviously, or else they wouldn't pay you that. It wouldn't be a good business move for them. So now think about that in terms of a fan. We'll sit here and go, dude, and maybe Steph's a bad example because we all think he should just make $1 billion, but Steph Curry makes $59 million. If you want to break this down by games, so he's making like $750,000 just for a game, for a basketball game. So think about
whether
that.
he plays or not.
Right. $750K for a basketball game. And you're like, how the hell does that make sense? Well, because we have allowed it to be so. Enough of us will show up and spend X on tickets and food and drink and parking and drink. We will do that in order to make those numbers work. So when we kind of go, well, it's got nothing to do with me, it's got everything to do with us. We're like our behavior, like these contracts don't go the other way until we stop showing up.
Exactly. There's a concert tonight out at Oracle Park, and for my son Quest's birthday, I got him a couple of tickets.
Oh, good.
SZA and Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, this is a big one.
Oracle Park. Yeah, tonight, tip time, 7 o'clock. Get there early, beat the rush. I was looking for tickets, and how much do you think the ticket would be to go to see Kendrick Lamar and SZA?
Now, which child did you get this for?
This is my almost 24-year-old.
Okay. Is this the one that has the friend that cheats and gets all the tickets?
She doesn't cheat, and she, in fact, Nina, she will be in attendance tonight.
Okay, so it is that child.
But in this case, decided to
just went online and did this yourself?
I handled it because you got a birthday coming up in about 2.5 weeks.
Secondary market?
No, primary market.
Primary market. Good seats?
He's in the building. So, I mean, they're not great seats, but
okay.
He's in the building.
For Kendrick and SZA? And you just went straight like to the first market, mediocre seats. I bet you paid, the number 300 a ticket is in my mind.
$500.
Wow.
Love your children.
1,000.
A girl.
You dropped a G-spot.
It's a birthday, 24.
Damn.
And, it's two of the biggest entertainers. Like Taylor Swift is bigger. Nina was able to get tickets to that last minute, of course. But, yeah.
I need to talk to Nina, by the way.
Yeah.
I got all kinds of tickets I need now.
I'll put you in touch with her people.
Thank you.
I think she's aware of the slander that she's received on this very show.
Oh, I bet she is. Yeah. I would like to have a conversation with her so that we can find some common ground.
Yeah.
And then find some tickets.
You may go to voicemail, but I only brought this up as an example of what you're talking about because if you want to see these two performers, Kendrick Lamar, who won umpteen Grammys, I think SZA won one as well. She's super popular, my current favorite artist. This is what it costs. And you know what? That Oracle Park is going to be full.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's going to be sold out. There's going to be people outside trying to get in. And $500 a pop times 40,000. We're looking at a good number there on the take.
Yeah. Yeah. Whew. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you think about a Niner game, right?
Well, no, think about Brock Purdy's contract and how often Kyle Shanahan has tried to tell people, this is what it costs. You can get mad all you want. You can TJ Hushman's out of this. All right, I should have got him 47. What does that even mean? This is what it costs. Like, go to the grocery store and just be like, this pasta costs too much. I don't want to give you $6.50 for it. I give you $4.50. What do you think the employees at Safeway are going to tell you?
Yeah.
We don't want to see you in the aisles anymore.
Man.
That's what they're going to tell you.
Which we don't ever want to say that to people.
No, we want to see you in the aisles. But this is what it costs.
Right.
And your concert is a great example of that. This is what it costs.
It is what it costs, and it's what it costs because that's what people will pay. The one that gets me probably the most is, okay, fine, you're going to hit me for $500. I'm going to a concert. Can I just park my car? So you go down to one of these fancy schmancy lots, and it's not even fancy or schmancy. It's a piece of concrete. And I just want to put my car in park and hope to God it doesn't get broken into more than once. And that's $100. To park. But again,
that's the one that gets me.
But the reason why they charge that is because they get that.
Yes, because they can. Bruno in Oakland. Hey, Bruno, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing? Good to hear from you. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thank you for calling.
So I actually find the contract talks, when I listen to sports radio and they talk about contracts, it's the most boring thing. It's when I switch to other stations. What I get upset about is when they don't pay the money, like Fisher with the Oakland A's. I mean, the guy's a billionaire. You know, why own a sports team if you're not going to try and make it good? And you know, why are you trying to save money? You have more money than you could spend in 1,000 lifetimes.
Bruno, I think this is a very, very fair point. And thank you, Bruno. I mean, and I'll take this to an even more general space. It is consistently fascinating to me. And look, the Brandon Ayuk one was our most recent example. And, you know, I cited a lot of issues on both sides of the coin there, but I did not like the way Brandon handled himself. But in general, it's fascinating to me how many times people will come down the road of a player rather than coming down the road of an owner.
The billionaire owner.
I mean, I'll give you the latest example. Like, to me, I did not like how many people looked at Jimmy Butler in Miami and went, dude, what is the matter with you? Why are you conducting yourself this way? All because a player decided, this is what I'm worth, therefore this is what I will demand. And if you don't want to do that, then we're going to have beef.
Yeah, but it's the way he went about it in the middle of the year and just stopped showing up.
But we say stop showing up. They suspended him multiple times. Like, how often does an owner behave that way? Like, constantly with where they decide, well, this is what's happening, and this is what I'm going to fork over, and this is what I won't fork over, and we got everybody relocating out of California and all this stuff going on.
Well, they're the owner. I mean, it's their business. They have the right to do it. And we have an owner of this very company, and if they make a decision, if they decide tomorrow morning, you know what? I don't think that we want to do sports talk radio anymore, so we're going to sell all 51 stations or whatever.
They'd get ripped.
Yeah, I mean, an athlete, they're allowed to do it.
But an athlete, they are independent contractors in a way. They are their own business. So they're running their business, right?
Yeah.
All right. Couple things here. We'll keep taking your calls on this. Vic Tafer, who covers the Niners, is going to join us at 5. I hate to do this, but
Then don't.
No. We got to talk about this for a brief moment. coming up next. There's some pretty unfortunate news that I just found out about that I think a lot of you are going to want to hear and just think about for a second. So I'll have that for you coming up next. We're sponsored by Inn at the Tides. Escape and book your stay at the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Enjoy sweeping views, clean, fresh, cool ocean air. It's beautiful. I've been there. In your room, a chilled complimentary bottle of wine awaits. Breakfast is served at the Tides Wharf. Delicious, by the way. Book today at inatthetides.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question. That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Let me try again. You want to know what I want to do one of these times when you play that, Grandy? I want to quiz everybody in the room. I know you know.
Right.
Who are those voices? Each one.
Who are you?
Who are you? Do you think we can get them all?
I think so.
Get them all? We should do that. Maybe even soon. I don't know why that's just like, I don't know. The second one is the one where I'm like, I think I know who that is.
And I believe there are 2 different montages that you have.
I have 2 different ones, yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we should quiz each other.
Probably have enough content to make a third one now, honestly.
Well, we do ask a lot of great questions, so we try. Anyway, glad you're all with us. Valkyries are over on the Odyssey app if you want to check that out. We've got Vic Tafer coming up at 5:00. He's covering the Niners now. He covered the Raiders for years. He's covering the Niners now for the Athletics. So he's out there today at OTAs. Kyle Shanahan spoke. Headliners, Ricky Pearsall hamstring injury. Just a tweak. They're not concerned about it, but he's probably not going to play in an organized way until training camp. So that's interesting. Christian McCaffrey, quote, as healthy as he could possibly be. And then Kyle also talked about how nice it is to have everybody there and no contract situations to work through and worry about. And so a lot to talk to Vic about, and we'll do that in exactly 40 minutes. This is, there's no way to even sort of make light of this. Like, this is a bummer, and this is going to hit a few of you, maybe a lot of you, in a kind of a tender spot, because this is, I don't want to say we got to know him well or whatnot, but this is something we heard about a lot through the years of Klay Thompson playing for the Golden State Warriors. His dog Rocco has passed away. The dog was 13 years old, and Klay has announced that he is in a state of mourning because of the passing of his pup. And I think anybody who's ever had a dog or any kind of an animal knows that is a real thing. It's a real thing. My dog is only 4.5 years old and had a health scare 2 years ago, for a moment, what looked like a real health scare. And you just don't know how something like that is going to hit you until it does. And it was wild what happened to me and my kids emotionally when for one day we thought the worst may actually happen, and then luckily it didn't. But all I'll say about it, and, Rocco lived a wonderful life for a dog, 13 years.
Yep.
But my heart goes out to Klay Thompson, man. Like, we felt like we got to know that dog on social media through the years.
Yeah, it's just terrible news. And I'm just reading a story in The Gate where Michael Thompson actually made an announcement yesterday on the Mace and Ireland show.
Mason and Ireland, yeah.
And, he said that they had to put Rocco down on Saturday. And that, quote, it was time. And 13 for an English Bulldog is a phenomenal run, because those dogs, 8 to 10 years is the normal range for a Frenchie or an English Bulldog. And he got 13 years with Rocco. So I always think about the expression, don't be sad that it's over. Be happy that it happened in the first place.
Right, yeah.
And it's a hard one when it's the finality of death of anyone, let alone a beloved animal. But I'm trying to get my life more in that frame where things end. And, instead of being completely devastated that it's over, be happy that you had 13 years with Rocco.
Well, I mean, the emotions are always going to be there at the loss of a loved one, but we've all been to funerals before. And yes, if the person lived 75 or 85 or 95 years or whatever, I do like it when people don't refer to it as a funeral. Instead, they say it's a celebration of life. Like any great funeral or any great life lived, like, there should be laughter, right? At the obviously there's tears also, but those memories and whatnot, I'm with you. That's a great life lived, and I get the sense that Klay got every single bit out of that relationship when a dog and an owner are that close. They did everything together, all of that stuff. But it's hard, man. It's hard. I think about that day just because, my dog's only 4.5 years old, but yeah, they only live 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
And you think about like, what's that going to be like when we get to that day? And you've got to either make that decision or what have you. Like it's devastating for a family.
No, brutal. And, especially when you get to that spot where you've got to make the decision. And, Rocco's 13, and just judging by what Michael said when he made the announcement, it was time. That means that there's been somewhat of a decline, and it's like you're not getting any better.
Right.
You're 13, and stuff is starting to go south, and so you have to make that choice. My ex-wife actually had to do that with her dog Shredder, the great golden retriever, he was everyone's pal. He was your buddy, and we were going out of town, and it's like, we got to do this today because we're going to be gone for a week, and I think my brother was house sitting, and we didn't want him to have to be the one, hey, by the way, what do I do? Your dog's not here anymore. So when you make that choice, that's even extra brutal,
It's tough. Yeah. I had a cat my entire childhood, and then my parents had to put him down basically when I went off to college. But yeah, that phrase that you just like, it was time that Michael said. Sometimes like I used to when as a kid, I used to do something that I don't know if it was nice or not, but I had one of these, like he was a people cat. And most cats are not people cats, but he was a people cat. And I loved sports. So I'd get down on all fours and pretend like the cat was the running back and I was a linebacker. And I'd get down on all fours with him, and he would look at me, and he would start, and whichever way he would go, and I wasn't aggressive about it. He'd almost do it
like trying to block his way,
in slow motion. I'd go over and pretend that I was tackling the cat, and I'd bring him down, and I'd kind of fall on the ground, and then let him kind of fall over the top of me so as not to hurt him. But I'd play football and pretend like I was the linebacker and he was the running back. And we knew that it was getting close to be about time for old Butterscotch. Because when I would get down on all fours and get ready to be a linebacker, he would fall over on purpose. He would just lay down.
He got the bit. Maybe he had the lead in the fourth quarter and he was just going to kneel down.
He was like, Mark, I've had enough. I can't do this anymore.
He would just fall over.
He would just lay down. A cat. And it would both make me laugh so hard and break my heart at the same time. He was just like, I don't have the energy for this anymore, dude.
Who was the quarterback who did that when Strahan broke the sack record?
Favre.
That was Favre.
It's freaking Brett Favre.
Butterscotch Favre.
That's right. Butterscotch freaking Favre'd me, man.
Trying to think about other instances of intentional athlete fall downs because it's pretty rare in sports.
Favre is a good one. Boy, intentional laydowns in sports. Yeah, you're probably going to have a hard time coming up with those.
There's always the football trick play, right?
Kobe Bryant wouldn't shoot. Remember that time he protested?
That's right.
I'm just going to pass. You don't want me to shoot? Fine. Watch this. No shots. None.
Wild.
I think it was against the Sacramento Kings. But yeah, there's not a lot of them. What were you just going to say? You were going to bring up another one?
The football trick play where the wide receiver, goes out wide and either falls down or gets on all fours, or the other one where you pretend like you're hurt and you go near the sideline, but you don't go off the field.
Right.
That's not quite the same thing as butterscotch.
Soccer.
Well, yeah.
Soccer. Lay down all the time and stay down and start wasting clock and messing with. Exactly.
Especially when somebody goes near your face, then you snap the head back and you immediately cover up with the anguish of a grieving child.
This is when Grandy and Lucas start to get mad at us. But it's funny that we get so mad at foul baiting in the NBA right now, because in soccer, if you're just watching casually without really looking closely, it looks like 8 people get shot in every single match.
Flopping is a problem in soccer, but at least soccer, when you get to the key part of the field, they will penalize a dive. Meanwhile, the NBA says, yeah, we're going to penalize flopping, and they do nothing about it.
They do nothing. It's a good point.
Yeah.
It's fair.
And I'd like to think it's better in soccer than it was years ago. Maybe it's just a small sample size, Steve. I don't watch as much as I did 5 years ago, but it feels to me like it's getting better.
My dad is in his 80s, and he will not. Like, he is still mad at soccer. He's just, you know
He's
what I mean?
mad at soccer.
He's mad at soccer. And I can tell you exactly when it happened. Because obviously, he grew up at a time, so did we, where soccer was not popular in the United States. But he took me, and I was a kid, so I don't remember exactly. It was some sort of a qualifier, pre-Olympics, and the United States played Egypt at Stanford Stadium. And I don't know, maybe he spent too much on the tickets or something like that. I don't know if it was $500 a ticket, like you over here, Moneybags. But anyway, he got tickets, and we go see Team USA play Egypt at Stanford Stadium. And Egypt only needed a tie. They didn't need to win. And so they just played defense the whole time.
We call it parking the bus, Mark.
And they freaking kept taking dives. And they would just stay on the ground. And I know there's stoppage time and everything, but the way my dad's brain worked was, it came out here and everybody just laid down and ran the clock out, and we never scored, and the final was 0-0, and Egypt celebrated, and he was like, I'm never watching this sport again. Period. Soccer died for him that day, and he is still mad at it.
I got it as 1984, and it was a part of the Olympics.
Okay.
And it turned out to be 1-1.
Okay, that sounds probably correct. Yeah, that's
August
the one.
of 84.
I was 9.
Oh, you were 9.
I was 9 years old.
Yeah.
So my memory was a little, but yeah,
No, good.
that's the one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And soccer
we
died
were at that
day.
match.
Yeah.
And that was the end of that.
I actually went to the gold medal match at the Rose Bowl in that very Olympiad.
Oh, who won?
France over Brazil, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Like, I was too young to know at that time. I could have looked at my dad and just been like, Dad, it's Team USA. We're not going to win this thing.
Right. Dad, it's soccer. This is what we do.
It's fine, Dad. It's fine. I got a game this weekend on Saturday. There will be oranges, and it's fine. But
anyway, rest in peace to Rocco. That was about 5 diversions away from where we started, which was Rocco Thompson, Clay's dog, has passed away.
Passed away at age 13.
Has to be the most famous athlete pet of all time.
I don't know.
And
about
I was
that.
even including
certainly in recent and Bay Area sports, yes.
And who was that giant who had that really fat cat?
Oh,
Matt Duffy.
Matt Duffy.
And the cat's name? I knew I'd get you laughing with that one.
Oh, what was the cat's name?
I'll look it up. Matt Duffy's cat.
It wasn't Scooter?
No, that was Scooter Gannett. He played for the team.
Matt Duffy's cat. Skeeter.
Good guess, though, Lucas.
Skeeter.
Thank you.
Close. That's not worth a ding. But
I really wanted a ding.
Can you give him what you would have given me?
Skeeter had his.
Thank you.
Skeeter had his own area code. Dude, Skeeter pictures were uncomfortable because it's not just like, oh, it's a big cat. Like, he would take the entire frame of the picture.
Fat.
There would only be portions of Matt Duffy in the picture because you couldn't fit Matt Duffy in there. That cat was so big. Yeah, Skeeter.
Yeah, okay.
Skeeter passed away in 2017.
Man. Anyhow, I just was thinking about other...
The headline on Sports Illustrated was, Matt Duffy's enormous cat Skeeter has died.
Man.
He was, dude. This is the biggest cat I've ever seen.
Cat shaming. That's what that is.
Oh, my God. All right.
It's a 3.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Vic Dafer's going to come on in a half hour. You know what? Can we take Binks? Binks has been on hold for 2 hours.
What are the odds he's still there?
I don't know. Let's find out. Binks called about something Jonathan Kuminga related on Tuesday, and he is still on hold. Binks is in the city. Hey, Binks, are you still there?
Man, you guys were playing in the background. I wasn't even really tripping. The speakerphone was on.
Dude, we love you.
Yeah.
Look at you. You just hanging in there, man. Hanging around. Hanging around.
You know what, man? I was going to tell you, too, that, Willard, you've grown on me over the last couple of years. I don't know how long you've been with the station now, but
4 years. You'd
always have me barking at my speakers or whatever, but you've grown on me, man. You do a great job. So much so that I even listen to you on the weekends on purpose.
Look at you. Binks, first of all, you've grown on me since 38 seconds ago when we had you on. That's number one. And number two, I appreciate it, man. I'm not here to say exactly what you want all the time, but if you hang out long enough, we can be friends, Binks.
That's what's up. And hey, Dibs, I've been cracking you, man. You've had me cracking up for years, man. You've always been good at my book. But hey, I gotta say, man, you guys aren't even talking basketball. It's not the same. I'll just call back when you guys are back on it.
No, man. No. Fire away. I'll reset the table for you because I think you called about the idea of Jonathan Kuminga and there's an article today by Anthony Slater that sort of details the three agendas within the Warriors. There's Jonathan Kuminga's agenda, which is wanting to be that dude somewhere and scoring 20 points a game. There's Steph Curry and Draymond Green's agenda of win right now. And then there's the Warriors' agenda, which is, yes, we'd like to win right now, but then we'd also like to win in the future. So therefore, we want to have some assets going forward. That was kind of the discussion, and you called in. What'd you want to say?
Okay, well, all right, well, here we go. Well, to answer the question real quick, like, I'm a Warrior fan, so, like, the agenda between, like, the Steph and the organization is kind of like one and the same to me. But this is, like, indirectly related. I've been wanting to, like, call in and get on you guys about this for a while now.
Let's do it.
You know, when you talk about, players going to an organization and averaging 20 points, but, you know, they're on a bad team or whatever.
Yeah.
There's always like an undertone to me. I interpret an undertone of like, well, that means that, you know, those players aren't very good or whatever. And the point that I called to make is like, well, they're not the GMs. They don't, you know, put the rosters together. You take a guy like Jordan Poole, he gets traded to a team where Kyle Kuzma, for Christ's sake, was the best player or whatever. So I think that there's a little bit more nuance when we talk about, you know, players scoring 20 points on a bad team, which brings me to Kuminga, is that, you know, if he wants to score 20 points, like, I would be willing to bet that the vast majority of players, especially when they're young and first coming to the league, they probably dream and believe that they can score 20 points one day. I wouldn't hold that against them or think of that as like a bad thing or whatever. So I had an analogy in the form of a question.
Okay.
That I want to pose to both of y'all. So if somebody comes to you, Willard, or you, Dibs, and they're like, hey, you know what? We got a great opportunity, you know, for you guys. We want you to be a part of this situation where you can be a part of the biggest, you know, king of sports media operation, you know, hands down, undisputedly, and we want you guys to come play a part of it. And the role we want you to play is Friday nights, 8 p.m. to midnight. That's all we need from you. But if you played your role, you'll be a part of one of the greatest enterprises to ever touch sports media. And I'm wondering if you would take that opportunity or if you would be good doing what you're doing because you have a little bit more to bring to the table than just, you know, Friday nights, 8 p.m. to midnight.
Okay, so
I'm glad you asked that because this actually is what happened in my career because I was a part of a championship radio station, but I was basically the Jonathan Kuminga. I didn't always get playing time, and I certainly wasn't in the starting lineup. And so I got to a spot where I was ready to go out there and average 20 a game for an expansion team. Mm-hmm. And so I went out and did that for 2.5 years.
Right. Okay, keep going.
Tore my virtual Achilles and missed 51 weeks, and then had to fight my way back through it again.
And you're still here.
Correct.
Difference is this place is no longer performing like the Washington Wizards.
Correct.
So you've also been a part of bringing that organization up to new heights and maybe even competing for Bay Area sports radio championships.
Correct. In the first 3 years, we were more like the Washington Generals.
Yes.
Washington Generals.
Here's the problem with, and Binks, it's a fair question and a good analogy, and what it obviously leaves out, though, is money. And that is at the center of all of these conversations. And I don't begrudge Jonathan Kuminga or any player for wanting to play that role as a one, especially because they know that it equates to money. And I would never get in the way of somebody wanting money. But this is an age where I think you're actually going, Binks, is an age-old question that many of us have asked. And Jordan Poole is probably the perfect person to have this conversation about. Would you rather be Jordan Poole's sixth man on a championship squad, or would you rather be Jordan Poole, the one on a crap squad? What would you rather be? And if there was a way to kind of make the money equal, and there actually was, because it was the Warriors who signed him to that contract, not the Wizards. Let's say the money were the same. Then what would you want to do? Would you like to be the sixth man on a championship squad, or would you like to be the one on a crap squad? Money's the same. Because the only comp I can give you to his analogy, and the one that you just threw out there, is, like, I'll be real with everybody, this in a smaller way, like I think both stations are doing fairly well, but this is essentially what was presented to me 4 years ago.
Right.
This is essentially what was presented. And I can tell you what drove the bus.
Right.
Dollars. That's what drove the bus. And there were a lot of other aspects to that we don't need to get into.
Improved role.
But yes, but also came with that a completely different financial situation. And so, right, that's what, so I get that. If what Jonathan is saying is I want the highest dollar amount, who's going to ever get in the way of that? But I do wonder sometimes for certain players, if the money's going to be the same, would you take a lesser role on a great squad, or do you need that shine, even if it's not going to mean, I guess, professional success?
Part of it,
is what we would call it,
is determined by where you are in your career. And for Kuminga and Jordan Poole, to a similar extent, they already have a championship, and they were not huge parts of it. Poole was. He was a big part of the title year. Kuminga was not. So even though Jonathan Kuminga is a champion from his rookie year, well, Patrick McCaw has 3 titles. So, and Patrick McCaw was a non-factor in all 3 of those titles. So just having a championship is not the ultimate fulfillment of a career. So, you know, you asked Jordan Poole that very question. Now that he's been 2 years in Washington, it's a little bit more complicated because of the way it ended here. But, you know, maybe if you gave him the truth serum, he might actually have some regret over the way it went, because he's playing, and I'm just looking at it, he gets about 38 minutes, 29 minutes a night. You're taking 15 and a half shots a game. So all the shots are there for you, and he averages 20 a night, and they were terrible. They wound up the year, I think, with 16 wins. So how much fun is that?
I don't know. Maybe he's having a blast.
Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, they've got a great life. NBA players have a great life. They've got guaranteed money. They get to travel the country. They have a great life. Jordan Poole's life, I think, would be great in either spot. And obviously, where it went, if you actually want to dive into the nuts and bolts of Jordan, you know, I mean, he got punched by a teammate, and I would imagine things were very unpleasant that year. But if you take away all of that stuff and just said, when you signed that deal with the Warriors, and at that moment, you thought that's what you were going to be. Steph and Clay are still on the team. You thought you were going to be the sixth man for $30 million a year. And then you end up on the Wizards, and you are the 1 or the 1A for the same price, but you guys stink, and you know you're going to stink, and you're going to stink for a long time. Which role looks more attractive to you? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that.
Yeah, it becomes a personal choice about what you really value. And, you know, you get to a spot in your career, and this is where KD, I think, got, where he got his 2 titles. Okay, now I want to go out and be the one and go do it on my own. So you go to Brooklyn and you put that together, it doesn't work. You go to Phoenix and that doesn't work. But I think you get to that spot in your career where I want to be the dude to do it. And if you're Poole, you have 2 more years on your deal. And after 2 more years, he's still going to be a young player. And at that point, you could make a decision to, you know, either ring chase or go to a different situation. Heck, he might even come back here. He might. I mean, he's maybe allowed to.
He is. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. The other thing Bink said is he said Steph Curry's agenda and the Warriors' agenda is exactly the same. I don't think it is. And in fact, that's what the article is getting at. And we'll get to that a little bit coming up next and wonder what you all think about that. Which agenda matters to you more, Steph's or the Warriors. We'll outlay the differences. And then in about 15 minutes, Vic Tafer, covering the 49ers for The Athletic, is going to join us. Interesting day at 49ers camp. Ricky Pearsall is hurt for at least the next few weeks. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about the life-changing Abundant Life weight loss.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, there's some fun stuff still ahead. Vic Tafer, who's now covering the Niners, is 10 minutes away.
Okay.
Fox Sports 1 got into an interesting Brock Purdy debate that we can play with after we chat with Vic. We've kind of been dancing around this all day. I'd love to have this conversation with you here for about 10 minutes and further explain what it was that Anthony Slater wrote about today with the three agendas. Jonathan Kuminga's agenda, well, he'd like to play basketball. He'd also like to score a lot of points, therefore make a lot of money. If that's here, great. If it's somewhere else, great. Okay, that's Jonathan's agenda. I don't think a Warrior fan is actually too worried about that right now because maybe you are. But that's Jonathan's agenda, and you're not going to make any of that money whether you like him or not. The agendas that I think matter, and why I don't think they're the exact same, are Steph Curry's agenda and then the Warriors' ownership agenda. And the difference in them is, Steph Curry would trade any young asset right now, any of them, and all of them, if he thought it gave him a better chance at a ring next year, don't you think?
Probably.
Right?
I mean, he's looking at it as 2 years left. He's got 2, Jimmy's got 2, Draymond's got 2, Steve's got 1, and he already said that he's not deciding on the year after that until he gets through next year. My bet would be he's got 2 more years, Steve Kerr.
I agree with you. But, and I think that these guys are responsible enough, everyone's well, they don't care what happens. They do. They don't want to leave their organization in a total state. They're not trying to be irresponsible. Draymond talked about that last offseason when, in theory, we think he was talking about the offer that was on the table for Lauri Markkanen. And he's just that's a bad trade. Would it help us next year? Maybe, but that's a bad trade. And so I don't want that for the Warriors. So I think these guys do care, but their agenda is to win next year, period. Let's eat. That's it. And Joe Lacob and the ownership agenda is that, plus be relevant and good every year. And therefore, they want to win now and keep the cupboard full and think about the future and all of those things. And so I wonder, the Warrior fans out there, which one of those agendas matters to you more? And my answer would firmly be that the Steph Curry agenda matters to me more, not because I don't care about the future of the Warriors. I just honestly don't know how often that thought process even works. In other words, to sit here today and go, well, this is what we think we can look like 4 years from now. Can you? Maybe. I'm not suggesting that you just take all of your assets and throw them in the bay. That's not what I'm suggesting at all. But even if I asked you right now, Houston Rockets, it's going to work? What's it going to look like 3 years from now?
Well,
you're going to win it all?
You're going to need to add around the core. Fred VanVleet will be gone. You would assume you've got Amen Thompson, Şengün, Jalen Green. If that's your core 3, that's a pretty good core 3. Jalen Green, for me, is a player who is only getting better at his age and his level of experience. Amen Thompson is a guy who's already good, and I think he projects to be just a nasty two-way player. In Şengün, as soon as he stops with the facial expressions, he could be a top 5 center in the league next year. Okay. The dude is a tough cover.
Detroit Pistons? How are we looking 2 years from now?
I like the core.
Yeah.
You've got if you want to project out in 2 years, Cade Cunningham could be a top 10 player in the league. And you put him up there with Ant and Shea. He's that kind of guy. They've got enough, I think, in their core where they project in the right direction.
Okay.
How about Orlando with Banchero and Franz Wagner? And
a little bit less excited about that.
Yes.
They're all good teams, but my point is I'd bet against any of them winning a ring. And who knows how that is going to go? Who knows who is going to start playing less than? Who knows who's going to get traded? Who knows who's going to get hurt? So this is not about me suggesting that the Warriors just throw caution to the wind and huck every young player out the door. I don't think you make a trade unless it's a good trade, but to sit here and care about 3 or 4 years from now, to me, and maybe I'm just getting triggered by what I've seen in the past, that's a fan base. If you do that, you're a fan base that's been sold a bill of goods. I worked in Southern California for years, and I watched the Padres fan base do this. They were constantly told, it's going to be great in 2 years. Wait till you see what happens in 2 years. And then 2 years would go by, and they'd be like, wait till you see what happens in 2 years. It's going to be amazing. We've got assets. We've got people, and they're on their way, and they're going to be awesome. Oh, you mean like Marco Luciano? Do you mean like him? Are they on the way?
It could be soon. Playing first base.
That kid's hitting 220 in AAA.
Yeah.
I'm ready to move on. I'm not saying get rid of him for no reason, but my ship has left the Marco Luciano's going to be great someday station. I'm gone because that's what happens. And so this idea that the Warriors just need to have a death grip on Kuminga, Pods, Moody, TJD, and all your draft picks, I don't even really know what that is. So yes, I want them to be braced in a general sense for the future, but for me to sit here with Steph Curry still on the team and care about 2028, I don't. I don't care.
You don't have to care, but you just said something interesting about being braced for the future, and that's where I would not go hog wild this offseason or at the trade deadline with getting rid of future picks and future assets, because that is a surefire way that you're not bracing for the future. And if you trade Kuminga and picks and you wind up with no more titles and you get 2 years down the road, Steph is gone and Draymond and Jimmy's gone and Pods is coming up on an extension, so you decide how much he's worth and you keep him, and you look at your roster and it's, Casey Schmidt, we have no really good players. We have no draft picks. Now we are absolutely up a creek. And I think about the Spurs, and Steiny had a good example earlier about when their dynasty ended, how they went about trying to recreate it. And I think the last year they went to the playoffs was 2019. And since then, you've gradually gotten better in the draft because you've been awful, and you were able to get Victor Wembanyama, and you got Stephon Castle in consecutive drafts. So are the Spurs on the cusp? No, but they've got Victor Wembanyama and Stephon Castle, who are really good young core players. And so in 3 to 4 years, could they be a team?
They could.
Yeah.
They could.
But this is how you go about starting it.
Right, but I love that you brought this up. All right, Warrior fans, who would you rather be right now? Right now, this offseason, Warriors or the Spurs?
It's closer than you think, but
I don't think anything. What you know what I mean? I'd rather be the Warriors.
Going into next year, the Warriors, I would say, no matter what the Warriors do, assuming that they keep Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond, let's just say Kuminga and Moody for 2 middling veterans, rotational guys, a big stiff and a good wing.
But are they helpful?
Yeah, they're helpful for this team.
Yeah.
I mean, they're probably $12 million a year guys, and maybe you can mid-level Melton back here coming off his ACL. Yeah, you're better than the Spurs will be. But the Spurs are still not interested in being that team. They still have more work to do. They have another draft. I think they're picking second this year.
That's correct.
Again.
That's correct.
So if I'm looking at after they had the last title with Kawhi, they actually picked slow-mo, Kyle Anderson, number 30. Then they picked 26. They got DeJounte Murray at 29. I like the pick.
Yeah, he's a good player.
He's not on their team anymore.
Correct.
So even if you make the decisions, it doesn't mean that these players are going to still be on your team by the time you're ready to be good again.
Well, I think that what you're saying is the core of my point. The Warriors are going to be a good basketball team next year, I believe. I don't know if they're going to be good enough. Probably not, but they could take us on a ride, and I think they're going to be if blessed with health, they're a good basketball team and could go on an interesting run. The Spurs will not be. So do you want to basically lean into something that is real, or do you want to lean into something that you think someday is going to be real? That's still, to this moment, you can Rookie of the Year me all day long. But until the Spurs win more games than they lose, why do I care? Why do I care? I love what they're doing.
Right.
I wouldn't do it differently. That's not what I'm saying. But why would you give up this is good now for, maybe something will be great down the road?
Depends on how much you're giving up now. And I'm looking at other draftees for them. Keldon Johnson in 2019, he is a big part of their team. And Devin Vassell with the 11th pick in 2020, he's a big part of their team. So they've gone about doing it with picks the right way. Now, the one caveat in the comp is San Antonio is not a free agent destination.
That too.
I think Golden State is, and this is where Joe Lacob thinks it really, really is. So
we'll see, man.
Well, and this is where the hubris of ownership can sometimes be misguided, because if you trade picks and Kuminga and Moody and you go for one last really big swing and it fails and you have no picks and you're not a free agent destination, well, now we're back to the Warriors that we grew up with.
Yep. This is crazy. Anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And now we go out to the River Islands guest line. Excited to have this conversation. OTA is underway. Kyle Shanahan spoke today. Some interesting stuff in there for sure. And brand new to the 49er beat, he's been doing Raiders stuff for years, and he's with The Athletic, is Vic Taford. Vic, great to have you on, man. How you doing?
Doing good, guys. How you doing?
Yeah, we're doing fantastic and excited to chat this out with you. What's your reaction to the news about Ricky Pearsall and the hamstring injury?
Yeah, it's not good. I don't think it's overly concerning because he should be back by training camp. But clearly, a guy you're counting on, I think, a step up was a huge opening. But yeah, I think it was a little bit of a surprise. But again, it seems like he'll be fine by training camp. So no reason to go too crazy about it.
What is going to be accomplished between now and training camp when he can return? In other words, Vic, what are some of the things that they're going to miss out on not having him out there?
It's just getting in sync and getting guys on the same page. But I do think it worked out well for him because he worked out with Purdy in the offseason. They were thrown together, I think, in Florida and also in Arizona. So there had been some time, on task, those two guys. That's definitely the biggest thing is chemistry, getting guys, the same page with routes and timing and where you like the ball, where he wants the ball, vice versa. So that stuff will come in time. But clearly you missed out on extra reps you could have gotten between now and then.
Vic, I'm seeing a lot of talk from you and Matt Barrows and Matt Mayoko about vibes, and everybody's talking about immaculate vibes. Give us a sense of what it feels like there, especially because there's no contract drama this offseason.
Well, I will say I think every team in the league has good vibes. Every team right now thinks they're going to be, on the right track and definitely going to make the playoffs. Everything will become true. All their dreams will come true. But you have to. You can't not go into OTAs not thinking that. Otherwise, you'll be in for a miserable time. So I think with the Niners especially, they feel like the last year there was a lot of drama with the holdouts. They got those guys, the core's back. They got like 7-8 guys who are the core for the next couple of years. So they feel like got that, a nice mix of young guys, their first 5 picks with defensive players who might be starters this year. So they like their draft, easy schedule. So more time off this past season because they went into playoffs so that their body could rest a little bit. So everything's looking good. Everyone's excited about where things are right now.
What do you think is going to be more impactful, Vic? And I'm asking you to kind of project it out, but you mentioned the 5 drafted defensive rookies. Will they have a bigger impact, or just the fact that Robert Saleh is back calling the D?
Well, ideally, it's a combination, right? Ideally, Saleh picked these guys out because they remind them of guys he had in the past. The Niners are actually good on defense, so he thinks they can step in right away and make a contribution. So it looks like the picks all look like they're good picks. Look at the film, you have to call coaches and scouts, and all things look, these guys will make a good fit. So I think we'll see how it goes in the training camp. Early impressions are good. Early impressions, they got something good here, and Saleh definitely is the right guy to bring the most out of them.
Vic Taford, The Athletic, covering the Niners. OTAs are underway. Does this team need to sign another wide receiver?
I think so. I think Gabe Davis was in for a workout, I think, a couple weeks ago, and he's still a possibility. But now, especially with Pearsall out, we need a guy just in case. So I think there's guys in the market who could definitely help you out. Not big-time guys, but guys who have been around and know to make plays. I think you could probably also sign an offensive lineman maybe, to help out with that little depth chart. But they have money, plenty of cap space. They can make some moves if they want to.
The way you answered that suggests to me that Amari Cooper is too big of a name. Is that correct?
I don't know what Coop. I covered Coop, so I know Coop pretty well. Coop's. I was surprised by how little of a factor he was last year in Buffalo. So I'm not sure where Coop is at right now. I would think a guy like Gabe Davis might be a better fit, but you never know. I don't know where Amari's headspace is right now, what he wants to do as far as the role he's willing to take on.
What are your thoughts on Demarcus Robinson and his ability to come in and fit in, assuming that he doesn't have to miss more than 3 games potentially for the DUI suspension?
Yeah, he's a real solid veteran guy. I think he definitely can come in and help you out. You mentioned the suspension possibility, which kind of looms over this team a little bit, but you saw in practice, the guy's a pro's pro. He makes the plays you want him to make. He knows the offense. He was good with LA. So I think he's a nice piece, a guy you can count on if you need to when if things arise where you need another guy to step up.
Vic, Kyle Shanahan said that Christian McCaffrey is as healthy as he can be, and then I love the quote that you got from George Kittle about Christian. What's your thought right now on his health status and what we can expect this year?
I mean, there's no pads. There's guys running around today, like in the park, and he looked really good. I mean, he's fast. He's committed. He definitely is fired up. So I think everything looks to be on schedule for him having a bounce back year. I think he's excited about it. Team's excited about it. So I think I'm sure it'll be a high pick in fantasy football this year. So we'll see how it all works out.
What's the overall depth of the running back room look like, in your opinion? Because, McCaffrey is getting older. I think he'll be 30 this year. And so you lose Jordan Mason. Do they have legitimate guys behind him who can carry the load if CMC happens to miss?
I think so. I think I'm not great on pronunciation. Let's look at this roster down. Is it Garendo? Is that you said?
Yep.
Yeah, he's a big kid, man. Looks like he, again, looked good today. And the guy who showed he can make some plays last year. I think he's one of the young guys I can turn to. Ideally, McCaffrey's the guy. So we're not going to hedge them and say, and jinx him and say he's not going to be back. And again, you don't need him back to where he was a couple of years ago. You don't need the superstar McCaffrey, but if he's back at 80%, catching the ball and running the ball well, I think you're in good shape.
Just a personal one, Vic. What's that like for you, having been with the Raiders for, I'm guessing, 20 years? I can't even remember the exact number, but then now you go to a new team. How much catch-up are you having to do?
It's kind of cool, man. It's been 15 years, and it's kind of like what's that TV show on with the old rookie cop, the guy who's that's me. I'm the rookie old guy, kind of getting a new swing of things, kind of learning my bearings. It's been kind of cool, kind of refreshing, nice change, and I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah, and I know it's only been a few days, Vic, but you can already tell the Niners organization's way better than the Raiders, right?
I'm not going to say that, but I will. I think I was on with my good friend Greg Papa recently, and we're talking about how there's less clownish activity on this team, seems like. So I'll say that. There's not much as of right now, it seems like it's not much of a circus with this team.
Okay, that is kind of interesting. I mean, obviously I was joking to a degree, but you do see sort of like a conceptual difference with the way the two organizations approach things?
Well, in fairness, the Raiders haven't won for 20 years, so I think you're kind of getting in the way at times. You're trying to find the right mix, where these guys have actually won pretty recently, so they're just trying to get back to where they were 2 years ago. I think you see a lot of the same players are in place, a lot of coaches are in place, so they know how to do it. They're trying to get back to where they were, where the Raiders have obviously been trying to figure out a solution for a long time, and now they're turning with Tom Brady and Pete Carroll, and that may work, but again, they're more kind of a desperate mode of the last couple decades where the 49ers are not.
What is a fair expectation for this team, Vic? Because there's so many new players, yet you got a highly paid quarterback now, and the schedule is full of teams not expected to do that well. When you look at what they have, what do you think is fair to expect out of the Niners?
I think they're going to be back in the playoffs. I think you mentioned the schedule. I think that's a big deal. It's not really a tough schedule. Also, not in terms of just the teams they're playing, also the way that it's set up. There's a nice back stretch. There's not too hard of a leading up stretch the first month. So I think they're in a good spot. I mean, you're assuming these defensive guys step up, the rookies can step up and contribute. But you mentioned Purdy. I think Purdy, to me, is an established guy. I think he's a top 12, top 10 guy. But clearly a guy who I think is still – you're paying him for his floor, and he still can get better. I think that's people are forgetting about his projections. So he definitely is going to be getting better as we go on the next few years. I think that's exciting for 49ers fans.
Vic, you mentioned Purdy, and again, I know we're just getting started, but I wonder if you notice anything different in terms of the way his presence kind of lands now because he's established, because the contract is in the rearview mirror?
Well, I had heard that he always had a kind of an underplayed swagger to him. Like he always had the confidence, which you clearly have to have if you're the last pick in the draft and making the team and becoming the starting quarterback and kind of never blinking. But George Kittle today mentioned how even in practice now, like there's a sequence there where Jennings ran the wrong route, it didn't quite right the way he wanted to run it. And Purdy yelled at the guy. He said, "Hey, man, don't F him do that." And he kind of called him out there. And in the past, I guess that wouldn't have happened. So I think he's even more overstated with his leadership, more overstated with what he wants and his demands. So I think that's a good sign.
I know it's not camp yet, and the battles have not begun, but are there any positional situations that you're going to be intrigued by outside of the kicker, which is going to draw a lot of headlines because of the third-round kid who now has some pressure? But is there another spot out there that you're keeping a keen Vic Tafur eye on?
Like the O-line's kid. I mean, O-line's kind of the area where I know the Irish don't really treat that highly. It's not super important, but still, to me, it's most of the guys are not really sure what they can do. So I'm watching the O-line. They may have to bring a guy in there. I think the secondary definitely is wide open. I think they made Marcus Siegel's a rookie if they drafted, who might sneak in a safety starting spot at some point. So I think there's a lot of openings in both those spots. And you mentioned receiver. I think there's definitely some need there for a receiver step up at some point.
Vic, let's go back to McCaffrey for a second. I wonder if you've got some insight on, even though he looks very, very healthy, and George Kittle says he's still very, very, very good at football and all of those things, do you think they manage the workload a little bit differently this year?
That's a good question. I think they might do that in terms of training camp and maybe leading up to the season, because I mentioned Shanahan said they're going to kind of protect him from himself. He wants to push it as much as he can. He wants to show he's the guy he was, and you want to hold him back a little bit. But I'm not sure once we get to September if that's going to be the case. I think he's turned loose, and clearly not going to run the guy 30 times a game, and he has some depth now. But I think let him be who he is and take advantage of it while you can.
Who's playing safety, Vic? Because Jair Brown's going to be out till camp, and I know Hufanga's gone, and Mustafa with the torn ACL that kind of surfaced after the fact. Who do you look at as a guy who can, or two guys rather, who can be back there playing safety?
Yeah, the only guy I really know that much about is Siegel, the rookie, who is hurt right now. He'll be back by training camp. He's the guy I thought would step up. But, again, I'm not too familiar with the depth chart. He kind of it gets to the safeties and the guards. I got to be careful because I'm still learning the roster. But I think Siegel will be back by training camp. He's a guy I'd watch for to make an impact.
Hey, Vic, great to have you on, and welcome to the beat. I know we'll be doing it again. Thank you so much for doing this today.
All right, guys, take care.
Okay, Vic Tafur, the Athletic, stolen from the Raiders.
Yeah. Or another way to put it is he had an opportunity to go to a better organization and maybe be back in California instead of life in the desert.
Yeah. Housing's a little cheaper out there, but I love what he said. He's like, yeah, there's a lot less clown activity here.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about what he has seen in his time on the beat. And I said 20, and it turned out it was 15 years. And that encompasses a lot of quote-unquote clown activity. The first one that popped in my mind was Antonio Brown when he got freezer burn and when he was a Raider for that brief.
Oh, my God.
There was a lot of clown activity that was around
You're damn right there was. Yeah. Well, the whole thing.
Moving to Vegas.
Yeah, it's just different. It's just different. And I don't necessarily think that this is what the Raiders are going for. I don't think this is what Pete Carroll this year is going for. But the history of your organization or your family or whatever will always have an imprint. And this is who the Raiders, this is who they were for years. You know, they wanted to build characters out of their players. They even built characters in the stands. This is just who they are. And so there's kind of just a different vibe and a different bar that's set for everything that you do.
Yeah. And I don't know if they necessarily built characters in the 70s. They just had characters.
That too.
You know, Stabler and
but they leaned into
Matuzak.
It. Like they didn't, you know what I mean? A lot of guys,
Lyle Alzado,
a lot of teams would kind of try to brush stuff under the rug. The Raiders just put it right out there for everybody and said, no, this is be you.
You know, even beyond that, like, because that was the 70s and things were different then, but I was thinking about Gruden and the whole Chucky with the one-eyed sneer and, you know, even the late, great owner himself, Al Davis, who was a Maverick, he just out there in the tracksuit all the time, and he had a personality that was larger than life. John Madden, of course, in the early days. But That's all fun and entertaining when you are, winning. But when you're not, then it becomes a little bit of clown activity.
And that's when, the word changes into from characters into clowns. Absolutely. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Lots going on at Niners camp today. We actually want to reboot a little bit of what Kyle Shanahan had to say so you can hear that and then enter a little something else into the conversation as well. First and foremost, here's what he said about the Ricky Pearsall injury.
Ricky's been awesome, but Ricky has a tweaked hamstring, so I'll be surprised if he does anything in OTAs.
Be back for minicamp or out?
I know he could be, but by the time you get to minicamp and there's just 2 days left in school, we probably won't just throw him out there. But he should be healthy by then.
Okay, so this is not a concern, but this is what I said about it earlier, and I think what Vic Tafur just said only adds to it. 49ers did work out Gabe Davis a couple of weeks ago. If I'm the Niners, I definitely go sign another receiver, and it's for no good reason other than to say, you know what? This injury just takes your mind to a certain spot. There's no reason to think Ricky won't be ready to go here in 3 weeks, and there is not a game in 3 weeks. So everything's fine. But when you first hear that Ricky's injured, I have to admit, I went, oh, Schmidt.
Yeah. Again.
Which means that the wide receiver room is not ready, I believe, for an injury. And they need to be. Like, this is a football team. You have to be ready for an injury at every position. And so this whole day, it's just an alarm that went off really related to the 49ers' depth or lack thereof.
And also, for me, it's the Niners' ability to connect. And, Purdy and Pearsall have worked out together in the offseason, and that's good. But these OTAs are an opportunity for that to continue to happen. And now it's not going to happen because Pearsall has got the tweaked hammy. So does it benefit other receivers who are going to get more reps? Absolutely. But the key, and you've been saying it all week, how excited you are for Purdy to Pearsall.
Ricky Pearsall, man.
And now that's not happening this week. And we don't know how severe it is. It seems like he'll be back for regular camp and, OTAs, which is what they have going on now. It's voluntary. Mini camps are mandatory, but that's only 2 days. And so Kyle said, having him back for the last 2 days of school doesn't really make any sense. So I wouldn't expect that.
It's funny. Someone reached out to me on Twitter earlier today and said, what exactly has Pearsall done that makes you think he's the WR1 over Jennings? They didn't bring up Ayuk. He brought up Juwan Jennings. And here's how I'd answer that. First and foremost, I think there's a skill set that leans into it a little bit more. Juwan Jennings was the number one receiver for the 49ers last year out of necessity. Brandon Ayuk's body exploded. Ricky Pearsall had the totally unfortunate situation in camp, which set his year back. And Deebo Samuel played poorly, and Juwan stepped up, which is awesome. Like, good on Juwan. I am a huge Juwan Jennings fan, but that's not the guy that you want to plan to be your one. Ricky Pearsall is a first-round draft pick. That means that they have very big plans for him. They have all along. And I also believe that what I saw at the end of the year lends itself to Ricky and Brock Purdy really making some music together. I think this is a really, really good player, and I think if he's blessed with health for the year, he's going to break out. There's nothing against Juwan Jennings. I don't think the 49ers want Jennings to be their one. That's kind of not, that's not who he is. That's not the way he's built. That's not his skill set.
Yeah, I'll say it this way. George Kittle is their one, and Christian McCaffrey is probably there too. And then you get into the wide receivers. And if it's, Pearsall, great. If it then becomes Jennings until Ayuk comes back, then it's Ayuk. But if you look at the distribution of footballs 2 years ago, when they all were healthy, McCaffrey got a ton, and Ayuk got a bunch, and Kittle did too, and Deebo. I don't think that the Niner offense is built to have a one like Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase and some of these other teams. I do think you throw it more, and you have guys who you really, really want to have be that guy.
Maybe not, but Brandon Ayuk put up over 1,300 yards that year. That's a big number. That's a really, really nice number. I know what you mean about target share and whatnot, but who's going to be downfield? Who's going to be making the big plays? I'll bet anybody right now, if they want to put up yardage totals for Niner receivers this year, I'll bet you Pearsall has the most yards. 100%.
Yeah. Last year, it was George Kittle.
George Kittle, sure.
Ahead of Juwan Jennings, though.
Yeah.
And, they had one catch separating them. Kittle had 78. Juwan had 77. They played the same number of games. And George was able to get a yard and a half more per catch. It's because of the nature of some of the routes he runs. Hey, diddle, Kittle down the middle and all the rest of it. Shout out Low Neal. So I think that, for me anyway, when you look at target share and yardage share, in Kyle Shanahan's dream, it would probably be 4 guys with 1,000.
Yeah, no, I'm with you completely, but also this is based on downfield presence. Like George Kittle and Juwan Jennings are big dudes. They're big dudes who, yes, they can get downfield, but these are more people who kind of operate between 5 to 20 yards from the line of scrimmage. Ricky Pearsall can push that further. We saw it at the end of last year. We definitely saw it in that Monday night game against Detroit. Ricky is someone who can get downfield and really be a playmaker with his legs. He's faster than these other guys that we're talking about. That's all I'm saying. I think that he can step in to a role like what Ayuk did a couple of years ago. And again, this is all based on health. It's just my projection, but I could absolutely see Ricky Pearsall getting 1,000 yards this year. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to be healthy. And if you play 17 games, you only need like 60 yards a game to get there. So it's really I think the 1,000 yards in this day and age is more about the durability of a player and also how many catches you get. I'm looking at 2 years ago when they went to the Super Bowl. Catches were 60, 65, 67, and 75.
Yep.
Touchdowns among those 4, 6, 7, 7, and 7. So
beautiful.
Yardage was different. You mentioned Ayuk, 1342. Kittle had 1,020. Debo had almost 900 plus a bunch rushing. And McCaffrey had 564, and he led the league in rushing. So I think about Kyle Shanahan looking at this year as the year where he's like, yeah, that's what I'm into right there.
Well, always. And by the way, that speaks very, very well of an offense if you can spread it around like that. I mean, even go back to when the Niners were amazing in the 80s or whatever, and sure, Jerry Rice was that dude, right? He's the GOAT. He's the greatest of all time. It's still an offense that spread the ball around. It always was. It always was an offense where there were other people, whether it be John Taylor, Roger Craig, whatever, Brent Jones, Tom Rathman. Hell, they'd throw the ball to the fullback. They spread the ball around. I want that. I don't think that any 49ers ever going north of 1,500 yards. That's just not who they are. But I am a very, very big fan of Pearsall, and I think he pushes it down the field more than anybody else. And if he's healthy, I think he's going to have a big year. That's just kind of how I see it. And I think this is going to be a hard year for Ayuk. I think he can have a goal of having the second half of the year sort of look like himself. But this is going to be a year of some missed games and then some period of time of getting back to being you.
Yep.
And I don't know how much time is even going to be left over with the season once he actually feels like he's back to himself.
It'll be interesting once we get into camp July 25th. Does he open camp on the PUP list, physically unable to perform? I would guess 95% yes in camp. Then the season starts. Does he start the season on that same list? If he does, that's a 4-game miss. And then you get to week 5 and you hope that he's trending in the right direction. Your thing about Pearsall and 1,000 yards, just looking at last year, 24 receivers, actually 24 people, 21 receivers, 3 tight ends got to 1,000 yards.
Okay.
That's pretty elite company.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's not easy to do.
No, but they have a good quarterback. They have a good offense. They do not have a bunch of other, like, I think a lot of people are forgetting Deebo Samuel's gone. Do you know how many balls that is?
Not that many last year.
No, but you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
Like in terms of relax, Lucas, grow up. Crying out loud. Dude, it's a lot of balls. That's a lot of game plan right there. Yes, cut it. It's fine. That's a big part of the game plan. And I know McCaffrey will be back, but honestly, right now, you tell me, first 5 games of the year, Brock Purdy drops back. What do you see? What are you looking at? What are you looking for? I know it's going to get spread around, but in the past game, I know that, Christian McCaffrey catches a lot of passes. Sure, but that's out of the backfield. Those are check downs and third down plays and things like that. But this offense, I believe, when it's right, when it's healthy, is a pretty good offense. And Juwan Jennings went for almost 1,000 yards. And if I had said that prior to last year, because a bunch of you people on the text line are laughing at me for my prediction. If I had said that about Juwan Jennings at the beginning of the year, what would you have said? Yeah, you would have laughed at it. You would have laughed at it.
975.
975.
And he would have gotten there if he didn't get kicked out.
Exactly. You sound like the end of a Scooby-Doo episode.
Totally. If it wasn't for those meddling refs.
But anyway, that's what I'm talking about, man. That's the dude this year. Brandon Ayuk is not going to be there to begin the year. And Juwan Jennings is probably going to go back more to his role of third down and supportive. And yes, a big part of the offense, but your downfield playmaker is Ricky Pearsall. That's your guy. He's a first-round draft pick.
Right, but you're a team that doesn't go down the field that often.
Okay, prior to last year, you had wide receivers in consecutive years go way over 1,000. Brandon's done it twice in his career. Deebo Samuel went for 1,300 the year before that. Like, they have a 1,000-yard receiver every year, and George Kittle sometimes does it right
he did it back-to-back.
Alongside the wide receiver. There's plenty of yards to go around.
Depending on how the year goes. And last year, even when you were trailing a bunch of games, you still only threw it the 22nd most in football as a team.
Yep, I get it.
So 533 total targets, total passes. Actually, that's the passes. The targets are a little lower because there was obviously some spikes or some throws. That there was actually, Brock didn't throw it to anybody, but you had Jennings, 113, Kittle, 94, Deebo, 81.
Right.
So those targets, he had 81 targets and only 51 catches.
He had a bad year.
Yeah.
He had a bad year, but
his catch percentage was really low. Brendan Ayuk's was 53%.
Look,
percent.
How many games did Brock Purdy miss?
Brock Purdy missed 2, I believe. Okay. The last one, they sat him, and then he missed 1 in the middle.
And he got knocked out of the one against Detroit at the end, right? I think at the end. And that's when Detroit. He got hurt. Yeah, he got hurt, and then that's when Dobbs, I think, finished the last game of the year. So
yeah,
you're talking about a quarterback misses kind of 2+ games, okay? Brandon Ayuk, your number one receiver, essentially it's a lost year. Deebo Samuel has just a completely horrible year. Things are off. McCaffrey is out. Like, this was a bad year for the 49ers. And your tight end still went over 1,000 yards. And Juwan Jennings, who was WR3, third in Juwan, essentially went for 1,000 yards. This is not a crazy take that I'm giving you.
I don't think it's crazy, but I would bet against it.
Okay, that's fine.
I would bet against it.
That's fine because injury comes into play, and he's been an oft-injured guy. But if he gets 17 games this year, I believe he's the number one receiver on the team, and the number one receiver on the Niners is getting 1,000 yards. Like, I can promise you that. Someone is going for 1,000 yards this year.
Again,
possibly 2.
I would say it depends on how the year goes. And I'm looking at the year when they went to the Super Bowl, and Purdy played 16 of the 17, and he only threw it 444 times because they had the lead, and, I like to run the ball and stuff, and that's what I do and stuff. And so if the Niners are
possibly
good, and we think that they will be, if they're leading games against bad teams, which they will be, they're not going to throw it as much. And they threw it about 20% more last year because they were trailing all the time.
I don't think the Niners are going to be very good, and part of that is their schedule. I do not believe they're going to be that dominant. That team was dominant.
They were good, yeah.
They were a Super Bowl team.
Yep.
So, I don't foresee that this year. So I know it's fun to look at it and be like, well, Jags and Colts and all these teams, you're still going to – the Niners are going to have to play. I don't think they're going to come in and just steamroll people 31-10 on a week-in and week-out basis, no matter who the opponent is. So I hear what you're saying, but I'm a big believer in the characters who are on this offense. I'm a big believer in Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy and obviously George Kittle and Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall. And I think that they're going to put up really good numbers. I really do.
Yeah, I think that George Kittle has a track record. He is proven back-to-back years over 1,000. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Juwan Jennings, I think, has earned the right to get the ball thrown his way. He had 113 targets last year, and it's because they had to throw it. And also, there was nobody else out there.
Yep.
You had the occasional Chris Conley. You remember him? I don't even want to say this name, but I'm going to. Ronnie Bell.
Oh.
There. I said it.
I was having a good day, too.
6 targets, 2 catches.
Right. Should have been 5.
Trent Taylor had a target. My point is, with Juwan Jennings, he got all that because he was available, and he was about all they had.
Sure.
My biggest concern with Ricky Pearsall is him being able to play more than 12 games.
Health, of course.
He's had 2 camps, and he's been injured in both.
Well, one of them was shot.
No, I'm not counting that. I'm counting the shoulder
you're talking about the
and the hamstring.
Well, that's OTAs.
Okay.
That's OTAs.
I'm just saying and put aside the fact that he got shot because that no one can control, but he's come into 2 off seasons and he's been injured. So to think that he's going to play 17, I would put the over-under for Pearsall games played at 13.
I mean, why wouldn't you look at it from the perspective of once he came back from the shooting, he played, never got hurt.
Right.
A good stretch of games, right? How many games did he play?
He ended up playing, I have it right here. He played 11
games.
In 3 of those games, I don't believe he was targeted.
Oh, but 11 straight games, right?
Right.
Yeah, with no injury. That's good. That's a good start. I hear what you're saying, and obviously this is
it's a wild hypothetical.
Completely out of control in terms of do you get hurt? But he played 11 straight games without getting hurt. He has gone through this offseason working out, we're told, with Brock Purdy a lot. No injury. Now OTAs are here. He's got a little tweak in the hammy. I get it. Frustrating, sure. But unless he misses August, I have high hopes. I have high hopes.
They have high hopes.
This is a first-round draft pick, and it's someone who, when he did get in there and get opportunities, I think some of you Niner fans might have been dialed out on the season by the time he really started to get going.
The last 3 games.
Yeah, he was good.
4 catches for 37, 8 for $141 and a touchdown, 6 for 69 and a touchdown.
Yeah, but also just the way the catches went. There was some real pop on the field at the end of the year with those 3 games you're talking about.
Yeah, it was the middle games when he returned where he went 0-0-0-1-1.
Yeah, sure. He wasn't being
he played a lot, though.
He was working his way into the rotation. These were his first NFL games ever.
Yep.
But at the end of the year, I saw something. You also know, we talked to Greg Cosell about him a lot.
Loves him.
Cosell thinks he is a dude. He thinks he's a dude. So I trust that man. I trust my eyes. We'll see how it goes. But that's my guy in the Niner passing game this year.
Yeah, 58.8 yards a game is all you have to get.
That's correct.
To average 1,000.
1,000 yards.
Last year he did that 3 times of his 11 games.
Okay. Yeah. That's where I'm going.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Cuckoosh.
Lock it up. Pearsall, over 999.5 yards for Mark Willard.
It is.
And I don't know if those props don't come out this early, the individual season prop.
I'm sure his prop will be below that.
Right, because only 24 human beings did it last year. It's really hard.
It's very hard. You have to be healthy.
Right, and even in this past happy era, the fewest games that somebody played that got to that 1,000-yard mark is 14. So all the other people played more than 14.
You have to be healthy. That's the
or
number
just
one
be
thing.
bananas in the games you play.
How many yards did Justin Jefferson have last year?
He had 17. Oh, no, that was Jamar Chase had 17:08. Jefferson had 15:33.
He did?
Yep.
Even with he missed a bunch of time, didn't he?
No, I'm looking
or am I thinking of the year before?
You're thinking of the year before.
Okay.
Last year he played in all 17. And, it's Devontae Adams. 14 games, 1,063.
Yeah.
He's the only one in this group. I apologize. Nico Collins, 12 games, 1,006.
Nico's unbelievable, man.
12 games.
That's a good young player. He's fantastic. Yeah, I really, really like him.
Kittle, McBride, and Brock Bowers. Bowers were your tight ends.
Those are.
And you mentioned this earlier about the Opoy, Jaden Daniels, Offensive Player of the Year. He got every first place vote but one, Brock Bowers. He got the other one.
Yeah, Brock Bowers would,
I wonder if Vic Tafer voted for Brock.
Oh, next time he comes on, we'll ask him.
Yeah.
He's like, that guy's a clown. Anyway, more from Kyle Shanahan. This is what he said about the health of Christian McCaffrey.
Christian is he's as ready as any player I've ever been around. When he gets hurt, he's got to rehab and get better. Right now, he's healthy as can be. We got to kind of protect him from himself. But Christian has a good idea of what he needs to do right now. He's doing a lot less than he normally would do, but I know he's excited on how healthy he feels and the fact that he can get out there.
Okay, is as healthy as he can be. And I referenced the quote that Vic Tafur got. George Kittle, I guess, said today out at OTAs, Christian is still really, really, really good at football. That's from George Kittle. So I don't want to get too excited until we see all of this stuff, but I sort of feel like McCaffrey's been out there as like this mystery all offseason. No one knows what to do with him. The way the Niners talk today, like, health is no longer really a concern. They want him to slow down. They like no reason to try to bite off too much here in the month of May or June. But I love that statement. Christian's as healthy as he can be. Fantastic.
And he should be.
That's big.
In the end of May. I mean, if you're not as healthy as you can be, we've got real problems.
Well, but wasn't that a question in your mind? I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes into...
Like, the question is injury history and the fact that he had a PCL injury last year.
Right. But you go to Germany and you get injections. I think there were plenty of people who looked at Christian and went, I don't know if this is ever going to go away. And then he did play, and I saw something this week that was interesting. You know how they track the miles an hour now on running backs?
Right.
And they're like, for his 3 games that he played or whatever it was, he topped out at basically what was his lowest 5 games the year before. That's what he topped out at in the 3 games he did play last year. And then he got hurt again. And so people are looking at Christian and going, dude, just like always with a running back who's approaching 30, he hit a wall. I know plenty of people who think that about Christian, and who knows, they may still be right. But for the Niners to come out today and suggest that this is like as healthy as they could have hoped, that's huge news for this team.
It's big news. And I just think about his 3 years at Stanford where he was a touchaholic. He got all the touches all the time, and he's come in here, and he has been a guy who's led the league in touches twice, including the Shanahan Super Bowl year a couple of years ago, 339 total touches. And that's why I thought it was interesting you asked Vic about the usage, because he'll be 29 in June, and there's a lot of tread that's come off those tires. Can he still be good? Absolutely. But in that year, he was averaging 17 carries a game. And last year was just a bummer because he had the Achilles tendonitis and they couldn't block. So his numbers were way down.
Yeah, Tafur brought up the offensive line a few times in terms of that still being a huge question mark. And maybe it is. And there's going to be a lot of eyes, more so than normal, on that group to see how they perform this year. We also thought this comment was real interesting from Shanahan. And basically the question is, how does this now look different? Because for the first time in like 3 years, you are not dealing with any contract drama here as OTAs open. Listen to this answer.
The way I addressed it the most was our last meeting in January. I just told the guys, I talked about how the season ended the year before and how when I felt them all come back, I felt guys weren't ready to come back. And I understood that. But I told them how I won't really understand it this year. Not that was right or wrong, but I couldn't comprehend it. We're off 5 weeks earlier. We all know how disappointed we are, and a lot of us have played a lot of football here, but we're going to have a team that doesn't know what we've done in the past or how you guys have earned a lot of stuff. We need to show them, and the first meeting that when we get back, I expect our whole team to be here, and it's be important to guys. And I thought the coolest thing was everyone being there on the first day. We had every guy show up, and I didn't have to call anyone and beg them, which said a lot. Like, they all knew what I said at the last day, and I wanted to see if they really meant something to them, not to where I had to call them and remind them, and I didn't, and they all showed up, and they've all been working, and to me, that's something I really appreciate, and I got the right guys.
Look, last year sucked, but now's when you get the actual dividends of going through a season like that, which is that the 49ers come back, and I think now we'll probably enjoy getting to be the hunter instead of the hunted. I think that will probably, especially with a young team, now that you got a lot of new young players that are going to have to play big roles, I think that probably could work in their favor this year.
It should, and the fact that all the guys came in for these organized team activities, which are voluntary, that says a lot because, you get into the mini camp. It's the mandatory mini camp, which is 2 days long, and that's where you probably have to go to guys and maybe do a little bit of cajoling if they're not going to be there. But, yeah, you want everybody to be in. And, heck, you had an extra 5 weeks in the offseason, and you should be a little bit, I don't know if embarrassed is fair, but you should be motivated off of 6 and 11, every last one of them.
We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, 888-957-9570. Still absolutely open to your calls. I'd love to talk for a second a little bit about how it felt last night to watch the Minnesota Timberwolves, who beat you in 5, watch them go out in 5, and what thought went through your mind as you watched that all happen. We can get into that coming up next on Willard and Dibs. Do you know how many balls that is? Relax, Lucas. Grow up. It's a lot of balls.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, we do sports. You have to be able to say the word balls.
You could say footballs.
Do you know how many balls that is?
Pigskins.
But nobody does that. No wide receivers cruising around talking to coach being like, dude, I need more footballs. It's a lot of balls. No, I need more balls thrown my way.
I need more targets is what they say.
For sure.
I need more Quan. I'm the minister of Quan.
The ambassador of Quan.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
That's why you've heard the popularity of the term pause. A lot of athletes will say pause after they say something.
Well,
questionable.
Pause.
Trey Lance, balls.
That was my TJ Hushmanzada right there. Pause.
Victor Wembanyama, balls.
Now that's a good one. How come you don't have any of me doing it? Because I'm more disciplined than that.
Well,
or you're always talking.
There's
Pause.
a lot of reasons. You can call it discipline. I call it unbridled. I'm not worried about it. I don't do this show worried about whether or not Grandy's going to get me. Grandy's going to get me. It's just going to happen.
Pretty sure
I think I'll keep shooting that stuff in my butt. Yeah, exactly.
Well, now that's just... I mean, what are we even doing? What were we even talking about?
I don't know. I think we were probably talking about Barry Bonds.
Maybe.
Right? Yeah, that's probably a steroid comment, it sounds like.
Could have been something to help Jimmy Butler get over his tailbone contusion and what you would have done.
Oh, you know what we could do that's stupid and fun on the way out the door?
Okay.
Can we do that thing where you do the That's a Great Question deal and we guess who the people are?
Should I just play the rejoin?
Yeah, play
Do you
it.
want the OG one or the second version?
Let's do the OG first.
Let's do the OG first.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hold on a second.
I got 1, 3, and 5 for sure.
Many? There were 5? 1, 2, 3. I have a pen now. I know who number 1 and number 5 are for sure. Play it again, please.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
Oh, crap.
On 95.7 The Game.
I don't feel confident about 2, 3, or 4 at all. Can we do it as a team? You said you got number 3.
I'm going to need just let me.
I'm going to play it one more time.
Yeah, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I need to. I'm going to put down a possibility for number 2. And 4. 4's got me stumped. But go ahead, Grandy.
One more time.
All right, here we go.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
I no longer have number 3.
I have no clue who 2, 3, and 4 are. We all know. I know you and I both know who 1 and 5 is.
Yeah, Doc Pandia.
1 is Doc Pandia, and number 5 is Buster Olney.
No doubt.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we got that.
I thought number 2 was Hunter Pence.
No.
But it's not. By the time we went through it 3 times, because I think he's got a little crack to his voice.
Well, no, that's because his voice was gone because he had been at the Niner game.
We're from the Bay.
Yeah. You do it for the Bay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I thought,
dude,
3 was the great Greg Cosell. But having heard it 3 times, I don't think that's right either.
I don't think that's Greg Cosell. See, I wanted to do this based off of the other one because I felt like I had a good line on those.
Yeah.
Okay. I honestly don't even know which ones 2 and 3 are. I know who number 4 is.
Well, we can't do this if you don't know. If no one knows the answer.
I know one of either 2 or 3 is Javier Lopez. I have to listen to it again.
Oh.
And figure it out.
What's number 4?
Number 4 is Rich Aurelia.
Oh, it's Aurelia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Play it again.
All right, here we go.
Now back.
Oh, wait, hold on.
No. 3, 2.
All right.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
Okay, I do
On
hear
95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing for 2 and 3.
Jay Gruden, maybe?
Maybe.
I thought Kerr was one of them, but...
Okay, total flaw in our game here. This doesn't work if nobody knows the answers. Turn the page over and look at the answer key. Somebody.
It would take me a bit. I could figure it out.
Yeah.
All right. Play the other one. How many of them are on that one?
I think 5.
Let's find out. Here we go.
All right.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, so there's only 4, and I think I'm sure on 3 of them. But did you notice that number 1 on this one is either number 2 or 3 on the previous one? It's the same guy. We just don't know who it is. Number 1. Number 1 on that one is the same as number 2 on the first one.
Are you sure?
I think so.
Really? Number 1 in this one is obvious. It's Steve Kerr.
Yeah, Steve Kerr.
Okay, then Steve Kerr is either 2 or 3 on the. Like, play it again.
This is the second one. Here we go.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's my favorite.
All right, I have for this last one. Do you have 4?
Number 4. I'm stuck on it.
I know all 4 on this one.
I think I know all 4. Sure. I think I've got all 4 of them.
Okay.
I'm going to go. And let's make this a parlay. I lose if I get any of them right.
All right.
Wrong.
Yeah, wrong.
Steve Kerr, Dontrell Willis, Greg Cosell, and Andrew Filipponi from Pittsburgh.
Oh, Filipponi. I forgot about that.
We would have accepted Filipponi as well.
Filipponi. Brandon Ayuk's going to the Steelers. No, he's not.
They were at the 1 yard line, Mark. You don't always score from the 1. I forgot that was.
Yeah.
And that. It's a really good one. I thought you had more of them out there. Maybe you just haven't montaged them yet.
There's definitely more.
Well, you have to have the Schlereth one where he freaking does the bait and switch on us. Yeah. And what do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
That's a great.
Oh, it's my favorite
I think it's going to be a really tight game.
I was so heartbroken. I was like, he's going to do it. And then he didn't do it.
I thought there also was a Tim Kirkshin from the past. And that's a great question, guys.
Great question.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
That's a good question. Thank you.
That's a really good question.
That's Verducci. We got a bunch of them back here.
All right.
It would take me a while to go through all of these and then look at them back compared to what's on the rejoin.
Yeah,
I could eventually figure it out, but I got no clue.
All right. I mean, the game's probably over then. The game's probably over.
Well, we can, he'll do some research.
Yeah.
He's going to play it again. He plays one of those every show.
Every day. Yeah, exactly. All right.
I don't want to make people switch off this riveting program, but we need to have a sounder for an upset alert. Our beloved Valks.
Dude, the Valks
are winning.
Are they?
72-71 against the defending champion, Liberty. They came in 14.5-point dogs.
I'm ahead of you. It's 75-73, 3:08 to go.
Okay.
75-73. Valks.
Let's go, Valks.
Come on, Valks. They're going to cover. They're definitely going to cover.
I mean, overtime could get ugly, but otherwise, I think it was 14.5.
Yeah. Remember, did you say the Liberty, they're 4-0, and they're the defending champs, right?
No doubt.
Woo!
This would be a huge win. How could I listen? If I can watch it. I know I can watch it on KPIX.
Watch it on KPIX.
How can I listen? I don't want to hear Mark Grandy in the 6 o'clock hour.
Neither do I.
How can I listen?
You could go over to the Odyssey app and the dedicated channel to the Golden State Valkyries. They've got their own channel. Odyssey app, search Valkyries. You'll see it right there.
Thank you.
Valkyries by 2, under 3 minutes left to go in this game. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep it popping.